Chapter 1. The Arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the office of the director at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury stood quietly before the expansive window. Outside, busy agents were executing crucial missions across various sectors. Sunlight streamed through the specially crafted glass, illuminating his solitary eye as he gazed thoughtfully at the world beyond, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a doorbell shattered the tranquility. Nick Fury slightly tilted his head and said, "Come in." The door gently swung open, and Agent Coulson entered with measured steps. Dressed in a pristine S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform, his hair neatly combed to the side, he respectfully addressed, "Director, you summoned me." Nick Fury turned, retrieving a document from his desk, and slowly extended it to Coulson. "There's an investigation task that requires your attention." Coulson accepted the document, furrowing his brow as he lowered his gaze to examine it. The front page bore the striking title, Antique Shop Owner and Part-Time History Professor, Jellet. Coulson's expression morphed into one of confusion as he inquired, "The antique shop owner? Jellet? What issues does he present?" Nick Fury did not respond immediately, instead lifting his chin slightly, urging Coulson to continue reading. As Coulson flipped through the pages, he came across an aged photograph, its yellowing edges and frayed corners revealing its antiquity. The figure within, Jellet, bore a stern expression, seemingly unchanged from the present. Below the image, the date was inscribed 1940. Could he possibly be a grandfather or another relative? Coulson's brow furrowed deeper, his eyes filled with uncertainty as he looked up at Nick Fury. "If that were the case, we wouldn't be seeking you." Nick Fury shook his head slightly, his demeanor grave. "Our agents have investigated the man in the photograph is also named Jellet. This is not a mere coincidence of names. We delved into his background, and it appears as though he materialized from thin air. Furthermore, in the 1960s and 70s, there was another antique dealer by the name of Jellet, and their resemblance is striking. Most astonishingly, he seems to have never age. Time appears to have no effect on him." At these words, Coulson's gaze sharpened instantly. Taking a deep breath, he comprehended the complexity and significance of this mission. "I understand. I will uncover the truth." He firmly tucked the document under his arm and swiftly made his way to the door. With a resounding bang, the door closed behind him, leaving Nick Fury standing in contemplation, gazing at the threshold. On a somewhat antiquated street in New York, Jellet's antique shop stood a building shrouded in an aura of mystery. Its weathered exterior seemed to whisper tales of the ages, and the sign hanging above the door, though worn by the elements, still retained its clarity, exuding a unique charm in the sunlight. Outside the shop, a remarkably robust man sat, his muscular form strained against his clothing, resembling a small mountain as he sat there, his chiseled features akin to a stone sculpture, instilling a sense of intimidation. At that moment, the shop door creaked open, and a figure emerged. It was Jellet. With his white hair, Jellet addressed the brawny man, saying, "Hans, we're closing early today. I have a feeling a special guest will arrive." "Understood, boss," Hans replied in a deep voice, leaning slightly forward in a show of genuine respect for Jellet. In the shadows of the street, Coulson's gaze was firmly fixed on the shop. Thoughts swirled in his mind. Is this the target? We have gathered as much information as possible, yet he remains an enigma. It is time to confront him directly. He raised his hand slightly, signaling to his subordinates. The well-trained agents dispersed like phantoms, taking strategic positions around the shop, their eyes sharp as eagles, missing no detail of movement. Coulson inhaled deeply, straightened his suit, and walked purposefully towards the shop. As he pushed open the somewhat antiquated door, a bell chimed melodiously. The inviting atmosphere within enveloped him, warm yellow light casting a comforting glow over the displayed items. "May I assist you, sir?" A sweet voice chimed from nearby. Coulson turned to see a strikingly beautiful blonde woman smiling at him. Her elegantly simple dress accentuated her graceful figure, each movement radiating an air of sophistication. "I'm looking for your owner," Coulson replied, his gaze fixed on the woman. "I will fetch him." She nodded slightly and turned to head into the back of the shop. Moments later, Jellet's familiar figure emerged into Coulson's view. His tall stature first focused on the woman, his gaze softened with a barely perceptible tenderness as he gently said, "Mina, you may leave early today." Mina paused for a moment, then beamed a sweet smile, nodding in response, "Thank you, boss. He'll be off now." With light steps, she made her way toward the door, casting a curious glance at the unfamiliar visitor before vanishing outside. Coulson observed the exchange quietly, and once Mina departed, a subtle smile crossed his lips, one that seemed amicable, yet carried a hint of scrutiny. He addressed Jellet. "I am Agent Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division." He deliberately paused, locking eyes with Jellet. "Mr. Jellet, I have inquiries that require your cooperation." "Agent Coulson, why start off on such a tense note?" Jellet arched an eyebrow, a relaxed smile gracing his lips, conveying an ease as if the unexpected visitor from S.H.I.E.L.D. posed no threat. "I anticipated your visit. It was merely a matter of time. Come, let us sit and enjoy some tea while we converse." With that, he gracefully strolled toward a nearby tea table, his movements fluid and nonchalant. Jellet poured hot water into a teacup and approached Coulson with a genuine and friendly demeanor, offering, "Try this tea, is a cherished selection of mine." Coulson regarded the teacup presented to him, the aroma wafting invitingly into his nostrils. After a moment's hesitation, his gaze flitted between Jellet and the cup, ultimately deciding to accept the seemingly cordial invitation. Coulson seated himself with an upright posture, maintaining the vigilance of an agent, yet curiosity flickered in his eyes. He lifted the teacup, taking a delicate sip. The fragrant tea unfolded on his palate, easing some of his tension. Chapter 2. Fabricating a Narrative. "How did you come and know of S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Coulson inquired as soon as he settled, his expression serious, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, scrutinizing Jellet for any subtle changes in his demeanor. "That name circulates only within our ranks. I have not disclosed it to you." "Ha!" Jellet momentarily appeared taken aback before awkwardly chuckling. "I have my own channels of information. There are no secrets in this world that remain hidden." Coulson furrowed his brow slightly. He recognized the complexity of the situation, but refrained from pressing further for the moment. He was acutely aware of the primary objective of his visit, with more pressing matters to address. "So, Mr. Jellet," Coulson adjusted his posture slightly, his expression softening as he gazed into Gerald's eyes and slowly inquired. "According to our intelligence, you have maintained an ageless appearance for years, which is quite perplexing. Are you a superhuman? Could you elucidate your circumstances?" "Superhuman? Ha ha!" Gerald let out a hearty laugh. "It seems you have misunderstood me. I am no superhuman." He gently shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips, though his eyes revealed a hint of complexity. "Please don't tell me you are an alien, or something that would be too kitsch." Coulson's lips curled slightly, displaying a half-smile in an attempt to ease the somewhat tense atmosphere. Yet his gaze remained firmly fixed on Gerald. "My agelessness is a byproduct of my abilities, which necessitates a tale that begins over 300 years ago." Gerald narrowed his eyes, seemingly lost in profound reminiscence. "Wait, over 300 years?" Coulson straightened abruptly, shock evident in his eyes as he involuntarily interrupted Gerald's reverie, his voice rising a notch. "How long have you truly lived?" His question stirred a tempest within the room. "As of today, I am over 330 years old." Gerald's voice was low and deliberate. The origins of it all trace back to over 300 years ago, when I was merely an inconspicuous librarian. Gerald inhaled deeply, continuing, until one day, the appearance of an old man shattered my mundane existence. He appeared to recall that pivotal moment vividly. He approached me, claiming I possessed a gift for learning magic. Initially, I dismissed him as a charlatan or a madman. After all, magic, as I understood it, existed only in fantastical tales. However, the moment he demonstrated astonishing magical prowess before my eyes, I became a believer. A glimmer of reverence for magic sparkled in Gerald's eyes. From that day forth, I embarked on a wondrous journey of magical learning. Magic, akin to a wondrous key, unlocked alternate possibilities in life. Under its nurturing embrace, my existence transcended the fleeting nature of mortal life. It bestowed upon me an extended lifespan, allowing me to live until this day. Upon concluding, Gerald regarded Coulson with a calm demeanor, his gaze exuding tranquility. Yet, the seemingly legendary tale he had just recounted was nothing more than a carefully crafted fabrication. He spun this narrative to cleverly obscure a far more astonishing truth: was a time traveler. The concept of time travel is too fantastical and absurd, even in a world brimming with supernatural phenomena and extraordinary abilities, to be adequately explained. The reality is that, in another realm, Geralt was merely an ordinary player engrossed in the World of Warcraft. One seemingly ordinary night, while he immersed himself in the game as usual, a peculiar light suddenly flashed, and he found himself in an entirely alien world. Through extensive exploration, he gradually realized he had traversed into the Marvel Universe. Remarkably, this journey also came with an incredible twist. Upon arriving in this world, he inadvertently brought along the abilities of all his characters from the game. Having been enamored with magic-based classes in the game, the intricate and formidable spells, the manipulation of elements, and the bending of time and space had now become his lifeline and means of survival in this unfamiliar Marvel world. Thus, he fabricated the tale of learning magic, attempting to veil the truth with a relatively palatable lie. Magic? Are you jesting? Coulson's brow furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with skepticism and disdain. In this age of advanced technology, you speak of magic? Do you truly think anyone would believe you? Indeed, upon hearing that term, Coulson's expression reflected disbelief. For an agent like Coulson, who had long been acquainted with cutting-edge technology and extraordinary phenomena, the notion of magic, confined to ancient fantastical tales, seemed utterly ludicrous. In response to Coulson's skepticism, Geralt merely smiled, for he had anticipated this reaction. With a composed demeanor, he extended a hand. In an instant, with a resounding whoosh, a vibrant orange flame materialized in his palm. The intense heat warped the surrounding air, emitting waves of scorching warmth. Before Coulson could fully comprehend the sudden appearance of the flame, Geralt extended his other hand, which instantly radiated with blue-white lightning, the light dancing like a serpent at his fingertips, crackling with an electrifying sound. The lightning's brilliance was particularly striking in the dim room, each arc pulsating with a heart-stopping energy that illuminated Coulson's astonished face. Your superhuman abilities, you can manipulate fire and lightning. Coulson's eyes widened as he fixated on the flames and lightning in Geralt's hands, his mind swirling in confusion. Throughout his extensive career as an agent, he had encountered a myriad of superhumans, yet he had never encountered someone capable of wielding two such powerful and contrasting elements simultaneously. Do you still believe I am a superhuman, Agent Coulson? Geralt raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Indeed, in this era dominated by technology, witnessing fire and lightning may not be sufficient to persuade you of the existence of magic. After all, you have grown accustomed to explaining all extraordinary phenomena through superhuman abilities. Geralt paused, gently swaying the flickering orange flames in his hand, which danced like an obedient sprite, shifting shapes under his command. However, if we were to distinguish between magic and superhuman abilities, magic is something that can be mastered through study. It does not arise from genetic mutation, rather. It is a profound art with its own rules and systems. Provided one possesses talent and is willing to exert effort, anyone can embark upon the enigmatic realm of magic. Upon finishing his statement, Geralt once again fixed his gaze on Coulson, his smile imbued with an intriguing significance, as if awaiting Coulson's response to his assertions. Chapter 3. The Seed of Magic. Are you jesting? Coulson exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are you suggesting that this extraordinary power of controlling fire and lightning is accessible to everyone? A multitude of terrifying scenarios flashed through his mind. If Geralt's claims held true, what kind of chaos would ensue in this world? Of course, not everyone can master it, Geralt replied calmly, shaking his head slightly. Magic demands a high level of innate talent. It is not merely a skill that can be acquired through effort. Magic resonates with the depths of one's soul and requires a specific gift as a key to unlock it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few practitioners in existence. Truly gifted individuals are exceedingly rare. How can you prove that you are using magic? Coulson asked, furrowing his brow, though his skepticism began to waver. He regarded Geralt, his tone no longer laced with doubt, but rather tinged with hesitation, as if awaiting a response that would leave him utterly convinced. This is precisely why I have shared so much with you, Coulson. If I were to say that you possess a talent, would you believe me? A unique glimmer danced in Geralt's eyes as he smiled confidently. The method to demonstrate that what I wield is indeed magic is quite simple. If you can learn it, wouldn't that serve as proof? Geralt's gaze, both teasing and captivating, seemed to erode Coulson's rationality little by little. Me? Surely, you're jesting. Although Coulson uttered these words, his eyes betrayed him. A flicker of belief had begun to appear within them, driven by an insatiable curiosity and desire for the unknown. However, he wrestled internally. As an agent of SHIELD, engaging with supernatural forces without prior approval was undeniably against protocol. I must do this to validate his claims. To fulfill my mission, Coulson reassured himself internally, seeking a reasonable justification for the decision he was about to make. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the mesmerizing fireball and lightning that danced in Gerald's hands. The orange-red fireball radiated heat akin to the sun, each leap releasing an awe-inspiring warmth. The blue-white lightning crackled with energy, its sizzling sound beckoning him closer. Coulson felt his heart race, an uncontrollable impulse spreading within him. What must I do to learn? The words slipped from his lips, akin to unlocking Pandora's box. Upon hearing Coulson's question, Gerald sighed in relief, knowing this astute agent had finally taken the bait. In truth, Gerald possessed the ability to teach anyone his powers, a culmination of his extensive research over many years. He had discovered that by harnessing his magical energy to condense a seed of magic and bestowing it upon another, he could unlock the door to learning magic for them. However, this process was no simple feat, laden with intricate magical principles and significant energy expenditure. Each condensation of a magic seed posed a considerable challenge for him. Nevertheless, Gerald had meticulously prepared a shaman's seed. This seed contained potent and unique shamanic magical power, a crucial element of his plan. Learning magic is a lengthy endeavor, he said slowly, his gaze deep and serious, as if reminiscing about his centuries of magical training. The mastery I possess today has taken me hundreds of years to achieve. If you wish to learn magic immediately, you can only do so through special means, and even then, you will grasp merely a few rudimentary tricks. What must I do? Coulson inquired urgently, his eyes now solely reflecting his yearning for magic. The rules of SHIELD and his previous doubts had been cast aside. Under Gerald's influence, Coulson had become completely entranced. Gerald gradually retracted the dazzling magic from his hands, then extended one, revealing a small, exquisite orb that shimmered with brilliant lightning. Each bolt danced around the orb's surface like agile serpents, emitting soft crackling sounds as if narrating the immense energy it contained. The light illuminated Gerald's face, casting mysterious shadows in his eyes. Swallow this, and you will save years of arduous training, gaining magical power instantly. Afterward, I shall teach you a few tricks, and once you learn them, you can report back to your superiors. Coulson's gaze was fixed on the seemingly perilous orb, hesitation flickering in his eyes. The jumping lightning made him instinctively uneasy. He furrowed his brow, weighing the pros and cons. On one hand, a desire for magic on the other, a trepidation towards the unknown danger. What worries you? Fear not. It is entirely safe. Gerald discerned Coulson's hesitation and reassured him with a smile. After a moment of silence, Coulson's mind raced with thoughts. Ultimately, he took a deep breath as if making a monumental decision, resolutely extending his hand to grasp the electrifying orb, swallowing it without a moment's pause. As Coulson ingested the orb shimmering with lightning, a surge of explosive energy coursed through his veins like a tumultuous tide. Every inch of his skin felt as though it had been struck by electricity, sending waves of tingling sensations throughout his body. Countless tiny bolts of lightning erupted from his pores, swirling like silver serpents, flickering erratically across his skin. These bolts seemed alive, intertwining and colliding, producing faint crackling sounds. Coulson's eyes ignited with lightning, his hair standing on end under the influence of the powerful current. In that moment, he resembled the thunder god, Thor. After a few breathtaking seconds, Coulson finally sensed the tumultuous energy gradually abating. He exhaled deeply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body trembling slightly. Congratulations, Coulson. You are now a magical apprentice. Gerald observed Coulson with a glint of satisfaction in his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Are you ready to learn some tricks? His voice shattered the brief silence, imbued with a mysterious allure. I am ready. Teach me. Excitement sparkled in Coulson's eyes, mingled with anticipation. He could hardly contain his eagerness to embark on this new journey. Chapter 4. The Shaman Apprentice Coulson upon witnessing the expression of excitement and anticipation on Coulson's face. Geralt's lips curled into a subtle smile as he approached the counter. He retrieved a tome from a concealed compartment beneath the surface. The book, bound in leather, sported a deep crimson hue. Inscribed upon its cover were symbols in a script entirely unfamiliar to Coulson, a language imbued with arcane significance, denoting the Book of Shamans. Observing Coulson's perplexed demeanor, Geralt gently elucidated, "This tome encapsulates the history and abilities of shamans. I shan't elaborate further. Peruse it at your leisure." Shifting his gaze from the pages, Geralt regarded Coulson, stating, "Your innate talents resonate profoundly with this shamanic text." As he turned to the second page, an intricate design unfolded before them. It resembled a labyrinth woven from countless enigmatic symbols and lines, each possessing a unique curve and direction. These lines intertwined, forming a seemingly chaotic yet rhythmically mysterious whole. "Focus on this pattern and etch it into your mind," Geralt instructed, his tone now grave. "You need not replicate it in its entirety. That would be overly taxing for you at this juncture. Merely outline the outer layer. Now give it a try." Coulson's attention sharpened as he fixated on the exceedingly complex design. As an elite operative, he prided himself on his exceptional capabilities, particularly his memory. He believed that memorizing a mere pattern should be as effortless as recalling the physical traits or movements of a target during a mission. Yet, as he began to scrutinize the design, he realized the folly of his assumptions. Within moments, a wave of disorientation surged upon him, overwhelming his senses like a relentless tide. The pattern seemed to possess an arcane allure. Every line and symbol swirled like a vortex, assailing his thoughts and threatening to engulf his consciousness. Nevertheless, Coulson was no ordinary individual. Gritting his teeth, he battled against the dizziness with unwavering resolve. With utmost concentration, he summoned every ounce of his focus, expending considerable effort to imprint the general shape of the design upon his mind. However, as he endeavored to fulfill Geralt's request to delineate the pattern in its entirety, he discovered the task to be nearly insurmountable. With each attempt to sketch the design mentally, a sharp pain radiated through his head. Fortunately, amidst the throes of agony, he recalled Geralt's earlier counsel, merely outline the outer layer. Enduring the pain, he concentrated intently on the outer lines of the design. After considerable struggle, he finally managed to complete the outer pattern. In that instant, a peculiar energy surged from the depths of his being, swiftly enveloping him, ultimately coalescing in his hands. In a flash, his hands sparkled with a brilliant electric light. "Release it," Geralt's voice rang out, imbued with an undeniable urgency, jolting Coulson from his reverie. Without hesitation, instinct propelled him forward as he extended his electrified hands toward a nearby vase. As Coulson thrust his hands outward, a clear, powerful current shot forth like an arrow from his palm, striking the vase with precision and shattering it into countless fragments. "Remarkable. With your talent. Achieving success on the first attempt is no small feat. This technique is known as the lightning arrow," Geralt remarked, admiration gleaming in his eyes as he regarded Coulson. Ecstatic, Coulson gazed at his hands, invigorated by the residual electric energy coursing through him. He reveled in the thrill of having successfully cast magic, as if he had just opened a portal to a wondrous new realm. Yet, his elation was short-lived, for Geralt's subsequent words cast a shadow over his excitement. "By the way, that was an antique vase worth $100,000. Geralt's tone remained flat, as though stating a trivial fact. Yet the remark struck Coulson like a thunderclap. His eyes widened as he stared at the debris scattered across the floor, a pang of regret gnawing at his heart. He opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. However, he swiftly recalibrated his mindset, rationalizing it as merely the tuition for his magical education. "You've only just mastered this spell, and its current potency is modest," Geralt continued, his gaze fixed on Coulson with earnestness. "At this stage, the lightning arrow can merely incapacitate an adversary. Yet do not underestimate it. This is a commendable beginning. You must dedicate time and effort to meditate on that pattern and practice diligently. Its power will gradually amplify. After a brief pause, he added, even with such limited potency, it suffices for you to report back to your superiors. As Coulson prepared to depart, he addressed Gerald. I shall convey your circumstances to the director in detail. Your knowledge is invaluable to us, and I hope you can serve as a consultant for SHIELD. Upon reaching the doorway, Coulson issued directives to his subordinates, instructing some to remain and monitor the area while the others withdrew in an orderly fashion. Once Coulson's figure vanished from sight, Gerald furrowed his brow, plunging into deep contemplation as he meticulously plotted his forthcoming path. He recognized that today's encounter with Coulson was of profound significance, undoubtedly elevating his standing in the eyes of SHIELD. This was merely a pivotal and auspicious beginning in his overarching scheme. His gaze seemed to penetrate the walls, envisioning the distant headquarters of SHIELD. His objectives were now crystal clear. For Gerald, the primary aim was to establish contact with the legendary Infinity Stones. Indeed, from the inception of fabricating a seemingly plausible origin story for magic to personally instructing Coulson in its arcane arts, every aspect of his plan had been meticulously orchestrated. All of this was to seamlessly integrate into the Marvel narrative. Only through such cunning could he hope to draw nearer to those extraordinary Infinity Stones. Reflecting on the Marvel films he had once watched in his previous life, the powers exhibited by the Infinity Stones ignited within Gerald a compelling aspiration. Could these stones grant him passage to other universes, perhaps even a return to his own? Chapter 5. The Professor of Magic Coulson returned to the imposing edifice of SHIELD with a heart full of trepidation. He made his way directly to Nick Fury's office. Upon entering, Coulson stood respectfully before Fury's desk, ready to deliver a thorough account of the recent mission. He recounted every detail of his encounter with Gerald, from initial skepticism to the awe of witnessing magic firsthand, leaving nothing unmentioned. However, Nick Fury listened quietly, his expression gradually becoming peculiar. Once Coulson finished his report, Fury's single eye conveyed a look of incredulity, as if to say, "Do you take me for a fool?" His tone was laden with skepticism. "Magic? Have you been watching too many movies? Do you think you were investigating at Hogwarts?" Frowning, he leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, clearly disbelieving of Coulson's account. Observing the director's reaction, Coulson refrained from further verbal defense. Instead, he silently extended his palm, concentrating intently to perform the magic he had recently learned. In an instant, the air crackled with an electric hum. A bolt of blue-white lightning shot forth from his hand, striking the coffee cup on the desk with precision. With a resounding crash, the cup shattered, fragments and spilled coffee flying in all directions. "God damn it!" Nick Fury exclaimed, springing up from his chair in shock. "This is what he taught me," Director Coulson explained earnestly. "He claimed I possess a magical affinity, and in an effort to prove his words, I tried learning it. And to my surprise, I succeeded." Upon hearing Coulson's words, Fury's previously poised demeanor of rebuttal froze, plunging him into sudden silence. The atmosphere in the office grew heavy, mirroring his quiet contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, his voice deep and grave. "Did he mention what kind of talent is necessary to learn such magic?" His single eye fixed intently on Coulson, revealing a mix of caution and inquiry. Having now witnessed the existence of magic, he could no longer easily dismiss it and felt a burgeoning curiosity and wariness towards this unknown power. He did not elaborate. Director Coulson replied honestly, furrowing his brow slightly. "However, I suspect that those with such talent are exceedingly rare. After all, if everyone could learn magic, this world would likely descend into chaos." He paused before continuing. He also expressed a willingness to serve as our mystical consultant. If we have suitable candidates, we could send some individuals for him to assess their magical potential. A glimmer of hope shone in Coulson's eyes as he wished for Fury to take this proposal seriously. To him, Gerald's knowledge of magic could represent a new frontier for SHIELD, whether in confronting future threats or enhancing their own capabilities. It held immense potential value. He stood there quietly, awaiting Fury's response, as a solemn atmosphere enveloped the office. Do you believe he poses a risk of losing control? Fury leaned forward slightly, his single eye piercing into Coulson. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, seemingly attempting to read Coulson's innermost thoughts. According to your account, his abilities are formidable. If he were to lose control, it would spell a monumental problem for us. His abilities did not manifest suddenly like those of a superhuman, Director. Coulson replied earnestly, his gaze steady and resolute, betraying no hesitation. He has honed his capabilities over a century of study and practice. During my interactions with him, I sense that he has mastered his powers to an extraordinary degree. I believe the risk of him losing control is minimal. Moreover, his willingness to act, as our mystical consultant indicates his desire for collaboration rather than chaos. Coulson's words echoed in the quiet office, each remark serving to bolster Gerald's credibility. Fury listened intently to Coulson's analysis, his stern expression unwavering, his single eye slightly narrowed as he weighed the pros and cons. After a moment, he finally spoke, seal Gerald's information file, and classify it as top secret. Within SHIELD, his designation shall be recorded simply as Mystical Consultant Gerald. His voice was low and authoritative, marking a significant decision. Upon hearing Coulson's unwavering response, Fury chose to trust his capable subordinate's instincts and was willing to grant Gerald an opportunity. They both understood that this decision would lead SHIELD into an entirely new domain, the realm of mysticism. In the radiant light of a sun-drenched campus, Gerald stood in a spacious and bright classroom at New York University, imparting tales of historical metamorphoses to the attentive students below. He possessed a commanding presence, clad in a well-tailored suit, and exuded an air of scholarly distinction. In his unobserved moments, he had leveraged his exceptional intellect to earn a degree in history, and through the clever machinations of some close friends, he had successfully secured a position as a history professor at this renowned institution. The medieval period, a time of intertwining darkness and light, ignorance and faith, was the focus of his lecture. Gerald's voice, rich and resonant, reverberated through the classroom, transporting the students back to that distant era, when society exhibited zero tolerance for witches. Any woman exhibiting even the faintest hint of witch-like traits would be mercilessly bound and subjected to the flames, driven by panic and prejudice. Such brutal scenes vividly illustrated the ignorance of that society and the extreme behaviors incited by the deep-seated fears within the hearts of the people. As he spoke, Gerald paced before the lectern, occasionally scanning the faces of the students. Just as he immersed himself in recounting this somber history, he inadvertently sensed an unusual presence. His gaze fell upon a female student seated in the corner of the classroom. The air around her seemed to grow heavy and oppressive. Gerald subtly furrowed his brow, concentrating as he quietly activated his magical sight. In an instant, his perception shifted, revealing a harrowing vision surrounding the young woman. A strange shadow coiled tightly around her, alive and writhing, exuding a chilling, malevolent aura. It resembled a wisp of fog emerging from the abyss, attempting to corrupt the very essence of her soul. The girl's face appeared pale beneath the shadow's grasp, her eyes betraying confusion and anxiety as her body trembled, seemingly engaged in an invisible struggle against an unfathomable fear. Gerald's heart raced. This girl was ensnared by an unknown, sinister force. Chapter 6. The Haunting Laughter as the Bell Rang. Students surged out of the classroom like a tidal wave, the air filled with the lively chatter and footsteps of their departure. However, Jareth remained behind, pausing briefly at the lectern before making his way toward the girl ensnared by shadows. He had pinpointed the unusually distressed student amidst the throng. "Hello, Lola," he greeted softly, his voice warm and reassuring, seeking to alleviate her evident anxiety. "Is something troubling you? I noticed you seemed quite tense during class." He leaned slightly, meeting her gaze with sincere concern. Lola appeared utterly distraught, her eyes swollen with tears, conveying a sense of near collapse. Upon hearing Jareth's inquiry, her lips quivered as she stammered, her voice tinged with panic. "Professor Jareth, I'm fine. It's just a few days ago I witnessed a professor take his own life right before me. The scene was horrendous, and I was truly terrified. Her body trembled as she seemed to relive that horrific moment, tears brimming in her eyes, threatening to overflow. Jareth, upon hearing Lola's response, refrained from probing further. He recognized her fragile mental state. Subtly, he raised his hand, invoking the sacred light of a paladin. A gentle, golden glow enveloped his palm, radiating warmth akin to the sun on a winter-esque day, imbued with a divine essence. He gently placed his hand on Lola's shoulder. This seemingly mundane gesture contained an extraordinary power. The holy light seeped into her being, like a refreshing stream, dispelling the darkness lurking within. Under the influence of the sacred light, the chilling shadow that clung to Lola began to dissipate as if confronted by sunlight, gradually loosening its grip on the girl. She felt a notable shift in her physical and mental state, the weight on her shoulders lifting just a fraction. Taking a deep breath, she cast a grateful glance at Professor Jareth, nodded slightly, and turned toward the dormitory, ready to retreat and recuperate. Jareth remained rooted in place, a frown creasing his brow as he fell into contemplation. He recalled that a few days prior, a colleague he barely knew had indeed taken his own life, reportedly. With a smile, the thought sent a chill down Jareth's spine. He had merely mused at the time about the abundance of madness in this beautiful country. However, witnessing the shadow entwined around Lola in the classroom instilled in him a sense of foreboding. His instincts suggested that this was no mere haunting. The shadow bore an eerie quality reminiscent of a curse. Yet, Jareth believed that the sacred light he had just invoked could offer some assistance. For now, he could only monitor the situation, hoping the shadow would completely vanish in the coming days. As time passed, each time Jareth entered the classroom, his gaze would unconsciously drift to the corner where Lola used to sit, yet the seat remained perpetually empty. An ominous premonition lingered in his mind, intensifying with each passing day. Eventually, Jareth came to the grim realization that the girl would not return to class. After some inquiries, he received the heart-wrenching and shocking news. The girl had died by suicide. It was said Lola had ended her life in a hospital in the presence of a psychologist. Jareth's thoughts raced. What could have happened? Was it the result of that curse? Images of the bizarre shadow entwined around the girl flooded his mind, a dark force coiling around her like a venomous serpent. He swiftly located the hospital where Lola had taken her life, knowing that such a lethal curse did not emerge without reason. It typically indicated a malevolent force at play. Who dares to wreak havoc in my domain? Jareth muttered through clenched teeth, each word dripping with lethal intent. He set his course for the hospital, determined to uncover the truth behind this dreadful incident and bring the lurking evil to justice for the sake of his student. Upon arriving at the hospital, Jareth hurriedly inquired until he finally found the psychologist who had been present. Before him stood a striking woman with disheveled dark hair, her demeanor betraying the residual terror of that day. "Hello, I am Jareth, the professor of the student who committed suicide," he said, striving to maintain a calm and steady tone to ease the tense atmosphere. "I would like to know if she exhibited any unusual behavior prior to her death." His gaze fixed intently on the doctor, urgency evident in his eyes. "I'm Rose," the psychologist replied, taking a deep breath as she attempted to compose herself. I was shocked as well. When she came to see me, her mental state was already dire. She appeared as tense as a string on the verge of snapping. Her voice trembled as she recounted the events, fear flickering in her eyes. Then, suddenly she smiled, a smile I had never witnessed before. As she smiled, she cut her own throat right in front of me. Rose's body quaked slightly as her hands clenched involuntarily, the traumatic experience clearly having left a profound impact on her. Despite years of helping patients dispel their psychological gloom, she had never anticipated encountering such a horrifying event, far beyond her psychological threshold. After gathering the necessary information, Jareth prepared to leave. Just as he turned to step away, he discreetly activated his spiritual sight, a unique ability acquired through years of magical training, allowing him to perceive hidden forces beneath the surface. As his gaze fell upon Rose once more, he was taken aback to discover that she too was enveloped in a dark shadow. As it transferred, Jareth mused internally, his brow furrowing tightly. He understood the terrifying nature of this dark curse. If not addressed promptly, Rose could very well meet the same fate as that girl. Jareth swiftly retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, inscribed with his phone number, and handed it to Rose. His expression grew serious, and his tone turned grave as he instructed, "If one day you witness a smile akin to Lola's, you must contact me immediately. It is of utmost importance." Rose, perplexed, accepted the slip of paper, bewildered by Jareth's sudden proclamation. She looked from the note to Jareth, confusion evident in her eyes, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. Jareth cast one last penetrating look at her before turning to leave, his mind already racing with strategies to confront this increasingly formidable predicament. Chapter 7. The curse of laughter. This infectious curse is exceedingly troublesome. Geralt furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. The most vexing aspect is that attempting to disperse it solely from the afflicted individual is nearly futile. To truly eradicate this curse, it is imperative to locate and eliminate its source, which lurks in the shadows. How can one draw it out? With this thought, Geralt halted, retrieving his phone from his pocket and deftly dialing Coulson's number. As soon as the call connected, he got straight to the point. "Coulson, I need you to look into something for me." His voice was steady and grave, imbued with a sense of urgency. On the other end, Coulson happened to be in Nick Fury's office. Upon hearing Geralt's request, Coulson responded without hesitation, "No problem. This is not difficult. Give me 10 minutes. He brimmed with confidence in his information-gathering abilities. Given Geralt's request, he felt a sense of responsibility to assist, especially since he had much to learn from him regarding various magical arts. Nick Fury, seated behind his desk, his singular eye glinting with sharpness, inquired upon hearing Coulson's reply. "What does he need?" "He's asked me to investigate some peculiar suicide incidents," Coulson answered candidly, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. He simply could not fathom why Geralt would take an interest in such tragedies. "Look into it," Fury nodded slightly, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "Have your people keep an eye on him and see what he's up to." He remained ever vigilant toward any unknown factors that might threaten global security. Geralt's actions piqued his interest. He wished to discern what this enigmatic sorcerer was pursuing. Coulson understood and nodded in acknowledgement. Within 10 minutes, Geralt's phone vibrated gently in his hand. He opened it to find several documents had arrived. These files contained an array of detailed information, encompassing the backgrounds of the victims, their life trajectories, and the specific times and locations of the incidents. Everything one could desire. Geralt focused intently on the materials, and as he delved deeper into their contents, he began to outline the transmission patterns of the curse in his mind. It appeared that this curse had a particularly unique method of propagation. It first seeks to gain complete dominion over the afflicted individual, compelling them to end their lives in the presence of others. Those who witness the act unknowingly become new vectors for infection. If that's the case. A confident smile crept upon Geralt's lips, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. If he could isolate the cursed individual in a deserted place, denying it the opportunity to infect others, it would have but two choices. Either it would choose to abandon the cursed individual, revealing its presence, or, if it possessed sufficient audacity, it would attempt to infect him directly. As he contemplated this, Geralt's expression grew increasingly fierce. "If it dares to approach me, all the better. I shall make it understand the meaning of despair. Even Arthas succumbed to the holy light. I refuse to believe you can withstand it." In his antique shop, Geralt awaited in silence. Thus, 3 days slowly passed. At last, Rose indeed called. "Is this Geralt?" Her voice trembled on the other end, filled with dread, as if she had just emerged from the depths of a nightmare. "It's just as you said. I saw that horrific smile. You said if this happened, I should call you. You must have a way to help me, right? I'm truly on the verge of breaking down." Rose's tone had become somewhat frantic, her words disordered and panicked. "Where are you?" "I'm on my way," Geralt promptly replied. He rushed to Rose's home, and upon entering, he beheld her nearly shattered form. Rose was curled up in a corner of the living room sofa, her hair a disheveled cascade framing her face, her once bright eyes now bloodshot, filled with terror and helplessness. "You finally came." Upon seeing Geralt, Rose cried out, her voice tinged with desperation. "What on earth is this thing?" It clings to me like a demon, forcing me into unspeakable hallucinations. I feel as though I'm no longer myself. Everything around me has become so strange and terrifying. I truly don't know what to do. Her words came in fits and starts, each syllable seeming to be wrenched from her throat with great difficulty. Accompanied by violent sobs, her body trembled from overwhelming fear. Rose, do not panic. Gerald quickly knelt before her, his gaze filled with concern as he sought to soothe her extreme agitation. I am here to resolve this issue once and for all. You must trust me. His voice was steady and powerful, akin to a warm spring breeze attempting to dispel the chill of her terror. In truth, Gerald could have invoked the holy light of a paladin to provide Rose with temporary relief. That divine radiance possessed remarkable calming properties, capable of alleviating her pain to a degree. However, in order to draw out the essence of the curse, he had to steel himself and allow Rose to endure a bit more suffering. This was a difficult decision, and his heart was heavy with guilt. Yet he understood that it was the only way to resolve the issue completely. Do you know of any deserted places? I mean, truly desolate areas, devoid of human presence. Gerald looked at Rose, his expression serious. Only there can we hope to resolve this matter. Gerald sped along the highway, the atmosphere within the car tense and oppressive. Rose, seated in the passenger seat, gazed vacantly out the window at the fleeting scenery, her body still trembling slightly, as if she had not fully escaped the clutches of her terrifying hallucinations. It's my parents' old house. Rose finally broke the silence after a while, her voice hoarse, as if she were straining to suppress her inner dread. I haven't been there since my mother passed away. The place has been abandoned for a long time, surrounded by utter silence, devoid of human life. As she reminisced about that location, a complex mix of emotions flickered in her eyes, nostalgia for the past intertwined with dread for the unknown she was about to face. After a moment, Rose summoned considerable courage. She turned to Gerald, who was focused on driving, her eyes filled with uncertainty and fear. What exactly is this thing? Why is it haunting us? Gerald, upon hearing her, let out a slight sigh, knowing that the time had come to unveil the truth to Rose. He kept his gaze fixed on the road ahead as he began to explain slowly. This is a demonic curse. The world is far more complex than we perceive. It harbors many such curses, each concealing a demon. These demons feed on human negative emotions, acting like parasites in the darkness, drawing strength from humanity's suffering, fear, and despair. Once you are driven to the brink of death by this curse, it will harvest your soul. Therefore, to truly save you, we must locate and eliminate the demon behind this curse. That is the only way. His voice was deep and solemn. Upon hearing this, Rose's complexion grew even paler. Her lips quivered slightly, and the fear in her eyes deepened. Yet, amidst that profound fear, a flicker of yearning for life ignited. Chapter 8. The manifestation of the demon. As Gerald sped away with Rose in tow, agents of his silently trailed behind them. Their vehicle maintained a judicious distance, remaining undetected yet closely following. Gerald was already aware of the agent's presence and paid them little mind. To him, as long as they did not interfere with his efforts to resolve the pressing matter of the curse, their existence was of no consequence. Moreover, this confrontation with the cursed demon presented an excellent opportunity to demonstrate his prowess to S.H.I.E.L.D. If he could showcase his extraordinary abilities while vanquishing this fiend, perhaps he could instill a degree of trepidation in them, thereby securing greater freedom and trust for his future endeavors. The car raced along the rugged path, stirring up clouds of dust. Before long, they arrived at their destination. The scene before them matched Rose's description, desolate and hauntingly silent, save for the howling wind sweeping across the abandoned expanse. There were no signs of human activity. It was a stark, lonely place, indeed an ideal locale for a confrontation. After parking, Gerald opened the trunk and retrieved an object meticulously wrapped in cloth. He carefully unwrapped it to reveal a long sword, crafted with great care and precision. This evening, Gerald had embraced the talents of a vengeful knight. "What shall we do now?" Rose asked, her voice trembling with anxiety as she stood before the dilapidated old house. "Nothing at all. You need only remain inside this house." Gerald replied, his tone calm and steady, infusing the tense atmosphere with a sense of reassurance. I will keep watch outside, and when the time is right, it will reveal itself. His gaze was resolute, fixed steadfastly on the old house. Taking a deep breath, Rose summoned her remaining courage and slowly approached the structure. She crossed the rickety threshold and stepped into the realm of memories and fears. Meanwhile, Gerald patiently awaited outside. Time trickled by as the sun dipped lower in the sky, and night enveloped the desolate land like a dark shroud. The temperature dropped alongside the waning light, and an unsettling chill settled in. Silence reigned, occasionally pierced by the distant call of an owl. Suddenly, Gerald heard Rose's terrified scream echoing from within the house. The cry was heart-wrenching, filled with despair, reverberating through the desolate wilderness, sending chills down his spine. Gerald knew that Rose was ensnared in a horrific illusion, completely consumed by fear. Just a little longer, it will soon be over, he silently reassured himself, steeling his resolve and clenching his fists as he continued to wait. He understood that the moment to act had not yet arrived. He must wait for the curse's true form to fully manifest before delivering a decisive blow. Despite the anguish that Rose's cries stirred within him, he knew he had to suppress his impulses for the sake of eradicating this demonic curse. As time passed, the sounds from within the abandoned house gradually subsided. Rose's fearful cries faded into an unsettling silence that enveloped the surroundings. Gerald understood that the moment had come. With a steely determination, he approached the house. As he neared the door, he lifted his foot high and delivered a powerful kick, smashing the decrepit door open with a resounding crash, sending splinters flying. Gerald rushed inside, his eyes swiftly scanning the dimly lit interior. In the flickering shadows, he saw Rose standing with her back to him, motionless like a lifeless statue, the scene exuding an inexplicable eeriness. "Rose," Gerald called out. At the sound of his voice, she slowly turned to face him. The warmth and vitality that once adorned her features had been replaced by an icy expression. Her eyes, devoid of life, seemed to harbor boundless malice. Has she been completely possessed? Gerald pondered, his brow furrowing slightly. Then show me a smile. Yet, unlike others who had been cursed, Rose did not respond with that eerie smile. She remained still, a chilling silence hanging in the air. "It seems you lack the courage I anticipated. Then reveal yourself." "It is time to end this," Gerald declared, stepping forward with his sword firmly in hand, his gaze locked onto Rose. An aura of immense power emanated from him. At his provocative words, Rose appeared deeply enraged. Her body quivered violently, and a low, guttural roar escaped her throat. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, filled with resentment and fury, reverberating in the confined, dim space, sending shivers down Gerald's spine. Then, she gradually lifted her head and opened her mouth, which now appeared as a gaping maw leading into a dark abyss. A skeletal hand, with fingers elongated and twisted, emerged from within, its nails sharp as hooks. As this hand appeared, a far more terrifying figure began to materialize, a grotesque creature with unnaturally elongated limbs, slowly crawling out from Rose's mouth. Its limbs resembled twisted branches, knuckles grotesquely protruding, each movement accompanied by a bone-chilling creak. Its entire form was ensnared in filthy, gray bandages, some seeping dark crimson fluid. Towering and imposing, it radiated an aura of decay and malevolence that made the very air around it acrid and foul. Gerald quickly glanced at the unconscious Rose on the ground, relieved to see she still had a faint breath. The cost and limitations of resurrection magic were too great for success. Without hesitation or a moment's pause, he propelled himself forward with the force of a cheetah, charging towards the creature. As he approached, he raised his sword high, channeling all his strength to thrust it fiercely at the beast. Yet, the creature remained unfazed, its long, powerful hands swiftly extending to grasp the sword's tip. Its grip was formidable, holding the blade steady, and a stalemate ensued. Gerald's eyes narrowed in disdain, and with a scoff, the sword erupted in brilliant holy light. The radiant force sent the creature reeling backward, its massive, distorted body crashing against the wall, which crumbled under the impact, sending dust and debris flying. With a thunderous crash, the creature tumbled onto the open ground outside, issuing a dull thud as it landed. It writhed in agony, struggling to rise. Its hands, scorched by the holy light, hissed as if seared by fire, emitting wisps of black smoke. The once tightly bound gray bandages that encased its limbs were partially burned, releasing a noxious odor. Though the creature appeared to endure immense pain, the malevolence in its eyes remained undiminished, fixated on Geralt. Unwavering, Geralt followed the creature outside, where a faint white holy light began to emanate from his form, starkly visible against the inky darkness of the night. Chapter 9. The Fury of Revenge. The End of the Sinister Smile. As the monster laboriously rose from the ground, its body began to swell like an inflated balloon. Muscles writhed beneath the bandages, expanding, while bones audibly stretched with a crackling sound. It continued to grow until its massive form reached a size comparable to the nearby abandoned house, resembling a dark hill. Its malevolent gaze, akin to two burning embers of hellfire, fixated intently on Geralt. The eyes brimmed with wrath and murderous intent, as if intent on utterly annihilating the human bold enough to challenge it. Are you angry? Planning to unleash your full might without restraint? How intriguing. Observing the monster's transformation, a slight smirk curled at the corners of Geralt's mouth, revealing a cold, mocking smile. His gaze was devoid of fear. Instead, it sparkled with excitement and fighting spirit. Not far away, 2S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents quietly observed the unfolding scene. Upon witnessing the monster's terrifying form and the malevolent aura it exuded, their faces paled instantly, eyes wide with terror. One agent's lips trembled slightly, his voice hoarse with fear as he uttered, What kind of monster is that? It's horrifying. We must alert the director immediately." The other agent nodded frantically, hastily operating the communication device. Upon receiving the news, Nick Fury's expression turned grave. Without hesitation, he ordered the agents to activate surveillance equipment for a live broadcast. They needed to closely monitor the confrontation between the enigmatic Geralt and the newly emerged terror. Thus, in the director's office, a massive screen illuminated the standoff between Geralt and the monster. Geralt showed no signs of trepidation, charging towards the monstrous figure with the speed of a cannonball. A fierce gust of wind accompanied his swift approach, and as he neared the creature, he leaped high into the air, his sword shimmering with brilliant holy light in the night. "Crusader S strike!" he bellowed, and with tremendous force, he brought his blade down upon the beast. The monster responded with an enraged roar, swinging its colossal arm towards the airborne Geralt without hesitation. The motion generated a powerful gust, as if seeking to engulf everything in its wake. Yet, Geralt's strike, imbued with potent holy energy, collided with the creature's arm, cleaving it as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. The massive limb plummeted to the ground, producing a thunderous crash that sent dust swirling into the air. In agony, the monster howled, its voice suffused with rage. It raised its remaining hand, intent on delivering a crushing blow to the now grounded Geralt. But Geralt, agile and swift, deftly sidestepped the lethal strike. Seizing the moment, he darted around the monster like a graceful dancer, his sword leaving a trail of glowing wounds across the beast's enormous body. Each cut oozed a foul, black liquid, exuding a nauseating stench that dripped to the ground, hissing as it corroded small craters into the earth. Under Geralt's relentless onslaught, the creature gradually began to falter. Finally, unable to endure the excruciating pain any longer, it erupted with a surge of dark power. This energy surged forth like a violent black tsunami, radiating outward from the monster's form. Geralt was caught in the initial wave, propelled backward by the force. Simultaneously, the dark shock wave obliterated everything in its path. Nearby trees were uprooted as if they were fragile matchsticks, and the ground was left pockmarked and scarred, all vegetation swept away. Even the already dilapidated house succumbed to this destructive force, collapsing in an instant, debris flying in all directions. As Geralt was thrown back by the monster's dark energy, he regained his footing as soon as his feet touched the ground. His gaze immediately darted to the fallen house, worry etched across his face. Focusing his senses He concentrated to discern Rose's condition, feeling a wave of relief wash over him when he confirmed she was not trapped beneath the rubble. A weight lifted from his heart. Resolutely, his expression hardened, his gaze resembling cold stars, fixated on the monster. It was imperative to resolve this swiftly. He could not fathom how long Rose could hold out. With a slight furrow of his brow, he gripped his sword tightly, preparing for another assault. Meanwhile, the monster, having unleashed its full power to cast Gerald aside, found its seemingly ordinary gray bandages suddenly animated. They writhed and struggled, rapidly detaching from the creature's body, resembling countless agile serpents slithering towards Gerald. In the blink of an eye, the bandages ensnared Gerald, tightening around him as if to envelop him completely. Witnessing Gerald ensnared, a triumphant smile spread across the monster's previously tormented face. Its glowing red eyes sparkled with cruel delight. However, this satisfaction was short-lived. Suddenly, a blinding white holy light began to seep through the gaps in the bandages, burning like a fierce sun. The holy light erupted outward, reducing the bandages to a flurry of black ashes, scattering in the wake of the radiant energy. At the center of that dazzling illumination, Gerald stood enveloped in divine light. Behind him, a pair of wings composed of luminescence fluttered gently, each beat radiating waves of sacred energy. The fury of revenge had been ignited, and at that moment, his power surged immensely. The formidable aura expanded outward like a surging tide. The monster's once fearsome and triumphant visage was instantly replaced by terror as it beheld Gerald emerging from the bonds of the bandages like a deity. Its massive form involuntarily recoiled, movements frantic and disordered, a stark contrast to its earlier imposing presence. Attempting to flee, Gerald raised his sword high, the blade shimmering with sunlight-like brilliance under the infusion of his powerful holy light. His gaze, sharp as lightning, locked onto the monster before him, and he swung his sword down with ferocity. A colossal beam of holy sword energy erupted from the blade, hurtling towards the monster with unrelenting speed. It reached the creature before it could recover from its shock, striking with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. The monster's eyes widened in fear as it attempted to evade, but it was too late. The formidable holy sword energy cleaved through its immense body, splitting it in two. With a deafening roar, the moment the monster's form was severed, black blood gushed forth like a torrential downpour, splattering onto the ground and emitting an abominable stench. Yet the sword energy did not dissipate. It surged forward, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, crashing into the earth. With a resounding boom, the ground split apart, revealing a deep and extensive chasm. Chapter 10. To the headquarters of Shield. The monstrous entity, cleaved in two, writhed upon the ground like a colossal serpent severed yet still thrashing in a frenzy. With each convulsion, black blood oozed forth, accompanied by spine-chilling roars that seemed to echo from the very depths of hell. How can it still be alive? Are these demonic creatures akin to cockroaches? Gerald furrowed his brow, a glimmer of astonishment crossing his features as he beheld the writhing halves of the abomination. He was acutely aware of the tenacity of the demons from the infernal realms, yet the sheer vitality of this creature took him aback. Devotion, Gerald murmured. In an instant, white flames erupted from the ground, swiftly enveloping the creature's form. The flames blazed fiercely upon its body, intensifying its struggles. The vast mass twisted violently, attempting to escape the searing grip of the fire, but to no avail. The flames grew ever more voracious, gradually consuming the monster entirely. Following a cacophony of anguished cries and desperate thrashings, the creature was ultimately reduced to a pile of ashes, scattered by the winds across the desolate terrain. Only a charred remnant remained, whispering of the fierce battle that had once transpired there. With the demon obliterated, Gerald wasted no time, swiftly turning his attention to the collapsed structure nearby. The building lay in ruins, enveloped in thick dust and debris. Anxious and determined, he meticulously searched the wreckage for the figure of Rose. At last, beneath a massive slab of stone, he discovered Rose, barely clinging to life. Her complexion was ashen, lips devoid of color, and her body bore numerous cuts and bruises. Her breath was faint and rapid, Light of sanctity, Gerald declared without hesitation, casting the spell twice. The radiant light poured into Rose, mending her injured physiology, though she remained unconscious. Gerald felt a wave of relief wash over him as he noticed her wounds beginning to heal. He gently lifted Rose and placed her in the back seat of his car, then hastened to the hospital. After ensuring Rose was admitted, he departed, returning to his antique shop. As he stepped inside, his phone rang abruptly. Checking the screen, he saw it was Coulson calling. "I hear your day was quite eventful." In a rather terrifying way, Coulson's voice resonated, laced with teasing yet tinged with genuine astonishment. Was it not broadcast live for all to see? Gerald replied with a shrug and a smile, his tone laced with resignation. "I presume you are aware someone has been tailing you," Coulson remarked calmly. "I'm not oblivious," Gerald retorted as he settled onto an old sofa in the shop. "Given my reputation as an unstable element in your eyes, it is only natural that you would assign someone to shadow me. Moreover, our magical sensitivity is quite acute. How could I possibly miss their presence?" He paused. "You must have noticed it as well. Coulson, an apprentice in the arcane arts?" Gerald chuckled, envisioning Coulson's expression on the other end, perhaps tinged with embarrassment. Coulson, not dwelling on the matter of surveillance, shifted the conversation. "Are you interested in visiting S.H.I.L.D. headquarters? The director wishes to speak with you and extend a formal invitation for you to join us as a special consultant. The benefits at S.H.I.E.L.D. are quite commendable." Gerald felt a stir of intrigue. It was indeed time to meet Nick Fury. He had long prepared a set of arguments to navigate the intricacies of their encounter, having rehearsed the persuasive phrases in his mind. "Very well, I shall accept your invitation," he replied enthusiastically. "Excellent. I will pick you up tomorrow morning," Coulson concluded before hanging up. The following morning, as Gerald lingered in the embrace of slumber, an ear-splitting helicopter roar shattered the tranquility, rousing him from his dreams. Rubbing his bleary eyes in annoyance, he shuffled to the window to peer outside. A heavily armed helicopter hovered nearby, its colossal rotor blades whipping up a tempest that sent trees swaying and dust swirling chaotically. With a resigned shake of his head, he exited his home. Upon boarding the helicopter, he turned to Coulson, exclaiming, "Is this really necessary? It's far too conspicuous for a covert organization. Wouldn't you agree?" Coulson merely smiled, offering a reassuring pat on Gerald's shoulder. "This is the director's arrangement. He believes you deserve such treatment. Furthermore, we wish to showcase the might of S.H.I.E.L.D. to you." Gerald shrugged, opting for silence as the helicopter descended gracefully onto the expansive and modern helipad of S.H.I.E.L.D. The surroundings bustled with a sense of organized chaos. Following Coulson, Gerald descended from the aircraft, his curiosity piqued as he surveyed the environment. Just then, a striking figure appeared ahead. A captivating red-haired woman approached with a graceful confidence. Her figure was alluring, clad in a form-fitting black tactical uniform that accentuated her curves. A subtle smile played upon her lips, exuding an irresistible charm. "Hello, Natasha," Coulson greeted warmly. "Is this our new consultant?" "What kind of consultant?" Natasha's gaze fell upon Gerald, her eyes surveying him with a blend of scrutiny and curiosity. "A consultant in mysticism. I'm taking him to meet the director," Coulson introduced with a smile. "Mysticism?" Natasha furrowed her brow, a flicker of skepticism flashing in her eyes as she appraised Gerald. After a moment's contemplation, she sighed gently and shook her head. "S.H.I.E.L.D. is becoming increasingly peculiar. Until next time, beautiful lady." Gerald smiled and acknowledged Natasha, recognizing the potential for future camaraderie. Her lips curled into a charming smile in response before she gracefully continued on her way. Under Coulson's guidance, Gerald finally arrived at the director's office. Nick Fury sat behind his desk, his iconic black eye patch obscuring one eye, lending him an air of enigmatic authority. "Greetings. I am Nick Fury. Mr. Gerald, I have long anticipated this meeting," he began. "Good day, Director Fury. What brings me here today?" Gerald inquired, cutting straight to the chase. "Haha," Nick Fury chuckled. "I was captivated by the live broadcast of the human versus monster clash last night. It was truly a heart-pounding spectacle. I invited you here to discuss the details of that incident. Our organization, SHIELD, bears a vital responsibility to meticulously document all supernatural occurrences. This is not only for our own reservoir of knowledge, but also to enhance the protection of this world and humanity. Moreover, I would like to discuss with you some intelligence regarding the esoteric mysteries of our world. As you are aware, our understanding in this domain is somewhat lacking, and you are an expert in this field. I am confident that you can offer us invaluable insights. Nick Fury spoke, his eyes brimming with anticipation and curiosity for the unknown. Chapter 11. The discussion of the mystical world in the somewhat solemn atmosphere of the director's office. Jareth slowly settled into his seat and began recounting the harrowing incident of the cursed laughter. This curse was particularly bizarre, as it propagated through the act of controlling the cursed individual to take their own life in the presence of others. Anyone who witnessed this tragic event would inevitably become cursed themselves. Just as in this instance, the female student ended her life before the psychologist Rose, thus ensnaring Rose in the same curse. If not addressed promptly, this curse could spread like a plague. Jareth detailed the incident while Nick Fury listened intently, his expression growing increasingly grave as he absorbed the tale without interruption. Once Jareth finished, he remained silent for a considerable time, contemplating the terrifying consequences that such a curse might entail. A frown creased his brow, and his single eye revealed profound concern. For beneath the veneer of this seemingly familiar world lay something truly dreadful. Are there many such demons in this world? After a moment of silence, Nick Fury finally inquired, his voice low and tinged with unease. Not excessively, Jareth replied, leaning slightly against the back of his chair, his hands clasped over his chest. Primarily, these entities find it challenging to infiltrate our realm. They must tread cautiously in seeking opportunities for invasion. They are acutely aware that if their actions are too conspicuous, they will attract the attention of those of us who wield mystical powers. Once we set our sights on them, their fate is seldom favorable. A confident smile played upon Jareth's lips. What about individuals like you? Are there many in this world? Why have we not heard of them before? Nick Fury pressed, his sharp gaze brimming with curiosity. As the director of SHIELD, he had always believed himself to possess a comprehensive understanding of the world. Yet, it appeared that numerous uncharted territories awaited his exploration. To be honest, I cannot specify the exact number, Jareth mused, appearing contemplative. In a place known as Camartage resides the most powerful sorcerer in this world, the Sorcerer Supreme. He leads the majority of sorcerers, quietly safeguarding us from the perils of the Dark Realms. To avoid unnecessary panic and to better protect humanity, they have kept their existence concealed. Jareth continued to unfold his narrative, as if he were opening a portal to the mystical world, allowing Nick Fury a glimpse into its mysteries. Nick Fury furrowed his brow, the gravity of the situation evident in his expression. After pacing a few steps in the office, he halted, fixing a resolute gaze upon Jareth. It appears we must urgently enhance our knowledge of mysticism. I will rely on you for that, he declared, his tone imbued with undeniable determination, as if he had already mapped out a series of actions in his mind. Moreover, this incident has made me acutely aware that the threat posed by supernatural events is not to be underestimated. I intend to assemble a specialized team dedicated to managing such intricate situations. This team will bear the crucial responsibility of protecting the world from supernatural forces. Jareth, will you join us? His eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if his gaze were an entity in itself, resting upon Jareth. You intend to establish a magical task force, don't you? Jareth's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes shimmering with perceptiveness as he easily discerned Nick Fury's intentions. He understood Fury's ambition and desire to explore the unknown powers. The formation of such a team would undoubtedly mark SHIELD's significant foray into the mystical realm. Nick Fury, undeterred by the transparency of his thoughts, nodded slightly, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Jareth. The crux of the matter is, should I find suitable candidates for training, would you be willing to instruct them? His eyes reflected a sense of urgency, underscoring the importance he placed on this inquiry. After all, without professional guidance, the establishment of such a unique team would be akin to building castles in the air. I have no objections, Jareth replied nonchalantly, reclining in his chair with an air of calm. However, you must choose your candidates wisely. Magic is not an ordinary skill. In the hands of those with ill intentions, the consequences could be dire. Surely, you do not wish for a group of terrorists wielding magic to emerge in this world? As he spoke, a knowing smile graced his face, conveying both approval of Nick Fury's plans and a cautionary warning about the potential risks involved. In the director's office, Nick Fury and Jareth engaged in a thorough and profound discussion regarding the formation of the magical task force and the imparting of mystical knowledge. From the selection criteria for personnel to training methodologies, from the structure of mystical courses to risk management strategies, they delved into every critical aspect. Ultimately, their conversation reached a conclusion. As Jareth prepared to leave the director's office, he found Coulson waiting outside, having stood there for quite some time. Coulson stood tall, his face adorned with his customary gentle smile, his eyes questioning. "Shall I escort you back?" he offered. "No, thank you. I can open the door myself," Jareth replied succinctly, leaving Coulson somewhat perplexed. Coulson furrowed his brow, confusion evident in his expression as he pondered the meaning behind Jareth's statement about opening the door. However, the subsequent scene left Coulson wide-eyed and utterly astonished. Jareth approached a nearby vacant space, his hands gracefully waving in the air. With a gentle flash of light, a white, mirror-like object materialized in the air. The mirror emanated a mysterious glow, its smooth surface reflecting the interior of Jareth's store, as though it were a magical portal to another realm. Without hesitation, Jareth advanced toward the white mirror. As his body made contact with it, he seemed to dissolve into the radiant white light, gradually vanishing from Coulson's sight along with the mirror. Coulson stood alone, the atmosphere lingering with the essence of the mystical magic. Is this what it means to open a door? When will I be able to achieve such a feat? Coulson murmured to himself, his gaze filled with admiration and astonishment. He stared at the spot where Jareth had disappeared, captivated by the allure of that extraordinary power. Upon returning home through the magical portal, Jareth was immediately greeted by Mina, who rushed out with a sense of urgency, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Boss, you are incredible. The matter you asked me to monitor has truly unfolded." Her voice trembled with exhilaration, and she spoke rapidly. "Tony Stark was attacked during a weapons deal in the Middle East, and he is now missing. His whereabouts are unknown." Has it finally begun? Jareth narrowed his eyes, an involuntary smile creeping onto his lips, his gaze ignited with anticipation. Chapter 12. Werewolf Hans upon learning of the significant news regarding Tony Stark's disappearance. Gerald immediately sprang into action. "Mina, you must closely monitor the stock information of the Stark Group over the next few days. Once you notice the stock price plummeting, notify me at once," Gerald instructed, fully aware that this was a splendid opportunity for him to profit immensely. "Understood, boss," Mina replied dutifully, her focused demeanor conveying to Gerald her determination to excel in this task. She swiftly turned to immerse herself in the vigilant observation of stock data. "Hans, accompany me for a moment," Gerald called out towards the entrance. "Sure thing, boss," Hans's robust voice echoed back almost immediately. Moments later, a burly figure with a resolute expression appeared before Gerald. In an instant, Gerald opened a portal leading to the arid expanse of the Middle Eastern desert. The portal resembled a colossal vortex, emanating a mysterious glow, revealing a scene of swirling golden sands within. Without hesitation, Gerald stepped through, followed closely by Hans. As they emerged in the vast desert, the scorching sunlight blazed down like fire upon the earth, enveloping them in a profound silence, broken only by the gentle movement of the searing sands in the breeze. This was the approximate area of Tony Stark's disappearance. "Hans, use your senses to detect any nearby presence," Gerald whispered, aware of Hans's extraordinary olfactory abilities, which proved invaluable in such a complex environment. Upon receiving the command, Hans immediately began to sniff the air like a keen hound. His strong nostrils flared, searching for even the faintest trace of scent. After a brief moment, his expression suddenly brightened as he lifted his head to address Geralt. To the northeast, there's a group of individuals. However, boss, I can smell the scent of firearms on them. We must proceed with caution. His eyes reflected both the thrill of discovery and a wariness of the potential danger. In the northeastern expanse of the desert, a group of armed individuals clad in traditional loose-fitting attire and black masks, revealing only their vigilant and fierce eyes, advanced on foot, oblivious to the two figures observing them from the shadow of a nearby dune. These figures were Geralt and Hans, who had consumed Geralt's specially concocted invisibility potion, rendering them undetectable to the naked eye. They appeared to be terrorists. Hans, this is your domain. Leave two alive, Geralt instructed in a low, steady voice. As he spoke, he retrieved a vial emanating a mysterious glow from his backpack. This is the Moonlight Elixir, allowing you to transform into a werewolf even in daylight. Indeed, Hans was a werewolf. Years ago, he had narrowly escaped persecution from his kin, and it was Geralt who had intervened to save him. Since that moment, Hans had been devoted to Geralt, captivated by his formidable power. Hans accepted the vial with glimmering excitement in his eyes. For a werewolf, transforming during the day was both a taboo and a longing. Without hesitation, he consumed the potion, and in an instant, a surge of power coursed through him. His body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Muscles expanded rapidly, tearing through his clothing. His bones crackled and stretched, and before long, he towered over 2 meters as a fearsome werewolf. His massive frame was cloaked in dense, rugged fur, resembling a colossal beast of steel amidst the desert, with claws like sharp scimitars extending from his fingertips. His gaping maw revealed a row of jagged fangs, and he emitted a low, menacing growl before charging like a bolt of black lightning towards the group of terrorists. In an instant, a brutal and bloody massacre unfolded. Hans tore into the group of armed men like a raging hurricane. The adversaries, wide-eyed with terror, frantically pulled their triggers, unleashing a barrage of bullets from their AK rifles. But Hans' speed was unparalleled. His agile form darted through the hail of gunfire, bullets whizzing past him, stirring up clouds of dust. His colossal body rampaged through the throng, each strike as lethal as the scythe of death. With a single swipe of his claws, he could effortlessly rend apart his foes. In mere moments, the once formidable group lay sprawled across the ground, leaving only 2 trembling individuals alive amidst the overwhelming terror. Hans felt the wild power within him raging. Struggling to maintain control over his emotions, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot from restraint. With a painful struggle, his massive werewolf form gradually diminished, fur receding as he reverted to his human shape. He panted heavily, drenched in sweat, his body trembling slightly from the immense exertion of the transformation. Seeing this, Geralt tossed a pair of pants to Hans before striding coldly towards the 2 survivors. In fluent local dialect, he inquired, "Who are you?" His voice was as chilling as the winter wind, sending shivers down their spines. The 2 men, already paralyzed by fear, trembled uncontrollably as they stammered a response. They revealed themselves to be infamous members of the Ten Commandments gang, patrolling this region. A glint of coldness flickered in Geralt's eyes as he pressed for more information, ultimately extracting the location of the gang's base from them. With the desired information in hand, Geralt showed no hesitation. A chain of lightning erupted from his hand, swiftly eliminating them. Deep within the uninhabited depths of the desert lay a concealed cave, surrounded by jagged rocks, cleverly camouflaged by the surrounding dunes. Unless one observed closely, it would be nearly impossible to discern the hidden entrance. Geralt and Hans, cloaked in shadow, quietly arrived at this location. Geralt's expression turned grave as he murmured incantations, and a small, exquisitely crafted eye of Kilrog gradually materialized in his palm. The eye radiated a faint yet peculiar glow, as if it possessed its own life force. With a gentle wave of his hand, the eye of Kilrog shot forth like a bullet towards the cave entrance. Its speed was remarkable, tracing an almost imperceptible trajectory through the air, reaching the entrance in the blink of an eye. The eye of Kilrog was minuscule, akin to a small pebble, navigating through the vast cave. With the dim lighting within, None of the patrolling or busy individuals inside noticed the silent intruder. Geralt skillfully maneuvered it deeper into the cavern, deftly evading corners and obstacles. At last, the Eye of Kilrogg arrived at the depths of the cave, where a room exuded a stifling atmosphere. Tony Stark and Ethan were engaged in conversation, their expressions serious. Stark's face bore stubble, eyes reflecting fatigue yet still gleaming with indomitable spirit, while Ethan appeared troubled, seemingly relaying a complex issue to Stark. Outside the cave, Geralt stood in rapt concentration, his consciousness linked through the visual connection established with the Eye of Kilrogg, as if he himself were present within that cavernous chamber. At last, he had located Tony Stark, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 13. Coulson's return. Geralt sought out Tony Stark, not to rescue him, but because he believed that Tony's fate was his own to bear. The tribulations Tony faced were essential to both his journey and the world's narrative. Any rash interference could trigger a cascade of unpredictable repercussions, sending the fate of the entire world galloping into the unknown. Hans, you remain here and closely monitor Tony Stark's every move, Geralt instructed with resolute eyes. Remember, do not intervene unless his life is in mortal peril. We must simply wait. Notify me immediately when he is on the verge of escape. After giving his instructions, Geralt retrieved various supplies from his seemingly ordinary yet profoundly functional backpack. There were provisions to sustain Hans in this harsh environment, alongside some moonlight elixirs for unexpected contingencies. He handed these items to Hans, ensuring he fully comprehended his mission before turning to depart. Another vital objective of Geralt's undertaking was to seize this pivotal moment. Before news of Tony's rescue spread, he intended to invest all available funds in Stark Industries stock, anticipating a lucrative return once Tony was saved. Geralt activated a portal and was instantaneously transported home. The following morning, Mina approached him with a buoyant stride, her face alight with excitement, her bright eyes shimmering with anticipation. Boss, she exclaimed, her voice ringing clear and bright. Stark Industries stock has plummeted. In just 2 days, the price has hit rock bottom. Huh. Then it is our time to enter the fray, Geralt replied, a confident smile curving his lips. Mina, invest all our funds in Stark stock. He rubbed his hands together, as if envisioning a multitude of riches beckoning to him. The imagery of profiting immensely from this endeavor danced vividly in his mind, stirring his enthusiasm. But boss, can Tony Stark really be saved? Mina's brow furrowed slightly, concern flickering in her eyes as she bit her lip. After all, the fate of Stark Industries was inextricably linked to Tony. If he could not be rescued, the stock might very well become worthless. Trust me, Mina, Geralt reassured, placing a hand on her shoulder, his gaze brimming with confidence. Have I ever erred? Every decision I make is the result of careful deliberation. Besides, I've tasked Hans with monitoring him. He will report to me at any moment. Tony Stark is not easily defeated. He will escape, and we simply need to seize this opportunity. His voice was steady and powerful, like a balm for Mina's anxieties, dispelling her worries. As she observed Geralt's unwavering confidence, her apprehension gradually ebbed away. She nodded, turning to execute Geralt's orders. In the ensuing days, Hans relayed messages to Geralt through their communications device. Boss, the Ten Rings gang has been exceedingly active lately. Hans's voice crackled through, carrying a rough edge. They are procuring a myriad of equipment, from intricate electronic components to heavy metal sheets, from complex machinery parts to an array of peculiar tools. They're transporting these items into the cave in numerous loads. Geralt listened intently to Hans's report, aware that Tony was likely utilizing the scant resources at his disposal to forge the original Iron Man suit, known as Mark I. Memories of watching the film in his previous life surged forth, the excitement of witnessing Tony assemble the suit under such rudimentary conditions igniting his fervor. He yearned to witness Tony's escape firsthand, to experience that electrifying moment, even more intensely than he had from the confines of a cinema. On a sun-drenched day, Geralt sat languidly in his antique shop when a sharp ringtone shattered the tranquility. He answered the call, and Coulson's name illuminated the screen. Geralt, we need to consult you about something. Coulson's voice emerged from the receiver, tinged with urgency. Old friend, there's no need for formality. As your advisor, it is my duty, Geralt replied with a smile that conveyed both confidence and composure. You must have heard about Tony Stark's disappearance. We are at a complete loss and cannot locate him anywhere. We were wondering if you might employ mysticism to ascertain his whereabouts. Coulson spoke rapidly, the anxiety palpable in his tone. For Tony Stark's absence was a matter of grave concern for S.H.I.E.L.D., potentially entwining them in a web of complex situations and latent threats. Geralt furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. It is feasible, but you must bring an item that Tony Stark has used, such as a watch or ring. These items are closely tied to him, and through mystical divination, we may uncover his trail. Absolutely. I am on my way, Coulson replied before hastily ending the call, racing toward Tony Stark's residence without delay. Internally, Geralt was keenly aware that he possessed no true divination skills. Rather, he sought to convey Tony's location through a seemingly legitimate mystical approach. He mentally calculated the timing, knowing that Tony should have successfully completed his suit by now. He envisioned informing Coulson of the location, then hurrying to witness that historic moment of escape, akin to attending a breathtaking live performance. Before long, a knock echoed at the door. Geralt rose to answer it, finding Coulson's familiar figure standing at the threshold, accompanied by a poised and astute woman. She stood tall, her gaze exuding determination and intelligence, radiating a unique aura. Coulson wore a wry smile as he introduced her. This is Ms. Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's secretary. Upon learning that we were coming to find Tony, she insisted on accompanying us to ascertain his whereabouts. Ms. Potts. Her eyes were filled with urgency as she looked at Geralt, brimming with concern and hope. Can you truly find Tony? He's been missing for so long, and I am genuinely worried about him. Her voice trembled slightly, a testament to her struggle to suppress her inner turmoil. Of course, it is entirely within my capabilities, Geralt assured, donning a confident smile as he scanned the room, finally addressing them. Have you brought the items that Tony Stark has used? His tone was calm and steady, instilling a sense of trust, as if locating Tony was an effortless endeavor. Chapter 14. The Spiritual Performance in a Flurry. Pepper Potts retrieved an exquisitely crafted luxury watch from her bag and handed it to Geralt. The watch's face was adorned with tiny diamonds, and its band was fashioned from crocodile leather, each detail exuding opulence. Undoubtedly a creation of Tony Stark. What will you do? Pepper gazed intently at Geralt, her eyes a mixture of curiosity about this enigmatic method and a flicker of hope. If you do not believe, then participate yourselves, Geralt suggested as he accepted the watch and delicately fastened it around his wrist. He then turned and laboriously dragged a rustic round table from the corner of the room, its surface broad and even. On the table lay a detailed map of the Middle East, already prepared. Come, let us sit together, hand in hand. When we succeed, you will understand. Geralt smiled, inviting the two with an air of mysterious authority that compelled them to comply. Coulson and Pepper exchanged knowing glances before slowly approaching the round table. At Geralt's gesture, the three took their seats in succession, extending their hands to clasp tightly together. Geralt then closed his eyes slightly and began to softly recite an unknown incantation. As he chanted, the surrounding air seemed to tremble, and the map on the table quivered at the edges, enveloping the room in an aura of mystique. A peculiar atmosphere enveloped the trio, a gentle breeze brushing against their faces, carrying an inexplicable chill. Pepper and Coulson felt a sudden wave of cold wash over them, prompting involuntary shivers. At that moment, an image materialized in their minds without warning, as vivid as a cinematic scene. In the vision, Tony Stark was in a dimly lit, rudimentary space with an unfamiliar man, surrounded by an assortment of peculiar tools and metal parts. Tony's expression was focused and serious, engaged in what appeared to be an exceedingly critical task with the stranger. Yet, as Pepper and Coulson strained to hear their conversation, they found the image obscured by an invisible barrier, soundless to their ears. Before they could fully comprehend this unexpected vision, it abruptly vanished like a bubble. Following this, the map ignited as if a fuse had been lit, flames leaping up fiercely, licking the edges of the map with a crackling sound. Startled, Pepper and Coulson instinctively recoiled. As the flames subsided, only a small fragment of the map remained. The rest reduced to ash. "Well, Tony is within this area. Send someone to search for him, and you shall find him," Gerald calmly stated, handing the remaining piece of the map to Coulson. Exchanging glances, a glimmer of hope passed between Pepper and Coulson. Though Pepper harbored doubts about the mysterious process, it seemed the only course of action. Without hesitation, they rose and rushed towards the door, intent on launching a rescue operation, hoping to locate Tony Stark swiftly. As Pepper and Coulson hurried away, Gerald gazed at the luxurious watch on his wrist, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, imbued with significance. "Let this be my reward for the performance rendered," he mused, recalling the ancient and arcane teachings from Kamartaj. Reflecting on his time there, Gerald felt a swell of emotion, remembering how the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, had personally guided him. "I should watch Iron Man's live performance now," Gerald murmured, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. As the words left his lips, he deftly cast a spell, his hands weaving through the air in a practiced dance. A radiant portal slowly opened before him, revealing the distinctive landscape near the Ten Rings cave base. Gerald stepped into the portal, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at his destination. Upon his arrival, he contacted Hans. "Boss, you have arrived." Soon, Hans's tall, slightly disheveled figure appeared in his line of sight, jogging toward him, dust clinging to his attire. "Let's find a good spot to enjoy the show," Gerald said to Hans with a smile that radiated ease and contentment. The two scoured the vicinity until they discovered an ideal vantage point atop a small hill, offering a panoramic view of the Ten Rings cave base. With a casual wave of his hand, a large sunshade materialized from thin air, standing firm on the ground. Beneath it lay two comfortable reclining chairs, accompanied by a compact cooler. Gerald and Hans settled into the chairs, retrieving two chilled beverages from the cooler. After handing one to Hans, Gerald opened his own, savoring a refreshing sip. The cool drink cascaded down his throat, dispelling the oppressive heat of the surrounding air. Relaxed in their chairs, they enjoyed their chilled drinks, peering through the sunshade's edge at the base, quietly anticipating the forthcoming dramatic escape of Iron Man deep within the dark, damp cave. Tony Stark was entirely focused on assembling his meticulously crafted prototype armor, the Mark I. The yellow light flickered in the rudimentary environment, illuminating his grease-stained yet resolute face. "I will buy you some time," Ethan declared, his eyes ablaze with the resolve of sacrifice. He seized a weapon and charged bravely toward the cave's exit, his figure resolute in the dim light, a testament to a friend willing to embrace death for the sake of another. "Stick to the plan. Don't act rashly," Tony shouted, desperation lacing his voice. However, Ethan's steps did not falter. He surged forward with a certainty of fate. Fully aware of the ticking clock, Tony hastily donned the still rough armor, each piece merging seamlessly with his body. As he stepped out of the cave, he resembled a god of war. The armor glimmered under the light, a metallic sheen that, though somewhat crude, possessed an awe-inspiring strength. The moment he emerged, he unleashed devastation upon his foes, resembling a tiger among sheep. The enemies gaped in terror, frantically firing at him. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, striking the armor and sparking, yet inflicting no harm. Upon seeing Ethan, who lay on the ground, gravely injured from stalling for him, Tony's fury ignited. He controlled the Mark I armor as he took heavy, determined steps out of the cave. Immediately upon exiting, he was met with a hail of bullets more fierce than before. The enemies seemed to concentrate all their firepower on him, seeking to impede his advance. Yet Tony stood undaunted, activating the flamethrowers on his armor, unleashing a torrent of fire akin to a furious dragon, sweeping towards the mountain of missiles amassed by his adversaries. With a thunderous explosion, the detonation illuminated the sky, a blinding light erupting from the chaos. A colossal shockwave surged outward with overwhelming force, nearly engulfing all the terrorists within the inferno. Without the slightest hesitation, Tony activated his jet propulsion device amidst the explosive blaze. With a powerful gust of air propelling him, he ascended like a cannonball, piercing through the sky and successfully breaking free from that deadly conflagration. Chapter 15. Tony's rescue, the breathtaking spectacle of battle, was witnessed in its entirety by Geralt and Hans. Seated high above, they felt as though they were perched upon an exquisite observation platform, capturing every detail with keen eyes. "What a spectacle!" Geralt exclaimed, savoring his drink with genuine admiration. The icy refreshment danced across his palate, yet could not quell the fervor ignited within him by the thrilling confrontation. Suddenly, calamity struck. Shortly after Tony ascended into the sky, a catastrophic malfunction occurred in his armor's jet propulsion system. The once steady stream of thrust abruptly ceased, and the armor lost all momentum, plummeting towards the earth like a doomed meteor. Tony's terrified scream echoed through the skies, filled with despair and helplessness. Gravity seized him, and the howling winds rushed past his ears. Geralt's expression shifted as he beheld the scene. Despite having known from films in a previous life that Tony would emerge unscathed from such heights, his awareness of the plot etched in his memory. He found the reality absurd. After all, such an altitude promised certain death upon descent. Should he intervene or remain indifferent? Within Geralt's mind, two inner voices engaged in a fierce debate, torn between indecision. His brow furrowed. Uncertainty flickered in his gaze, until Hans anxiously interjected, "Boss, he'll surely perish from such a fall." At that moment, Geralt felt a jolt of realization. He understood that hesitation was no longer an option. Should Tony meet his demise, the repercussions would be dire. Resolute, he decided to act. In the air, Tony descended like a bird with broken wings. The fierce winds battered his armor, and his eyes widened in sheer terror. His vision blurred as he plunged downward. Unbeknownst to him, a strange white mist was quietly materializing beneath his armor. This ethereal mist, as light as cotton, yet imbued with mysterious power, swiftly enveloped Tony and his armor, acting as a vast, soft cushion that gradually slowed his descent. As he hurtled towards a mound of sand, engulfed by fear, a dull thud resonated as the armor shattered upon impact, scattering parts and stirring up clouds of dust. Tony was jolted, disoriented, and racked with pain. After a prolonged moment, he emerged from the chaos and agony, gasping for breath, his eyes still wide with shock. Yet soon, astonishment replaced his fear. He gazed in disbelief at his unscathed body, filled with confusion and relief. To survive this, surely I, Tony Stark, am favored by fate. His voice brimmed with exhilaration as he sprang to his feet, disregarding his injuries, and laughed heartily while stretching his arms toward the sky. From a distant dune, Geralt observed the scene unfold. Witnessing Tony's foolishly joyous demeanor, he exhaled in relief. In that critical moment, he had employed levitation magic to pull Tony back from the brink of death. Geralt silently rejoiced at his timely intervention. Had he hesitated, Tony would have indeed met a grim fate from such a height. Reflecting on the disparity between reality and cinematic narrative, he felt a profound understanding of this truth. Once assured of Tony's safety, Geralt's taut nerves finally relaxed. He exchanged a knowing glance with Hans, and together they quietly initiated their departure. Amidst the vast desert, Tony trudged forward, his weary yet resolute figure weaving through the dunes, the scorching sun casting its rays upon him. Before long, military personnel from S.H.I.L.D. appeared as if summoned from the ether, their familiar uniforms and equipment instilling in Tony a profound sense of comfort. Back at home, Geralt summoned Mina with urgency. "Mina, Tony Stark has been rescued." Splendid news. Upon hearing this, Mina's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she leaped with joy. "This means our stocks will rebound. We are poised to make a fortune." Her voice trembled with exhilaration, as if she could already envision wealth beckoning her. "Stay vigilant. When Tony holds his press conference, we must sell all our stocks immediately." Geralt's lips curled into a confident smile. "But, boss, won't the stocks keep rising once Tony returns?" Mina furrowed her brow, uncertainty shadowing her expression. She struggled to comprehend Geralt's plan to sell at what seemed to be a peak. "Trust me, Mina," Geralt said, stepping closer and gently resting his hands on her shoulders, his gaze deep and sincere. "There are layers to this. Not everything is as it appears, and unforeseen circumstances often arise." "Mina, captivated by his earnest gaze, felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. The doubts that had lingered vanished, replaced by admiration. She nodded vigorously, murmuring, "I understand, boss. I will follow your lead." As Gerald had anticipated, Tony Stark had barely returned from the harrowing crisis in the desert when the world remained in awe of his miraculous survival, prompting him to convene a press conference. News of the event spread like wildfire, drawing media outlets like sharks sensing blood. Under the spotlight, Tony inhaled deeply before declaring, "I have decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons development division." The revelation stunned the reporters, sparking a wave of murmurs among the crowd, while camera flashes illuminated the room. In contrast, Gerald remained remarkably composed, seated in his shop, observing the fluctuations in stock prices on his computer screen. He silently congratulated himself for having sold Stark stocks in advance. Beside him, Mina watched wide-eyed, filled with profound admiration for Gerald. "Boss, you're incredible. You predicted this. It's as though you can foresee the future." Gerald, slightly bashful from her praise, scratched his head and smiled. "Ah, just lucky, really." Yet, a glimmer of pride betrayed him. Chapter 16. The revelation of Obadiah's conspiracy in the opulent seaside mansion of Tony Stark. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the spacious and bright living room. Tony was engrossed in his high-tech workshop, surrounded by an array of sophisticated instruments and tools. He meticulously tinkered with a new component of his armor. Meanwhile, Pepper Potts stood nearby, cradling a steaming cup of coffee, recounting the entire process of their search for him. "Do you know, at that time, we were utterly clueless, completely unsure where to begin. Eventually, we found someone who located you in a rather peculiar manner." "Oh, a peculiar manner? What was it?" Tony inquired, his focus still on the armor, though curiosity flickered in his eyes. "He used divination," Pepper replied, her gaze fixed on Tony, a hint of skepticism in her expression. It seemed she too harbored doubts about such an approach, yet the fact remained that they had indeed found Tony. "Are you telling me that you relied on divination to locate me?" Tony paused his work, raising his head in disbelief. A sardonic smile graced his handsome face. "Divination? That is utterly absurd. In this scientific world, how could such nonsense possibly exist? We did find you at the address he provided, and I can hardly believe it myself." Pepper hastily explained, setting her coffee aside and moving closer to Tony. "But it is the truth. I was there, and the scene was truly remarkable. It's right to be skeptical. Such unscientific matters are undoubtedly tricks." Tony frowned, confidence sparkling in his eyes. He firmly believed that science could elucidate all phenomena. "It seems I ought to visit that establishment and see for myself how he employs these deceptive tricks. I shall expose him and demonstrate that science is the ultimate truth, not those ethereal mysticisms." Tony quietly plotted in his mind how he would debunk Gerald's illusions, aiming to prove to Pepper that there was nothing in this world beyond the reach of scientific explanation. Meanwhile, Obadiah had just concluded his mission of silencing the leader of the Ten Rings. His gaze fell upon the armor composed of fragments of Hawkeye. A flicker of awe crossed his eyes as he scrutinized the shapes formed by the debris, secretly marveling at the ingenuity of its design. A sly smile crept onto his lips, and a thought took root in his mind. He would stop at nothing to acquire Tony's arc reactor. Days later, Tony successfully crafted the striking Mark III armor. Eagerly, he embarked on a series of astonishing maneuvers, soaring towards the stronghold of terrorists in the Middle East. Upon his arrival in that war-torn land, he descended like a god of battle. The advanced weaponry equipped with the Mark III armor unleashed astounding power under his command, allowing him to navigate effortlessly through gunfire and chaos, dispatching terrorists with ease. On his return journey, perhaps lost in the euphoria of victory or still mastering the armor's controls, Tony inadvertently collided with a fighter jet from a foreign nation. Fortunately, no casualties occurred in this mishap. As he surveyed the damaged aircraft, a pang of guilt washed over him, though he felt relieved by the overall success of the operation. He adjusted the armor's flight posture and set his course homeward, leaving a brilliant trail across the sky. A few nights later, Pepper appeared flustered and hurried as she descended from the Stark Industries building. Below, Agent Coulson waited patiently. Observing her distress, he felt an immediate sense of urgency and approached her. "What is wrong? What happened?" Coulson asked with genuine concern. Breathless and trembling with anxiety, Pepper stammered. I discovered Obadiah's secret. He has collaborated with the terrorists and kidnapped Tony. Upon hearing her words, Coulson's expression turned grave. Given Obadiah's identity and stature, if he truly conspired with terrorists, the ramifications would be dire. I understand. This is extremely serious, he replied, swiftly retrieving his communication device. His voice was low and resolute. Mobilize a team immediately. We must arrest Obadiah at once. Inside Obadiah's luxurious yet sinister abode, an atmosphere of tension thickened to near suffocation. Coulson and Pepper sprinted through the labyrinth of rooms and corridors, desperately seeking an escape. Their figures appeared somewhat disheveled in the dim lighting, pursued by a scene of chaos and destruction. Just as they burst from the house, however, they found themselves still ensnared in peril. Behind them, Obadiah's colossal armored suit pursued like a primordial beast. The armor glinted with a cold metallic sheen under the moonlight, each step resonating with a heavy thud against the ground. The enormous shadow cast by the suit enveloped Coulson and Pepper, instilling an unprecedented sense of dread. Coulson had never anticipated that Obadiah would construct such a massive and formidable suit, and he was further astonished that Obadiah had somehow acquired Tony's arc reactor. As the enormous armor closed in, Coulson's expression grew solemn. Action was imperative to thwart its relentless pursuit, or their lives would be forfeit. He halted, concentrating intently. Moments later, crackling sparks of electricity began to dance in his hands. As he concentrated his mental energy, the glow intensified, resembling a bolt of lightning captured in his grasp. Lightning arrow, Coulson shouted, hurling the electrified projectile towards Obadiah's armor. The lightning arrow streaked through the night like a meteor, striking the armor with precision. A tremendous explosion erupted as the suit was engulfed in a torrent of electricity, momentarily halting its movement. Brilliant sparks of electricity erupted across the armor surface, causing a brief short circuit. The internal circuitry emitted a cacophony of crackling sounds, and various indicator lights flashed erratically. Seizing the opportunity, Coulson wasted no time. He swiftly turned, grasping Pepper's hand as they dashed toward a car parked nearby. Coulson flung open the door, propelled Pepper inside, and then slid into the driver's seat. Starting the engine, he pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving the temporarily incapacitated giant armor in their wake. Coulson drove down the highway at breakneck speed, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, sweat beading on his forehead. Obadiah would not easily relent. Once the immense steel armor regained functionality, it would surely pursue them. With one hand, he deftly retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number with practiced ease. At that moment, in another corner of the city, Gerald was immersed in his magical laboratory located in the basement of his shop. The air was thick with mystery, surrounded by an array of peculiar bottles and jars filled with vividly colored liquids that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. On the alchemical workstation, instruments for conducting experiments were meticulously arranged. Gerald was intently focused on the progress of his work when a sudden, jarring ringtone shattered the tranquility of the laboratory. He furrowed his brow slightly, set down the tool in his hand, and picked up his phone to find a call from Coulson. With a hint of perplexity, he answered the call, and in an instant, Coulson's panicked voice erupted from the receiver as if striving to break free from the confines of the device. Gerald, hurry and save us. Chapter 17. Iron Tyrant. Upon hearing Coulson's panicked voice, Gerald furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes as he inquired, "What has transpired?" On the other end of the line, Coulson's hurried voice echoed, "I am being pursued. The situation is dire. I cannot explain it all at once, but I am making my way to you." His words spilled forth with an urgency akin to a fire blazing at his heels. An ominous premonition surged within Gerald as he set aside his tasks and swiftly exited the shop. Outside, the street was bathed in the dim, yellow glow of streetlights, with only a handful of pedestrians wandering by. Before long, the stillness was shattered by the shrill sound of screeching brakes. Coulson's car barreled down the road like a frenzied beast, skidding to a halt not far from Gerald. The door flew open, and Coulson, along with Pepper Potts, leapt from the vehicle. Pepper's complexion was as pale as parchment, her body trembling slightly. clearly still shaken from the recent peril. Just as they disembarked, a thunderous roar resonated from the heavens, growing louder as it approached. A massive shadow descended from the sky, gradually revealing itself to be a colossal suit of armor. Geralt's eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed, "My goodness, is that not the Iron Tyrant?" Logically, he believed it should be engaged in a showdown with Tony. How could it have arrived here? A frown creased Geralt's brow, his mind swirling with questions. His gaze lingered on the imposing and menacing figure of the Iron Tyrant, scenes from the film flashing through his mind. Yet, upon noticing Pepper, clarity dawned upon him. Coulson had unwittingly lured this monumental trouble to their doorstep. Irritation etched on his face. Geralt turned to Coulson and remarked, "Did you bring him here in hopes that I would confront him?" Coulson scratched his head, a sheepish grin surfacing. There was no alternative. The situation was critical, and we had nowhere to flee. "Can you handle him?" Aware of the daunting challenge ahead, he felt his hopes resting solely on Geralt in this dire moment. At that instant, accompanied by the whir of mechanical operations, the Iron Tyrant's massive visor slowly opened to reveal Obadiah Stane's arrogant countenance. A smirk etched across his face. "Run, keep running. Why have you stopped?" Geralt felt a surge of displeasure at Obadiah's brash demeanor. Narrowing his eyes, a glint of determination sparked within them. Tony would surely be heartbroken if he learned that his beloved secretary had perished. How delightful. Obadiah's twisted laughter echoed through the night, his eyes ablaze with madness. Before he sealed the visor once more, he raised his powerful arm, equipped with a multi-barrel machine gun. Geralt's expression shifted instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted, "Get behind me!" Coulson reacted swiftly, yanking the still frightened Pepper Potts along as they dashed behind Geralt. Though Pepper's face remained ghostly pale, trembling slightly, she kept pace without faltering under Coulson's pull. The Iron Tyrant unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the deafening cracks shattering the night's tranquility. The flames of the gun's muzzle lashed out like a demon's tongue, wreaking havoc on everything in their vicinity. A relentless storm of bullets rained down upon Geralt and the others. In that critical moment, a radiant light surged forth from Geralt's being, coalescing into a vast, translucent magical shield that enveloped Coulson and Pepper securely within its embrace. The bullets collided violently against the protective barrier, each impact resonating like pebbles striking a serene lake, creating ripples of dazzling beauty and awe. These ripples spread outward from the points of impact, shimmering like a dreamscape. Yet, despite the ferocity of the onslaught, the seemingly fragile shield remained unyielding. As bullets ricocheted off the ground, sending up clouds of dust and debris, Obadiah, controlling the Iron Tyrant, exhibited a look of confusion. Through the suit's observation system, he scrutinized the mysterious energy shield that safeguarded his adversaries, his brow furrowing in perplexity. What kind of technology is this? His voice brimmed with astonishment and disbelief. In his experience, he had never encountered such an extraordinary form of defense, one that transcended his understanding of modern science. Geralt, slightly vexed, felt a flicker of anger as he muttered, "You brought this trouble upon yourself." His voice was low, laced with annoyance at the disruption to his peace. He could have remained uninvolved, but Obadiah's reckless actions had ensnared him in this predicament. Celestial judgment. Geralt raised his palm sharply, a torrent of arcane energy surging forth like a tidal wave, hurtling towards the Iron Tyrant. Upon impact, the overwhelming force erupted, toppling the Iron Tyrant's colossal frame with ease, sending it careening backward like a cannonball. In its trajectory, it collided violently with an unsuspecting vehicle, resulting in a resounding crash. The car was instantly crushed under the immense pressure, its metallic frame contorted and twisted, shards of glass scattering like snowflakes. Yet the Iron Tyrant was far from vanquished. Struggling to rise, it swung its mechanical arm, seizing the crushed vehicle and hurling it with ferocity towards Geralt. Super Celestial Judgment. Geralt's eyes hardened, and the shield protecting the trio blazed with renewed intensity, transforming into an explosive arcane force. This surge of energy emanated like an invisible tempest, wreaking havoc in its wake. The oncoming vehicle was effortlessly propelled away, crashing into a distant wall and raising a cloud of dust. "Stay back," Geralt shouted to Coulson and Pepper. Understanding that their presence would only hinder Geralt's efforts, Coulson hastily grasped Pepper's hand, leading her away from the battlefield. Once assured that they were at a safe distance, Geralt inhaled deeply, slowly raising both hands. In an instant, brilliant arcs of lightning flickered above his palms, dancing like serpents as they coiled and crackled with energy. As the intensity of the lightning increased, the surrounding air seemed to ignite, filled with a sharp, electrifying scent. This formidable electromagnetic force radiated like an invisible wave, swiftly permeating every corner of the street. Electrical devices began to malfunction. The transformers on the utility poles could not withstand the surge, erupting in dazzling sparks. The streetlights flickered erratically, bulbs bursting one by one under the strain of the overload, glass fragments raining down. Signage and electronic displays lining the street followed suit, emitting sparks before succumbing to a blackout. In an instant, darkness enveloped the entire street. "Professor Yang's kiss!" Geralt let out a thunderous roar, his hands thrusting forward with great force. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, erupted from his palms. This chain of lightning resembled an enraged dragon, clawing and thrashing as it surged towards the Iron Tyrant. In its wake, the air was instantaneously ionized, creating a radiant corridor aglow with blue and white luminescence. Chapter 18. I am Iron Man. As the lightning chain struck Ironmonger, its colossal form trembled violently under the force of the electric surge. Every circuit within its systems was instantaneously obliterated by the immense current. Sparks erupted from each joint and piece of armor, while the black smoke generated by the short circuit billowed forth from its interior, swiftly enveloping the entire machine, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds. The mechanical components within Ironmonger came to a halt, rendering it lifeless. The once mighty suit collapsed heavily to the ground, losing all semblance of its former grandeur. Inside, Obadiah fell unconscious, his fate uncertain. Witnessing the once formidable Ironmonger reduced to a heap in the ravaged street, Coulson let out a sigh of relief and approached slowly. His gaze lingered on the smoke-emitting giant suit before shifting to Geralt, an inquisitive look in his eyes. "Is he dead?" "He should be fine." "I held back," Geralt replied, a faint smile creeping onto his lips as he brushed off the dust from his attire, exuding a sense of ease. At that moment, a sharp jet-like sound pierced the night once more, growing closer and shattering the stillness. Instinctively, the onlookers looked up to see a dazzling gold and crimson mech descending like a meteor. "Obadiah? How dare he ambush me?" Tony's furious voice resonated from the suit as he skillfully landed on the ground, fueled by a delayed rage. He had not anticipated being outmaneuvered by Obadiah, igniting a fire within him that demanded retribution against the culprit. "Mr. Stark, you're late. That over there is Obadiah's suit," Coulson remarked, gesturing toward the now inert giant armor with a hint of teasing discontent regarding Tony's tardiness. Tony's expression darkened further as he gazed at the colossal suit, his brow furrowing in annoyance. "Who did this? He ruined my grand entrance." His voice brimmed with frustration, as he had envisioned himself making a heroic debut, triumphantly vanquishing Obadiah. Meanwhile, upon Tony's arrival, Geralt smirked slightly, eager to avoid being entangled in Tony's complaints and subsequent troubles. In a swift movement, he vanished from sight. Realizing his presence was no longer necessary and that it was time to retreat, allowing the narrative to return to its original course. As the surrounding populace, previously driven away by fear, began to gather in astonishment, their curious eyes fixated on the scene. They stared in disbelief at the wreckage around them, reminiscent of a battlefield. With deep craters and cracks littering the ground, collapsed walls, and debris scattered everywhere, streetlights askew. The massive suit lay on the ground, its fearsome frame marred by burn marks and dents, thick black smoke still seeping from its joints. In stark contrast, Tony's striking iron suit gleamed with a golden-red luminescence against the night sky. The sleek lines and high-tech design left every onlooker in awe, leading the crowd to assume that Tony's armor had vanquished the destructive behemoth. Their gazes were filled with reverence and admiration for him. At that moment, Tony was gently comforting a still trembling Pepper, who clung tightly to his arm, her eyes glistening with remnants of fear. He softly patted her back, whispering words of reassurance. Noticing the crowd swelling around them, Tony reluctantly turned to Coulson, saying, "The cleanup is in your hands." With that, he scooped Pepper in his arms, eliciting a surprised gasp from her. Before she could react, he activated the suit's flight mechanism. With a powerful surge of air, they soared into the sky, leaving behind a baffled Coulson shaking his head amidst the chaos. Upon returning home, Gerald wasted no time and swiftly dialed Mina's number. "Mina, invest all our funds in Stark stocks once again." "Understood, boss," Mina replied, her tone lively and filled with trust in Gerald's judgment. Following a series of successful decisions, Mina had developed unwavering confidence in his foresight. Seated before her computer, she invested all their resources into Stark stocks without hesitation. At that moment, Stark Industries was in a precarious position. Tony's announcement to shut down the weapons division had sent shockwaves through the financial market, plummeting the stock prices to rock bottom. However, Gerald knew that the moment Tony declared himself as Iron Man, the tides would shift dramatically. Stark Industries would transform from a conventional weapons manufacturer into a high-tech conglomerate with a superhero at its helm. Consequently, the stock prices would inevitably soar like a rocket, promising substantial profits. The mere thought of this made a smile creep onto Gerald's lips as he envisioned wealth beckoning him, filling him with excitement and satisfaction. That night, as he lay in bed, visions of a bright future danced through his mind, even eliciting laughter in his dreams. The following day, outside the press conference hall, a throng of reporters stood poised, brimming with questions and curiosity, their eyes fixed intently on Tony Stark at the podium. Coulson approached Tony, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "Mr. Stark, you can relax. All the aftermath from last night has been handled, and no one knows you are Iron Man." Tony furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of resignation flashing in his eyes. "So, you really aren't going to tell me who that person is?" His curiosity about the mysterious figure was palpable, igniting his inherent desire to explore the unknown. Coulson maintained his polite smile. "Rest assured, you'll have the opportunity to meet them in due time." His tone was laced with an enigmatic quality. Upon hearing this, Tony refrained from pressing further. He silently resolved to inquire with Pepper after the press conference. Adjusting his tie, he prepared himself for the impending barrage of questions. At that moment, a reporter rose, piercingly asking, "Mr. Stark, do you truly expect us to believe that Iron Man is merely your bodyguard?" Whispers rippled through the crowd as everyone awaited Tony's response to this pointed question. After a moment of contemplation, Tony surveyed the expectant and skeptical faces in the audience. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, grasping the microphone with a steady and powerful voice. "Whether you believe it or not, the truth is..." He paused, scanning the room once more before asserting with unwavering conviction, "I am Iron Man." The entire venue was momentarily enveloped in a brief silence, soon followed by an eruption of frenzied flashes and the impatient inquiries of reporters. Chapter 19. Tony's fright. On this day, Gerald was, as usual, deeply engrossed in his potion research within the underground laboratory. The workbench was cluttered with various bottles and jars, filled with materials emitting peculiar glows and scents, while potions simmered and bubbled in their cauldrons. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the tranquility, announcing the arrival of a luxurious supercar that sped in like a flash of lightning. Coming to a halt in front of Gerald's quaint antique shop, its gleaming body drew the attention of many passers-by. The car door swung open, and Tony Stark stepped out with an air of confidence. Clad in a finely tailored suit, his hair perfectly styled, and adorned with that signature expression of self-satisfaction that seemed to declare, "I am exceptional," he strode into the shop. Upon hearing the commotion, Mina emerged from the back room to greet the newcomer. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" she inquired politely, her voice soft and melodious. Tony's eyes immediately sparkled upon seeing Mina, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. He had not anticipated that such beauty would reside within such a humble establishment. Approaching her with a charming smile, he introduced himself. "I am Tony Stark indeed. I am Iron Man." He slightly lifted his chin, pride oozing from his demeanor, as if his gaze implored, "Adore me, young lady." Then, with a hint of frivolity in his tone, he added, "Beautiful lady, would you be interested in working for Stark Industries?" Mina chuckled softly, her hand instinctively covering her mouth, radiating sweetness and charm. "Mr. Stark, you are quite amusing," she replied. Yet, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Tony's neck, her throat subtly twitching as she swallowed. Unbeknownst to Tony, a strange red hue flickered in her pupils. "Mina, rein it in." Gerald's voice broke through the delicate tension as he ascended from basement. He quickly noticed Mina's unusual demeanor, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes as he gently cautioned her. "My apologies, boss. I couldn't help myself," Mina stammered, startled back to reality upon hearing Gerald's words. She lowered her head slightly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, and the peculiar red tint in her eyes dissipated quickly. With an awkward smile, she hastily turned and walked away, leaving Tony gazing after her in bewilderment. "Now, Mr. Stark, what brings you here?" Gerald swiftly regained his composure, a polite yet enigmatic smile returning to his face as he addressed Tony. "I heard about you from Pepper. She is rather naive and easily deceived." "I came here to witness your tricks," Tony said, lifting his chin slightly, an air of condescension in his gaze. "Mr. Stark, I completely understand your skepticism," Gerald replied, nodding slightly, his smile remaining serene while a depth of tranquility lingered in his eyes. "After all, this is a realm that you, ordinary people, have never had the chance to explore." He deliberately emphasized ordinary people, seemingly to pique Tony's interest. "How about we sit down and converse at length? I have some exquisite tea that might grant you a bit more patience while savoring its aroma," Gerald suggested, pouring a cup of tea for Tony from a nearby teapot. The emerald liquid swirled within the delicate teacup, releasing tendrils of steam that filled the air with a subtle, elegant fragrance, wrapping around the two men like a gentle embrace. Upon hearing the term ordinary people, Tony's eyebrows furrowed slightly, his expression shifting to one of evident disbelief and discontent. "Ordinary people? How could such a term ever be applied to me?" he muttered, astonishment and indignation lacing his voice. In his world, he had always been the genius standing at the pinnacle of technology, leading trends and commanding vast resources, accustomed to being regarded as extraordinary. Yet now this individual, whom he perceived as merely a mysterious shopkeeper, had cavalierly categorized him as ordinary, a blow to his pride that he found difficult to digest. "Let us see what tricks you can conjure," Tony said, a hint of annoyance creeping into his tone, yet curiosity compelled him to take a seat, albeit somewhat stiffly. Lifting the teacup, he took a tentative sip. The warm liquid glided down his throat, imparting an unusual sensation. His gaze remained fixated on Gerald, as if waiting for his next words. "My abilities may be what you refer to as tricks," Gerald began, locking eyes with Tony, "but you could also perceive them as a form of science, a unique and peculiar science that few can truly comprehend. Its history is ancient, intertwined with the very fabric of human civilization. People have bestowed upon it a name brimming with enchantment, magic." Tony listened intently, but as soon as Gerald's words settled, a smirk of blatant derision crossed his face. "Magic? You are indeed a charlatan, attempting to bamboozle me with such nonsense." He scoffed, leaning back in his chair, arms crossed defiantly. "If you truly possess magic, show me a dove." His eyes sparkled with skepticism and amusement, for in his materialist worldview, the concept of magic was nothing more than a fantastical tale meant to deceive children, a figment divorced from the principles of reality. "I employ magic, not mere sleight of hand. While illusions may conjure doves for the delight of an audience, they are but visual trickery. The wonders of magic transcend such simplicity." "Even if I cannot produce a dove," Gerald replied, undeterred by Tony's skepticism, as he had anticipated this reaction. Calmly rising from his seat, he turned, and with a sharp crack, the brief silence was shattered. A flash of lightning illuminated the room, and where Gerald had stood, a pure white dove now perched delicately on a nearby chair, fluttering its wings, its bright eyes gleaming with mischief. Then, to Tony's astonishment, the dove spoke. "But I can transform into a dove." "Oh, what the?" Tony exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, mouth agape, his face a canvas of shock and confusion. He instinctively rose, gripping the arms of his chair tightly. His mind seemed to short-circuit, struggling to process the absurdity unfolding before him. After a moment, he suddenly recalled the steaming cup of tea on the table, his gaze darting towards it. "What did you put in the tea? Some sort of hallucinogen?" Tony's voice trembled, filled with fear and doubt. The only explanation that crossed his mind was that he had been drugged, leading to this bizarre and surreal hallucination. In a panic, Tony stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance, before turning and bolting towards the door. He burst out of the shop, frantically opened the car door, and started the engine. With a screech of tires, the car sped away like an arrow released from a bow, leaving behind a cloud of dust and a bewildered Gerald. Chapter 20. A Return to S. H.I.L.D. Gerald stood motionless, gazing at the direction in which Tony had driven away. A faint smile of resignation etched upon his face. By all that is sacred, his initial intent had merely been to showcase the allure of magic to Tony, hence the employment of druidic shape-shifting. Yet, he had never anticipated that Tony's reaction would be so vehement. Had he perhaps overstepped the bounds? Gerald pondered silently. He had harbored hopes of engaging Tony in a profound dialogue, even exploring the boundless possibilities of merging magic with technology. Tony's extraordinary achievements in the realm of science were renowned worldwide, while Gerald himself possessed a profound mastery of the arcane. Together, their collaboration could ignite unprecedented sparks of innovation. Yet now, the unfolding events had strayed far from his envisioned trajectory. Gerald shook his head in resignation. It seemed that all his splendid aspirations must be momentarily set aside until Tony regained his composure. He sighed softly and turned to slowly make his way toward the underground laboratory. Meanwhile, Tony burst into his high-tech laboratory. "Jarvis, initiate a full-body scan immediately. I suspect I may have been drugged." His voice resonated with urgency and unease in the vast expanse of the lab. "Yes, sir," Jarvis responded, his ethereal yet slightly mechanical tone immediately filling the space. Scanning beams of light emanated from the ceiling apparatus, enveloping Tony from head to toe like a delicate silver web. Various diagnostic instruments began to hum, methodically analyzing an array of bodily metrics with precision. Lying on the cold examination table, Tony fixed his eyes on the ceiling, his mind racing. The astonishing scene he had witnessed in Gerald's shop replayed in his thoughts. A living person transformed into a dove in an instant, speaking human words. This defied all scientific principles he understood. If he were not hallucinating due to some drug, how could such an occurrence be explained? After a moment, Jarvis's calm voice broke the silence of the laboratory. "Sir, your mental state is tense, and your heart rate is elevated. You appear somewhat anxious. But there are no physiological anomalies." Tony furrowed his brow in confusion. "So, you're saying I wasn't drugged? Then how do I explain what I saw with that magician?" He murmured, his eyes reflecting a fervent curiosity about the unknown. "Sir, it is possible, as he suggested, that this is a technology beyond our comprehension," Jarvis replied, devoid of any emotional nuance. Yet it plunged Tony deeper into contemplation. "Indeed, there must be something I have yet to consider. I shall unravel his trick," he resolved. "Jarvis, establish an independent research project titled Mysticism Studies." A renewed spark of determination ignited in Tony's gaze, the hallmark of a brilliant inventor confronting a challenge. He swiftly sat upright on the examination table, excitement illuminating his eyes, as if he could already envision the moment he would unveil an entirely new realm of science. "Yes, sir. However, sir, the recent scans indicate that palladium from your arc reactor is entering your bloodstream, which poses significant safety risks," Jarvis continued in his unyielding, cold tone. Upon hearing this, Tony's body stiffened slightly, the thrill of discovery vanishing without a trace, replaced by a profound silence. He had long been aware of this danger. From the moment he had constructed the arc reactor in his chest, this peril had loomed over his life, yet he had yet to find a solution. Sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves, casting a serene glow upon the entrance of Gerald's antique shop, where everything appeared tranquil and harmonious. Inside, Gerald was engrossed in studying an ancient tome of magic. Suddenly, the sharp ring of a telephone shattered the stillness. Furrowing his brow, Gerald set the book down and walked slowly to answer the call. "Hello?" he inquired softly. "Gerald, did you not say that if we had suitable candidates, you would take a look? The director has recently established a class specifically for supernatural response training. As a consultant, you should attend a session and assess who possesses the aptitude for this field," came the steady and familiar voice of Coulson through the receiver. "Has Fury really found candidates so swiftly? It seems he is quite earnest about this," Gerald mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He felt a flicker of curiosity about the supernatural response class and was eager to see what talents S.H.I.E.L.D. had gathered. Simultaneously, within the fortified headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury sat in his spacious yet dimly lit office. He lifted his coffee cup, savoring a sip, his eyes narrowing slightly as he relished the moment of tranquility. However, this peace was short-lived. Suddenly, an oval-shaped white portal materialized without warning before him, exuding a soft and mysterious glow, warping the surrounding air as if the very fabric of space had become unstable. Fury's body tensed instantaneously. Years of being an agent had honed his reflexes to a lightning-fast response. Without hesitation, he drew his truth gun, aiming its dark muzzle at the portal. His expression one of vigilance and caution. At that moment, Gerald stepped gracefully through the portal. Noticing Fury's defensive posture, he quickly raised his hands, a relaxed smile adorning his face. "Whoa, easy there, Director. No need to act as if you've never seen anything before." His voice carried a hint of jest, aiming to diffuse the tension in the air. "Is this the portal Coulson mentioned?" Seeing Gerald, Fury exhaled slightly, lowering his weapon. His gaze remained fixed on the slowly closing portal, curiosity and inquiry flickering in his eyes. "How far can this portal transport you? Can it reach anywhere?" "I can only travel to places I have previously visited. As for distance, as long as the magical coordinates are set, it can reach any location on Earth," Gerald replied, arms crossed, his demeanor calm. Having decided to reveal this before the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, he had no intention of concealing its secrets. His voice was steady and composed, as though recounting an ordinary event. Yet for Nick Fury, it undeniably opened a gateway to a new realm of understanding. Such a remarkable ability. If we could master and utilize it more effectively, Fury mused silently. "Now, let us proceed to examine the candidates you have found for me. I hope to discover some individuals with genuine talent." Gerald's words jolted Fury from his reverie. Nodding, a glimmer of anticipation in his gaze, he gestured for Gerald to follow. "Come with me. They're all waiting at the training facility." Chapter 21. The experience of mysticism, course, and dark forces in a vast, open space. A diverse group of individuals sat in silence, clad in specially designed training attire from S.H.I.E.L.D. They exhibited a posture of poise, their gazes reflecting determination, curiosity, and anticipation. The tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered when the figures of Gerald and Nick Fury materialized before the assembly. These well-trained individuals swiftly rose, their movements brisk and orderly, as they rendered a standard salute, expressing respect and obedience to their superior. Nick Fury acknowledged them with a slight nod, prompting the group to resume their seats in an organized manner. The entire process executed with quiet efficiency, underscoring the rigorous discipline and ethos of S.H.I.E.L.D. "This is Professor Gerald, our mystical consultant." Nick Fury stepped forward, ensuring everyone could hear his introduction clearly. "He is responsible for imparting knowledge of the occult to you. As I mentioned before your arrival, you will soon be tasked with handling various supernatural incidents." Gerald stood to the side, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Among the unfamiliar faces, he quickly recognized several familiar ones, including not only Coulson, but also the renowned marksman Hawkeye, Clint Barton. Clint sat with the grace of a cheetah, exuding an air of unique vigilance and stoicism even in repose. When his eyes met Gerald's, he inclined his head slightly, a gesture of acknowledgement, his expression betraying a flicker of curiosity and eagerness for the forthcoming mysticism course. As Nick Fury's figure faded from view, Gerald cleared his throat gently and began his discourse on mysticism. "What is mysticism?" he inquired, Mysticism encompasses those realms of knowledge that transcend conventional understanding. He raised his head slightly. Perhaps some of you have heard tales of the bizarre and the uncanny, events that elude the grasp of modern scientific explanation. These occurrences often culminate in grisly tragedies, leaving behind a legacy of unending dread and suffering. As members of SHIELD's Supernatural Response Team, our mission is to unveil the mysteries behind such events, elucidate their origins, and manage them responsibly to safeguard the peace and tranquility of our world. After delivering this statement, Gerald paused briefly, his gaze methodically scanning the faces of his audience. The elite agents from SHIELD sat upright, their expressions serious and focused. Although some exhibited a hint of skepticism in their eyes, none dared to disrupt or pose casual inquiries. Instead, they listened intently to Gerald's elucidation. This prompted an inward nod of approval from Gerald, who appreciated the caliber of this group. He understood that skepticism is inevitable when confronting a discipline rife with uncertainty and challenge. Yet the ability to temper one's emotions while maintaining respect and concentration is commendable. Adjusting his posture slightly, Gerald planted his feet firmly on the ground, radiating confidence as he delved deeper into the subject of mysticism. Today, I shall emphasize a particularly perilous phenomenon. Curses. A curse is far more than mere ill words or simple malevolence. It is a malevolent force emanating from the abyss of darkness. In this world, curses manifest in myriad forms, akin to countless demons lurking in the shadows of human society, silently biding their time, the majority of which are fatal. Gerald's expression grew grave. These curses do not strike directly to kill. Rather, they excel in tormenting their victims through a variety of harrowing methods. They infiltrate your subconscious, sowing seeds of fear that entwine like vines in your mind, ultimately consuming your sanity. When you reach the brink of mental collapse, they will enact the most brutal and sanguinary demise, claiming your soul. As he spoke, he began to pace slowly. Curses can take many forms: contagious curses, trigger-based curses, summoning curses. The audience remained rapt, their eyes fixated on Gerald, each person listening with heightened attentiveness. The atmosphere was thick with gravity and focus, with only Gerald's voice resonating in the expansive hall, revealing the arcane mysteries seldom discussed. As the lecture gradually drew to a close, the attendees found themselves immersed in a world both fantastical and horrifying, enveloped in a solemn and tranquil ambience. "Do you have any questions?" Gerald inquired, his gaze calm as he surveyed the audience. His voice shattered the silence like a stone cast into a still lake, creating ripples of inquiry. Barton, known for his composure and decisiveness, was the first to voice his curiosity. "Professor, you have shared a great deal, yet none of us have encountered a curse. Is there a way for us to witness one? It's not that we doubt you. We merely wish to broaden our horizons." His expression was earnest and serious. "Indeed," Gerald replied, nodding slightly. "Without the courage to confront the dark forces directly, complications may arise during future missions." He extended his hand, his long fingers delicately cradling his chin. After a moment's contemplation, he seemed to make a decision, agreeing to Barton's proposal. "Let's allow you to experience it briefly. Rest assured, I will exercise restraint." A subtle smile, seemingly innocuous yet tinged with an air of enigma, graced Gerald's lips. Barton and the other attendees exchanged glances, their minds swirling with curiosity about how the professor intended to facilitate this experience. If there are moments of joy in your lives, now is the time to recall them. Hold steadfast to your beliefs and never waver. Gerald's voice lowered, imbued with solemnity. Then, with a single step forward, he commanded, "Embrace the fear." A surge of purple-black light erupted from his feet, rapidly engulfing the entire room. Before Barton could react further, an icy chill enveloped him, coursing through his body like lightning. He involuntarily trembled, as if countless frigid hands were simultaneously reaching out to him. Before him, Gerald's figure loomed, illuminated by the purple-black glow, appearing as a formidable and terrifying deity. The overwhelming aura emanated from him, enveloping everyone present. The room felt as though it had descended into a frigid abyss. Chapter 22. The gift of magic fear surged forth from the deepest recesses of Barton's heart, like an uncontrollable fountain, overwhelming his entire being with an immense force. This fear was not of the common variety. It was a profound despair and horror that penetrated his very soul, capable of shattering his will. Under this unprecedented wave of terror, Barton felt as though his consciousness were a solitary vessel amidst a tempest, with even his once unyielding resolve beginning to falter. Should he surrender? The thought of giving up was more unbearable than death itself. His mind was suffused with dark thoughts, and the belief in survival teetered on the brink of collapse beneath the weight of his dread. Yet at that critical moment, images of his beloved family flashed through his mind, their warm and familiar smiles illuminating the darkness like stars in the night sky. "I will not perish here." With a sudden, anguished cry, Barton opened his eyes wide, bloodshot and strained, veins bulging like worms upon his forehead and neck. Summoning every ounce of strength, he rose from his seat with a shout. Astonishingly, the terror vanished without a trace the instant he stood. It was as though he had awakened from a long and harrowing nightmare, drenched in sweat that soaked his clothes and streamed down his cheeks and arms. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for air, his legs trembling slightly beneath him, as the stifling aura of fear dissipated. The scene around him resembled a battlefield in chaos. The once orderly assembly of people now lay in disarray, with only a few maintaining any semblance of consciousness, their eyes betraying a mixture of relief and exhaustion. Coulson, typically composed as a S.H.I.L.D. agent, now bore a pallid complexion, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. The majority of others had succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Gerald stood amidst the turmoil, a hint of embarrassment and regret etched on his features. His intention had merely been to allow the attendees a brief experience of the fear element within the curse's power, and he had exerted himself to control and mitigate its effects. Yet, he had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of the sorcerer's fear magic. After all, this was his first attempt to wield such power against ordinary individuals, and his estimation of its potency had clearly been gravely flawed. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, who had been eavesdropping outside, was not entirely exempt from the ordeal. Despite his relatively distant position, he felt the chilling tendrils of fear slither into his body, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength in a bid to regain control. After a brief and arduous struggle, he inhaled deeply, striving to restore calm to his expression before nonchalantly pushing open the door and stepping inside. His gaze swiftly surveyed the chaotic scene, finally resting on Gerald as he feigned composure and inquired, "What transpired here?" Moments later, the S.H.I.L.D. training facility resembled an impromptu emergency battlefield. A flurry of stretchers rushed through, medical personnel anxiously lifting those felled by fear onto them. Natasha, just returning from outside, was struck with confusion at the sight before her. She turned to Coulson and softly asked, "What happened to them?" Coulson shook his head in resignation, a rueful smile gracing his lips as he replied. They underwent a psychological test of fear. His words carried a bittersweet and teasing undertone, seemingly attempting to downplay the gravity of the recent events. Nevertheless, Natasha remained perplexed, her expression unchanged by Coulson's explanation. Meanwhile, in Nick Fury's authoritative office, Gerald found himself explaining the situation with a sense of helplessness. "It's not my fault. They requested to experience it. I did my utmost to lessen its impact." He spread his hands innocently, though his eyes reflected a tinge of apprehension over the uncontrollable situation. Fury sat behind his desk, his demeanor as grave as stone. His single eye bore into Gerald, his tone unequivocal. "In any case, refrain from using this ability in the future. As you mentioned, it affects both friend and foe indiscriminately." Okay. I'll try to avoid it. Let us consider this settled." Gerald genuinely feared that Fury might demand he cover the medical expenses of those affected. By the way, was there truly no one among them with any magical talent? Fury furrowed his brow, a flicker of reluctance crossing his features as he abruptly shifted the topic, breaking the momentary silence. His gaze fixated on Gerald, as if still clinging to a sliver of hope for a different answer. Regrettably not, but that is to be expected. If one were to randomly assemble a group, it would be abnormal to find a significant number possessing magical talent. Geralt shook his head gently, a hint of regret and inevitability in his expression. Upon hearing this, Fury felt a deep sense of loss welling within him. He understood that in the realm of the supernatural, brimming with uncertainty and peril, possessing a cadre of agents skilled in magic would provide immeasurable assistance in countering various mysterious threats. Is it truly impossible to learn magic without innate talent? He sighed, his voice tinged with resignation and frustration. It's not entirely without hope, Geralt murmured, initially speaking as if to himself. Yet his words struck Fury like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of excitement through his heart. Fury could hardly believe his ears. His previously dim eyes sparkled with a mixture of astonishment and skepticism. Is there really a method? He leaned forward, urgency coloring his posture, as if fearful of mishearing or losing this newfound possibility. There exists an unconventional method known as the potion sequence, which can transform ordinary individuals into a unique kind of potion mage. Geralt explained slowly, his voice calm and steady, resonating like a melodious chime to Fury's ears. In an instant, the despondence and frustration that had clouded Fury's expression dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming excitement and anticipation. His gaze fixated intently on Geralt. Please, elaborate on this method. Do you know why only those with magical talent can learn magic? Geralt inquired, lifting his gaze slightly. This talent is fundamentally a measure of one's sensitivity to magical elements. Much like how a radio receives signals, the stronger the sensitivity, the more adept one becomes at perceiving the fluctuations of magical elements. Conversely, a weaker sensitivity results in significant difficulty when attempting to learn magic, leading to diminished talent. If one possesses no sensitivity at all, they are entirely devoid of talent. Fury listened intently, his eyes alight with curiosity and expectation, ensuring he missed not a single detail. However, this is not an absolute rule. Geralt's tone shifted, imbued with an air of mystery. In ancient times, there existed a group of ordinary individuals who were denied entry by talent. Unwilling to remain on the periphery of the magical realm, they harnessed their intellect to forge a unique path, replacing innate talent with potions. Chapter 23. The Potion. What is a potion? Nick Fury furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze imbued with a sense of curiosity and caution. The very name exuded an aura of the bizarre, inevitably stirring doubts within him. A potion, in essence, is a magical elixir concocted from various rare ingredients. It possesses a unique capability, the ability to forcibly endow ordinary individuals with magical powers. Geralt's voice was deep and deliberate, bearing a hint of brusqueness. Indeed, this method harbors immense risks. He paused momentarily, his expression grave as he regarded Nick Fury. What kind of risks? Nick Fury's heart involuntarily quickened. He felt a stirring within. To him, if it merely entailed some risks, it was not an insurmountable obstacle. After all, in this world, whether in military research or espionage, what monumental breakthroughs have not been accompanied by peril? High risks often correlate with high rewards, and the mastery of magical powers could dramatically alter the security dynamics of SHIELD, and perhaps the entire world. The risk of losing control. Geralt's gaze sharpened, locking onto Nick Fury with an intensity that conveyed the seriousness of his words. Typically, those with innate magical talents have cultivated their abilities through years of diligent study and arduous practice, gradually forming a nuanced and intimate connection with magic. This is, in truth, a process of adaptation to magic, a slow melding until their intentions align. He paused again, then continued, explaining that those who become mages through potions lack any resonance with magic. The forceful infusion of power into their bodies bypasses the necessary acclimatization process. Consider this. How can one ensure that such individuals will not succumb to chaos when confronted with an overwhelming surge of magical energy? Listening to Geralt's elucidation, Nick Fury's brow furrowed deeper as he fell into contemplative silence, weighing the potential gains and losses. After a moment, he halted, lifted his chin, and with a glint of determination in his eyes, addressed Gerald. Will you create such a potion? We can find a candidate to test the viability of this method. Such potion-wielding mages have long since faded from the annals of history, primarily due to the uncontrollable risks involved and the critical scarcity of necessary materials. Gerald shook his head gently, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Years ago, I traveled extensively, painstakingly gathering several potion recipes. Yet I've always found myself troubled by the materials required. They are exceedingly rare, making it nearly impossible to assemble them all. What materials are needed? Nick Fury raised his chin slightly, his eyes brimming with confidence and resolve. He thought to himself, what a jest, who am I? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D., commanding the largest espionage organization in the world. In this realm, what can S.H.I.L.D. not accomplish? A mere handful of potion ingredients could hardly thwart him. Gerald couldn't help but smile at Nick Fury's straightforward response, secretly elated. He had awaited this moment. With the formidable resources of S.H.I.E.L.D. backing him, future research expenditures would no longer be a concern. As he prepared to depart, Gerald solemnly cautioned, be prudent in selecting the test subjects. This individual must not only possess robust physical attributes to withstand the potential shock of the potion, but, crucially, must be entirely willing to participate in this experiment. For if their heart does not genuinely embrace the potion, the resistance between their spirit and body during the forced infusion of magic will intensify, significantly heightening the risk of losing control. When that time comes, do not say, I did not forewarn you. You needn't worry about that. We have plenty of loyal personnel in S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury replied, puffing out his chest, his eyes radiating confidence and pride. Loyalty? Just don't bring me a Hydra agent. Gerald inwardly scoffed. After bidding farewell to Nick Fury, he activated a portal, returning to his workshop. He strode directly to his underground laboratory, where he stood before a workbench, gazing at the unfinished potion experiment, lost in thought. He began to seriously contemplate the potion that he had just discussed with Nick Fury. In truth, creating a potion that bestows power is not inherently difficult from a theoretical standpoint. The challenge lies in skillfully integrating the seed of magical energy into a specific potion formula. However, Gerald envisioned far more than this. He intended to deconstruct the abilities into individual components and incrementally incorporate them into the potion. This way, he could forge a unique sequence of pseudo-potions. Yet, to bring this concept to fruition, a long and arduous path of research lay ahead. With this in mind, Gerald inhaled deeply, immersing himself once more in the study of potions. Meanwhile, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. training facility, those who had been rendered unconscious by Gerald's fearsome magic were gradually awakening, as if emerging from a profound nightmare. Their eyes reflected the terror of having narrowly escaped a brush with death. Among them, some, overwhelmed by fear after this harrowing ordeal, unhesitatingly began to apply for withdrawal from the supernatural response team, for not everyone possesses the courage to confront the dark powers capable of shattering the soul. Those who chose to remain, however, were a cadre of warriors with unwavering resolve. Their eyes bore no trace of retreat or fear. Instead, they were filled with a fervent curiosity and desire to explore the unknown. These individuals were truly the elite deserving of core membership in the supernatural response team. Notably, Barton stood out among them. Rather than losing heart from the terrifying experience, he seemed to be ignited by an intense interest in the arcane. Sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, gently illuminating the tranquil paths of the campus, while Gerald's steady voice resonated within the classroom. In Norse mythology, the most renowned deities are King Odin and Thor, the god of thunder. Legend has it that Odin has a brother named Loki. However, some accounts claim that Loki is not Odin's brother, but his son, thus making him Thor's sibling. Together, they reside in the divine realm atop the world tree. The students were enraptured by this mysterious and ancient mythology. Amidst this serene and focused atmosphere, a sudden clamor erupted outside the classroom without warning. All the students turned their curious gazes toward the window. They beheld a throng of American soldiers, clad in camouflage combat uniforms, their expressions grave and stern, marching in disciplined formation. Behind them trundled armored vehicles, and heavy weaponry was faintly visible, glinting with cold metallic sheen in the sunlight. What brings the military to our school? A wave of confusion washed over Gerald as he furrowed his brow, a flicker of unease crossing his countenance. The sudden appearance of such military force on campus was anything but ordinary. Instinctively, he sensed that trouble was once again looming on the horizon. Chapter 24. The Green Giant. Gerald surveyed the classroom, only to find that the students' gazes were firmly captivated by the spectacle outside the window, their minds completely detached from the lesson at hand. Recognizing the futility of continuing the lecture, he resignedly waved his hand and declared the class dismissed. Friends, do keep your distance from the commotion. They may be apprehending a terrorist, and we wouldn't want to be caught in the crossfire. He raised his voice, attempting to instill a sense of caution amidst their curiosity. Upon hearing his words, the students excitedly filed out, eager to uncover the mystery. Gerald watched their departing figures, shaking his head gently before hastening out of the classroom himself, intent on discovering the unfolding events. Upon stepping outside, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. A small squad of fully armed soldiers swiftly surged towards the academic building. They quickly surrounded the glass corridor between the structures, forming a tactical formation with their weapons alertly aimed in all directions, bracing for action. Below, armored vehicles were lined up in neat rows. What kind of terrorist warrants such an overwhelming display of force? Gerald muttered to himself, his curiosity piqued. Narrowing his eyes, he noticed an individual within the glass corridor, unarmed, yet surrounded by soldiers who remained tense and vigilant, all weapons trained on him. Below, a silver-haired, vigorous commander issued commands, followed by the whistling of two tear gas canisters that shattered the glass and swiftly infiltrated the corridor. In an instant, acrid smoke surged forth like a tumultuous tide, engulfing the passageway in chaos and obscurity. Witnessing this scene, Gerald felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity wash over him. Could it be what I suspect? His brow furrowed, eyes filled with uncertainty and unease. He leaned forward, fixated on the smoke-filled corridor. At that moment, an enormous green hand struck the glass, causing it to splinter instantly. A tremendous roar erupted. Indeed, it is the Hulk. Gerald sighed in exasperation, a bemused expression gracing his face. He never anticipated Hulk would make an appearance here. Through the dissipating fog, Hulk's colossal form gradually came into view. Raising his leg, he delivered a powerful kick to the already cracked glass. With a sharp and resounding shatter, glass fragments scattered in all directions as Hulk leaped through the breach. His broad chest heaved violently, eyes wide as he unleashed a ferocious and primal roar at the onlookers. The sound reverberated through the campus, shaking the very air around them. In the distance, Gerald's students stood frozen in shock at the sudden spectacle. Yet their reaction was unexpected. Instead of fleeing in terror from Hulk's fearsome visage, these young and spirited students appeared exhilarated, as if they had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Eagerly, they rummaged through their pockets for their phones, intent on capturing this astonishing scene. Observing their reaction, Gerald couldn't help but chuckle softly. He gauged the distance between himself and Hulk, concluding he was within a safe range, and thus chose to refrain from intervening. Turning away, he made his way to a relatively quiet and unoccupied corner, retrieving his phone to skillfully dial Nick Fury's number. Director Fury, are you aware of the situation at my school? A giant green behemoth is causing mayhem. Gerald's voice carried a hint of skepticism and jest. On the other end, Nick Fury fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his response. Eventually, he spoke with measured calm. Do not involve yourself. This is a predicament of the military's own making. Let them manage it. His tone indicated familiarity with the situation, yet a desire to remain uninvolved. Perhaps, as Gerald surmised, he intended to wait until the military found themselves in a bind before stepping in to assert greater control amidst the chaos. Understood. I shall merely observe the spectacle. Gerald replied lightly. In truth, he had never intended to entangle himself in the military's conflict with Hulk, as it was not within his purview. He ended the call, returning the phone to his pocket, and stood back in the corner, prepared to quietly witness the unfolding drama between the military and the Hulk. Amidst the tumult of the campus, Hulk had transformed into an unstoppable force of destruction. Armored vehicles, under his might, crumpled like fragile toys, overturned and strewn across the ground in a disarray of wreckage. Yet, a figure boldly stood before Hulk, unflinching. Tall and defiant, he radiated provocation. What courage, Gerald thought, narrowing his eyes as he recognized the man. Is that Blonsky? The Abomination? A flicker of admiration stirred within him. Confronting Hulk with such audacity was a rare quality. However, in the next moment, a dull thud echoed as Blonsky was sent sprawling, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. The contorted position of his body suggested that most of his bones had likely succumbed to the force of that single kick. When Hulk's gaze suddenly fell upon a woman nearby, a glimmer of tenderness flickered in his furious eyes. Upon witnessing Hulk carry away his girlfriend, Gerald sensed the situation was nearing its conclusion. He lifted his gaze towards Hulk's departing figure, his thoughts drifting into profound contemplation of the character of the Hulk. Renowned throughout the Marvel Universe for his immense strength, Hulk's power stemmed from his rage, a mechanism of strength that was nothing short of miraculous. It was said that the angrier he became, the more formidable he grew, with no limit to this augmentation. This led Gerald to ponder whether the soothing spells he possessed could help restore Hulk to tranquility. In SHIELD, Nick Fury sat silently before a vast display screen, his single eye reflecting gravity and contemplation. The screen showcased Hulk wreaking havoc across the campus, leaving destruction in his wake as armored vehicles were obliterated. The sheer, terrifying magnitude of his destructive power imbued every frame with shock. Fury's brow furrowed deeply as he compiled all available information on Hulk, from high-definition video clips captured by surveillance cameras to textual data gleaned from various intelligence sources, including historical records of Hulk's experiences, ability assessments, and more. Methodically, he dragged this vast array of data into a newly created electronic document. His fingers paused briefly in the naming field before decisively typing the Green Giant. On one side of his computer screen, two additional documents lay quietly, one labeled Iron Man and the other the Sorcerer. Chapter 25, Abomination Within the Antique Shop. Gerald was engrossed in a tome borrowed from Kumar Taj, its yellowed pages fluttering delicately beneath his fingertips. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps as Mina rushed in, her cheeks flushed from exertion. "Boss, you must see the news." "What is it?" Gerald slowly lifted his gaze, setting aside the book, his expression a canvas of confusion. He rose and switched on the television, revealing a shocking scene. A colossal, yellow-green monstrosity rampaging through the city streets. It swung its powerful arms with reckless abandon, leaving chaos in its wake, abandoned vehicles strewn about. Some overturned, others crushed beyond recognition. Abomination? Gerald's brow furrowed slightly, surprise flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this formidable creature, mutated from Blonsky, would manifest in the public eye so swiftly, wreaking such widespread havoc. "I hope Banner arrives soon. Otherwise, the destruction will be catastrophic." Standing before the television, Gerald's brow remained knitted, worry etched across his features. His gaze was fixed on the relentless rampage of the Abomination, which roared as it hurled car after car into the air like mere toys, crashing them down onto the buildings flanking the streets, walls crumbling, dust swirling. Citizens fleeing in terror, their cries and screams intertwining to create a nightmarish tableau. After a moment, Gerald's phone, resting on the table, suddenly rang. He hurried over, glancing at the screen to see a call from Coulson. "Gerald, have you seen the news? That monster is destroying the city." As soon as the call connected, Coulson's anxious voice rushed through the receiver. "I'm watching. Does an SHIELD have a contingency plan?" Gerald had assumed that SHIELD would be prepared for such a crisis. Yet Coulson's call filled him with a sense of disappointment. "We currently lack the experience and means to handle such a creature. Can you intervene? If it continues, the damage will be too great." Coulson's voice was tinged with urgency and helplessness. He understood that S.H.L.D., in its current state, felt ill-equipped to confront a being as powerful and unknown as the Abomination. Me? Coulson, you must realize I am a scholar, not a warrior. You cannot keep sending me to the front lines. Gerald shook his head slightly, his face a portrait of resignation. Right now, you are our only hope. Tony is too far away to assist. Coulson's tone bore a clear note of pleading. In this moment of crisis, S.H.I.L.D. had no choice but to place its hopes on Gerald, the magic professor. Hearing Coulson's near-desperate tone, Gerald sighed, acknowledging the gravity of the situation despite his reluctance. Very well. I will send my assistant. Your assistant? You mean that man named Hans? Is he capable? Coulson's words were laden with skepticism. In his mind, while Hans was robust, facing a creature as demonic as the Abomination seemed a daunting task, and he doubted Hans's effectiveness. Do not underestimate him. He is quite formidable. Gerald's voice resonated with confidence. All right, we can only trust you now, Coulson said resignedly before ending the call. Setting the phone down, Gerald raised his voice slightly and called out Hans. Before long, Hans's imposing figure hurried into the shop. Boss, did you call for me? He asked, standing respectfully before Gerald. You need to confront this monster. Tonight is a full moon, which will enhance your transformation. As Gerald spoke, his gaze was fixed on the screen, where the Abomination continued its rampage. Yes, boss, Hans replied without hesitation, his tone reflecting unwavering obedience to Gerald's command. With that, Gerald swiftly gestured, and a portal of shimmering white light opened in the air. Hans stepped into the portal, vanishing in an instant. Once Hans had departed, Mina approached gracefully, her eyes betraying a mix of concern and eagerness. Boss, should I go with him? That creature looks formidable. Gerald pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, you may accompany him, but do not overexert yourself. Retreat if it becomes too dangerous. He recognized Mina's capabilities, and although facing the Abomination was a tall order, her assistance could tip the scales in their favor. At the far end of the city, the Abomination continued its rampage. A colossal beast wreaking havoc on the bustling streets, indulging its insatiable thirst for destruction. Amidst this chaos, Hans strode purposefully toward the direction of the Abomination. As he walked, he quickly discarded his clothing, tossing it aside. Hey, you foul beast! Come face me, Hans. His voice boomed like thunder, cutting through the din of destruction. The Abomination paused, its frenzied movements stilled momentarily by the unexpected challenge. It turned its grotesque head, blood-red eyes narrowing in curiosity at this audacious human daring to provoke it. In an instant, Hans began to change. Dark fur sprouted across his skin, enveloping him entirely. His limbs twisted and elongated in an unsettling manner, bones cracking as they reshaped. His human visage contorted, morphing into a fearsome wolf-like head, sharp fangs glistening ominously. Within moments, Hans had transformed into a towering werewolf, standing over 2 meters tall. He reared back, exuding an aura of primal ferocity, and let out a low, menacing growl directed at the Abomination. The Abomination fixed its gaze on the newly emerged werewolf, excitement igniting within its eyes. It threw back its head and unleashed a thunderous roar, a response to Hans's challenge. Finally, a worthy opponent. It released its grip on a half-crushed vehicle, charging toward Hans with unrelenting speed. Hans, undeterred, met the challenge, his werewolf eyes gleaming with ferocity, a low growl reverberating in his throat. He crouched low, muscles coiling, then surged forward to meet the Abomination. In the blink of an eye, the two figures collided in the center of the street. A deafening crash echoed, rippling through the surrounding air. The powerful impact radiated outward, causing tremors that shook the very ground. The Abomination, seemingly impervious, staggered back a few steps, while Hans was sent hurtling like a cannonball, crashing down onto a nearby car. The car was instantaneously crushed and deformed, with Hans's body embedded within it. In the face of such overwhelming force, Hans suffered a resounding defeat in this initial confrontation. Nevertheless, his wolf-like eyes remained fiercely fixated on the Abomination. Chapter 26. fierce battle against the abomination. As Hans gazed at the abomination, he could not help but murmur to himself, "This power is utterly outrageous. I'm still under the influence of the full moon." It seemed that mere brute strength would not suffice for a direct confrontation. In a swift motion, Hans positioned himself low to the ground, his body taut like a tightly coiled spring, and launched himself toward the abomination like an arrow released from a bow. His movements were swift and agile, leaving shallow marks upon the earth as his claws dug into the surface. The abomination, noticing Hans's audacity in initiating the attack, felt an exhilarating thrill within its monstrous gaze. Its colossal hands slowly formed into fists, muscles tensed and veins bulging. With a mighty heave, it raised its hammer-like fists high before bringing them crashing down, aiming directly at the charging Hans. At the very moment the abomination's fists were about to make contact, Hans sprang forward with tremendous force, leaping into the air like a shadow, swiftly landing upon the walls of the nearby buildings. His claws embedded themselves deeply into the bricks, allowing him to stabilize his position. Simultaneously, the abomination's powerful fist struck the ground with a resounding thud, causing the earth to shatter like fragile eggshells. Cracks spread outward like a spider's web, and the ground trembled violently, causing nearby structures to sway precariously under the immense shockwave. After a brief pause on the wall, Hans utilized its elasticity once more, propelling himself toward the abomination's back with the speed of a hunting cheetah. He extended his sharp claws, slicing through the air with a glimmering arc, before sinking them into the abomination's hide. The abomination's tough exterior was no match for Hans's claws, as deep gashes were immediately carved into its flesh, green blood gushing forth like a fountain. Before the abomination could fully react, Hans again harnessed the wall's recoil to leap away, returning to the wall to prepare for his next assault. Thus, he continued to inflict a series of wounds upon the abomination with his agile maneuvers. With a powerful leap from the wall, Hans readied himself for another onslaught, his eyes gleaming with ferocity and focus, while the fangs at the corner of his mouth glinted menacingly. He charged decisively toward the abomination. At that moment, however, the abomination's grotesque face suddenly broke into a grin. Just as Hans was about to pounce, the massive palm of the abomination precisely seized his body. Hans felt an overwhelming force constricting him, rendering him immobile. "Little pup, still trying to run? I shall tear you in two." The abomination's raspy, brutal voice echoed in Hans's ears as it tightened its grip, intending to rend Hans's form asunder like paper. In that critical moment, Hans's pupils dilated in terror. He could only cry out for help, his voice trembling, piercing through the chaotic silence of the battlefield. Yet, just as the abomination was about to triumph, an unexpected explosion of green blood mist erupted from its hands, revealing two massive, bone-deep wounds. The abomination winced in pain, its expression a mix of agony and disbelief, and in that moment, its hands helplessly fell away, allowing Hans to break free from the deadly grasp and escape. "Thank you, boss," Hans exclaimed, still shaken and trembling as he landed, but filled with gratitude for his savior. "Do I resemble the boss so closely?" A crisp voice, tinged with playful mockery, rang out. There stood Mina, clad in black leather, poised like a bat upon a street lamp. Meanwhile, Geralt remained quietly atop a high building, surveying the battlefield below, which resembled a scene from a hellish nightmare. His gaze was a blend of seriousness and relief as he murmured, "Fortunately, Mina has arrived. Otherwise, I would have had to intervene personally." To ensure the safety of Hans and Mina, he had utilized magic to stealthily follow them to this location, selecting an optimal vantage point to provide timely assistance when necessary. Upon seeing Mina, Hans's fierce demeanor softened, and a sheepish grin broke through, revealing a sense of relief. "So was you, Miss Mina. Thank you, otherwise I would have been done for." Mina did not respond to Hans. Her eyes were fixed intently upon the abomination. She observed with astonishment as the wounds inflicted by Hans's claws began to regenerate at an astonishing rate, the torn flesh seemingly possessing a will of its own as it writhed and healed, leaving only faint traces of its former viciousness. "This is troublesome." It seems we cannot prevail alone. We must join forces, Mina remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. The boss has instructed us to hold it off. Powerful reinforcements will arrive soon. As she spoke, Mina's body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Her slender fingers sprouted sharp nails, resembling daggers, and her eyes glimmered with an eerie red hue. Deep and mysterious. Her once gentle lips curled into a sly smile, revealing sharp, adorable fangs, her vampiric features fully unveiled. Mina and Hans exchanged a determined glance, inhaling deeply before charging toward the abomination together. Mina moved with an ethereal grace, her speed nearly unparalleled, creating a blur of motion as she leapt high, her sharp claws aiming for the abomination's neck and back. Hans, utilizing his formidable werewolf strength and explosive power, followed closely behind, attacking the creature's legs and abdomen. They deftly exploited their speed advantage, darting around the abomination's massive form, each strike leaving new wounds. However, the abomination's endurance and regenerative capabilities were astonishingly formidable. Despite the increasing number of injuries, it appeared oblivious to pain, remaining as vigorous as ever, its colossal fists swinging out perilously, forcing Mina and Hans to evade narrowly. Moments later, both Mina and Hans were panting heavily, their chests rising and falling rapidly, fatigue and frustration evident in their expressions as they gazed at the seemingly unscathed abomination. At that moment, military personnel finally regained their composure and began organizing an assault. 2 missiles streaked through the air, trailing long tails of fire as they hurtled toward the abomination. The abomination, however, merely lifted its head slightly, a flicker of disdain in its eyes. Effortlessly, it caught the missiles and, with a swift motion of its arm, hurled them back like shooting stars. The sound of 2 tremendous explosions echoed as the missiles detonated in the distance, sending flames and smoke billowing into the air. It seems conventional methods cannot harm it. We must resort to our ultimate technique, Mina declared, her expression turning grave and her red eyes shimmering with resolute determination, as if she were on the verge of making a significant decision. Ultimate technique? Hans looked bewildered, his wolfish visage reflecting an endearing naivety, clearly oblivious to the concept Mina had just mentioned. Indeed, we can only merge our powers now, Mina replied slowly. Chapter 27. Fusion? Hans's furry wolf face was etched with confusion and disbelief. When had they acquired such an extraordinary skill? Fusion? It was astonishing that Mina and Hans had secretly mastered this forbidden technique, an amalgamation of vampire and werewolf. It was a sight unseen before, and Geralt, standing atop the building, allowed a satisfied smile to grace his lips. With arms crossed, he focused intently on the 2 below, his eyes sparkling with anticipation and curiosity. Prepare. Mina's clear and resonant voice echoed through the air as she leaped gracefully upward. Her black leather attire rustled in the wind, her crimson eyes shimmering with intensity. Though uncertain of the unfolding events, Hans, driven by trust in Mina, followed her without hesitation, his powerful werewolf form propelling him high into the sky. Nearby, the abomination, initially fierce and menacing, momentarily appeared perplexed by this unexpected display. Its massive head lifted slightly, blood-red eyes filled with confusion as it pondered the peculiar antics of its adversaries. It ceased its actions and stood still, observing Mina and Hans in midair. Fusion. Mina and Hans shouted in unison. After their call, Mina gracefully leapt, securely positioning herself upon Hans's broad wolf neck. Together, they charged toward the abomination. As they approached, the monstrous creature swung a massive hand, delivering a fierce slap towards the oncoming duo. With a resounding crash, Mina and Hans were mercilessly thrust away, crashing violently into a nearby wall. The impact caused the wall to buckle, bricks shattering and dust enveloping them. Slowly, Mina lifted her head from the debris, her gaze vacant as she muttered, "Failed." Fusion. She seemed lost in her dreams of a perfect combination, unable to accept the harsh reality. Watching from above, Geralt felt a flush of embarrassment. What was he expecting? These 2 fools had betrayed his hopes. Clearly, Mina should not indulge in too much anime. The colossal abomination began to move towards the embedded figures of Mina and Hans. Geralt, witnessing this scene, sighed resignedly, mentally preparing to intervene personally. At that critical moment, a figure streaked across the sky, resembling a meteor plummeting downwards. With a thunderous crash, it struck the ground before the abomination. The tremendous impact caused the earth to fracture. The abomination sensed an unusual presence, halting its advance. Its massive body leaning back in caution, fixated on the crater formed by the collision. In an instant, a large green hand burst forth from the pit, followed by the familiar visage of the Hulk, who rose to his feet. His furious roar resonated like thunder, declaring his return to the abomination. Geralt breathed a sigh of relief, thankful he need not engage directly. The Hulk and the abomination clashed violently, each blow producing a tremendous sound. Hulk swung his fists like hammers, fueled by boundless rage, striking at the abomination, which retaliated fiercely, seeking opportunities to counterattack. The battle was nothing short of breathtaking. Seizing the moment, Geralt executed 2 consecutive teleportation spells, vanishing from sight only to reappear before Mina and Hans. He gently waved his hands, enveloping them in a soft glow, before teleporting them back to the rooftop. "Boss, you're here too," Mina exclaimed upon seeing Geralt, her eyes sparkling with delight, her earlier disappointment vanishing in an instant. "Now, let's rest and watch the show." Geralt smiled gently, then settled at the edge of the building, directing his gaze once more at the fierce battlefield below. Amidst the chaos, the Hulk and the abomination were locked in an electrifying brawl. The Hulk's roars intertwined with the abomination's growls, and with each powerful strike, waves of force radiated outward like a surging tide. Meanwhile, in a helicopter circling above, General Ross wore a stern expression, his eyes revealing a stubborn resolve. Ignoring the perilous situation below and the potential consequences, he manned the machine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the abomination. The hail of bullets fell like rain. Yet this seemingly fierce assault was merely an annoyance to the creature. Enraged by the unexpected attack, the abomination lifted its head, eyes ablaze with fury. It leapt onto a high-rise, soaring towards the helicopter. In the gaze of terrified onlookers, the abomination's powerful hand gripped the helicopter's landing gear with precision, using its terrifying strength to wrench the aircraft down. The helicopter lost control, plummeting like a kite severed from its string, alarms blaring. Hulk watched in horror, his anger reaching a boiling point. He was acutely aware that his beloved was aboard that helicopter, the most cherished person in his life. Desperately, he attempted to rush to her aid, but the abomination clung to him, rendering him powerless to escape. Hulk's eyes were bloodshot with rage, muscles taut, every vein threatening to burst. He struggled with all his might, growling in fury, determined to break free from the abomination's grip. Yet, the creature's strength was insurmountable, its robust arms acting as iron shackles, binding Hulk firmly in place. At that moment, fuel from the helicopter began to leak due to the impact, igniting instantly as flames rapidly engulfed the aircraft. The inferno roared, waves of heat radiating outward. "No!" Hulk's anguished roar echoed, laden with profound sorrow and frustration. He watched helplessly as his dearest was consumed by the flames. Then, an extraordinary scene unfolded. From within the raging inferno, General Ross and his daughter emerged unharmed. They were enveloped in a softly glowing oval shield, a mysterious barrier that shielded them from the searing flames and intense heat. The surface of the shield shimmered with a gentle radiance, mysterious runes flickering into view. "General Ross, you owe me a life." "No, make that 2. At that moment, Geralt's tall and commanding figure emerged from the shadows of the rooftop. Chapter 28. The Defeat of Abomination. Hulk's departure? Who are you? General Ross's gaze lingered briefly on the enigmatic shield, emanating a mysterious glow around him before he swiftly lifted his head, his eyes reflecting vigilance and doubt as they fixated on Geralt. Special Consultant of S.H.I.E.L.D. Geralt, he introduced himself with a slight bow, wearing a polite and humble smile, maintaining an air of composure. S.H.I.E.L.D., you say? Nick Fury has indeed made his move. To have someone of your caliber among his ranks is remarkable. Young man, you have saved the lives of both my daughter and me. I, Ross, shall remember this." General Ross remarked, his brow furrowed slightly, embodying a complex array of emotions. Upon hearing Ross refer to him as young man, Geralt simply chuckled softly, unperturbed by the comment. Geralt gradually turned his gaze back to the fierce battle unfolding between Hulk and Abomination. On the battlefield, they were still locked in a relentless struggle. Once Hulk caught sight of his girlfriend emerging from danger unscathed, he directed his full attention towards Abomination. Their figures intertwined, embroiled in an intense and indecisive clash. Throughout this fierce confrontation, both combatants were evenly matched, the battle reaching a stalemate. Yet, with Hulk's growing familiarity with Abomination's attack patterns and an indomitable fury surging from within, he seized upon a fleeting opportunity after Abomination's assault. He lunged forth with lightning speed, his robust arm ensnaring Abomination's neck with the precision of an iron clamp. A flicker of panic flashed in Abomination's previously ferocious eyes as it struggled desperately, its massive frame writhing violently in an attempt to break free from Hulk's grasp. Its powerful arms flailed wildly, feet trampling the ground in a frenzied dance, sending dust and debris flying. However, Hulk's grip on Abomination's neck remained unyielding, his muscles taut with exertion, every sinew straining under the pressure. As time passed, Abomination's struggles grew feebler, its movements increasingly sluggish. Ultimately, under Hulk's formidable control, Abomination gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Hulk gazed down at Abomination, his fury not entirely extinguished, yet he managed to restrain himself from delivering a fatal blow. He slowly released his grip, rising to his feet, his towering form appearing especially solitary and powerful amidst the haze of battle. "Hey, don't play the stoic. Your future father-in-law and girlfriend are still watching." A voice, laced with teasing yet strikingly out of place, resonated through the lingering smoke and tension. Geralt, standing nearby and witnessing Hulk's statue-like stance, kindly reminded him. Hulk's massive, somewhat weary form trembled slightly as he turned his head. The remnants of battle-induced vigilance and subtle confusion lingered in his eyes, which locked onto Geralt. After a brief moment, his gaze shifted to his girlfriend standing not far away, a complex medley of emotions crossing his face, affection intertwined with longing, yet tinged with worry and resignation. He was acutely aware that his uncontrollable power posed an unpredictable danger to those around him. After a fleeting silence filled with inner turmoil, Hulk ultimately made a decision. He cast one last deep look at his girlfriend, as if wishing to etch her image indelibly in his heart. Then, resolutely, he turned away, opting to depart alone, seeking a way to master the immense strength he bore. Watching Hulk's departure, Geralt exhaled softly, sensing it was time to retreat to his tranquil abode to reflect on his thoughts. "Well then, I shall take my leave," he said politely to General Ross and his daughter. As the words left his lips, a faint blue light enveloped him, and in a blink, his figure vanished before their eyes. With Geralt's departure, the mysterious glowing oval shield surrounding General Ross and his daughter dissipated into the ether. General Ross stood in a daze, his expression still reflecting astonishment and disbelief at the extraordinary scene he had just witnessed. He slowly raised his head, gazing in the direction Geralt had vanished, and couldn't help but exclaim, "When will I have someone of such talent under my command?" His voice carried a hint of envy and resignation. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Geralt returned to his shop with Mina and Hans. However, this tranquility was short-lived as the phone rang. Anticipating the caller, he answered, and Nick Fury's voice resonated through the line. "In the office of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. Director, Nick Fury's singular I fixated on the screen, displaying a series of breathtaking images. The agile werewolf darting across the battlefield, its sharp claws slicing through the air. Mina, the vampire, moving gracefully, her red eyes burning like flames, her sharp nails seemingly capable of tearing anything apart. An Abomination, a colossal beast rampaging through the chaos. The three of them clashed together, creating a scene that resembled a hellish carnival. Nick Fury observed this spectacle in silence, his brow furrowing in contemplation. After a moment, he slowly picked up the phone, dialing Gerald's number. "Gerald, I owe you my thanks for today's events, but perhaps you should explain the situation regarding your two subordinates." His tone was deep and serious. Gerald, seated in his shop, unfazed by the ringing phone, smiled lightly upon hearing Nick Fury's words. "Did you not see what they are? Surely, you can guess their nature? It may be uncommon, but there's no need for alarm," he replied with a hint of jest and ease, treating it as a minor issue. "Werewolves and vampires, you say?" Nick Fury's voice crackled through the phone, tinged with an uncontainable mix of awe and resignation. "Since I met you, my worldview has been perpetually reshaped. Henceforth, I shall not be surprised by any peculiar occurrences." He leaned back against his chair as he spoke. "Make sure to register them at SHIELD when you have the time." With that directive, he abruptly hung up. Listening to the busy signal, Gerald shrugged mildly, a wave of fatigue washing over him. It had been quite a tumultuous day, and he still had to contend with various matters concerning SHIELD that evening. SHIELD really knows no bounds, he muttered before seeking rest. In a serene and ordinary little town, a young girl lay in her bed. Suddenly, as if pulled by an invisible force, she jolted awake from her slumber. Her eyes widened in terror, her pupils filled with fear and anxiety, her forehead slick with beads of sweat. She had dreamt once again of the chilling figure, the one clad in a striped sweater with metallic claws. In her dream, that figure shadowed her relentlessly. No matter how she fled or hid, it remained firmly entwined with her. Trembling, the girl slowly sat up, instinctively clutching the cross placed beside her pillow. In her hands, the cross became her sole refuge, and she began to pray earnestly, "O God, please deliver me from the torment of these nightmares, and grant me peace to sleep." At this moment, the entire town appeared to be enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. In the shadowy streets, it seemed as though a pair of hidden eyes lurked, observing everything in silence. In the recesses of the houses, a mysterious force seemed to stir quietly. It felt as if a colossal storm was on the verge of breaking, yet the townsfolk remained blissfully unaware, continuing to slumber beneath this seemingly tranquil facade. Chapter 29. The beginning of Elm Street as time quietly flows. Several days later, the iconic black vehicles of SHIELD cut through the tranquil roads surrounding the town, slowly approaching this mysterious locale, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Yet, they embarked on their journey with no intention of returning. On another dawn, Coulson and Barton stood at the town's edge, their expressions grave as they scrutinized the unsettling ambience enveloping the town before them. "Is this where our people went missing?" Coulson furrowed his brow slightly. The agent beside him snapped to attention, responding with a serious and respectful tone. "Indeed. They came to investigate the peculiar happenings in this town and lost contact upon entering." His gaze remained steadfast, betraying no hint of relaxation. "What peculiar happenings?" Coulson's furrow deepened, his penetrating eyes filled with bewilderment as he cast another glance at the seemingly tranquil town. The residents here were plagued by relentless nightmares, all conjuring the image of a singular figure, a strange man clad in a striped sweater, wielding an iron claw. There have already been fatalities, victims claimed by the nightmare figure. The agent's face bore an unprecedented seriousness, and his words heightened the alertness within Coulson and Barton to a peak. After a prolonged observation at the town's edge, Coulson resolved to take the risk and delve deeper into the town's mysteries. His black vehicle glided silently towards the town's interior. However, the moment the car crossed into the town, Coulson felt an inexplicable chill surge from the nape of his neck, swiftly coursing through his entire being. This icy sensation seemed to penetrate to the marrow, causing every pore to involuntarily tighten. "Stop the car." Coulson's voice was urgent and decisive. His subordinate, upon hearing the command, pressed the brakes hard, and the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. "What's wrong?" Barton inquired loudly, confusion etched on his face as he peered through the car window. He was bewildered as to why Coulson had suddenly ordered the stop upon entering the town. "We can call Gellet now," Coulson replied. his expression grave and his tone low yet serious. He continued to scan the surroundings with vigilance, as if the very air was thick with countless prying eyes. Is it a mysterious incident? Barton's demeanor shifted to one of tension, fully aware of the dangers implied by Coulson's mention of a mysterious incident. The unease swelling within him surged like a tide. Upon entering this town, my mental acuity has already begun to awaken, and my mystical abilities are growing sluggish. Coulson slowly raised his head to gaze at the sky. Above the town, the heavens appeared cloaked in an invisible shroud, resembling a vast net that ensnared the entire locale. Dark forces permeating every corner. In the hushed and eerie atmosphere, Coulson's voice resonated with a weighty gravity. Inside Gellet's shop, Gellet sat quietly, perusing an ancient tome. Suddenly, the crisp ring of a cell phone shattered the tranquility of the store. Gellet lifted his gaze slightly, noticing the caller ID displayed Coulson's name. A faint smile graced his lips as he answered. "What's the matter, Coulson? You typically don't contact me without a reason." However, the voice on the other end was heavy and serious. "There's been a mysterious incident. We need you here." The urgency and concern in Coulson's tone suggested that the situation had escalated significantly. "Serious?" The smile vanished from Gellet's face, replaced by a look of intense focus. He understood all too well that when it came to mysterious incidents, danger was often lurking. "We have several agents unaccounted for, their fates still unknown." Coulson's words stirred tumult within Gellet. Rising slowly, he gently closed the ancient book and placed it back on the table. Adjusting his attire, he spoke with unwavering resolve. "Understood. Tell me the address." Coulson patiently awaited Gellet's arrival at the town's edge. Time meandered in this quiet yet unsettling atmosphere, each moment stretching into eternity. Moments later, a sharp, soaring cry of an eagle echoed through the air. Everyone turned their gaze skyward, witnessing a majestic eagle dive like a bolt towards Coulson's location. Just as it was about to land, the eagle flickered with a flash of light, transforming into Gellet. He stood tall, his black cloak billowing gently in the wind, adorned with his characteristic confident smile. This sudden spectacle startled not only the inexperienced agents, but also Coulson, who, despite his usual composure, felt his heart race at the bizarre sight. In an instinctive reaction, all agents, including Barton, swiftly aimed their weapons at Gellet. The cold, metallic barrels sparkled under the sunlight, and the atmosphere grew taut with tension. "Hey, calm down, fellas. Are you planning to take out your own boss?" Gellet remarked unfazed, raising his hands in a gesture of peace, his smile unwavering as he sought to defuse the mounting tension. "You can do that? Why not just open a portal?" After a brief moment of astonishment, Coulson regained his composure, his eyes reflecting surprise and curiosity as he inquired. "I couldn't. There's no magical location here. I can only teleport to places I've previously visited, which is why I arrived this way," Gellet explained, shrugging slightly, his expression tinged with helplessness as he elaborated on why he hadn't opened a portal as usual. Subsequently, Gellet's gaze shifted toward the seemingly serene yet perilously concealed town. His eyes revealed a seriousness and focus, as if he could penetrate the surface and reach the dark core hidden deep within. "Is this the town where it all began?" Indeed, there is something amiss. The dense dark energy is nearly coalescing into a magical domain. "A magical domain? What does that mean?" Coulson inquired, his face a mask of confusion. The surrounding agents leaned in attentively, each face reflecting a blend of trepidation and curiosity. "A magical domain is a unique ability possessed by powerful demons. Within it, their strength is significantly amplified, and it poses considerable trouble," Gellet patiently elucidated. His words succinct, yet intensifying the pressure felt by all. The agents' palms began to sweat slightly, their gazes laced with apprehension. "Let us proceed and unveil which fool dares to act so brazenly," Gellet declared, striding purposefully towards Coulson's vehicle and elegantly taking a seat inside. Coulson and the other agents quickly followed suit, and the convoy gradually set forth, navigating deeper into the town. As they ventured further, the air grew increasingly frigid and oppressive. Chapter 30. Shadows of Elm Street. As Gerald and his companions slowly entered the heart of the town, an indescribable sense of oppression enveloped them. The streets were eerily deserted, a profound silence pervading every corner. Gerald keenly sensed that countless eyes lurked behind the windows of the houses on either side, covertly observing their every move. He looked up and indeed saw the townsfolk huddled within their homes, furtively scrutinizing the unwelcome visitors through the gaps in their curtains. Their faces were as pale as parchment, devoid of color, and their eyes were bloodshot, exuding a terrifying redness, as if they had endured countless sleepless nights. Exhaustion and fear etched deeply into their features. Gerald exchanged a grave glance with Coulson, both recognizing the weight of their shared unease. They resolved to head to the police station first, hoping to uncover some useful clues there. Inside the police station, the dim light cast a somber atmosphere. The sheriff sat behind his desk, his expression dark as he regarded Coulson, his tone rife with evident displeasure and fatigue. "What brings you here again? A few days ago, some individuals claiming to be from SHIELD asked me the same questions. I told them everything I knew." His voice was hoarse and dry, his eyes bloodshot, dark circles resembling those of a raccoon highlighting the fact he had not rested properly for several days. "Oh, do you know where they went?" Coulson stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on the sheriff, seeking any hint of a lead. "How should I know? They merely mentioned investigating the identity of the dream stalker, and then vanished," the sheriff replied, shaking his head in resignation. Leaning slightly forward, his hands weakly resting on the desk, he appeared to be crushed under the weight of heavy burdens, exuding exhaustion and helplessness. Gradually, he raised his head and began recounting the origins of this unsettling situation. The townspeople had been plagued by nightmares for almost a month. The sheriff furrowed his brow, lost in recollection. Initially, no one paid much attention, believing these were mere ordinary nightmares. Yet as days passed, they gradually discovered a startling truth through their conversations. Everyone had encountered the same monstrous figure in their dreams. It was a man clad in a striped sweater, equipped with razor-sharp claws, relentlessly pursuing them whenever he appeared in their dreams. The sheriff sighed softly, continuing, "We attempted to report this to the relevant authorities, seeking assistance. However, no one believed us, dismissing it as mere collective hallucination or nonsense. It wasn't until someone died that the gravity of the situation truly dawned on them. That individual was slashed across the throat by those claws, meeting a horrific end." At this moment, the sheriff's body trembled slightly, and since then, the entire town had been shrouded in a cloud of fear. People were left wondering who would be the next to be consumed by the nightmare, with each night becoming a torment. Many, unable to bear the agony, chose to leave the town, fleeing this cursed place. Upon hearing the sheriff's detailed description of the monster, Gerald's eyes widened, a tightening sensation gripping his heart. Wasn't this Freddy? How did Elm Street find its way into the Marvel Universe? He murmured to himself, barely concealing his astonishment and confusion. "Coulson, I was in such a hurry today that I forgot to ask. What is the name of this town?" Gerald turned to Coulson. "I believe it's called Elm Town," Coulson replied after a moment of contemplation. He noticed the change in Gerald's expression, a flicker of concern arising within him. Yet he refrained from questioning further. Indeed, it was Elm Street, which meant the true culprit behind this turmoil was Freddy. Gerald pondered silently, his brow furrowing, his gaze reflecting seriousness and focus. Having confirmed that Freddy was the source of the troubles here, Gerald began to recall the narrative of Elm Street. He vaguely remembered that the entity known as Freddy relentlessly dragged individuals into a surreal yet hauntingly real dreamscape, mercilessly slaughtering them. Ultimately, it seems someone had discovered Freddy's weakness within the dream and successfully pulled him from that illusory realm, thus ending the nightmarish catastrophe. However, the finer details and critical aspects eluded him. After learning the address of the missing agents from the sheriff, Gerald and his companions quickly drove to the location. The atmosphere in the vehicle stifling. Coulson gripped the steering wheel with focus, while Gerald sat in the back seat, deep in troubled thought. Upon arriving at the destination, Coulson and his agents conducted a thorough investigation, eventually uncovering an electronic report on a computer. The report displayed clear information about the mysterious figure, Freddy, and his chilling ability to kill within dreams. Upon seeing this information, Gerald's expression became complex. A surge of intense confusion and unease swelling within him. This was clearly not a creature that belonged in the Marvel Universe. Though this town shared the name Elm Town, he knew that this Freddy was not the one he remembered. It had to be an artificial construct. But who possessed the power to create such a being? Gerald muttered to himself, his mind racing with various thoughts. In this world, the only one who knew Freddy's detailed story and had the capability to manifest such a phenomenon, other than himself, was that individual. The mere thought of her potential involvement sent a chill down Gerald's spine. If it truly was her, then this situation had become dire. After a prolonged period of reflection and deliberation, Gerald realized that to effectively proceed with their next course of action, it was imperative to give Coulson and his team a certain level of insight into the foe they were about to face. Thus, he decided to reveal a portion of the truth to them. He subsequently gathered the agents together. With their eyes fixed upon him, Gerald slowly began. Having seen those reports and the occurrences in this town, I now comprehend the entity we are up against. It is a dream demon, he continued, his gaze sweeping over each face to ensure they grasped his words. A dream demon is typically born from the tormented soul of a tragically fated individual, infused with the malevolent powers of a dream demon. This demon possesses the ability to slay you in your dreams. Within that surreal, yet vividly real dream realm, it is nearly omnipotent. Should you fall under its gaze, the moment you succumb to slumber, you effectively place yourself at its mercy, awaiting your inevitable demise. As Gerald spoke, the faces of the agents gradually manifested expressions of gravity and tension. They began to realize that the magnitude and peril of this mission far exceeded their initial expectations. Chapter 31. Freddy observing the expressions of worry and unease etched on the faces of his agents. Gerald's lips curled into a reassuring smile. Fear not. Though the name Nightmare may evoke terror, it is not insurmountable once one understands its weaknesses. What weaknesses? Barton, his resolute figure emerging from the crowd, questioned with unwavering courage. The answer is quite simple. Like its name suggests, the nightmare draws power only within dreams. Once it manifests in the realm of reality, it becomes nothing more than a common murderer, Gerald stated calmly. His words, succinct yet profound, acted as a balm, easing the agent's frayed nerves. With a newfound determination, Gerald began to methodically assign tasks. Coulson, you will lead a team to search for the missing agents. Coulson nodded, immediately turning to gather his team. The rest of you will remain here. I have other arrangements, including you, Barton. Gerald's gaze swept across the remaining agents, finally resting on Barton's steadfast visage. To eliminate Freddy once and for all, we must draw him out of his dreamscape. The key lies in having one among you successfully dream of him. If even one person can conjure Freddy in their slumber, he will find himself ensnared in my grasp. Gradually, the agent's initial trepidation subsided under Gerald's command, and they began to attempt sleep. The atmosphere grew eerily still, thick with tension. Gerald envisioned that with Freddy's penchant for wreaking havoc in dreams, anyone brave enough to fall asleep in this shadowy town would inevitably draw him forth, like a shark sensing blood in the water. However, as time waned and they awoke one by one, not a single agent had dreamt of Freddy. It seems he is aware of my presence and dares not take the risk, Gerald mused silently. Meanwhile, Coulson's search team tirelessly scoured the town, ultimately uncovering the missing agents in an abandoned factory. The agents lay sprawled upon the cold floor, ensnared in a deep slumber. As relief washed over the group, an inexplicable occurrence transpired. The unconscious agents suddenly awakened without warning. Gerald regarded them with a faint smirk, revealing a hint of disdain for Freddy's cowardice. So fearful of me that you would rather awaken them than allow me the chance? I do not comprehend why Freddy chooses to invade our dreams. Is it merely to instill fear? Coulson inquired, confusion evident in his furrowed brow. It is his mode of survival. Such demons thrive on fear, Gerald replied, lifting his gaze. The more we fear him, the stronger he becomes. His killings serve to amplify our terror, ensuring we understand that capture in our dreams equates to death. Thus, fear proliferates in the hearts of men like weeds, providing him with sustenance to fortify his power. After a moment, the newly awakened agents steadied themselves, their eyes still reflecting traces of dread and anxiety as they recounted their harrowing experiences within the dream. We were investigating the factory when we inexplicably fell asleep. One agent recounted, his voice trembling as if still ensnared in that dreadful nightmare. Only Freddy's eerie laughter echoed throughout the empty factory. We fled desperately, striving to escape his pursuit, yet the factory morphed into a labyrinth without exit. Freddy seemed to relish the chase, slowly closing in, heightening our fear. It was truly a fate worse than death. Nods of agreement swept through the group, their faces betraying the horror of their nightmarish ordeal. The following day, grim news arrived. 2 more agents had met with tragic fates, their gruesome deaths chilling to the bone. One was torn asunder by an unseen force. The other had his skin cruelly flayed, his features grotesquely contorted in agony, eyes wide open as if narrating the torment he had suffered. These horrific murders detonated like a bombshell, snapping the already taut strings of fear that bound the town's residents. Panic surged like a tidal wave, emotions of despair and helplessness permeating the air. Upon learning of the tragedy, Gerald's countenance darkened, his expression a storm cloud of anger and concern. He pondered, I cannot fathom why Freddy has grown impatient and begun killing to hasten his harvest of fear. Just then, Coulson hurried in, his brow glistening with sweat, eyes filled with urgency and alarm. Something has happened. Everyone in town has fallen asleep, one by one. His voice quivered with anxiety, and, as he spoke, the surrounding team members began to slump, as if their very souls had been siphoned away. In mere moments, only Gerald and Coulson remained standing. Even a usually steadfast Barton succumbed to the slumber. Have you decided to confront me directly? Gerald scoffed. If so, let us proceed. I wish to witness your true strength within the dream. With that, he turned to Coulson, watch over our bodies. I shall enter the dreamscape to rescue Barton and the others, as well as deal with Freddy. Are you prepared? Coulson's face betrayed his concern, his eyes brimming with worry for Gerald's safety, and the fate of the town hung in the balance. Do you doubt my capabilities? Bring the vessel closer, Gerald commanded abruptly. Coulson hesitated. What do you mean? Forget it. You wouldn't understand the reference, Gerald quipped, then knelt beside Barton, placing a gentle hand upon his head. Drawing a deep breath, he closed his eyes, his presence transforming into a tranquil stillness, as though he were forging a mystical connection with the surrounding world. In a brief moment, his consciousness effortlessly transcended the boundaries between reality and the realm of dreams. Chapter 32. The Duel in Dreams Within the Realm of Dreams. Yushu Town resembled a forsaken city cursed by darkness, where dense mist enveloped every inch of land like a ghostly shroud. Towering, ominous crosses leaned crookedly along the streets. The town's inhabitants were mercilessly nailed to these crosses, their limbs pierced by sharp iron spikes, crimson blood flowing like a gentle stream, pooling on the cold ground and forming ghastly patches of crimson. The anguished wails echoed in this desolate town, resembling a prelude to an impending malevolent ritual. Upon entering, Gerald immediately beheld the pitiable sight of Barton and his subordinates, cruelly affixed to the crosses. You are undoubtedly more handsome than Jesus, Gerald quipped, attempting to lighten the oppressive atmosphere. Upon seeing him, Barton and the others breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though they had been saved, their faith in Gerald's strength unwavering. A sinister laughter echoed from the end of the street, sending chills down their spines. Soon, Freddy's signature horror attire began to materialize through the fog. You stay up there for a while. I will deal with it first. Remember, you are merely dreaming. All the pain is a deception of the mind. Attempt to control your subconscious, and you shall discover intriguing things. With that, Gerald strode with resolute and steady steps towards Freddy. As he approached, Freddy's charred visage gradually came into focus, a twisted and grotesque countenance marred by burns. Freddy's eyes shimmered with a strange light, meeting Gerald's gaze without fear. The slight upturn of his lips seemed to flaunt his newfound power, brimming with blind confidence. You truly dare to appear before me. Feeling confident, are we? Gerald's tone remained as calm as still water, devoid of any tremor. As if Freddy were merely an insignificant insect, incapable of unsettling him in the least. When When you first arrived in this town, I felt a twinge of caution. Now, I have gathered all the souls of this town within my dream realm. Their fear and suffering grant me boundless power. I'm terrifyingly strong now. Freddy grinned, revealing a row of jagged, blood-stained teeth as he emitted a chilling laugh, his confidence bordering on madness. His scarred face appeared even more grotesque under the eerie light of a dream. However, before he could finish his sentence, a surge of flame struck him. Freddy had no time to react as he was sent flying, crashing into a building. In an instant, the walls of the house shattered, debris and wooden splinters flying, raising a thick cloud of dust. Strong? Such as the perception of a frog at the bottom of a well. Gerald's voice emerged slowly through the roar of flames and the collapse of the structure, laced with disdain. He flexed his hand, the joints cracking audibly as if warming up for the impending battle. His expression grew serious. Then let me witness just how formidable you truly are. With those words, a powerful wave of magical energy radiated from him, causing the ground beneath his feet to tremble slightly, as if the entire dream world sensed his formidable aura. The building that Freddy had crashed into began to shake violently. Cracks spread across the walls like spider webs. Tiles from a roof fell with a cacophony of noise. Soon, under a torrent of surging dark energy, the entire house could no longer bear the strain and collapsed with a thunderous crash. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the area. Freddy's furious countenance flickered within the swirling dust, seemingly incensed by Gerald's contempt. He raised his hand abruptly, sending remnants from the ruins, broken bricks, sharp splinters, and twisted metal, hurtling towards Gerald like whistling bullets. Yet, a shimmering, azure-hued magical barrier had already manifested before Gerald, and the debris struck the shield, erupting in brilliant sparks of energy while failing to breach the sturdy defense, cascading harmlessly to the ground. In that fleeting moment, the ground beneath Gerald began to tremble violently, fissures appearing without warning. Thick steel rebars erupted from the earth like serpents, ensnaring his feet. Freddy's face twisted into a smug grin, as if he could already envision Gerald subdued. Under the gaze of Freddy's mocking eyes, Gerald was mercilessly dragged underground, vanishing from sight. However, Freddy's triumph was short-lived. Suddenly, a surge of potent magic erupted from the depths, akin to a volcanic explosion. In an instant, the ground shattered, dirt and stones flying in all directions. Gerald stood within the crater, gazing at Freddy. The previously menacing steel bars, under the influence of Freddy's malevolent power, coiled around Gerald like serpents, tightening their grip with relentless ferocity, the cold, unyielding metal pressing against his skin as if to crush him to pieces. Seeing Gerald ensnared and immobile, Freddy let out a raucous laugh. "This is my world. Here, everything is under my control, and you have nowhere to escape, just like this." His voice brimmed with arrogance and pride, as if he had become the sovereign of this dream realm, wielding absolute power over life and death. With that, Freddy waved his hand again, and Gerald, bound by the steel bars, was pulled along like a weightless puppet. Gerald's body was hurled towards a building, crashing through its walls and creating a massive hole, surrounded by scattering bricks and splinters. Before the dust could settle, he was swiftly dragged out again and sent soaring like a meteor towards another structure. Thus, Gerald's body was tossed back and forth between the buildings, subjected to relentless impacts. Each collision resonated with a deafening crash, the houses teetering on the verge of collapse, some even crumbling into heaps of ruin. Yet, a flicker of confusion and astonishment began to manifest on Freddy's face. He realized that no matter how frantically he tossed Gerald about, the latter remained unscathed. Not even a shred of his clothing marred. Gerald's gaze remained composed, his formidable magic casting a faint glow around him. Under the dual protection of the armored spell and the mage shield, it would be a miracle if you could harm me, he thought to himself with a cold, mocking smile. Chapter 33. You enjoy fear, so I shall bestow it upon you. Upon realizing that his relentless assaults had proven utterly futile, Freddy halted his hands. Meanwhile, Barton, affixed to the cross, incessantly reminded himself that this was merely a dream, and that all pain and fear were but illusory phantoms. At last, driven by his formidable willpower, a miracle unfolded. The cross that had so firmly bound him gradually lost its potency, fading into nothingness, leaving Barton's body unscathed, without even the faintest scar. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly liberated his fellow comrades. Once freed, they exchanged glances, each reflecting the profound relief of having survived a harrowing ordeal. Barton gazed at the townsfolk nailed to crosses. Without a moment's pause, he sprinted toward them, intent on their rescue. Yet as he approached, he was astonished to find them resembling lifeless puppets, their faces blank, their bodies unresponsive, as if they had already departed this world. A profound sense of unease surged within Barton. He sensed that matters were far more complex than they appeared. Unbeknownst to him, a far more dreadful crisis was silently encroaching. All dark forces, as if drawn by an unseen, potent pull, began to converge frantically upon Freddy's form. The souls of the townsfolk were mercilessly siphoned away, merging into Freddy's ever-expanding physique. Before Gerald, Freddy stood, his body rapidly enlarging with the influx of souls, transforming into a colossal figure exuding a stifling aura of darkness. His eyes gleamed with a bizarre, insatiable light, as if reveling in the ecstasy of this newfound power. This is my true strength. My being is now brimming with hundreds of souls. Ha ha ha. Freddy's maniacal laughter resonated, causing the very air around him to tremble. His form swelled to a terrifying magnitude, resembling a dark mountain that emanated a chilling presence. With his laughter, dark forces surged tumultuously around him. Freddy bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder, as he raised his enormous steel claws high. With a swift motion, he slashed through the void, unleashing a claw strike composed of pure darkness, hurtling toward Gerald. The mage's shield and armor should suffice, but better to err on the side of caution. I shall cast a spell of evasion, and a protection spell for good measure. Gerald mused to himself. Regrettably, the invincibility skill has too many limitations. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to complicate matters. Witnessing the might of Freddy's attack, Gerald felt a shiver run down his spine. He understood the potency of Freddy's strike and dared not underestimate it. After enveloping himself in various protective spells, he exhaled slightly, feeling a modicum of relief. The massive claw of darkness struck Gerald with tremendous force. In an instant, a burst of colorful light erupted where they collided, akin to fireworks. Gerald's form was propelled backward by this overwhelming power, his feet carving deep trenches into the ground until, after retreating over 10 meters, the terrifying claw's force finally dissipated. Perhaps I overestimated it. It's not as formidable as I imagined. What a waste of my skills, Gerald reflected, his previously taut expression easing slightly, a trace of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Fear now, scream, and then perish. Freddy, intoxicated by the sudden surge of power, found his arrogance swelling beyond measure. His eyes sparkled with madness, envisioning Gerald trembling before him, pleading for mercy. Fear? Ha! Do you wish to witness true terror? If it is fear you crave, then feel it. In the face of Freddy's arrogance, Gerald responded with a chilling laugh. Soon after, an extraordinary transformation subtly began to unfold within him. The mysterious and profound magical aura that once enveloped him slowly morphed, as if eroded by darkness, gradually replaced by a sinister and uncanny force. The unique malevolent magic of the sorcerer rapidly filled his being, casting a purplish-black halo around him, from which faint demonic roars could be heard. Gerald's gaze sharpened, and a powerful wave of purplish-black magical energy surged from within him, spreading rapidly toward Freddy. Gerald unleashed a fear-inducing howl with all his might. This time, his invocation of fear was unrestrained, its potency starkly contrasting with his previous tentative attempts at the Shield Bureau. It was a chasm apart. When the howl, infused with pure terror, struck Freddy, his colossal form froze instantly, his once manic, arrogant eyes now locked onto Gerald, revealing boundless dread. Freddy emitted a thunderous, anguished scream, as if confronted by the most horrifying sight from the depths of hell, an existence capable of obliterating his wicked soul, sending his fear soaring to its zenith. Frantically flailing his arms, he turned to flee, each of his colossal footfalls causing the ground to tremble violently. Yet in his panic, he stumbled and crashed to the ground. At that moment, his belly roiled like a tumultuous sea, violently heaving as if a powerful force within struggled to break free. The souls of the townsfolk he had devoured, influenced by the terrifying howl, became engulfed in extreme panic and turmoil, their cries intertwining with Freddy's own. Freddy's body swelled like an overinflated balloon, his skin stretched nearly translucent, as if the slightest touch would cause him to explode. Observing this, Geralt prepared to concentrate his magical energy for a final blow to liberate Freddy from his torment of fear. Just as he was about to strike, a black arrow shot forth from behind Geralt, piercing Freddy's overinflated belly with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, Freddy's form jolted violently, the delicate balance of his taut body shattered. As the arrow pierced his abdomen, a resounding explosion echoed. Freddy's once bloated belly ruptured, unleashing a torrent of countless green souls that surged forth like a tidal wave. Racing toward the sky, these souls glimmered with an eerie green luminescence, varying in shape, some twisted in anguish, while others flickered like dying candles in the wind. They intertwined and coalesced in the air, creating a bizarre yet magnificent spectacle. Barton, drenched in cold sweat, staggered forward, still gripping the bow that had launched the black arrow. The recent howls of terror had also affected him, nearly consuming his sanity with their soul-piercing dread. Fortunately, having faced a similar experience before, his resilient will and mental preparation allowed him to break free, and at the critical moment, he had released that pivotal arrow. What are these? Barton gazed at the multitude of green souls swirling in the sky, his eyes filled with confusion. These are the souls devoured by Freddy. They will find their way back to their bodies. Do not concern yourself with them, Geralt replied calmly, turning slightly to regard Barton. His gaze then refocused on Freddy. At this moment, Freddy stands in stark contrast to his former self, once formidable and exuding an aura of boundless darkness. His form has shrunk dramatically, rendered exceedingly frail, as if all vigor and vitality have been siphoned away. He cowers upon the ground, trembling with fear. His eyes are filled with terror and despair. The once arrogant bravado now vanished without a trace, leaving only a profound dread of Geralt. Chapter 34. The dark overture. At that moment, the dream realm, once sustained by Freddy's dark power, began to tremble and gradually collapse. The surroundings fragmented like shattered glass, and the already eerie light in the sky became increasingly chaotic, cracks spreading through the void. Observing this, Geralt invoked the demon binding. A chain radiating a ghostly violet glow materialized from thin air, swiftly coiling around Freddy and ensnaring him tightly. Despite his desperate struggles against the chain's restraint, the purple energy bindings were as unyielding as stone, constricting tighter and diminishing his resistance. It is time for us to awaken, Geralt remarked softly, turning to Barton. He then snapped his fingers, the sharp sound echoing through the crumbling dreamscape. In an instant, everyone in the real world felt as though they were jolted awake from a prolonged and terrifying nightmare. They opened their eyes abruptly, their gazes still haunted by fear and confusion. Recollections of the horrific scenes from their dreams surged within them, instilling a profound sense of dread. The agents exchanged glances, recognizing in each other's eyes a shared relief of having survived. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence that had just enveloped them. Everyone turned in unison to find Freddy engulfed in a swirling mass of purple flames. The fire, akin to hellfire from the abyss, danced menacingly, emanating an aura of chilling malevolence. The flames mercilessly licked at Freddy's form as he writhed in agony, emitting anguished howls. Yet his efforts were in vain, as he could only watch helplessly as the flames consumed him. Moments later, the purple flames dissipated, leaving behind only a gem softly glowing with a faint violet light where Freddy had once stood. Geralt approached unhurriedly, bent down to retrieve the soul stone, and casually pocketed it as though it were a trivial matter. He then lifted his gaze, scanning the faces of Coulson and the others, all marked by expressions of bewilderment. With a slight smile and a shrug, he remarked, "What? Someone had to take action." His tone was calm, devoid of any turbulence. Offering no further explanation regarding the Soul Stone, Coulson exchanged a look with Gerald. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, he chose wisely to remain silent, trusting and respecting Gerald's judgment. He nodded slightly and redirected his attention towards the team members and townsfolk who were gradually regaining their composure after the nightmare. Stepping outside, Gerald's expression turned grave and worried as he furrowed his brow and gazed skyward. The sky, which should have been a clear azure, was now shrouded in ominous clouds, exuding an indescribable sense of oppression and strangeness. "What is it?" Coulson, keenly perceptive, noticed Gerald's unusual demeanor and approached him with concern. "Perceive it for yourself. The dark power enveloping this town has not dissipated. Rather, it has become more active," Gerald replied, an undercurrent of unease evident in his voice. Upon hearing this, Coulson focused his mind, cautiously extending his faint magical energy to sense the surroundings. Moments later, his expression turned serious. "Why is this happening? Didn't Freddy die?" he questioned, filled with confusion and anxiety. "It seems the situation in this town is far more intricate than we anticipated." Gerald slowly shook his head, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. The town, appearing tranquil on the surface, felt to Gerald like a volcano on the verge of eruption. The intensifying dark energy surging like molten lava beneath the surface. With a determined thought, he transformed with a sharp crack into an eagle. "I'll take a look from above," he declared, soaring into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. As he circled high above, he surveyed the entire town. The familiar streets and buildings now laid bare beneath his keen gaze. Gerald intently observed the flow of dark energy, which resembled a black river meandering through various corners of the town, gathering and dispersing as if following some hidden pattern. After a while, his expression darkened significantly, a flicker of shock piercing through his hawk-like eyes. He had begun to grasp the hidden secrets behind the town, and this revelation was likely far more daunting than the challenge posed by Freddy. He dove rapidly, landing with a thud as he reverted to his original form. "Find a map of this town. I hope it is not as I fear," Gerald urged, urgency lacing his tone. Coulson quickly understood his intent and sprang into action. Before long, a map of the town was laid flat on the table, marking the locations of the three deceased. "This is serious." Gerald's voice was low and grave. Coulson, not daring to slacken, picked up a pen and accurately marked the three sites from memory. As the last mark was made, everyone's gaze converged on the map, revealing that the three locations formed a perfect triangle. I observed the dark energy to be exceedingly active from above. It has tightly encircled the entire town, creating a seamless circle. The triangle formed by these death sites lies entirely within that circle of dark energy. Gerald's expression was heavy with concern. "What does this signify?" Coulson asked, noting Gerald's grave demeanor, a sense of foreboding rising within him as he realized the situation was likely far worse than they had imagined. "This is a colossal summoning array," Gerald articulated slowly. "Summoning what?" Coulson's gaze remained fixed on Gerald, though he could surmise from the potent and malevolent dark energy that whatever was to be summoned was not of benevolent nature. Demons. And judging by the scale of this array and the intensity of the dark energy, it is certainly a formidable entity. Gerald's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes flickering with urgency and resolve. "Coulson, contact Nick Fury to assemble all available personnel and immediately evacuate everyone from this town. We must act swiftly." The remote town of Elm Tree, once tranquil, was now enveloped in an atmosphere of intense tension. A flood of camouflage soldiers, armed and prepared, surged into the town, swiftly establishing a tight perimeter. Each soldier bore a serious expression, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings, silently declaring the area a high-risk zone. Outside the town, the rotors of armed helicopters whirred ominously, creating a deafening roar. Armored vehicles lined up in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, the local residents, caught in a whirlwind of chaos and anxiety, were being urgently evacuated under the guidance of the soldiers. The official explanation cited a biochemical leak, and panic-stricken individuals hurriedly fled, dragging their families along. Inside a hastily erected command tent, the atmosphere was so tense it was nearly suffocating. Coulson looked at Geralt with worry etched across his face, his voice trembling with anticipation as he asked, "What do we do now?" Geralt lifted his gaze slightly, determination and resolve shining through his eyes. "We shall proceed inside. Should that entity emerge, we will confront it. If we falter, let Nick Fury request a missile strike to reduce this town to rubble." Chapter 35. The emergence of the great demon Geralt, leading the enigmatic team comprising Coulson, Barton, and others, ventured into the heart of Yew Tree Town. The atmosphere of the town was suffused with a stifling silence, a stark contrast to the once vibrant life that had long since vanished, replaced now by an insidious aura of terror. Following the completion of a nefarious summoning circle, all dark forces converged with a violent fervor towards the town center, as if drawn by an overwhelming magical force, swirling like a relentless tide of shadows before plunging into the earth. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, the quakes intensifying with alarming speed. Accompanied by a chilling roar, the earth commenced its collapse, swiftly expanding into a vast, unfathomable abyss. This chasm resembled a gaping maw, exuding a despairing darkness. From the depths of this endless void, faint cries and roars echoed, piercing the air with a shrillness akin to countless daggers stabbing at the ears of the onlookers, reminiscent of tormented souls from the infernal depths. The members of the mysterious team exchanged glances, each reflecting a grave determination, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. Amidst the quaking earth, a demon's hand, the size of a house and covered in rough scales, suddenly emerged, gripping the edge of the abyss. Each scale on its palm shimmered with a menacing, obsidian glow, while its talons dug deep into the ground, crushing the surrounding soil and stone. Soon after, a second equally colossal and terrifying hand appeared, both palms resembling titanic pillars, firmly anchoring themselves at the chasm's edge, as if paving the way for an even greater entity to breach the mortal realm. A grotesque head, resembling a desiccated corpse with blood-red eyes and twin horns, gradually materialized from the abyss. Upon its emergence, the head opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated like a tsunami, carrying with it boundless malevolence and fury. The sonic wave crashed upon the surroundings with a tangible force, causing Geralt and his companions to feel an invisible power buffet against them, their bodies swaying uncontrollably, struggling to maintain their footing against the onslaught. Realizing the dire situation, Coulson and the others reacted without hesitation, swiftly aiming their firearms at the demon's head and unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The sound of gunshots erupted like a chorus of wrathful serpents, while grenades rained down like a tempest upon the demonic visage. Shortly thereafter, RPGs soared with fiery trails, crashing into the target with ferocity. In an instant, brilliant and terrifying sparks erupted from the demon's head, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. Yet, under this tempestuous assault, the demon's head remained unscathed. Its blood-red eyes flickered with an eerie light through the haze, finally acknowledging the source of the attack and slowly turning its gaze. "Do you dare to summon me into this realm?" Geralt proclaimed, his chest swelling with resolve as he inhaled deeply, his determination surging. He then bellowed, "Exile!" In that moment, a violet glow enveloped his hands, pulsating and gathering until it cloaked his entire arm. Concurrently, a similar hue of arcane energy manifested above the demon's head, adhering closely to it. In an instant, an immense force surged forth, pressing down upon the demon's head. The creature's massive form quivered slightly as its head was gradually pushed back towards the unfathomable abyss, as if being forced back into the depths of hell. However, the demon sensed this formidable power and began to thrash violently, its muscles taut with tension, its horns thrumming as it roared in fury. Its hands, resembling colossal iron pincers, clung desperately to the edge of the chasm, its sharp claws digging deep into the earth. The demon fought against the banishing force, striving to escape. Geralt clearly felt the unprecedented resistance against his exiling spell, his magical energy pouring forth like a torrent, continuously fueling his incantation. Thus, the two entities found themselves locked in a stalemate at the heart of Yew Tree Town, the very air around them distorting and trembling from their clash of power. As time passed, Geralt gradually sensed his magical reserves depleting, his body growing heavier, the exertion of the exile spell akin to dragging a colossal mountain. His breath quickened, beads of sweat forming on his brow, a subtle fatigue creeping into his gaze. I cannot match him in my normal state, Geralt lamented internally, realizing the futility of his situation against such a demon. The violet glow in his hands flickered erratically, and the once thundering output of his magical energy waned. The oppressive force that held the demon in check receding like a retreating tide. The demon, keenly aware of Geralt's weakened state, revealed a deranged grin upon its grotesque visage, its gaping maw erupting into a chilling cacophony of laughter. With this mirth, its muscles tightened, unleashing an even greater surge of power as it clawed relentlessly at the ground. Determined to ascend, understanding that the situation had turned perilous, Geralt exchanged a significant glance with Coulson, signaling the team to prepare for retreat. He resolved to abandon his restraint and unleash his full might. At that moment, the demon's immense and terrifying form had nearly fully emerged from the abyss, its malevolent aura suffusing the entire town with shadows of death and despair. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, the very fabric of space around the demon began to warp without warning. Cracks appeared like fractures on a fragile mirror, while the town itself seemed to rotate under the influence of an enigmatic force, the ground tilting, buildings swaying, and reality itself appearing to invert. Amidst this chaos and surreal spectacle, a figure clad in a yellow cloak quietly materialized, her form obscured by the garment, her features shrouded. Yet her graceful movements revealed her femininity. Behind her, a circular portal crackling with peculiar sparks spun slowly, heralding an unknown fate. Chapter 36. The Arrival of Ancient One. Sister Ancient One, you have finally arrived. I knew you would sense what was happening here. The tense expression on Geralt's face instantly transformed into a blend of surprise and relief as he dashed like a gust of wind towards the figure clad in a yellow cloak. He stood closely behind the Ancient One, breathing slightly heavier. Meanwhile, the other members of the mysterious team found themselves engulfed in this bizarre world, their faces etched with shock and confusion. Their eyes widened, mouths agape. They stared blankly at the illogical scenes around them, filled with bewilderment and awe. What kind of ability allows such a feat? Coulson murmured, his voice trembling, as the weapon in his hand inadvertently drooped, utterly astounded by the unimaginable spectacle before him. Let us postpone further discussion until this matter is resolved. I shall handle it first. The Ancient One spoke with a cool and calm demeanor, as if the chaos and peril before her were mere trifles. With that, she gracefully raised her hand, elegantly unveiling the hood of her cloak to reveal her iconic bald head. Under the gaze of the onlookers, she held a gesture with one hand, and, with a slight twist, the entire space seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, beginning to spin wildly in reverse. The edge of the abyss from which the demon had crawled slowly vanished under the influence of this formidable force. The demon, now devoid of leverage, flailed its massive hands helplessly in the air, emitting roars of fury and terror. Its body began to uncontrollably descend once more into the endless dark abyss. Unwilling to be relegated back into the depths, the demon struggled fiercely in midair, its horns thrashing. It desperately extended its arms, attempting to grasp the outer edge. However, just as its hands were about to touch the brink, a series of magical circles flickered into existence around the opening, radiating with strange sparks. These magical formations glimmered, their runes shimmering, exuding an aura of immense and mysterious power. The moment the demon's hands made contact with the magical circles, it was akin to touching a searing iron, instantly sizzling, with black smoke rising from its palms. It roared in agony, trying to break through forcefully, yet the strength of the magical formations was as solid as rock. Each assault was mercilessly repelled, leaving the demon's hands flailing futilely before the circles, unable to advance any further. Ultimately, with a roar filled with resentment and fury, the demon's colossal form plummeted back into the unending darkness. Its figure gradually succumbed to the shadows, the malevolent aura dissipating, leaving behind a silent and ravaged town center. Yet, as everyone focused on the demon's descent, a shadow, like a wraith, seized a moment of chaos to dart swiftly from the closing edge of the abyss. It moved with astonishing speed, leaving only a blurred trace in the air before vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. The Ancient One's gaze was sharp, keenly capturing every detail, yet she merely furrowed her brow slightly, not uttering a word, a flicker of imperceptible concern crossing her eyes. With the demon successfully banished back to hell, the Ancient One waved her fingers gently. In an instant, this tumultuous space, filled with bizarre and twisted sights, seemed infused with a force capable of reversing the world, gradually beginning to rotate back to its original state. The once upturned heavens and earth slowly returned to their rightful positions. The slanted ground regained its flatness, and the teetering houses ceased their shaking, though the town was no longer the tranquil and tidy place it had once been. Now a scene of utter disarray. However, it was reassuring to note that the chilling, dark power had dissipated, and sunlight once again fell upon the land, albeit somewhat mottled, bringing a glimmer of hope and warmth. The Ancient One turned her head slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips as she softly addressed Gerald. "Shall we sit together? It has been a while since your last visit." With that, she walked towards a circular portal crackling with strange sparks. Gerald nodded in understanding, turning to face Coulson, and earnestly instructed, "Ensure the cleanup is handled properly. Take care of everything here." Coulson solemnly nodded, indicating his comprehension. Subsequently, under the watchful and curious gazes of the others, Gerald quickly followed in the Ancient One's footsteps, stepping into the flickering portal. As they vanished, the portal extinguished like a firework, leaving Coulson and the others standing amidst the ruins, gazing in the direction where the portal had disappeared, their minds swirling with thoughts. In the mysterious and serene Kamartaj, the ancient architecture exuded an aura of intertwined history and wisdom. Gerald and the Ancient One sat across from each other at a stone table adorned with exquisite tea sets, the steaming fragrance of tea wafting through the air. Gerald lifted the teacup, took a delicate sip, then placed it down, fixing his gaze on the Ancient One. Eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry, he asked, "What is the origin of this demon? Why is it so fierce?" The Ancient One raised her head slightly, her gaze calm and unhurried as she replied, "Its name is scarcely known among mortals. However, its father, you must have heard of. He is the Lord of Hell, Mephisto." "The witch-heart demon?" Gerald involuntarily exclaimed, a hint of surprise crossing his face. He furrowed his brow, various rumors about the witch-heart demon flashing through his mind. "Ah, you are aware." The Ancient One nodded gently, continuing, "Mephisto is likely unaware of its actions this time. After all, stepping into the mortal realm is a venture even Mephisto would not dare undertake lightly. Fortunately, it has been expelled." Gerald let out a sigh of relief, leaning back contentedly in his chair. "Not entirely expelled. I only banished its physical form. Its spiritual essence has escaped." The Ancient One set down her teacup, hands folded in her lap, her expression still calm as she revealed this surprising news. "A demon managed to escape your grasp?" Gerald's eyes widened, leaning forward, filled with astonishment and disbelief. It was hard to fathom that a demon could evade the watchful eyes of the supreme sorceress. "I was somewhat careless," the Ancient One remarked, maintaining her faint smile, as though it were merely a trivial oversight. Surely it was intentional, Gerald mused inwardly. However, he did not dwell excessively on the matter, for it was merely a demon's spiritual essence, significantly less threatening than its corporeal form, making it comparatively easier to manage. In the conference room of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson stood before Nick Fury, detailing the events of the incident. Nick Fury listened intently. Upon hearing Coulson mention the mysterious figure who turned the tide of battle, he raised his head slightly, curiosity and inquiry flickering in his gaze as he asked, "You say this individual is called the Ancient One?" "Indeed, that is how Gerald referred to her," Coulson swiftly and concisely replied. "The Supreme Sorceress?" Nick Fury murmured to himself. Lost in profound contemplation, as memories of Geralt's previous description of the Ancient One as the most powerful sorceress in the world surfaced in his mind. Chapter 37. Tony's Troubles in Camartage. Geralt's exchange with the Ancient One has reached a temporary pause. Upon returning home, he finds himself ruminating on the recent discussions regarding demons and the profound implications behind the Ancient One's words. Suddenly, the tranquility is shattered by the ringing of his mobile phone. Geralt retrieves his device, noting that the caller is Nick Fury. "Have you returned? Could you come by S.H.I.L.D. for a moment? There are numerous questions regarding the recent events that I wish to discuss with you." Nick Fury's voice resonates through the receiver. Geralt's gaze fixes on a spatial point not far ahead. With a subtle motion of his finger, a portal emanating a ghostly blue light gradually opens. Concurrently, in the spacious office of S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury, he holds the phone, awaiting Geralt's response. Suddenly, a familiar figure materializes before him without warning. It is Geralt, phone still in hand, as if he has just traversed the boundaries of space to arrive instantaneously. "I have arrived," Geralt calmly states into the phone. "I know. I saw you," Nick Fury replies, a hint of resignation in his tone. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. office, Geralt and Nick Fury sit across from one another. Geralt takes a moment to gather his thoughts before elaborating on the sequence of events surrounding the incident. He recounts how the townspeople were plagued by inexplicable nightmares, their discovery of Freddy, the dream demon, and their ensuing battle with him. He details how, despite Freddy's demise, the dark forces intensified, leading to the revelation of a colossal summoning array and the harrowing confrontation with a monstrous demon that emerged from it. Every detail meticulously laid bare. Nick Fury listens intently, his expression grave, and as Geralt narrates, the furrows on his brow deepen. Upon hearing Geralt's description of the demon's formidable power, a flicker of concern crosses Fury's eyes as he queries, "Are all these demons this powerful?" "Certainly not. This one is somewhat exceptional. The demon known as the Witch's Heart is a direct descendant of the Demon King, akin to a demon prince," Geralt replies, a slight smile of reassurance playing on his lips. He is acutely aware of Nick Fury's trepidation towards these supernatural forces, and such an explanation may offer him a measure of comfort. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's tense demeanor eases slightly as he leans back in his chair, nodding thoughtfully. However, his curiosity remains piqued. After a brief silence, he turns his gaze back to Geralt, his eyes glinting with anticipation and inquiry. "What about the Sorcerer Supreme? Are you not inclined to share anything regarding her? What would you like to know?" Geralt meets Fury's gaze steadily, having anticipated that the director would probe into the Ancient One's affairs, given her sudden and overwhelming presence that would undoubtedly garner S.H.I.E.L.D.'s scrutiny and suspicion. "I wish to understand her perspective on S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury's singular eye sparkles with sharp insight. "Her perspective? I believe she is indifferent. Rest assured, she will only intervene in matters concerning the mystical realm, as long as the struggles of ordinary people do not escalate too far. She will not interfere," Geralt responds with a casual shrug, his tone relaxed. He understands Fury's underlying anxieties. As the head of S.H., he must remain vigilant against any factors that could disrupt global security, a duty ingrained in him, a hallmark of his profession. Geralt's reassurances act as a balm to Fury's frayed nerves, allowing him a moment of respite. Since learning of the existence of such a powerful sorceress, Fury has been engulfed in deep concern. Geralt's explanation now permits the tension in Fury's brow to ease slightly as he exhales deeply. "By the way, I have gathered some of the materials from the list you provided last time," Nick Fury remarks, his brow furrowed with a hint of confusion. "You mentioned a potion method. Does it truly work?" "The materials are exceedingly peculiar." Shaking his head in disbelief, he adds, "I can hardly fathom that a potion made from these ingredients would be consumable. Will it work? Once you have collected everything, we can find someone to test it. Have you identified a candidate?" Geralt's lips curl into a confident smile as he gazes calmly at Fury. He recognizes Fury's fervent desire to harness magical power. Despite his skepticism, he would not easily relinquish a potential advantage for S.H.I.E.L.D. in the supernatural realm. Fury retrieves a file from the table and hands it to Geralt. This individual, take a look. Their psychological and physical attributes are exceptional, and they exhibit extreme loyalty. Geralt accepts the file, curiosity and uncertainty stirring within him. As he slowly unfolds the document, his eyes scan the information, and upon encountering the name Grant Ward, a frown creases his brow as a sense of familiarity washes over him. Momentarily, from the hazy memories of a past S.H.I.L.D. spin-off, he recognizes the figure. Damn it, Nick Fury, you truly found a Hydra agent for me. What a farce of loyalty. Loyal to Hydra, I presume. Geralt silently curses, a hint of exasperation flickering in his eyes. He raises his gaze to meet Fury's satisfied expression regarding this individual, uncertain of what to say. Nonetheless, Geralt must concede that Ward indeed appears to possess remarkable qualities in every regard. If he could be swayed from Hydra's ranks to become an ally, he might prove invaluable in the future. Let him join my mysterious team for now. Notify me once the materials are fully gathered, Geralt states, lifting his head slightly before teleporting away. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of Tony Stark's lavish mansion, Tony is engulfed in profound distress. The palladium in his bloodstream continues to surge alarmingly, and he has yet to discover a remedy. A harrowing premonition of impending doom clings to him incessantly. Tony has confided in no one regarding his plight. He is inherently proud, harboring a deep-seated sense of dignity and principles. He is resolute in not allowing others to witness his vulnerability, nor does he wish to become an object of pity. Thus, he resorts to incessantly consuming chlorophyll, attempting to buy time in hopes of discovering a suitable substitute for palladium. Suddenly, the image of a magician flickers in his mind. He muses inwardly. If science cannot provide answers for the moment, perhaps the arcane might offer a solution. Chapter 38. The Purification Elixir. Outside Geralt's uniquely charming shop, a sports car, strikingly different from the last, sliced through the tranquility of the street, racing in with great speed. The tires screeched against the pavement, producing a sharp cry, before it came to a steady halt at the entrance. The door opened slowly, and the iconic figure of Tony Stark emerged, clad in a sharply tailored suit. He could not conceal the fatigue and anxiety etched on his face as he walked with a slightly heavy gait towards the shop, pushing open the ancient door. Inside, Geralt was engrossed in a book. At the sound of the door creaking open, he instinctively raised his gaze. The moment he spotted Tony Stark entering, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by a warm smile as he jested. "Isn't this Iron Man? What brings you to my humble establishment?" However, upon seeing Geralt, Tony's demeanor became somewhat awkward. He had not forgotten the events of their last encounter, and the embarrassment and turmoil surged within him once more. He paused for a moment, seemingly striving to recalibrate his mindset. "That trick you pulled last time was indeed impressive. It caught even me off guard. I've come to see what other methods you possess." Tony endeavored to maintain a facade of composure. Yet the slight elevation of his chin and the feigned nonchalance could not disguise the unease within. His typically proud posture appeared somewhat rigid, as he found himself seeking assistance while still clinging to an air of superiority. "Oh, what is it that you wish to see this time?" Geralt inquired, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He stood patiently, awaiting Tony's next words. Do you possess any medical remedies? Perhaps for detoxification or healing?" Tony's voice trailed off, a faint flush coloring his cheeks as he appeared somewhat bashful. Observing Tony's demeanor, Geralt grasped the situation entirely. He understood that the damage inflicted by palladium within Tony's body had intensified, leading the typically arrogant Stark into such a state of disarray that he was now seeking refuge in a realm he was unfamiliar with and skeptical of: mysticism, hoping to find a lifeline. "It seems that what resides in your chest can both sustain and jeopardize your life," Geralt remarked, narrowing his eyes and locking onto Tony's gaze. "You are aware of this?" Tony's body tensed slightly, a flicker of astonishment and confusion crossing his features. Before he could fully process his surprise, anxiety and longing overwhelmed him, prompting him to urgently inquire, "Do you have any solutions? Your dilemma is that you still need to utilize it. So regardless of how I might remedy your condition, you will ultimately remain afflicted by palladium's toxicity. The optimal resolution would be to discover a substitute material. Gerald's voice remained calm and steady, incisively pinpointing the crux of Tony's predicament. If it were that simple, I would not have tried countless materials without success. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here, Tony replied, his shoulders sagging slightly, his face a canvas of frustration. He reflected on the countless nights spent in his laboratory, testing new materials, only to have his hopes dashed each time. All I can do is prolong your time, providing you with the opportunity to keep trying. If you have indeed exhausted all elements, perhaps you could consider synthesizing a new element. With your intellect, it is not an impossibility, Gerald suggested. A new element? Now, that is an intriguing idea. A glimmer of hope sparked in Tony's eyes. He lifted his chin slightly. Now, show me what means you possess to slow palladium's encroachment. Follow me, Gerald replied with a gentle smile, turning towards the underground laboratory. Tony followed closely, his curiosity piqued. Upon their arrival, Tony was taken aback, his eyes widening at the sight before him. The spacious yet somewhat chaotic room was filled with an assortment of jars and vials. Some contained what appeared to be the twisted limbs of some monstrous creature, sporting sharp claws and scales, casting an eerie presence in the dim light. Others held liquids of bizarre hues, bubbling as if alive, releasing soft, popping sounds as the bubbles burst. This laboratory would surely frighten children. It resembles a haunted house, Tony remarked, scrunching his face in distaste. Ah, now this is what a traditional mage's laboratory should look like, Gerald replied, scratching his head and grinning, unfazed by Tony's critique. As Tony shook his head, he wandered around the laboratory, his gaze flitting about until it settled on a pair of handcuffs adorned with strange runes in the corner. Are you engaging in some sort of BDSM here? Handcuffs, really? He quipped, raising an eyebrow with a mix of mockery and curiosity. These are not for play. They are my specially crafted rune handcuffs, designed to restrain individuals like myself who possess magical abilities. Once secured, they are rendered powerless, Gerald explained, stepping forward to pick up a pair, gently tracing the runes with his fingers. Tony's attention remained fixated on the handcuffs, his eyes gleaming with contemplation. Just then, Gerald casually picked up a test tube containing a vibrant green liquid, reminiscent of tranquil waters in a deep forest, exuding a mysterious yet alluring aura. This is the purification elixir I just developed. You may wish to sample it. It can eliminate most of the palladium from your system. Just developed? Are you using me as a guinea pig? Tony's brows knitted tightly in displeasure. Don't be like that. It's quite safe. I have confidence in my craft, Gerald replied with a slight smile, attempting to ease Tony's tension. You first. Drink one in front of me, Tony insisted, crossing his arms firmly, his gaze unwavering. He refused to take any risks without witnessing the elixir's safety firsthand. Without hesitation, Gerald tilted his head back and consumed the concoction in one swift motion. Afterward, he licked his lips and squinted with satisfaction as he remarked, "Minty." Tony scrutinized Gerald's every action. When he observed Gerald's fearless consumption of the elixir and noted that no adverse reactions followed, his apprehension began to wane. Nevertheless, his cautious nature kept him hesitating for some time. Ultimately, the yearning for survival prevailed, and he requested a vial for himself. Receiving the test tube, Tony inhaled deeply before downing the liquid in a single gulp. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through him like a gentle stream, swiftly spreading throughout his entire being. Tony gently closed his eyes, savoring the exquisite sensation. He could distinctly perceive his body undergoing a profound purification and restoration. The heaviness and pain that had been induced by the palladium element gradually diminished, and he felt as though he was being revitalized, infused once more with vitality and vigor. Chapter 39. The problem with the medicine, the effect was indeed palpable. Bring me another 100 bottles, packed. Tony's face radiated with delight, his words exuding a sense of bravado and nonchalance, entirely disregarding Gerald's reaction. With a grand gesture, he issued what appeared to be an unreasonable order. Do you take me for factory? Another 100 bottles? These few have already consumed considerable effort on my part. Upon hearing this, Gerald's expression darkened. his eyes brimming with displeasure and resignation. Yet Tony remained unfazed by Gerald's sour demeanor. He nonchalantly retrieved his phone, executed a few simple actions, and completed a staggering transfer of $10 million. Subsequently, as if in a world of his own, he strode directly to the shelf holding the potions, seizing 5 bottles of the purification elixir with a fluidity that belied any hesitation. To him, $10 million was merely a trivial matter. Truly, he was a man of boundless wealth. Gerald observed Tony's retreating figure, muttering under his breath. However, after completing the transaction and taking the potions, Tony did not leave as Gerald had anticipated. Instead, he began to meander through the laboratory, affecting an air of casual indifference. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward a pair of handcuffs. A sly grin crept onto his lips, and in a flash, he seized the handcuffs. Before Gerald could react, Tony swiftly clasped one cuff around his own wrist, while the other was expertly secured to Gerald's hand, the sharp click echoing throughout the laboratory. This time, you won't be able to employ those peculiar methods, will you? Tony beamed at his handiwork, a triumphant smile illuminating his face. You're truly tiresome, playing such games. Gerald sighed, a wry smile revealing his exasperation at being shackled. Yet Tony's exhilaration was fleeting. He soon realized this jest was rather juvenile. With a slight shrug and an embarrassed expression, he turned to Gerald, asking for the keys to the cuffs. Where are the keys? No more jokes. I need to return. Gerald called out, tilting his head upward. Shortly thereafter, the sound of light footsteps approached, and Mina rushed into the laboratory, keys in hand. Upon seeing Gerald and Tony in their comical predicament, her bright eyes sparkled with amusement, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand, bursting into a fit of laughter. As she approached, poised to unlock the cuffs, she suddenly halted, a quirky smile dancing in her eyes as she glanced between Gerald and Tony, as if pondering an amusing thought. What are you waiting for? Unlock us, Gerald urged, confusion etched across his face. Mina, however, merely tilted her head, a mysterious, playful smile returning to her lips before she abruptly turned and dashed away with the keys. Hey, Mina, what are you doing? Gerald shouted in a panic. Like a playful breeze, Mina sped out, spotting Hans busy at work. Hans, you can head home early today. The boss will be spending the day conducting research with Tony Stark. Initially taken aback, Hans's face soon blossomed with surprise and gratitude as he hurriedly gathered his belongings and left the shop. Satisfaction washed over Mina as she watched Hans's retreating figure, and she gently closed the shop's door. Just then, she caught sight of Gerald and Tony awkwardly ascending from the basement, their hands shackled together, making their movements cumbersome. Each step resembled a laborious dance, their bodies swaying and stumbling, expressions a blend of frustration and urgency. Mina, stop playing around. Quickly help us, Gerald implored as soon as he spotted her. Enjoy yourselves, boss. This will be quite entertaining. Mina only winked playfully, turning to leave with a light-hearted gait. Silence enveloped the shop, leaving Gerald and Tony to exchange glances, acutely aware of each other's labored breathing and the occasional metallic clink of the handcuffs. An atmosphere of awkwardness and helplessness permeated the air. Is there no other way? Tony asked, his brow furrowed, a hint of desperation in his eyes. I can gradually wear down the magic within me. Just give me a moment, and the runes on the cuffs will become ineffective. Gerald took a deep breath, striving for composure, his expression serious and focused as he summoned his inner energy. At that moment, an ominous gurgling erupted from Tony's stomach, reverberating like thunder in the stillness of the shop. Tony's face drained of color as he widened his eyes, panic evident in his voice. Your potion is faulty. How could that be? I drank it too, Gerald instinctively retorted, but before he could finish, he felt a tumultuous churn within his own belly, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. Their gazes met, each reflecting the same anguish and embarrassment. We need to get to the restroom now, Tony shouted, bolting toward the restroom, his steps shaky and hurried. Wait, Gerald cried out, desperation lacing his tone. How can we slow down? I can barely hold it. Tony's voice cracked, trembling as his urgency escalated. Think about it. 2 grown men sharing a restroom. Is that even possible? Gerald nearly shouted, his face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, hands awkwardly clutching his stomach due to their shackled state. It's not possible. Tony's complexion turned pale as he halted at the restroom door, his body quaking like a leaf in the wind. Just the thought of it is terrifying. You need to think of something. Panic and despair clouded Tony's expression, his voice trembling. Gerald narrowed his eyes, determination flashing within. He took a deep breath, as if organizing his thoughts, and slowly began to outline his plans. I have 3 options, A, B, and C. For heaven's sake, just spit it out, Tony urged, nearly bouncing on his feet, eyes wide and fixed intently on Gerald. Gerald proceeded with a grave demeanor. Plan: one person resolves the situation while the other waits outside the door. But the downside is that the person waiting will witness the other in the act. This means one of us must endure the extreme embarrassment of that visual assault. Upon hearing this, Tony's face contorted with disdain and refusal, shaking his head vehemently. Absolutely not. That's too twisted. Gerald continued. Plan B. The person waiting outside reaches their hand into the stall, but the drawback is that the door cannot be closed. This would eliminate any semblance of privacy. Tony's brow furrowed even more tightly as he clutched his abdomen, his body slightly bent in pain. This is unbearable. I cannot mentally overcome it. Is there no other option? Plan C. One could close the door, thereby avoiding the sight of others resolving the situation. However, the drawback was that the individual addressing the issue must maintain a crouched position, while those awaiting their turn would have to lie on the floor, extending their hands beneath the door. Though this method could provide a certain degree of privacy, the posture was undeniably peculiar, and sustaining it for an extended period was far from easy. Gerald, after articulating this, looked at Tony with resignation, awaiting his decision. Chapter 40. The forbidden method, how is it? Quickly decide which one to choose. Gerald fixed his gaze on Tony, his eyes reflecting a mix of anxiety and anticipation. His stomach churned violently like tumultuous waves, and every second of delay felt like an immense torment. Despite the inability to lock the door, I opt for Plan B. Tony clenched his teeth, his expression torn with conflict. So do I. The only thing left is to decide who goes first. Gerald sighed in resignation. With that, both men twisted their faces in unison, slowly raising their hands and exclaiming together, "Rock, paper, scissors." Tony erupted with excitement. Wonderful. Tony wins. Wait a moment. I think a best of 3 would be better. A glint of cunning flashed in Gerald's eyes. He was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Don't play tricks at such a crucial moment. Tony shouted angrily, delivering an elbow jab toward Gerald. Caught off guard, Gerald winced in pain as the elbow struck his shoulder. His face contorted with agony, and the two were instantly embroiled in a chaotic scuffle. It's precisely because we have reached such a critical point that we cannot relent. Gerald's eyes widened, veins protruding on his forehead as he clutched his abdomen while struggling against Tony to approach the restroom door. They shoved each other, and amidst the turmoil, they finally managed to open the restroom door. However, upon seeing the sight before them, they froze in despair as if struck by lightning. Before them stood a traditional squat toilet, which, in their eyes, appeared as an insurmountable chasm. How could you not know the toilet in your own shop is a squat toilet? Tony's face was a mask of frustration and anger, his voice turning sharp, his gaze as if to devour Gerald whole. Since acquiring this establishment, I have never used the restroom here. How could I possibly know? Gerald retorted defiantly, his face also etched with despair and helplessness. With his hands cuffed together, his body trembled slightly from the pain in his stomach, and the weight of Tony's accusations surged within him like a tidal wave of grievance and regret. The squat toilet represented Plan A, as the necessity to squat would render the distance for the person outside the door insufficient, making it unfeasible. Plan B faced the same insurmountable obstacle. It seemed that Plan C would also be difficult to implement. Gerald's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with desolation and helplessness, his voice trembling as if heralding the apocalypse. The two stood dumbfounded before the squat toilet, time seeming to crystallize at that moment. They could distinctly hear each other's rapid breathing and the increasingly vehement protests from their stomachs. yet they were powerless to alter the dire situation before them. The handcuffs felt like the merciless shackles of fate, binding them together tightly, dragging them deeper into this embarrassing predicament. Wait, we cannot give up yet. I have a plan D. A sudden spark of determination ignited in Gerald's eyes as he fought against the tumult in his belly, straightening his posture as if grasping the last lifeline in a dire situation, his tone imbued with unyielding conviction. Blondie? Tony halted in his frantic movements, his eyes widening with a mix of hope and trepidation about this new, untested plan. Plan D involves us placing our palms together, with the waiting person upside down atop the other's head. This way, we can lock the door and avoid each other's line of sight. However, it requires extreme physical exertion, an unconventional method. As Gerald spoke, he mimicked the movements with his cuffed hands, attempting to convey the madness and desperation of this plan to Tony. Is such an unconventional method truly feasible? Tony gazed at Gerald, disbelief and fear etched across his face. Images of the absurd scenario flashed through his mind, compelling him to instinctively step back, as if resisting this irrational proposal. Yet, the mounting pain in his stomach clawed at him like a demon's talon, pulling him back to reality and forcing him to reconsider this seemingly ludicrous yet potentially singular escape. There are no other options. We must at least try. Gerald inhaled deeply, his gaze reflecting a resolute determination. After a harrowing struggle, through sheer willpower and an intense desire for liberation from their predicament, the two managed to execute Plan D amidst extreme difficulty. After what felt like an eternity, they gradually regained their composure, dragging their weary bodies to sit on the chairs inside the shop. Let us pretend nothing just happened. Tony broke the silence first, his voice hoarse and fatigued, his eyes revealing a profound sincerity and plea. Nothing happened at all, Gerald replied without hesitation, his tone resolute. At that moment, Gerald slightly closed his eyes, concentrating on summoning the remnants of his magical energy. His hands trembled slightly, and wisps of ethereal blue light began to flicker at his fingertips, entwining and slowly spreading toward the handcuffs. The cuffs seemed to sense the encroaching magic, gradually emanating a faint purple glow, which intensified until it transformed into a blazing purple flame. The flames danced and flickered, yet miraculously, no warmth reached their hands. They merely consumed the cuffs bit by bit, disintegrating them. In the midst of that magnificent and mysterious blaze, the handcuffs transformed into a pile of ashes. Tony hurriedly dashed out the door, eager to escape the mortifying place, while simultaneously his fervent desire for research on new elements consumed his thoughts. As time quietly passed, afternoon soon arrived. Mina crept cautiously towards the shop, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed, her lively eyes searching the interior. Upon confirming that Gerald was absent, she finally relaxed her tense nerves, exhaling gently, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. What are you looking at? Are you admiring your own prank? However, just as she felt a sense of relief, Gerald's deep and somewhat authoritative voice suddenly resonated behind her like thunder, startling Mina into a shiver. I will lock you in the restroom for an entire night. His tone was laden with evident anger. No, please. I know I was wrong, boss. Mina's face scrunched up in distress, tears welling in her eyes as she cried out in a sweet yet pleading voice, her body instinctively swaying slightly in an attempt to garner Gerald's forgiveness through her charm and innocence. In the stillness of the night, faint sobs echoed from the restroom, reverberating through the empty shop with unsettling clarity. Chapter 41. Hunter Sequence 9 potion as the first gentle rays of morning sunlight graced the entrance of the small shop. Hans arrived for work, as was his routine. The moment he stepped through the door, his gaze was drawn to Mina, whose pallid and fatigued visage suggested something amiss. Miss Mina, what troubles you? Your complexion appears rather unwell, Hans inquired, his eyes filled with concern and curiosity. It's nothing. I simply didn't sleep well last night. Mina managed to force a smile, attempting to mask her inner exhaustion and unease. Her voice bore a hint of hoarseness, and her eyes still reflected the remnants of last night's terror. Gerald sat nearby, engrossed in an ancient tome, his eyes drifting across the pages. Upon hearing the exchange between Hans and Mina, He lifted his gaze slightly, observing the two with a faint smile that played at the corners of his mouth before returning to his reading. In the midst of this seemingly tranquil moment, a figure quietly appeared at the shop's entrance. Gerald instinctively looked up, and upon recognizing the visitor, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. What a rarity! What brings you here? Gerald set down his book and stood slowly, his face adorned with a mix of curiosity and intrigue. Clint Barton stepped into the shop. Following the harrowing encounter with Freddy and the spine-chilling confrontation with the Demon Prince, Barton's heart had been profoundly shaken. He had witnessed the vulnerability and helplessness of ordinary people under the onslaught of supernatural monsters, their lives crushed in an instant, akin to ants beneath a boot. Even the most formidable weaponry, which was often regarded with high hopes, seemed utterly impotent against the evil forces that emerged from the abyss, leaving only inconsequential marks upon the indomitable forms of these creatures, unable to deliver a fatal blow or halt their march upon humanity. These harrowing scenes were indelibly etched into Barton's mind, igniting within him a fervent yearning for supernatural power. He understood that in a world rife with countless unknowns and dangers, only by mastering such powers could he hope to safeguard the innocent from the clutches of evil in the future. Thus, despite the recent evaluations conducted by SHIELD, deeming him devoid of innate magical talent, Barton refused to accept such a fate. Resolutely, he decided to seek Gerald's guidance in person, hoping to discover whether he might transcend the limitations of his natural abilities. With a heart heavy with trepidation and conflict, Barton arrived at the shop. But as he stood before Gerald, he found himself at a loss for words, his throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force. Gerald had been aware of Barton long before. Hawkeye would eventually become a member of the Avengers, and Gerald recognized the significance of his future role within that esteemed group. Although Barton appeared to be an ordinary human lacking extraordinary powers, his exceptional archery skills had already placed him at the pinnacle of human capability. Gerald had an inkling of Barton's purpose in visiting him, and fortuitously, he possessed something that seemed tailor-made for him. Barton, if you desire power, speak it aloud and let me witness your resolve, Gerald said, tilting his chin slightly, his piercing gaze locked onto Barton's eyes, his voice resonating profoundly in Barton's heart. Upon hearing Gerald's words, Barton, who had been steeped in internal conflict, appeared momentarily stunned, as though awakened from trance. After a brief pause, unwavering determination replaced his earlier hesitation. I want power. I want strength powerful enough to combat evil, Barton proclaimed, raising his voice. Witnessing Barton's fervor, Gerald's lips curled into a knowing smile. Then follow me, he beckoned, turning towards the entrance of the underground laboratory. Barton trailed closely behind, his heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably. In recent times, Gerald had been diligently exploring the synthesis of his unique powers with potions. After numerous trials and explorations, he had finally achieved some promising results. Initially, he had intended to organize these findings for sale to Nick Fury, given SHIELD's keen interest in research related to supernatural forces. However, Barton's unexpected visit prompted a change of heart. In Gerald's eyes, although Barton was merely an ordinary human at present, the potential he possessed was undeniable. From a long-term perspective, this could prove to be a significant investment in Barton's potential. As they reached a stone table deep within the laboratory, Gerald paused, bending slightly to carefully retrieve a vial emanating a mysterious azure glow from a concealed compartment shrouded in shadows. What is this? Barton inquired, his eyes fixated on the blue potion, curiosity brimming within him. This is the Hunter Sequence 9 potion, Gerald replied, lifting his gaze slowly. In truth, I have been researching how to grant ordinary individuals magical abilities for some time. This is my latest creation, and no one has yet dared to try it. He gently swirled the vial, causing the potion to ripple with enigmatic luminescence. What do you think? Are you brave enough to use it? Gerald's gaze returned to Barton, filled with scrutiny and anticipation. At these words, Barton felt a jolt of apprehension. It seemed Gerald was inviting him to become a test subject. His brow furrowed slightly, hesitation flickering across his features. Yet, the allure of the potion proved irresistible. What effects does it have? Barton asked, his eyes still locked on the vial. I've stated it is well suited for you. As for the abilities it may bestow, that varies from person to person. However, it should enhance your innate strengths, Geralt explained calmly, observing the uncertainty in Barton's eyes. Fear not, the risks associated with Sequence 9 are minimal. To gain power, one must be willing to embrace a modicum of risk. Drink it. This is your destiny. Geralt possessed unwavering confidence in the potion. Barton's mind was engulfed in a fierce internal struggle, his gaze flitting between Geralt and the vial. Ultimately, driven by an overwhelming desire for power, he slowly extended his hand, hesitating momentarily before accepting the potion. Lifting the vial to his eyes, he scrutinized it closely. At that moment, a peculiar aroma wafted into his nostrils, indescribable yet possessing an irresistible allure, as if it gently teased the depths of his soul, coaxing him to consume the liquid within. He could almost feel the potion pulsating with life, exerting a wondrous attraction upon his body, as if every cell within him yearned for its essence, urging him to act swiftly. No longer hesitating, Barton tilted his head back and poured the potion into his mouth. In an instant, a wave of warmth cascaded down his throat, spreading through his entire being like a gentle stream. Chapter 42. Tony's invitation, however. Before he could fully savor the wondrous sensation, Barton's consciousness began to waver. A hazy vision gradually emerged before him. A myriad of colorful specks of light swirling like twinkling stars, dancing and intertwining to form a magnificent and mysterious tapestry. Amidst this ocean of light and shadow, the points of light surrounding Geralt were the most concentrated, akin to a legion of loyal guardians encircling him. Barton felt as though he were ensconced in an ethereal dream, where time and space lost their conventional meanings. Uncertain how much time had passed, the dreamlike imagery slowly dissipated, and his awareness began to sharpen. To his astonishment, he discovered he could clearly perceive everything in the darkness. The instruments, reagent bottles, and the enigmatic runes on the walls, all unveiled before him, as if the darkness had ceased to be an obstacle. He delved deep into his mind, attuning himself to the power within, and gradually guided it forth. Geralt's voice resonated in Barton's ears. Taking a deep breath, Barton slowly closed his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous thoughts. Under Geralt's guidance, his consciousness gradually penetrated deeper into his mind. As he focused more intently, he began to sense a faint yet palpable force stirring to life. This power flowed like an invisible stream, emerging from the depths of his mind and coursing through his neural pathways, gradually spreading downward. Barton's body trembled slightly as he distinctly felt the trajectory of that force traversing within him, akin to a marvelous current, both foreign and exhilarating. When this energy reached his hands, warmth surged in his palms, followed by a soft blue glow manifesting upon them. Geralt stood silently beside him, his gaze fixated on Barton, revealing a hint of anticipation. Upon seeing the blue light in Barton's hands, Geralt understood and nodded slightly, as if he had already surmised the nature of Barton's newfound ability. He chose not to interrupt Barton, opting instead to wait patiently for him to achieve complete tranquility before discussing the applications of this nascent power. Moments later, the two returned from the basement to the shop. Your eyes are akin to Hawkeye's eyes, just like your nickname. They allow you to see further and possess night vision capabilities. Moreover, the power you've harnessed can be infused into your arrows, enhancing their potency and enabling them to wound certain supernatural dark entities, known as arcane shots. Geralt explained in a calm tone. Barton sat quietly in a chair, attentively absorbing Geralt's elucidation. His eyes sparkled with excitement and astonishment. Upon hearing the detailed description of his newfound ability, he felt an overwhelming joy and satisfaction. This power seemed tailor-made for him, perfectly aligning with his skills and needs as an archer. He could hardly wait to return to the training grounds to test it out. Yet, amidst his exhilaration, Barton's rationality remained intact. He furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes as he inquired. So, Geralt, what is the cost? Free. Consider it an investment in your future. I believe you will repay me down the line. Geralt replied with a cryptic smile. Barton was momentarily taken aback, an expression of surprise crossing his face. However, this astonishment quickly faded as he redirected his focus back to the remarkable ability he had just acquired. After carefully listening to Gerald's cautions regarding the use of this power, he stood up, nodded to Gerald, and left with a heart full of excitement and impatience. Watching Barton's retreating figure, Gerald wore a subtle smile. The Hawk's eyes have truly transformed into Hawk's eyes, he murmured to himself, infused with a mixture of jest and contemplation. Suddenly, a bolder and more peculiar thought crossed his mind. What would happen if I were to enhance the Avengers in a similar manner? In Barton's private archery range, his gaze was intensely fixed on the target ahead. He slowly nocked an arrow, his arm muscles taut and veins prominent, as an invisible force coursed through his arm and settled upon the bowstring. Then he released his fingers, and the arrow soared forth like a released arrow. Enveloped in a veil of ethereal blue light, it struck the target with a resounding boom, shattering it into countless fragments. Barton gazed at the stunning scene before him, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Stronger than I imagined, and both my strength and reflexes have significantly improved. My eyesight is truly extraordinary, he murmured, his voice brimming with awe and satisfaction at his new abilities. He could distinctly feel the invigorating force coursing through him, transforming him entirely. Every movement became more agile and powerful, every perception sharper and more precise. Subsequently, his thoughts wandered back to Gerald's words. There's also a level 8. With each tier, I could learn additional abilities. I wonder how potent they will be. Excitement sparkled in Barton's eyes. At that moment, Gerald sat at a table, two exquisitely crafted invitations catching his eye. Gently picking up one, he examined it closely. Upon noticing that it was from Tony Stark, a knowing smile crept onto his lips. Why would Tony invite me to the expo? Perhaps to witness his extravagant display? He jested softly. Nearby, Mina, busy organizing the shelves, caught a glimpse of the invitation in Gerald's hand, her previously calm eyes igniting with enthusiasm, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. Boss, we must go. Iron Man is my idol, she exclaimed, rushing to Gerald's side, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her gaze fixed on the invitation, brimming with longing and anticipation, as if she were already amidst the grand technological expo, witnessing Iron Man's splendor. Tony likely intends to invite you primarily. I'm merely an afterthought, Gerald remarked, amused by Mina's adorable demeanor. Hearing this, Mina's face flushed even deeper, and she shyly lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her shirt. After a moment of contemplation, Gerald thought it would be a pleasant diversion to attend the Tech Expo and see Tony's latest innovations, especially since there was nothing pressing at the shop. Moreover, with Mina's eager anticipation, it would serve as a delightful outing for her. Thus, he set aside his documents, rose to his feet, and said to Mina, "All right, let us join the festivities." Upon hearing this decision, Mina's face lit up with a radiant smile. Chapter 43. The Stark Expo Under the Veil of Night. The Stark Expo radiated with brilliance. The venue was aglow, its dazzling lights illuminating the space as if it were day. Crowds surged from all directions, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Their gazes fixed upon the area above the stage, where the lights converged. Under the eager scrutiny of the audience, an aircraft glided gracefully through the air. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the plane, Tony Stark. Clad in his iconic suit of armor, he sliced through the night sky, a gleaming metallic silhouette. As he descended, he adjusted his posture and landed with a striking superhero-like kneel on the stage, exuding an aura of power and coolness. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and then, like a tumultuous tsunami, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of cheers. The cacophony of applause and screams intertwined, creating a deafening sound that reverberated throughout the venue. The audience waved their glow sticks and banners, their faces brimming with exhilaration and adoration. Tony Stark rose slowly, lifting his chin slightly, a confident and self-satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he reveled in the glory of the crowd's adulation. Gerald stood nearby, observing the equally fervent and flushed Mina, shaking his head in resignation. Yet, he could not deny the undeniable allure of the armored suit. On stage, Mechanical devices whirred into action, several futuristic robotic arms deftly unfastening the connections of the armor with a series of subtle metallic clinks and hums, their movements precise and fluid. Tony, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, stepped out gracefully, adjusting his tie as he strode confidently to the center of the stage. The thunderous applause gradually subsided, and the audience, filled with anticipation, focused their attention intently on Tony. Clearing his throat, he began to articulate his grand vision for future technology in his captivating voice. Now, a special guest will return from the past to elucidate all of this. Please welcome my father, Howard Stark. Tony's voice echoed through the venue, and as Howard's video played, he turned and nonchalantly walked backstage. In a relatively quiet corner backstage, Tony quickly found Gerald, his face radiating an unmistakable sense of pride. What do you think of my expo? Tony's tone carried a hint of boastfulness. You sought me out just to brag? Gerald replied, shrugging helplessly, a wry smile playing on his lips. Would you like to perform a magic trick on stage? With your skills, you'd surely captivate the audience. Tony suggested, envisioning the spectacle of Gerald dazzling everyone with his magical prowess, which would undoubtedly become a highlight of the evening. Magic? You insult my dignity as a mage. I would never stoop to such antiquated knowledge for a performance. Gerald frowned, his eyes betraying his displeasure. Standing tall, he firmly rejected Tony's proposal, as if defending a sacred and inviolable belief. $1 million. Tony effortlessly tossed out an enticing figure. This is not about money. It primarily offends my pride. Gerald remained unmoved. $3 million. Tony raised the stakes, his eyes gleaming with confidence, certain that Gerald would ultimately succumb to the allure of wealth. I will not perform. Gerald steadfastly held his ground. $5 million. Final offer. Tony's voice rose slightly, his tone now tinged with undeniable firmness. What do you want to see? Gerald immediately retorted. Upon hearing this, Tony's face broke into a triumphant grin. Internally, he mused that indeed, there was little that money could not achieve, if it were unattainable. It simply meant the funds were insufficient. With a confident stride, Tony stepped back onto the spotlight-drenched stage. As the audience's fervent cheers began to wane, their eyes remained glued to him, eagerly awaiting his next words. I am honored to introduce my personal magician, who will present you with an extraordinary performance. Tony's voice resonated through the venue, instantly reigniting the audience's enthusiasm. Under the intense gaze of the crowd, Gerald stepped forward from backstage, hesitating slightly as he did so. His movements were somewhat stiff, his expression tinged with unease, starkly contrasting with his usual composed demeanor. After all, for one accustomed to a life of discretion and dedicated to the study of mystical arts, performing on such a grand stage was undoubtedly a novel and slightly awkward challenge. Initially, Gerald's gestures were somewhat constrained. However, as the audience's enthusiastic cheers washed over him, he seemed to absorb that fervent energy, gradually shedding his reservations and allowing himself to relax. In that moment, he began to understand why Tony was so captivated by the thrill of performing before an adoring crowd. The admiration and anticipation from others brought an indescribable sense of joy and fulfillment. Gerald then commenced his magical display in earnest. He extended his right hand, palm facing upward, and in an instant, a brilliant flame erupted into existence. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he sent the flame soaring into the sky. Remarkably, as the fire departed his grasp, it appeared to come alive, morphing rapidly in midair. It began as a nimble brush, sketching the outlines of lively animals that pranced and leaped in a grand celebration. Soon after, the flames transformed into graceful dancers, twirling elegantly in the air, their skirts billowing. Each movement fluid and beautiful, as if narrating a poignant tale. The audience was left in awe, mouths agape, eyes fixated on the mesmerizing spectacle above, their expressions a blend of astonishment and disbelief. Moments later, a thunderous applause erupted, echoing throughout the venue. Backstage, Tony stood quietly, his eyes riveted on Gerald's every movement on stage. As he witnessed Gerald's astounding display of magic, a flicker of surprise crossed Tony's previously confident gaze. He really should consider becoming a magician, Tony murmured to himself, his tone reflecting sincere admiration for Gerald's craft. His thoughts drifted alongside the ever-changing flames, and suddenly, a bold idea sparked in his mind. I wonder if his magic could be combined with my suit? A magical armored suit. What an incredible concept. Tony's eyes lit up with excitement. He rubbed his hands together, envisioning the thrilling possibilities that lay ahead. A fusion of magic and cutting-edge technology opening a door to uncharted territories filled with infinite potential and challenges. I must find a moment to discuss this with him. Tony resolved quietly to himself. Chapter 44. Health consultant in Tony's high-tech home laboratory. An array of intricate instruments and experimental apparatus surrounded him. With a grave expression, Tony placed a small vial of his blood sample into the testing chamber of a device. The analysis revealed a palladium content of 24. The iconic calm and mechanical voice of J.A.R.V.S. resonated clearly in the quiet laboratory. Without uttering a word, Tony turned and walked over to an adjacent workbench, where he seized a specially designed bottle containing a purifying agent and unhesitatingly consumed its contents in one swift motion. Moments later, he returned to the blood analyzer for a reevaluation. The new result indicated a palladium content of 0.1, as JARVIS reported the findings. A look of palpable relief washed over Tony, and his previously tense shoulders relaxed slightly. His gaze then drifted to the remaining 2 vials of the agent on the workbench, revealing a glimmer of complex emotion in his eyes. JARVIS. Has the composition of the agent been analyzed? Is it replicable? Sir, we have only managed to analyze a small portion of the agent's compounds. A significant part remains unidentifiable, elements we have never encountered before. Replicating it is, for now, a distant prospect. JARVIS replied, prompting a clear expression of disappointment on Tony's face. He slowly approached the workbench and sat down, his gaze vacant as he pondered the 2 vials deeply. This won't suffice. I must discover a new element to replace palladium to thoroughly resolve my palladium poisoning issue. Tony murmured, his brow furrowed and his eyes filled with distress. I have simulated every known element, and none can substitute for palladium. Sir, your time and options are running thin. JARVIS cold, mechanical voice echoed in the stillness of the laboratory, causing Tony to shudder slightly. Standing in the center of the lab, he fell into a profound contemplation. After a long pause, it seemed he had reached a decisive conclusion. JARVIS. Contact Gerald, I need to see him. Understood, Sir. JARVIS promptly responded. At Gerald's modest shop, he received a call from Nick Fury. Gerald, I've heard you've been closely involved with Tony lately, so you must be aware of his health condition. To some extent, I have prepared some potions that can temporarily alleviate his symptoms, Gerald replied calmly. I need you to examine him. Do your utmost to ensure he doesn't perish. He is a genius, and his loss would be a tremendous blow to the world. Nick Fury's tone grew serious and solemn, fully aware of Tony's significance in the grand scheme of the world. His remarkable innovations in technology and his unique wisdom and courage in times of crisis rendered him an indispensable figure. I will do my best, but you must understand that his predicament lies with his chest reactor. Ultimately, it is up to him, Gerald said, furrowing his brow slightly. He comprehended Nick Fury's intentions, but recognized that Tony's challenges could not be resolved solely by external forces. I believe he will succeed. I have faith in him. What he lacks is time. Nick Fury's words were imbued with unwavering confidence in Tony. After concluding his call with Nick Fury, Gerald's phone rang again. It was Tony, requesting an immediate meeting for a detailed discussion. Soon after, Gerald arrived at Tony's luxurious office on the upper floors of Stark Tower. Within the office, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the majestic cityscape, sunlight streaming and unabated, yet failed to dispel the shadows on Tony's face. Seated behind a spacious desk, Tony's fingers unconsciously tapped rhythmically on the surface, revealing a hint of fatigue and unease in his eyes. I wish to employ you as my health consultant. I am confident you possess numerous methods to alleviate my symptoms until I find a solution, Tony stated directly, presenting his request. Upon hearing this, Gerald contemplated inwardly. It seemed Tony was genuinely anxious. Simultaneously, he recalled Nick Fury's expectation for him to closely monitor Tony's condition, and accepting this offer would align perfectly with that objective. "Very well, but I must inform you that my services do not come cheaply," Geralt replied. "Money is not an issue," Tony responded without hesitation. In his eyes, resolving the current health crisis took precedence over financial concerns. Days later, Monaco was enveloped in the fervor of a grand racing event. Crowds thronged the streets, with affluent individuals and social elites converging from all corners of the globe, akin to a gathering of stars. Accompanied by a steadfast bodyguard Happy, Tony strode confidently into the venue, flanked by the newly appointed Pepper Potts. Meanwhile, Geralt trailed behind at a measured pace, his expression somewhat exasperated. In recent days, Tony seemed fearful of an unforeseen health crisis, insisting that Geralt remain by his side at all times, under the guise of ensuring his health and safety. Yet Geralt felt more like a standby medical attendant. Upon entering the venue, Geralt's gaze casually swept across the crowd until it suddenly fixed upon a familiar figure, prompting an internal exclamation. "Goodness, it's Elon Musk." The legendary figure of the tech world stood nearby, engaging in jovial conversation with several notable personalities. At that moment, a striking vision captured everyone's attention. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, glided toward them like a goddess descended from the pages of a fashion magazine, clad in a stunning fuchsia gown that accentuated her perfect silhouette. It was likely that Nick Fury had foreseen Tony's predicament and had deployed her to discreetly monitor him. As Natasha's gaze met Geralt's for an instant, it flickered ever so slightly before she nonchalantly averted her eyes, seamlessly blending into her surroundings and quietly continuing her covert mission. Meanwhile, Tony was engaged in conversation with Justin Hammer. Geralt stood nearby, lost in thought, suddenly recalling something. The villain Whiplash is set to make an appearance today, but Tony should be able to handle it. Besides, I will be present to observe. Sure enough, not long after, Tony boldly declared his intention to personally drive a race car in the competition. Upon hearing this, Pepper's heart raced with concern. However, when her gaze fell upon the composed Geralt nearby, she felt a slight sense of relief. She understood Geralt's capabilities, and with him by her side, she felt considerably more at ease. Chapter 45. The whip at the exhilarating racing event, where engines roared and excitement surged like a blazing fire. The atmosphere was electric. The audience's cheers and shouts melded into a symphony of fervor. Amidst the thrilling contest, a figure silently emerged onto the racetrack. His gaze was piercing, and his appearance equally striking. He strode directly to the center of the track, then slowly unbuttoned his coat, revealing a miniature reactor pulsating with an ethereal blue glow, identical to Tony's. With a swift motion, he unleashed two long whips, and dazzling arcs of electricity snaked along them like serpents. The crackle of electricity pierced the momentary stillness. Without mercy, he lashed out at Tony's racing car. The whip, charged with immense current and force, struck the vehicle with precision. A thunderous explosion echoed as Tony's car was violently torn asunder, metal fragments scattering like fireworks, the wreckage emitting acrid smoke and a stench of burnt material. Inside the car, Tony endured a brutal impact, but through sheer willpower, he struggled to crawl free, his eyes warily fixed on his adversary. Outside the track, Pepper witnessed the harrowing scene, her complexion instantly paling. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to Happy, exclaiming, "Drive! We must save him!" As she rushed toward the car, she instinctively grabbed Geralt. Taken aback by her sudden action, Geralt quickly comprehended her intent and allowed her to lead him to the vehicle. As the whip advanced, wielding his electric lashes, prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Tony, Happy sped toward them like an arrow released from its bow. The whip sensed impending danger, but it was too late. He barely managed to tilt his body before being forcefully slammed against the wall by the car. Seeing the whip struggle against the wall, Tony urgently called to Pepper, "Quick, hand me the briefcase." Pepper, hearing this, frantically searched the car until she finally retrieved the case containing the Iron Man suit, extending it toward Tony. The whip, regaining his composure from the collision, his eyes ablaze with fury and resentment, observed Pepper offering the suit. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, and the electric whip crackled ominously as he struck toward the car. To his astonishment, just as the whip was about to make contact, a layer of energy, radiating an unusual glow, enveloped the car. This energy acted like a transparent shield, causing only faint sparks to erupt upon impact, while the vehicle remained unscathed. Meanwhile, Tony swiftly positioned himself atop the case. With a slight crouch and rise, the Iron Man suit began assembling rapidly around him, accompanied by the whirring of machinery. Tony transformed into Iron Man with a dazzling flare. With a powerful kick, he sent the car flying away. Tony then focused entirely on the whip, launching an unhesitant assault. The whip retaliated vigorously, his electric lashes swirling in the air, each strike accompanied by a surge of electricity, attempting to subdue Tony. However, his equipment paled in comparison to Tony's Iron Man suit, lacking both the defensive capabilities and sustained offensive power. Initially pressed by the whip's ferocity, Tony quickly adapted to the rhythm and tactics of the attacks, thanks to the suit's advanced adaptive capabilities. After a few decisive blows, he forced the whip to retreat, ultimately sending him crashing to the ground. Without mercy, Tony stepped forward and grasped the whip's reactor at his chest. With a faint sound of shattering, the reactor was crushed, leaving the whip utterly powerless to resist. At that moment, Geralt, seated in the car, gradually dissipated the protective shield surrounding it, a glimmer of admiration and reflection in his eyes. He mused silently. Today a spectacle was remarkable. I must admit, this whip fellow is quite a genius, capable of crafting a miniature reactor from mere blueprints. Such feats are reserved for him and Tony alone. After the chaos in Monaco, Tony returned to his luxurious yet somewhat desolate home, physically and mentally exhausted. Once, through his extraordinary intellect and indomitable spirit, he had tirelessly sought a substitute for palladium to save his life. Yet, after countless attempts, he remained empty-handed. Gradually, despair began to take root within him. He chose to confront this harsh reality in an almost self-destructive manner, hosting a grand and raucous party at his abode. The music blared loudly, reverberating through every nook. Flickering lights intertwined, casting the space into a surreal dreamscape. People danced wildly in the revelry, laughter and the clinking of glasses creating a cacophonous scene. Amidst the jubilant crowd, Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, clutched a glass tightly, downing one drink after another. Before long, he was thoroughly intoxicated, his gaze dazed and his steps unsteady. The once vibrant figure of Iron Man, now a distant memory. Natasha observed quietly, approaching Geralt and softly inquiring, "Are you not going to intervene? You are his health and safety advisor." Geralt merely lifted his champagne glass slightly, taking a calm sip, and replied, "I am his health advisor, not his life coach. Besides, someone will stop him." Indeed, shortly thereafter, Rhodes appeared in his silver armor, descending upon the party. His eyes reflected determination and anger as he marched directly toward Tony. Sensing Rhodes' arrival, Tony staggered to his feet, a glint of provocation flashing in his eyes. The two exchanged no further words before they were embroiled in a fierce struggle. The surrounding crowd, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, scattered in shock, plunging the entire party into chaos as all gazes were fixated on the intense clash between the two Iron Men. How did Rhodes manage to don the Iron Man suit? Natasha's eyes widened in surprise as she furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the gleaming silver armor encasing Rhodes, filled with confusion and disbelief. Do you truly believe he could wear the suit without Tony's permission? Do you think artificial intelligence is merely decorative? Geralt gently swirled his champagne glass, a knowing smile playing at the corner of his lips. Upon hearing Geralt's words, Natasha paused, her mind racing. The core drive of the Iron Man suit is an advanced artificial intelligence system that meticulously monitors every operation and the user's identity permissions. Without Tony's authorization, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to commandeer the suit. Thus, it became clear that Rhodes' presence in the suit must have been sanctioned by Tony in secret. Chapter 46. Clash of Steel. The conflict between Rhodes and Tony intensified as they charged recklessly through the once festive atmosphere. The resounding clash of fists against metal reverberated through the space. As their confrontation escalated, Mere physical blows could no longer contain the tempestuous fury and suppressed emotions within them. They began to seize nearby objects, hurling them forcefully at one another. Sofas, coffee tables, and decorative items became their weapons of choice. To safeguard innocent bystanders from harm, Tony felt compelled to intervene. Utilizing the amplification system of his armored suit, he unleashed a thunderous roar. The crowd, roused from their stupor, screamed in terror, rushing towards the exits. In an instant, the once bustling hall was left deserted, save for Geralt and Natasha, who remained leisurely seated in a corner, wine glasses in hand, quietly observing the steel duel before them. Oblivious to the surrounding chaos, the two continued their fierce battle amidst the cacophony of metal impacts. At that moment, Pepper, visibly anxious, hurried into the fray. Her eyes were filled with worry as she approached Geralt with urgency. "You must stop them. I know you have the ability." Her voice trembled, hands gripping Geralt's arm tightly. "Now, isn't the time to intervene. Let them release their pent-up emotions. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on them." "They will be fine," Geralt replied, gently setting down his wine glass and gazing calmly at Pepper. The battle reached a fever pitch, with Todd and Roni simultaneously raising their arms, palms directed at one another. The energy conduits in their armored suits glowed with blinding light. In the next moment, two surging shockwaves surged toward each other. Upon collision, the shockwaves compressed and formed a vortex of energy, which then began to expand outward with overwhelming force. The expanding shockwaves resembled a raging tsunami, engulfing the entire room. Everywhere they went, cracks began to spiderweb across the walls. The chandelier above swayed precariously, bulbs bursting in a shower of glass. The once sturdy furniture crumbled like fragile blocks, being effortlessly overturned and shattered, wood and metal debris swirling chaotically in the air. Pepper and Natasha, taken aback by the sudden onslaught of power, instinctively crouched down, their hands shielding their heads. After a moment, when the anticipated shockwave did not strike, confusion and surprise filled their hearts. They slowly raised their heads, eyes wide. Before them stood Geralt, one hand outstretched, a translucent dome emitting a soft blue glow enveloping the three of them securely. As the rampaging energy waves met the force field, they were repelled as if encountering an insurmountable barrier, dissipating into nothingness, leaving only faint ripples on the surface of the shield. "See, I told you nothing would happen," Geralt said, a confident smile gracing his face as he turned to Pepper and Natasha. Geralt lifted his gaze, calmly regarding Tony and Rhodes, still embroiled in their fierce struggle. "Gentlemen, this brawl has gone too far. The ladies were nearly caught in the crossfire." Tony jolted at his words, swiftly turning to see Pepper and Natasha, a flicker of regret and guilt crossing his features. "Why didn't you leave? This is dangerous." His voice, gravelly, betrayed a complex mix of concern for their safety and remorse for his uncontrolled actions. "Having vented your frustrations, perhaps it is time for both of you to regain your composure." Geralt's voice resonated once more in the tumultuous room. The chaos around them mirrored the emotional scars within, with shattered furniture strewn about as a testament to the fierce conflict. Rhodes slowly relaxed his tightly clenched fists, casting a deep, complex glance at Tony, filled with years of camaraderie and an unspoken sense of resignation regarding their current states. Without another word, he activated the flight mechanism of his suit, and with a low rumble, his silver armor soared into the night sky like a shooting star. Tony stood frozen, gazing after Rhodes, lost in thought until he finally regained his composure and slowly rose from the ground. At that moment, Pepper approached, concern and tenderness evident in her eyes, longing to comfort Tony but uncertain of how to begin. However, Tony seemed to shy away from her caring gaze, a hint of evasion flashing in his eyes as he activated his suit's flight function, propelling himself into the sky like an arrow released from its bow. Observing Tony and Rhodes depart, Natasha sighed softly. She resolved to report the events of the evening to Nick Fury, while Geralt returned to his modest establishment, leaving behind the chaotic battleground and the solitary figure of Pepper. Pepper shook her head in resignation. The following morning, a quaint donut shop basked in golden sunlight. Tony Stark perched atop the enormous donut-shaped sign at the entrance, absent-mindedly nibbling on a freshly baked treat. His hair was tousled, his eyes reflecting a sense of confusion and fatigue, as if the madness of the previous night still lingered in his mind. "Sir, please step down from the donut." Nick Fury's voice suddenly cut through the air outside the shop. Moments later, they sat across from one another inside the donut shop. "I've already made it clear. I do not wish to join your motley crew," Tony said, his tone weary. Fury chuckled, as if he had anticipated Tony's reaction. "Let us set that aside for now. How is your health? Palladium poisoning is no trifling matter. What about the staff here?" Tony frowned slightly, his eyes betraying a deliberate evasion. He did not wish to confront Fury's inquiry about his health directly. "I cleared the entire area, but it's best not to linger too long." A familiar, crisp voice resonated within the shop. Tony instinctively turned to see Natasha, clad in a sleek agent's uniform, striding confidently toward him. In an instant, Tony grasped the situation, a mix of exasperation and irritation flashing in his eyes as he addressed Natasha. "You're fired." "Tony, this is Agent Romanoff of S.H.I.E.L.D." Fury explained with a smile, observing Tony's response. Chapter 47. New elements with added substance. Nick Fury, aware of your illness, has dispatched me to act as your covert guardian. Natasha lifted her gaze slightly, locking eyes with Tony, her expression calm and sincere. "I do not require supervision," Tony retorted, defiantly lifting his chin, a hint of bravado flickering in his eyes. "Is that so? What progress have you made on your new element project? Time is not on your side." Nick Fury's piercing gaze fixed intently on Tony. "I have methods to extend my time." Tony's eyes momentarily flickered with hesitation, quickly replaced by resolute determination. "The gelate drug?" Nick Fury raised an eyebrow slightly. "Do you know him?" "He wouldn't be." A sense of foreboding welled up within Tony, his eyes reflecting both confusion and caution. "Rest assured, he is not an agent, though he does serve as a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Nick Fury's mouth, as if to soothe Tony's concerns. "The crux of the matter is, you cannot rely solely on this drug to prolong your life. The underlying issue remains unresolved." Nick Fury's brow furrowed slightly. "Why not? I can simply procure hundreds more bottles." Tony countered without a second thought. He firmly believed that with his ample resources, he could extend his life through bulk purchases of gelate's medication, thus buying more time in the pursuit of a new element. "Has he not informed you that the drug has a tolerance? The more you ingest, the less effective it becomes." Nick Fury gently shook his head, a smile forming on his lips. "What? That fellow never mentioned a word to me." Tony's eyes widened, his face a mask of anger and frustration. "Tony, you must gather yourself and focus. I believe you can do it," Nick Fury urged, attempting to rouse Tony's spirits. "How do you know I haven't been earnest in my efforts? I have tried every combination of elements, and none have yielded results." Exhaustion and despair were etched across Tony's features as he sighed heavily. "You have not yet explored all possibilities." Nick Fury smiled mysteriously, then turned to signal Coulson to bring forth a briefcase. Coulson swiftly approached, placing the case gently on the table before Tony. "This is a legacy from your father. Iupaite provas beneficial." After relaying this, Nick Fury glanced at Natasha, instructing her, "Natasha, keep an eye on him. Do not let him wander." Natasha nodded slightly, indicating her understanding, and then Nick Fury departed. Later, back in his home, Tony opened his father's belongings, drawing inspiration from them, and began to rejuvenate his efforts. He swiftly commenced constructing a small accelerator in the spacious living room, fueled by a torrent of fresh ideas flowing through his mind. The accelerator successfully ignited amidst a dazzling display of light. An unprecedented brilliance erupted from the center of the device, pure and radiant, akin to the first rays of dawn, illuminating not only the room, but also dispelling the shadows within Tony's heart. "Congratulations, sir. You have synthesized a new element that perfectly substitutes palladium." Jarvis's voice resonated within the room. Tony gazed in awe at the glowing new element, murmuring to himself, "At last, it is complete." "See, Tony, I knew you could do it." Just then, Gelate's familiar voice echoed from the doorway. His gaze fell upon the luminous new element, a glimmer of astonishment and admiration flickering in his eyes. "You dare show up? You didn't tell me your drug had tolerance, and you were actually with S.H.E.L.D. L-E-L-D. Tony's voice was laced with evident irritation, his eyes wide as he glared at Jellet. Come now, isn't tolerance common knowledge? As for S-H, I'll-D. You never inquired, Jellet replied, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, a seemingly innocent smile gracing his face. Tony shot Jellet a fierce glare, choosing to ignore him thereafter. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his agitated emotions, redirecting all his focus onto the newly synthesized element. Tenderly, he reached out, cautiously lifting the radiant new element, bringing it close to his eyes, his gaze filled with curiosity and reverence. Jellet's attention remained fixated on the peculiar glowing element in Tony's hand, a unique glimmer sparking in his eyes. After a brief moment, he lifted his gaze, a smile dancing in his eyes as he addressed Tony. Would you like to enhance it further? Add some substance? What do you mean by that? Tony furrowed his brow, an expression of confusion and intrigue enveloping his features. He halted his examination of the new element, fully concentrating on Jellet. As a genius scientist, do you not wish to explore new realms, merging my magic with your technology? Jellet proposed, gradually raising his hand. Instantly, a soft blue light emanated from his palm. Tony's attention was captivated by the ethereal blue glow, his heart racing involuntarily. He had contemplated this notion before. Perhaps today was the day to experiment. Noticing Tony's lingering hesitation, Jellet continued calmly. What harm is there in trying? Even if it fails, you can always synthesize another. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Tony's eyes. Yet he raised his head slightly and spoke, curiosity and excitement lacing his voice. What do you intend to do? Quite simple. I shall channel my magical energy into it and see what transpires, Jellet explained succinctly. Moments later, in Tony's well-equipped, technologically advanced laboratory, the atmosphere thickened with tension and anticipation. Tony sprang into action, methodically directing Jarvis. Jarvis, closely monitor all conditions, ensuring every data fluctuation is precisely recorded. No subtle shift must be overlooked. Jarvis's mechanical yet efficient voice immediately responded, "At your command, sir." Meanwhile, Jellet stood by the workstation, tightly gripping the glowing new element. He inhaled deeply, gradually closing his eyes, concentrating on harnessing his magical energy. After a moment, his palm radiated an even more intense blue luminescence, the light flowing down his arm towards the new element in his grasp. The new element began to tremble slightly, as if sensing a powerful and unfamiliar force being infused, its internal energy structure appearing to undergo a silent transformation. Chapter 48. The Magical Reactor, as Gerald continuously infused his magical energy into the new element. A wondrous spectacle unfolded like a dream. Initially, only a gentle pale blue glow emanated from the point of contact between his palm and the new element. Yet, in an instant, the light seemed to come alive, expanding outward and stretching forth. Brilliant and resplendent blue tendrils, akin to agile serpents, undulated from around Gerald's form. They danced gracefully through the air, each tendril shimmering with a mysterious and profound azure light, as if imbued with boundless secrets and energy. The tendrils intertwined and coiled around one another, gradually forming an ethereal vortex of energy that revolved slowly around Gerald. This vortex radiated a powerful allure, causing the surrounding air to subtly distort and warp. The cerulean luminescence reflected upon the laboratory walls, instruments, and various metallic apparatuses, casting a kaleidoscope of vibrant light and shadow, immersing the entire space in a surreal and enchanting ambience. Tony stood outside the laboratory, gazing through the transparent protective glass, utterly mesmerized by the breathtaking scene before him. The vision surpassed anything he had previously comprehended or experienced. Even with his exceptional scientific acumen and vivid imagination, he found it momentarily impossible to fathom the nature of these blue tendrils. Sir, these are pure energy entities. The energy index is unquantifiable, and there are some unusual components within. Jarvis's calm, mechanical voice punctuated the silence, rousing Tony from his transient stupor. Tony furrowed his brow, his eyes ablaze with curiosity and a thirst for discovery, fixated on the extraordinary tendrils of light. As Geralt gradually ceased his magical output, the once dynamic, dreamlike blue tendrils began to fade, their brilliance dimming until they ultimately vanished without a trace. At this moment, both men's gazes converged upon the new element in Geralt's hand, which retained its distinctive triangular shape, yet had undergone a profound transformation internally. Mysterious blue runes, reminiscent of ancient engravings, had inexplicably appeared on its once luminous surface. Geralt squinted slightly, lifting the new element closer to his eyes, scrutinizing the suddenly manifested blue runes with a mix of curiosity and contemplation, striving to decipher their meaning. While Geralt immersed himself in the exploration of the runes, Tony, unable to contain his eagerness and curiosity, hurriedly approached Geralt, snatching the new element from his grasp without hesitation, and began inspecting it with equal fervor. Remarkable. The energy structure remains unchanged, yet there are additional components. I wonder what purpose they serve, Tony mused, his eyes sparkling with a blend of excitement and confusion. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he promptly issued a command to Jarvis. Jarvis, arrange for immediate experimental testing. His voice was brimming with a desire to explore the unknown. Geralt observed Tony's fervent urgency and could not help but shake his head with a smile. Sir, the energy properties of the new element have become exceedingly active. The special components within cannot be analyzed. It remains unclear what impact this alteration may have. Jarvis's mechanical and calm voice echoed in the laboratory, relaying the results of the recent analysis. However, upon hearing Jarvis's words, Tony instinctively reached out, seizing the newly infused element brimming with enigmatic qualities, and without a moment's hesitation, he directed it straight into the reactor. Jarvis, you know my motto, act first, think later. He then expertly positioned the reactor against his chest. As the reactor seamlessly integrated with his body, a slight wave of energy pulsed from his chest, and the new element began to operate swiftly within the reactor, releasing unprecedented energy pulses. Tony gently closed his eyes, feeling the unfamiliar yet potent energy coursing through him. Witnessing the entire process, Geralt felt a deep admiration for Tony's audacity. Standing still, Tony could distinctly sense a remarkable transformation quietly unfolding within him. The palladium poisoning that had long plagued him was rapidly receding at an astonishing pace. The fatigue that had once seeped into his bones, the intermittent weakness, and the indescribable pains throughout his body seemed to be gently extracted by an unseen force in that very moment. He felt akin to a weary traveler who had carried a heavy burden throughout his life, finally able to set down the oppressive weight that had left him breathless. An unprecedented sense of ease washed over him like a tidal wave, each cell rejoicing in the exhilaration of newfound vitality. He gently closed his eyes, taking several deep breaths, striving to fully embrace this hard-won sense of relief and freedom. Geralt, standing nearby, witnessed Tony's transformation and felt a surge of intense curiosity. He squinted slightly, focusing his mind to release a mental perception, gently probing into Tony's body. In an instant, he was astonished to discover wisps of magical energy subtly drifting within Tony. This magic flowed seamlessly through Tony's veins and flesh, intertwining with his life force. Does this mean Tony has acquired magical abilities? A thought surged within Geralt, his eyes shimmering with excitement and anticipation. How do you feel? Geralt inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. I feel fantastic, Tony replied, still deeply engrossed in the profound sensations of his bodily changes. Just then, a sudden, urgent ring of the telephone shattered the tranquility and joy of the moment. Tony frowned slightly and instructed Jarvis to connect the call, discovering it was Whiplash on the line. Tony, how are you? I took your advice and increased the reactor's RPM, indeed producing more energy. Thank you for the suggestion. Whiplash's voice, thick with a Russian accent, resonated clearly through the line, laced with a hint of pride and mockery. Tony's expression shifted dramatically. The previously relaxed demeanor, buoyed by his improved condition, became serious and grave. Jarvis, trace the call, he commanded in a low voice. I will repay the deeds your father committed against my family 40 years ago within 40 minutes. I hope you are prepared, Whiplash's voice continued, rife with hatred and resolve. With that, the call abruptly ended. However, that brief interlude was more than sufficient for Tony and Jarvis. After a moment of silence, Jarvis's mechanical yet efficient voice broke through. "Sir, the call has been traced." Chapter 49. The grip of death at the Stark Expo. A throng of people surged, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. Today, the spotlight was set to shine upon Justin Hammer's weapons exhibition. Geralt flashed into the venue, his expression tinged with resignation. Muttering to himself, "Alas, I have truly become his bodyguard." Earlier, Tony had sought him out, earnestly requesting his presence to protect Pepper, especially after Whiplash had issued threats. Tony dared not take any chances. At that moment, Pepper sat attentively in the audience, clad in a simple yet elegant professional outfit. Her gaze fixed on Justin Hammer on stage. Hammer's exaggerated and somewhat awkward speaking style elicited a slight frown from Pepper. "Ladies and gentlemen, today I present to you the new face of the American military, the Hammer Iron Soldier." Justin Hammer's voice boomed through the PA system, brimming with arrogance and self-satisfaction. As his words concluded, rows of iron soldiers rose slowly from the exhibition platform, their metallic forms exuding a chilling aura, standing in orderly formation like a mechanical legion awaiting inspection. Pepper exchanged a glance with Natasha, both wearing serious expressions. An unease stirred within Pepper. Natasha, with her keen instincts honed as a spy, sensed an unusual tension in the air, her eyes scanning the surroundings like a hawk, ever ready for potential threats. As Hammer continued his presentation, a massive platform slowly ascended from the stage floor, revealing Rhodey in his iconic Iron Man suit. The armor gleamed under the lights, radiating a metallic sheen, and his imposing stature commanded respect, drawing gasps and admiration from the audience. Just then, a deafening roar of jet engines echoed from above, capturing everyone's attention. Tony, clad in his classic Iron Man suit, descended from the sky with precision. He landed smoothly beside Rhodey, his movements sharp and purposeful. "Rhodey, listen to me. Hammer is likely collaborating with Vanko." Tony's voice resonated clearly through the suit's amplifier. "We must tread carefully. Our immediate priority is to evacuate the crowd. We cannot allow them to be endangered." As he spoke, he raised his hand, swiftly scanning the environment with the suit's sensors. Rhodey lifted his gaze through the visor, a flicker of confusion and hesitation crossing his features. Yet, upon meeting Tony's earnest gaze, he chose to trust him without hesitation, nodding slowly. "Tony, I believe you." At that moment, Rhodey's armor's weapon system activated unexpectedly, the barrels swiveling to lock onto Tony. Shock coursed through Rhodey as he desperately attempted to regain control, but his commands fell on deaf ears. "Tony, get out of here. My suit is compromised." Without a moment's pause, Tony ignited the suit's thrusters, propelling himself toward the sky. He understood that he needed to draw the danger away from the densely packed venue, shielding innocent lives from harm. However, the crisis was far from over. As Rhodey's armor spiraled out of control, the Iron Soldiers received a unified command, all aiming their weapons at Tony. In an instant, the venue erupted in gunfire, a torrential downpour of bullets raining down upon Tony, creating a deadly barrage that shattered the overhead glass, sending sharp fragments cascading like snowflakes. Witnessing the glass fall, panic erupted among the crowd. People screamed and shouted, frantically fleeing in all directions, transforming the once orderly venue into chaos. Yet curiously, the shards that should have descended like blades encountered an invisible force, floating gently in mid-air as if held by an unseen hand, creating a surreal and magnificent spectacle. Amidst the turmoil, Natasha keenly noticed this anomaly and scanned the area, quickly locking her gaze onto Geralt. He stood with his right hand raised, palm upward, emanating a ghostly blue light that enveloped the entire venue like a transparent energy shield, effectively halting the deadly glass fragments. Rhodey's armor, now fully beyond his control, pursued Tony relentlessly. Meanwhile, the remaining Iron Soldiers received the same directive, preparing to follow the path Tony had taken. As they launched into the air, colossal purple-black magical hands appeared out of thin air, gripping the Iron Soldiers' metallic forms with eerie luminescence. "Want a sword? First, consult with me." Geralt's eyes glinted with intensity. With a swift motion of his arm, The grip tightened, yanking the iron soldiers downward. The soldiers flailed in the air, their metallic joints screeching in a desperate attempt to escape the magical grip, but it was all in vain. Under Geralt's formidable magic, they were forcefully pulled toward the ground. With a series of deafening crashes, the iron soldiers plummeted like shooting stars, crashing violently to the earth. The metal clashed against the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and sparks. After convulsing a few times, the soldiers lay still, reduced to smoldering wreckage. I've handled half the work for you. The rest is up to you now, Tony. Geralt raised his head slightly, his gaze unwavering as he watched Tony's retreating figure. I plan to visit Justin Hammer's company to confront Vanko. Will you join me? Natasha approached Geralt, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation after witnessing his astounding prowess. I'm not A.S.H.I.L.D. agent. I'm merely a consultant. Such trivial matters are best handled by you, Geralt replied with a gentle smile. Natasha, understanding Geralt's character and methods, refrained from pressing further. With that, she turned and sped away with Happy toward Justin Hammer's company. Chapter 50. Release my woman. Upon entering Justin Hammer's company, Natasha effortlessly subdued each security personnel, successfully breaching every defense. Once inside the Vank office, her vigilant gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, yet she found no trace of Vank. With a slight furrow of her brow, she promptly began to decipher the control program of the armor. At last, with a faint electronic alert, Rhodes's suit returned to normal. After a brief moment of regrouping, Rhodes and Tony joined forces. Their synergy was impeccable. Amid a hail of gunfire, they unleashed the formidable firepower and agility of the Iron Man suit, launching a fierce assault against their adversaries. Through their combined efforts, the remaining Iron soldiers were swiftly dispatched, and control of the situation was gradually regained. Watch out! Another Iron soldier is approaching, and this one appears distinct, with an exceptionally high energy index. At that moment, Natasha contacted Tony via comms. Before her words faded, Vank, clad in an intricately designed iron suit, descended rapidly from the sky. On the opposite side of the venue, Geralt stood quietly beside Pepper, his eyes scanning the remnants of the Iron soldiers, an unsettling feeling stirring within him, as if something significant had been overlooked. Suddenly, a blinking red light flickered from the chest of an Iron soldier's wreckage. Damn, I forgot they can self-destruct. He cursed inwardly, realizing the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. He swiftly extended his arm, tightly wrapping it around Pepper's slender waist. In an instant, a portal emanating a ghostly blue light opened. Without hesitation, Geralt stepped through the portal, vanishing from the chaos of the venue. Just as they departed, the self-destruct sequence of the Iron soldiers activated. A deafening explosion reverberated, like a tsunami crashing through the venue. Flames and shock waves surged forth, mercilessly obliterating everything in their path. Tables and chairs were overturned, decorations were torn apart, and the entire venue was engulfed in fire and ruins. Meanwhile, Tony, who had just dealt with Vank, hurried towards the venue, his speed remarkable as the iron suit carved a brilliant arc through the air. However, upon arrival, he was met only with a smoldering wasteland and the expanding glow of explosions. Pepper! Tony cried out desperately for Pepper. He frantically searched through the debris, his expression a mixture of anxiety and dread, as though he had lost his entire world. Hey, Tony, what are you looking for? Geralt's teasing voice suddenly echoed from behind him, a stark contrast to the chaos surrounding them. Tony whirled around to find Geralt standing safely not far away, tightly cradling Pepper. In that moment, surprise washed over Tony's face, a flicker of hope igniting after a period of profound worry and despair. But soon, his expression transformed into one of fury. Hey, get your filthy hands off my woman. Geralt regarded Tony's indignant demeanor with an unruffled smile. He gently set a shaken Pepper down. As soon as Pepper's feet touched the ground, Tony rushed to her side, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Pepper nestled into Tony's arms, trembling slightly from the recent ordeal, clearly shaken by the experience. Geralt stood quietly, observing the tender reunion between Tony and Pepper. In his heart, he acknowledged that the matter was settled, and he chose not to linger. Stepping through the portal, he vanished from sight, returning to his little shop. The following day, in Tony's office, Nick Fury donned his customary black trench coat. "Tony, I'm here to discuss the emergency response team," Fury stated earnestly. "This team is primarily tasked with addressing urgent threats to the world. You know, the world is far from peaceful these days, with various supernatural and high-tech threats emerging incessantly. We need a potent and elite force to safeguard peace. Currently, the team is small. Would you be interested?" Tony lifted his gaze slightly, a confident yet teasing smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Honestly, you can't afford me." However, he quickly shifted the topic, inquiring, "Is Gerald part of this team?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation and curiosity, clearly intrigued by Gerald's capabilities after their recent encounters. Fury raised an eyebrow, having anticipated this question from Tony. A knowing smile crept across his face as he answered, "I intend to invite him. He will play a crucial role in the team. His expertise in mysticism and formidable magical powers are indispensable for addressing certain unique threats." Upon hearing this, Tony immediately declared, "Then I'm in." In the vast, arid deserts of New Mexico, the relentless sun blazed down mercilessly upon the earth, infusing the air with a sweltering heat. Coulson drove steadily towards his destination, navigating through the swirling clouds of dust. Outside the window, the monotonous yellow sands unfurled like an endless canvas, punctuated occasionally by a few desiccated cacti, emphasizing the desolation of the land. At last, he arrived at his destination. Coulson slowly brought the vehicle to a stop, opening the door to be met by a wave of heat. He squinted against the intense light. As his gaze fell forward, a colossal and striking impact crater came into view. At the center of the crater lay a mysterious object, resembling a hammer, its unique shape and intricate patterns seeming to have emerged from an artistic exhibition, starkly contrasting with the surrounding desolate landscape. "Boss, I found it," Coulson quickly communicated to Nick Fury. Soon, this previously silent desert area was cordoned off tightly. Vehicles emblazoned with the S-H-I-E-L-D emblem arrived in succession, and a flood of experts and technicians poured onto the scene, clad in white protective suits and armed with an array of advanced detection instruments. They swiftly erected a temporary research base around the impact site. A comprehensive investigation of the mysterious hammer commenced. Coulson stood by, silently observing the unfolding events. Suddenly, he felt the shamanic energy within him responding to an enigmatic force, beginning to resonate subtly. This energy coursed through his veins like a warm stream, imbued with an indescribable power, as if it were in delicate harmony with the mysterious hammer before him. Chapter 51. The new member Grant Ward in the tightly sealed area. A bald man wearing glasses walked into the research core. "So what have you found?" he inquired. "This hammer's composition is untraceable. It does not resemble any terrestrial material, and it intermittently emits electromagnetic waves," a researcher lamented. Advanced instruments encircled the hammer, yet the data returned was a convoluted mess, failing to provide any coherent answers. After attentively listening to the report, the bald man turned to Coulson, his expression grave as he delivered a detailed account. Coulson's curiosity and confusion intensified. He resolved to personally investigate. As he approached the hammer, which lay quietly in the impact crater, an unusual sensation enveloped him. He distinctly felt the shamanic energy within him ignite like a flame, growing more vibrant the closer he drew to the hammer. Upon reaching the hammer, he inhaled deeply and extended his hands, attempting to lift the mysterious object. However, no matter how hard he exerted himself, the hammer remained immovable, as though were fused with the earth. A slight furrow formed on his brow. Concentrating, he summoned the active magic within him and gently touched the surface of the hammer. In that moment of contact, a mysterious symbol began to emerge on the surface of the hammer. Coulson gazed intently at the enigmatic symbol, aware that with his current knowledge and abilities, he would likely struggle to decipher its meaning. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. "It appears I should contact Jericho." At the entrance of a quaint little shop, warm sunlight cascaded down like a golden veil. Jericho lounged in an old wicker chair, squinting slightly as he savored a moment of leisurely tranquility. A gentle breeze wafted by, bringing with it a hint of freshness, while a few leaves danced to the ground. Suddenly, the serene atmosphere was shattered by the urgent ringing of a telephone. Jericho lazily opened his eyes, reaching for the phone resting on the nearby table. Upon seeing Coulson's name on the caller ID, he sighed softly and drawled, "Coulson, what is it now?" "Jericho, I need you here. It's a mysterious incident." Coulson's voice came through the line. Jericho's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of focus, sitting up and his eyes gleaming with curiosity and alertness. "What incident? Where?" "New Mexico," Coulson replied succinctly. Jericho furrowed his brow at the mention of the location, a sense of foreboding filling his mind. Clearly, the hammer had made its presence known. "Send someone to pick me up. I've never been to New Mexico," he instructed Coulson. "Understood. I'll arrange it immediately." Coulson responded decisively, swiftly beginning to organize the necessary arrangements. Moments later, the sound of whirring rotors filled the sky, gradually crescendoing into a deafening roar as a S-H-I-E-L-D helicopter descended onto the open ground. The powerful gusts created by the blades caused nearby foliage to rustle and dust to swirl. As the doors opened, a robust and handsome man emerged, exuding an air of confidence and competence. He approached Jericho, his demeanor respectful, stating, "Sir, I am Grant Ward, the new member of the mysterious response team, here to escort you." There was a glimmer of respect in his eyes, yet beneath that seemingly sincere gaze lay something elusive. Jericho felt a stir within at the mention of the name. "Grant Ward? Indeed, it seemed you'd join my team. Intriguing. Let us see what Hydra desires." He pondered silently, while maintaining an impassive facade as he scrutinized the man before him. The Hydra organization, which loomed as a constant threat to S-H-I-E-L-D, had now sent one of its members to accompany him. This journey to New Mexico would certainly be anything but dull. Inside the S-H-I-E-L-D helicopter, Jericho sat quietly, gazing out of the small window at the rapidly passing blue skies and white clouds. At that moment, Ward ambled over with an air of casualness and settled across from Jericho. "Sir, since joining the team, I have frequently heard tales of your exploits. Has this team truly endured such harrowing experiences?" Ward's eyes reflected curiosity and a subtle probing, eager to glean more about the enigmatic group from Jericho's response. Jericho turned his head slightly, his deep-set eyes scrutinizing Ward. "Did Nick Fury not inform you before your induction? The matters our team confronts far exceed your imagination. If you lack the requisite mental fortitude, it would be wise to withdraw post-haste." "Sir, I have consistently scored highest in S-H-I-E-L-D-S psychological evaluations. I am confident in my capabilities," Ward replied, sitting up straight, his expression earnest and resolute. "Is that so? I hope you truly possess the confidence you profess." "I have high hopes for you, Grant Ward," Jericho remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Sir, I have also heard that you possess mysterious powers. Might I witness them firsthand? The other team members have already faced your abilities. I wish to experience it as well," Ward said, his eyes shimmering with intense curiosity and longing. Jericho regarded Ward silently for a moment before nodding slightly. "Indeed, this may prepare you mentally for future missions." With that, Jericho rose slowly, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Ward, an enigmatic and profound energy beginning to emanate from him. Ward felt as though a shadowy light flickered in Jericho's eyes, a mesmerizing force that threatened to engulf him. Suddenly, Ward's consciousness was wrenched into an endless abyss of darkness. In an instant, the world around him collapsed into obscurity. He struggled against it, yet his body felt beyond his control, his awareness drifting helplessly in the void. Time lost all meaning. It could have been a fleeting moment or an eternity. Finally, Ward regained his senses, jolting his eyes open in shock at the sight before him. He found himself amidst a desolate wilderness strewn with jagged rocks, bizarre formations surrounding him. Some colossal stones towered like the fangs of ancient beasts, piercing the sky. Others lay sprawled on the ground, their surfaces marred by the ravages of time. The cracked earth beneath his feet was barren. Sparse grass shivered in the wind. producing a faint rustling sound that only intensified the desolation and solitude. Ward surveyed his surroundings in bewilderment, his heart racing with shock and confusion. Chapter 52. Manolo's the ground began to tremble violently without warning, the intensity of the vibrations escalating rapidly. Ward's expression shifted to one of acute tension. He could distinctly sense an immense entity drawing near. Soon, a colossal green hand, larger than any mountain, came into his view, muscles bulging and veins prominently displayed. The hand gripped a massive boulder, the sheer force of its hold causing cracks to spiderweb across the stone surface, with fragments cascading to the ground. As the monstrous figure emerged, Ward was rendered speechless by the sight before him. The creature was gargantuan, adorned with twisted, spiraled horns that shimmered with an eerie luminescence. A pair of demonic wings unfurled slowly from its back, each flap sending forth a tempest that kicked up clouds of dust, obscuring Ward's vision and amplifying his feelings of dread and helplessness. Its cavernous maw resembled an unfathomable abyss, lined with razor-sharp fangs that glinted ominously, instilling a profound sense of terror. Atop its head blazed a fierce green flame, while behind it trailed a massive, muscular tail that whipped through the air, producing a sound reminiscent of a fierce wind, as if proclaiming its sovereign status. When the entirety of the creature was revealed to him, an overwhelming sense of oppression surged through Ward like a tidal wave. He felt as though his heart was ensnared within an invisible grip, his breath quickening and becoming labored. Each inhale a struggle against the immense weight of fear. His legs trembled uncontrollably, his body seemingly frozen in place, unable to summon even the slightest thought of escape. The monster seemed to sense Ward's presence, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated through the wilderness like thunder, causing his eardrums to ache and his mind to buzz. Then, with a swift motion, the creature's gaping maw opened wide, unleashing a beam of green light toward Ward. This beam raced towards him like a harbinger of death, igniting the air upon contact, melting the sands and stones beneath it into rivers of molten rock. Despair washed over Ward as he watched the green beam approach. His mind blank save for a singular thought. Am I to die? In that critical moment, his body instinctively sought to evade the impending doom. It was bound by the shackles of terror, rendering him utterly unresponsive. As the beam drew near, Ward's consciousness was gradually consumed by the blinding luminescence, until he succumbed entirely to the abyss of darkness. Ward jolted awake from his stupor, his eyes wide with terror and confusion. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like pearls from a broken string, instantly soaking his garments. His body shook uncontrollably, gasping for air as if he had just clawed his way back from the depths of death. The sudden outcry echoed within the confined space of the helicopter. The pilot, engrossed in the act of flying, was startled by the unexpected commotion, instinctively turning to see what transpired behind him. Concern and confusion etched upon his features. "You're awake. I truly did not anticipate you would faint," Gerald remarked, seated beside Ward, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He observed Ward quietly, seemingly awaiting his return from the unsettling nightmare. "What is happening?" Ward's voice trembled, his mind still replaying the horrifying scenes. The enormous green monster, its gaping maw, the green flames, the lethal beam. Each image was etched into his memory like a haunting nightmare, leaving him in a state of dread. His heart raced furiously within his chest, as though it sought to break free, the profound fear still entwined around him, preventing him from finding solace. This is one of the things we may face in the future. So, do you wish to withdraw? Gerald's voice was calm, yet serious, his gaze fixed intently on Ward. It was he who had implanted the terrifying images of Manolo's into Ward's consciousness, curious to observe how he would react in the face of such unimaginable terror. What surprised Gerald was Ward's ability to emerge from that soul-freezing fear in such a brief moment, gradually regaining his composure and striving to stabilize his mind and body. Such resilience and capacity for rapid recovery were qualities not commonly found in ordinary individuals. Gerald mused silently, considering how unfortunate it was for such talent to be ensnared within Hydra. A plan must be devised to persuade Ward to defect from their ranks. Images of the fearsome creature continued to flicker through Ward's mind like a cinematic reel. The monstrous form, exuding an aura of boundless malevolence, left every detail indelibly marked in his memory. The sheer size, the ghastly visage, and the overwhelming power capable of annihilating all. As if it were a demon from the depths of hell. Merely recalling it sent a chill coursing through him, as though his very blood had frozen in that instant. Then, like a tide, his thoughts surged back to his past with Hydra. In truth, Ward had never harbored deep feelings for Hydra. In his youth, his mind had been immature, easily swayed and indoctrinated by their ideologies. At that time, he naively believed he was partaking in a grand endeavor that could alter the world and secure his place in history. However, when the terrifying image of that creature struck like a heavy hammer upon his once unwavering convictions, his inner world began to tremble and reshape. He came to a profound realization. The power struggles and machinations pursued by Hydra were trivial and insignificant in the face of a looming crisis that threatened the very existence of the world. They were merely a group of mortals, blinded by their own desires, engaged in a trivial and narrow-minded game upon the stage of power. In stark contrast, the true noble endeavor lay in vanquishing those monsters capable of bringing about apocalyptic devastation, protecting the peace and tranquility of the world, and rescuing humanity from the brink of disaster. This was the grand, awe-inspiring cause worthy of his lifelong dedication and struggle. I want to join. I will never withdraw. Ward's eyes ignited with a fierce and resolute fire, his voice unyielding and resonant. Chapter 53. The Hammer of Thor. Upon hearing Ward's resolute declaration, Geralt's lips curled into a subtle smile of satisfaction and reassurance. He nodded gently and remarked, "Excellent. Now, perform admirably. This mission is far from simple." "Yes, sir. I shall not disappoint you," Ward replied promptly, rising with a respectful military salute. Before long, the helicopter descended steadily onto the base's helipad. Coulson stood outside, his posture rigid, his gaze fixed intently upon the helicopter's landing, a hint of gravity in his expression. As the cabin door slowly opened, Geralt was the first to disembark, followed closely by Ward and the other team members. Barton and the enigmatic members of Geralt's team had assembled at that moment. "Lead the way. I can already sense a surge of thunderous energy resonating in the vicinity," Geralt eagerly told Coulson as he stepped onto the base. Under Coulson's guidance, Geralt and his companions swiftly entered the special area housing Thor's hammer. This area was heavily guarded, equipped with an array of advanced technological defenses. Upon entering, a bespectacled bald man hurriedly approached them, his steps brisk and his eyes reflecting a mix of scrutiny and curiosity as he directed his gaze at Coulson. "Coulson, is this the special advisor?" he inquired. "Not merely an advisor. He is now the head of this operation," Coulson replied with unwavering seriousness. "My apologies, sir," the bald man stammered, momentarily taken aback by Coulson's response, before offering Geralt an awkward smile of apology. However, Geralt's attention was far from the superficial pleasantries exchanged. His focus was firmly fixed on the bald man, silently pondering, this fellow must also be affiliated with Hydra. Disregarding the bald man's presence, Geralt strode with determination towards the hammer positioned on the central platform. The air around them crackled with a faint electric hum, emitting a soft, sizzling sound. Geralt slowly extended his hand, gently brushing against the surface of the hammer, feeling the vast energy encapsulated within the inscribed runes. The powerful and unique fluctuations of energy convinced Geralt that this was indeed crafted by Odin. Standing before the hammer, a powerful impulse surged within him, compelling him to test whether he could lift this legendary artifact. Yet, as his gaze inadvertently swept over the expectant faces surrounding him, he felt a pang of embarrassment at the thought of failing to lift it and ultimately relinquish the idea. Subsequently, Geralt meticulously examined every detail of the hammer. After a moment, he turned to face Coulson, his expression grave. "I believe I have discerned the nature of this object. It is imperative that we inform Nick Fury about this matter." In Coulson's office, he initiated a video call with Nick Fury. Soon, Fury's iconic one-eyed visage appeared on the screen. "Speak plainly. What is the origin of this hammer?" Fury asked, getting straight to the point. I'm uncertain how familiar you are with Norse mythology, Geralt began, lifting his gaze calmly as he posed a question. Norse mythology? How does that relate to this hammer? Fury's brow furrowed, revealing clear puzzlement, while Coulson, standing beside him, mirrored the same confusion. This hammer is called Mjolnir. If you have any knowledge of Norse mythology, you should have encountered this name. Geralt continued unhurriedly. The hammer of the thunder god? Coulson exclaimed, his eyes widening in realization. Clearly, his past experiences or studies had afforded him some familiarity with Norse mythology and the renown of Mjolnir. A look of astonishment crossed his features as he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it is the weapon of Thor, the thunder god, Geralt stated with solemnity. Thor, are you jesting? We have encountered sorcerers, vampires, werewolves, and demons. Now, even a thunder god has emerged? What on earth is happening in this world? Fury's eyes widened in disbelief. Many myths are not entirely fabricated. Some possess a basis in reality. You need not overthink this. Simply regard them as extraterrestrials with immense power, and it will become more palatable. Geralt shrugged slightly, attempting to elucidate the complexities in a more relatable manner. How then did the weapon of the thunder god end up here? Fury's brow knitted in deep concern and confusion. This is precisely where the trouble lies. Thor typically keeps his hammer close and does not part with it lightly. The mere fact that the hammer is here, while Thor is nowhere to be found, suggests that he may be in grave danger. It is crucial to understand that Thor is the son of Odin, the king of the gods, and the heir to the realm of Asgard. Should he encounter peril on Earth, the ramifications will be dire indeed. One can only imagine Odin's wrath. Geralt's demeanor grew increasingly serious. How formidable are these gods? Fury's question slipped out, recognizing the necessity of understanding such unknown powers to devise appropriate strategies. His gaze revealing his unease regarding the impending threat. Asgard is one of the most powerful civilizations in the universe. Their technology is highly advanced, and their physical prowess far surpasses that of humans. Our conventional weapons would be mere toys in comparison and could not inflict substantial harm upon them. Most critically, they possess planet-destroying weaponry. Geralt's tone was grave and somber. Upon hearing the term planet-destroying weaponry, Fury's expression shifted dramatically. He understood its implications. Without hesitation, he issued a command to Coulson. Locate Thor at once. Following Fury's orders, Coulson sprang into action. He dispatched the majority of his team to conduct a sweeping search across various locations while he remained at the base, firmly overseeing the situation's core. By the way, can you lift the hammer? Coulson inquired, casting a curious glance at Geralt amidst his flurry of activity. Ha! This hammer was enchanted by Odin himself. It is not something an ordinary person can lift, Geralt replied with a hint of embarrassment, his eyes reflecting a sense of resignation. However, should someone manage to lift it, legend has it that they would gain the power of the thunder god. The power of the thunder god? Coulson mused, his gaze revealing a flicker of contemplation. Chapter 54. The transformation of the Phantom Wolf in this moment of temporary tranquility. Geralt devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of the runes inscribed upon the mighty hammer of Thor. The rune magic of Asgard was truly unique, powerful yet restrained. It seemed that a journey to Asgard might be, in order, a chance to exchange knowledge and learn. As he pondered, his fingers gently traced the runes on the hammer, striving to sense every subtle fluctuation of magical energy contained within. Seeing Geralt so engrossed in his study, Coulson's curiosity and thirst for knowledge were reignited. Can't you teach me a few more tricks? So far, I only know the lightning arrow. Or perhaps you could simply give me that book, and I could learn on my own, Coulson remarked, tinged with both anticipation and a hint of dissatisfaction. Denying you that book is for your own good. I fear you might recklessly delve into it and cause trouble. Mastery of this art requires patience and a grounded approach, Geralt replied with a chuckle. However, upon witnessing the skepticism in Coulson's gaze, Geralt ultimately relented. Very well, I shall teach you one more technique. Standing upright, Geralt slowly raised his arm, his fingers weaving through the air. With the graceful motion of his fingertips, a faint glimmer of magical light began to flicker and coalesce in the atmosphere, gradually revealing a complex and exquisite mysterious rune suspended in midair. This rune appeared to be an intricate tapestry of ancient lines and enigmatic patterns, radiating a deep cerulean glow. Feel its power and etch it firmly in your memory. With your current level of mastery, you should be able to manage a semblance of it. Gerald intently observed Coulson, fully aware that this would pose a considerable challenge for him. Yet, he believed in Coulson's resolve and innate talent to attempt its mastery. Coulson's gaze remained fixed upon the shimmering rune, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented concentration and seriousness. The rune seemed to possess a magnetism, drawing his full attention, rendering the rest of the world irrelevant. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, trickling down his cheek, yet he remained oblivious to it all. Time appeared to stretch infinitely, each passing second accompanied by Coulson's arduous struggle to memorize and comprehend. After a prolonged and grueling effort, he finally managed to retain a rough image of the rune, despite being drenched in perspiration. Observing Coulson's near mastery of the rune's form, Gerald softly remarked, "The rest is up to you. Sketch it out in practice. What is the name of this technique, and what purpose does it serve?" Coulson asked, slightly out of breath, striving to calm his anxious mind. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation, eager to uncover the wondrous powers contained within the rune he had just painstakingly memorized. This technique is called the transformation of the Phantom Beast. It allows you to transform into various animal spirits, with a specific animal being at your discretion. Moreover, while transformed, you will be immune to physical attacks, Gerald explained with a smile. Phantom Beast? Are there any restrictions on the animals I can transform into? Coulson inquired, his eyes gleaming with inquisitiveness. Of course, you cannot transform into animals vastly different in size from your own. Given your current prowess, you will likely only be able to maintain the form for a short duration, Gerald replied, a hint of playful mockery dancing upon his lips. Upon hearing Gerald's words, a look of satisfaction and excitement blossomed on Coulson's face. Meanwhile, outside the base, a different kind of operation was quietly unfolding. Thor's gaze was fixed intently upon the heavily fortified compound. There had been no satellite crash. Otherwise, why would they not clear the wreckage but instead erect a fortress? Not far off, Jane Foster held a telescope, meticulously observing the movements within the base. "Stay here. I will retrieve the hammer of the Thunder God and return for you," Thor declared, his body taut with anticipation, fully prepared to breach the base. As Gerald and Coulson immersed themselves in a detailed discussion of the newly learned technique, a sudden clamor erupted outside, shattering the tranquility. Almost immediately, an agent burst through the door, exclaiming loudly, "Director, we have an intruder." Coulson immediately sprang into action, rising swiftly to head outside. Upon arriving in the surveillance room, he saw Thor charging in like a raging bull. Each powerful punch he threw resonated with a thunderous sound, sending Coulson's subordinates crashing to the ground without resistance. Thor showed no signs of halting, bravely advancing toward the area where the hammer lay. Is this Thor? Even without his divine powers, his combat prowess is quite impressive, Gerald commented as he joined Coulson, both of them fixated on the video feed, deep in thought. Coulson was about to issue orders to have personnel swarm the base and subdue the formidable intruder when Gerald promptly intervened, raising a hand. "Wait a moment. Let him in. We shall see if he is indeed that person. A mere touch of the hammer will reveal everything." Gerald seemed to foresee the unfolding events with a sense of eager anticipation. Coulson hesitated briefly, still harboring doubts, but ultimately, trusting Gerald, he set aside his radio and, alongside Gerald, quietly observed the surveillance feed, awaiting Thor's approach to the enigmatic hammer. Ward entered the room, striding directly to Gerald, volunteering, "Director, I can subdue him. Though he is strong, his techniques are rather crude, making him easy to handle." Ward slightly raised his chin, his chest puffed out, eager to display his capabilities and worth before Gerald. "Not necessary. Let's observe first. Await my command before acting," Gerald replied, his eyes unwaveringly locked on the monitor, his attention fully consumed by Thor, who was about to engage with the hammer. On the surveillance feed, Thor had successfully reached the hammer, slowly extending his arm to grasp its handle tightly, then exerting all his strength in an attempt to lift it. His muscles tensed, veins bulging. Yet the hammer remained steadfast, a towering mountain unmoved. Thor's face contorted with disbelief as he stubbornly attempted again and again, but the outcome remained unchanged. In despair, he threw his head back and shouted to the heavens, "Why, Father?" His voice echoed with anguish and helplessness throughout the silent base. "Now you may proceed to subdue him. But remember, do not harm him. Be gentle," Geralt instructed Ward, having made his judgment, recognizing that this was indeed the moment for a meaningful conversation with Thor. Thus, he decisively issued the command for action. Chapter 55. The transformation into a sheep upon receiving Geralt's instructions. Ward engaged in close combat with Thor. Utilizing his experience and skill, Ward executed a flawless shoulder throw, bringing Thor crashing to the ground, rendering him temporarily incapable of resistance. At this moment, Geralt leisurely approached with the others. Lying on the ground, the subdued Thor's mind was preoccupied with Jane, who awaited him outside the base. When he noticed Geralt, the leader, appearing before him, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Is this the head of the base? If I capture him, I could coerce him into releasing me. In an instant, as everyone believed he had been thoroughly subdued, Thor unleashed an astonishing surge of strength, violently shaking off Ward's grasp. Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Ward stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Thor charged towards Geralt like a ferocious beast, disregarding all else in his reckless advance. "Hey, don't be impulsive," Geralt exclaimed as he saw Thor barreling towards him. With a resigned smile, he snapped his fingers. With a resounding pop, Thor's form shimmered with light before transforming into a fluffy sheep. Its hooves patted anxiously on the ground, and its bleating echoed around, appearing both comical and inexplicably adorable. "I told you not to be impulsive," Geralt remarked. This unexpected and surreal scene left everyone present utterly speechless. Ward's eyes widened in disbelief. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, questioning if he had misperceived the event. Other agents shared the same shock, exchanging glances that reflected their mutual confusion and astonishment. "What are you waiting for? Quickly take him to the interrogation room. He will revert soon," Geralt said, shaking his head in resignation as he observed their stunned expressions. His voice finally jolted everyone back from their shock. Ward was the first to regain his composure, hastily moving towards the bleeding sheep, carefully cradling it despite still feeling incredulous about this miraculous transformation, and proceeded towards the interrogation room as instructed. The others followed suit, the entire group moving forward in an atmosphere that was both bizarre and filled with curiosity, their respect and intrigue towards Geralt's mysterious powers growing deeper. In the dimly lit interrogation room, Thor regained his original form. His eyes reflected a mix of confusion and anger as he warily surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Coulson scrutinized the screen, his brow furrowed in perplexity. He didn't even pick up Mjolnir. It shouldn't be him. His gaze was filled with uncertainty. He could not ascertain the true identity of this unexpected and peculiar intruder. After all, in his understanding, only one capable of wielding Mjolnir was the genuine Thor. No, it is indeed him. When I transformed him into a sheep, I sensed the divine power within him. Though it seems to be dormant, Geralt stated, his focus unwavering as he observed Thor on the monitor. "It is time we have a conversation." With that, Geralt adjusted his attire and made his way to the interrogation room. The moment he stepped inside, Thor's gaze was immediately drawn to him, a flicker of curiosity igniting in his eyes as he spoke first. "I cannot believe such a powerful sorcerer exists on Earth. Your transformation skills surpass Loki's by far. You seem to know little about the situation on Earth, Prince Thor," Geralt replied with a faint smile. "You know who I am? I thought no one here would recognize me. But please, don't call me Prince anymore. I have been exiled from Asgard and stripped of my powers. I am merely a mortal now." Thor's expression shifted to one of evident surprise. He had assumed no one on this distant Earth would know of him. Yet here was someone aware of his identity. However, mentioning his exile brought a glimmer of melancholy to his eyes, reflecting the stark contrast of his former glory as a son of the gods now reduced to a powerless mortal, a tumult of emotions flooding his heart. "Stripped? Thor, your powers have not been eliminated. They are merely in a state of enforced slumber and need to be reactivated," Geralt intently observed Thor. "Is that true? Does that mean I still have a chance to lift Mjolnir?" That would be splendid. Thor's previously despondent expression brightened in an instant, his spirit revitalized. That will be for you to discover. Now, what led to your exile on Earth? Geralt asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although he was already aware of the circumstances, he felt compelled to follow the procedure. Thor took a deep breath and began recounting the events that led to his banishment. His eyes occasionally flashed with anger and regret as he detailed how a moment of impulsivity ignited a conflict with the Frost Giants, defying Odin's will, and the struggles and choices he faced throughout that series of events, narrating them all to Geralt. Thor, you should rest well here. If you need anything, just let us know, Geralt said after patiently listening to Thor's tale. He gently patted Thor's shoulder, offering a gesture of comfort and encouragement. Then, he turned and slowly made his way towards the exit, his pace unhurried, as if deep in thought. Just as he was about to step out, Geralt casually glanced towards the corner of the room. In the dim light of that shadowy corner stood Loki, quietly observing. Had it not been for Geralt's keen sight, one would have been utterly unaware of his presence. He must have employed an invisibility spell. Geralt merely cast a fleeting glance before subtly shifting his gaze away, as if he had noticed nothing. He had no desire to become entangled in the intricate troubles of the Asgardian family. Thus, he chose silence, feigning ignorance as he exited the interrogation room, leaving Thor to rest alone within. Once Geralt departed, an almost imperceptible ripple seemed to disturb the air. Shortly after, Loki slowly emerged from the shadows. He informed Thor that Odin had passed away and that the people of Asgard did not wish for his return. These few words pierced Thor's heart like a sharp blade. His body trembled, as if struck by a heavy blow. However, Loki merely observed him in silence, his unspoken demeanor proclaiming that this was an undeniable truth. After a moment, Loki sighed softly, his figure fading from view, leaving Thor alone in the empty interrogation room, his heart consumed by sorrow. Chapter 56. The appearance of Loki at the site where Mage Iron Man rested. Loki arrived silently, his gaze fixated upon the hammer, a complex mix of desire and ambition flickering in his eyes. He slowly extended his hand, yet no matter how hard he tried, Mage Iron Man remained as if rooted to the ground, utterly immovable. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Loki's face. He sighed softly and turned to leave. In that very moment, an inexplicable sensation of being watched surged within him. Unbeknownst to him, this unfolding scene had already been witnessed by Geralt, who lurked in the shadows nearby. A slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, almost bursting into laughter. He mused to himself that Mage Iron Man possessed a unique enchantment, igniting a deep-seated curiosity and desire for challenge within every individual, compelling them to test their worthiness to wield it. Meanwhile, outside the base, Dr. Eric and Jane were anxiously negotiating with the guards, imploring them to release Thor. Their eyes brimmed with concern and determination, particularly Jane, whose gaze revealed her deep care for Thor. Upon learning of the situation outside, Geralt strolled out with a calm demeanor. As his figure emerged before them, both Eric and Jane displayed expressions of utter astonishment. It had been quite some time since Eric last saw Geralt, and Jane was also present. Geralt greeted them with a smile. Professor Geralt? Eric and Jane were taken aback, having never anticipated encountering him here. Eric, a former colleague, and Jane, a former student, exchanged incredulous glances. Sir, they wish to take the intruder away, Ward reported, hastening to Geralt's side. Sir? Eric exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Since when did you become an agent of S? H? I-L-D? I moonlight as a consultant for S? H-I-L-D. Between my teaching commitments, Geralt replied, his signature smile still adorning his face, his tone light and casual. Professor Geralt, could you persuade them to release Thor? He asked merely a bit unhinged. He means no harm, Jane implored, desperation lacing her voice. What is your relationship with him? You must understand he barged in here alone, which is no small feat. Geralt scrutinized Jane with narrowed eyes, his gaze piercing. In truth, Geralt had already made up his mind the moment they arrived. He intended to let Thor accompany them. After all, leaving Thor here would serve as a lightning rod, inevitably drawing more trouble and conflict. His inquiry was merely procedural. He is our friend, a fitness enthusiast. His skills are honed through practice. Jane hastily conjured a feeble excuse, lacking conviction even as the words left her lips. However, Gerald chose not to dwell on her flimsy justification. He nodded gently and then issued the command to release Thor, allowing him to depart with Jane and the others. Are we really just letting him go? Didn't TU say his safety was paramount? Coulson furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with confusion and concern as he watched Thor and the others fade into the distance, turning to Gerald with a question. Keeping him here would be a greater nuisance. Letting him roam free is preferable. We can send someone to keep an eye on him, Gerald explained, arms crossed, his gaze contemplative and steady. Coulson nodded slightly, signaling his understanding. I'll take a walk outside. It feels stifling in here. Gerald suddenly broke the brief silence, speaking softly. Though puzzled, Coulson refrained from questioning further, trusting Gerald's judgment. Gerald slowly exited the base, stepping into the vast, desolate expanse of the night desert. He walked deliberately, the sand beneath his feet whispering softly, seemingly the only response from this tranquil land. He continued for quite some time until the outline of the base vanished from view. Come out. You've followed me for long enough. What do you seek? Gerald abruptly halted, turning to look behind him. In an instant, the air appeared to shimmer, and Loki's figure emerged like a wraith from the shadows, clad in a sleek black suit, his trademark mischievous grin dancing at the corners of his mouth. He stood there silently, locking eyes with Gerald. To think such a formidable sorcerer exists on Earth. You must have sensed me long ago, Loki remarked, tilting his head slightly, his signature smirk revealing a hint of playful challenge. I noticed you upon your arrival at the base, but I had no desire to involve myself in your troubles. Besides, I had pretended not to see you, so why seek me out? Gerald replied, his gaze steady and unyielding. Your presence beside Thor is a nuisance to me, and I intend to eliminate you now, once and for all, Loki declared with a cold laugh. Upon hearing Loki's menacing words, Gerald momentarily faltered, then burst into laughter. It seems you've misunderstood. My feigned ignorance of you was not out of fear, merely a desire to avoid complications. Eliminate me? Gerald's tone grew increasingly stern, his eyes narrowing, revealing a hint of displeasure, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at Loki. You are rather presumptuous, he remarked, and, as the words left his lips, a dark, malevolent crimson aura began to swirl around him. The energy writhed as if alive, gradually coalescing into tendril-like shapes akin to octopus limbs, twisting and undulating through the air, emitting a faint hissing sound. Loki's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Gerald, now emanating an aura of wickedness. A chill unlike any he had ever felt enveloped him, as if he stood within an icy tomb. In his perception, the area around Gerald was shrouded in a frigid aura of death. Loki's body involuntarily tensed, and he quickly adjusted his stance, his expression now a mix of wariness and gravity, fixating intently on Gerald. Two glimmering daggers materialized in Loki's hands, poised to strike. However, just as he was about to spring into action, he realized, to his astonishment, that an invisible force had ensnared him, rendering his limbs immobile despite his desperate struggles. He glanced down in shock to see a massive crimson hand, resembling a devilish claw emerging from the depths of hell, firmly grasping his form. The wrist of this colossal hand was connected to the writhing tendrils behind Gerald, which twisted frantically in the air. Do you dare to call yourself the foremost sorcerer of the Nine Realms? This is the cinematic universe, not the comic universe, Gerald taunted with a derisive smile, tightening his grip with a single hand. Chapter 57. Loki bewildered, Gerald clenched his fist tightly with one hand and raised it high, a surge of formidable power coursing through his arm and into the colossal crimson grasp of death. He forcefully slammed the captured Loki down towards the ground. A thunderous crash echoed as Loki's body collided violently with the sandy earth, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Without a moment's pause, Gerald seized Loki once more, repeating the process of mercilessly smashing him against the ground. After several repetitions, Loki lay sprawled on the ground like a puddle of mud, his eyes vacant and dazed, as if his very soul had been shaken from his body. Observing this, Geralt approached cautiously, his gaze still tinged with vigilance. Just as he was about to draw closer to Loki, the latter's form suddenly dissipated like smoke, transforming into an ethereal illusion. In the next instant, Loki emerged behind Geralt, brandishing a dagger that glinted menacingly, thrusting it towards Geralt's back with blinding speed. However, Geralt's shrouded magic barrier flared to life, resembling an indestructible shield. The dagger struck the magical barrier, eliciting a soft arcane spark and a sharp chime. Immediately afterward, a surge of potent arcane energy erupted from a shield, sending Loki hurtling away, his body tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the sandy ground not far off. Geralt slowly turned his head, gazing at the fallen Loki, inwardly relieved that he had taken precautions to shield himself before the confrontation. Otherwise, he might have been caught off guard. His demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness, the previously calm aura now replaced by an air of intensity. "You dare strike me?" he declared, finding himself outmatched. Loki gradually faded from sight, melding into the vast expanse of the desert, leaving Geralt standing alone, warily surveying his surroundings, prepared for Loki's next unforeseen ambush. Geralt stood silently in the desert, his eyes gently closed as he exerted his perception abilities to their fullest. However, after a considerable time, he opened his eyes slowly, a frown creasing his brow as he pondered. Has he escaped? A mixture of resignation and disdain flickered across his face, followed by a slight smirk as he turned to head back towards the base. Upon returning to the base, Geralt's expression returned to its customary tranquility, choosing not to disclose the encounter to Coulson and the others. Meanwhile, in distant Asgard, Loki returned in a state of humiliation and fury. "I shall slay you," he roared inwardly, the experience of being effortlessly defeated weighing heavily upon him, driving him to the brink of madness. At that moment, a subordinate soldier hurried in, panic etched on his face as he reported, "Your Highness, the 4 warriors of the Celestial Palace have gone to Earth to seek Thor without your permission." Loki, initially taken aback by the news, soon allowed a cold and resolute smile to grace his lips. "If they have gone, let them not return. Let them remain on Earth with Thor forever." With that, he made his way towards Odin's vault, intending to activate the destroyer. The following day, sunlight bathed the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, shattering the previously serene atmosphere with an unexpected alarm. "What is happening?" Coulson queried, his expression urgent as he hurried towards the surveillance room, anxiety and confusion evident in his eyes. Within the monitoring room, technicians were diligently manipulating various instruments, attempting to decipher the source and nature of the anomalous energy. "It remains unclear. An energy surge appeared and then vanished suddenly, approximately 15 miles to the northwest," reported a technician. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he focused intently on the screen, his voice trembling slightly. His fingers flew over the keyboard, striving to extract useful insights from the chaotic data. "I will investigate," Coulson decided without hesitation, adjusting his gear in preparation to lead his team to the scene. Just then, Geralt appeared, addressing the group. "It is Asgardian energy. Evidently, they are sending someone again." A note of concern flickered in his gaze, as if he already sensed the impending events. "I will go ahead. You all hurry. I have a foreboding feeling that trouble is brewing." With that, amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, accompanied by a crisp snap, his form transformed into a bird. With a vigorous flap of its wings, he soared into the sky, racing towards the northwest. Fortunately, among the team was a member of the mysterious squad, whose mental resilience and experience surpassed that of the others. After the initial shock, they quickly regained their composure, unhesitatingly trailing behind Coulson. Meanwhile, on the other side, Thor was reveling in the joy and sentiment of reunion with the 4 warriors of the Celestial Palace. They gathered closely, ardently sharing tales of their experiences since parting. At that moment, the news brought by the 4 warriors struck Thor's heart like a thunderclap. Odin is still alive. Thor's body jolted, a tumultuous blend of shock and confusion crossing his features, his eyes widening as he murmured, "That means Loki has deceived me. Why would he do this? He seeks to prevent my return, allowing Loki to ascend as king." Sif, her gaze resolute, met Thor's eyes and gradually unveiled the truth. Upon hearing this, Thor's emotions surged, a tide of anger, regret, and bewilderment towards Loki crashing over him. Yet, before they could delve deeper into discussions, another wave of potent energy surged in the vicinity. Their expressions turned grave and alert, and without needing further words, they exchanged knowing glances and swiftly sprang into action. Upon their arrival, they beheld a cloud of dust swirling as the imposing and formidable destroyer armor emerged. Its massive metallic form glinted coldly under the sun, each step resonating with a deep thud against the ground. As the oppressive presence of the destroyer armor came into view, Thor's expression grew serious. He understood that the trouble at hand was far from trivial. The four warriors of the Celestial Palace quickly readied themselves, gripping their weapons tightly, muscles taut and prepared for a fierce confrontation. Just as tensions heightened, a shadow streaked across the sky, Geralt's avian form slicing through the air. In the instant before landing, his body transformed back into the human form of Geralt. Jane and Eric stared in wide-eyed astonishment at the astonishing spectacle, mouths agape, as if seeking words but momentarily speechless. Allow me to explain this later. For now, seek shelter. We shall handle this, Geralt reassured them with a gentle smile, attempting to soothe their anxieties, then fixed his determined gaze upon the advancing destroyer armor. Is this sorcerer your ally? Sif inquired, her brow furrowing with concern as she quietly posed the question to Thor. He is, in a sense. He will assist us, Thor replied with a slight nod, his eyes reflecting trust and gratitude toward Geralt. At this moment, all eyes were tightly fixed on the encroaching destroyer armor, each person bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. Chapter 58. The arrival of the destroyer. The colossal and imposing visage of the destroyer armor suddenly began to shimmer with blinding flames. In an instant, a searing ray of fire shot forth with astonishing speed towards the crowd. As the fiery beam traversed the air, it felt as though the very atmosphere had ignited, the intense heat warping the surrounding space, allowing all present to palpably sense the aura of annihilation. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were gripped by fear, instinctively scattering in all directions. Geralt had presumed that the destroyer's target would be Thor, for all this turmoil had originated with him. However, to his utter astonishment, the flame-laden ray was aimed directly at him. Bewilderment and confusion washed over his face, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, "No, isn't your target Thor? Why are you aiming at me?" Yet, there was no time for hesitation. As the fiery ray bore down upon him with lethal intent, Geralt swiftly cast a teleportation spell. Vanishing from his original position, the ferocious flame struck the building behind him with a resounding crash, instantly reducing it to rubble under the onslaught of fire, dust, and debris cascading down like a torrential downpour, enveloping everything in thick, acrid smoke. Seeing this, Vandal roared with fury, raising his axe high, his eyes gleaming with fearless determination, charging towards the destroyer like a valiant lion. The destroyer, however, effortlessly lifted its arm, meeting Vandal's axe with a thunderous clash. In that moment, Vandal was overwhelmed by an immense force, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward, crashing into a nearby car, which crumpled under the impact. The Valkyrie Sif seized the opportunity as the destroyer was distracted by Vandal's assault, nimbly maneuvering behind it. She leaped high, channeling all her strength into a fierce thrust aimed at the destroyer's head. The blade struck true, piercing through the armor. Sif's heart soared with triumph, believing she had thwarted the destroyer's attack. However, to her dismay, the destroyer merely paused momentarily before reigniting its fury. With a violent shudder, it flung Sif away like a mere insect. She arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, pain evident in her expression. Vostag and Hogan exchanged resolute glances, a shared determination igniting within them. Without hesitation, they charged toward the destroyer in succession. Vostag swung his hefty weapon with all his might. Yet when it collided with the destroyer's hardened exterior, it merely sparked feebly, as ineffective as an ant trying to shake a tree. Hogan, more agile, darted around the destroyer, seeking weaknesses in its defenses. His blade glinted coldly as he struck swiftly at the joints and seams, Yet each assault was effortlessly neutralized, leaving not even a scratch. As the battle raged on, a blue glowing arrow streaked through the air like a meteor, emitting a sharp whistle as it struck the destroyer. Upon impact, it erupted in a dazzling display of electricity. Although this strike failed to pierce the destroyer's impenetrable form, the resultant shockwave forced it to stagger back a step. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that Coulson and Barton had arrived just in time. Coulson, quickly evacuate the civilians. Gerald's figure appeared beside them, as if in an instant. Witnessing the terrifying might of the destroyer firsthand, Coulson grasped the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned, decisively directing his team, commanding, "Everyone, disperse immediately. Evacuate the surrounding civilians at the fastest speed. Their safety is paramount." The team responded in unison, swiftly scattering in all directions. "What on earth is that thing?" Barton exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he beheld the gargantuan, fearsome destroyer armor. Just moments ago, he had unleashed a powerful arcane shot, believing it would leave some semblance of damage, yet it had left not a single mark upon the armor. Asgardian heavy weaponry must be tactical grade, Gerald remarked while scanning the battlefield. The four warriors of the Heavenly Palace were locked in a dire struggle against the destroyer, finding themselves in a precarious position. Vandal, having been thrown back, was struggling to rise from the wreckage of the car, dust and scratches covering his body, his axe bearing noticeable nicks. Sif lay on the ground, blood seeping from her mouth. Although defiance flickered in her eyes, the pain hindered her movements. Vostag and Hogan's relentless attacks were proving futile, their stamina waning. Exhaustion etched upon their faces. "Keep attacking. Even if you cannot harm it, you can slow it down. I'll go bolster them with bloodlust to buy some time. My ultimate ability requires preparation," Gerald said gravely to Barton. With that, he blinked and reappeared beside the four warriors. Gerald raised his hands slowly, a deep crimson light materializing within his palms. The glow danced like flames, radiating a mysterious and potent energy. The four warriors paused their actions, gazing at him with curiosity and confusion, unsure of what this enigmatic sorcerer intended. Suddenly, the flame-like red light surged forth from Gerald's palms, enveloping the warriors in its embrace. I feel invigorated," Sif cried out, her eyes igniting with a fiery glow, her body visibly swelling with newfound strength, her already formidable frame becoming even more robust. The other three warriors experienced similar transformations, their muscles bulging with surging power, banishing the fatigue and disarray brought on by battle. They unleashed deep, primal roars, akin to enraged beasts, rekindled with fervor. Without hesitation, they charged once more at the destroyer. This time, they unleashed their full might, each strike resonating with greater power, engaging the destroyer in a fierce exchange, and momentarily shifting the tide of battle. Yet, Gerald knew this momentum could not be sustained for long. The Doomsday ritual needed preparation. Observing the warriors holding their ground against the destroyer, he felt a slight relief. He then turned and swiftly made his way to an open area. Chapter 59. The Guardian of the Apocalypse, he stood firm, murmuring incantations as a colossal purple summoning circle gradually materialized upon the ground. The array emitted a chilling and profound luminescence, resembling a gateway to the inferno. Within the circle, enigmatic runes flickered with an eerie brilliance, intertwining and spiraling, gradually coalescing into a formidable surge of magical energy. Before long, a gigantic hellhound slowly emerged from the circle, tightly bound by the purple aura. "You shall be the offering. I hope that creature does not demand too much," Gerald murmured, observing the thrashing hellhound with a slight frown. After inhaling deeply, his expression turned grave as he immersed himself entirely in the summoning ritual of the Guardian of the Apocalypse. The purple summoning circle grew ever more radiant, as if engaged in a mysterious communion and packed with some powerful entity from the depths of hell. In that desolate expanse, the purple summoning circle glimmered with a flash, and the struggling, howling hellhound was instantly consumed by that mysterious force, vanishing without a trace. However, the anticipated figure of the Guardian of the Apocalypse did not materialize within the circle. For a moment, An eerie silence enveloped the area. Geralt stood beside the circle, his lips twitching slightly, a bitter smile gracing his features as he shook his head in resignation. After a brief contemplation, he carefully retrieved a soul stone radiating a purple glow from his robe. Geralt gazed at the soul stone for a moment before casting it into the silent, summoning circle. The instant the soul stone was engulfed by the circle's light, the entire array seemed infused with an immense vitality. The previously tranquil runes surged with frenzied energy, unleashing a torrent of malevolent magic. The dark energy spiraled within the circle like a tempest, distorting the very fabric of space around it. At the heart of this overwhelming power, a colossal figure began to materialize. It was a gargantuan demon, adorned with wings and hooves. Towering several meters high, its muscles bulged as if forged from iron. Its wings unfurled like two immense storm clouds, shimmering with an uncanny light reflected from the malevolent magic. The demon's massive head bore twisted horns, and its blood-red eyes blazed like two burning flames, exuding boundless ferocity and wickedness. "Ha ha ha, I can emerge once more," the demon bellowed, opening its cavernous maw to emit a chilling, sinister laughter that echoed throughout the region, reminiscent of a decree from the depths of hell, instilling terror in all who heard it. Meanwhile, far away in the serene sanctum of Camartage, the Ancient One suddenly opened her eyes slightly, sensing something amiss. A flicker of helplessness and worry crossed her gaze as she murmured, "Has Geralt resorted to that tactic again? Did I not advise him against it? It seems the armor of destruction has placed immense pressure upon him." With a soft sigh, she gently closed her eyes, deciding to refrain from further intervention for the time being. "Hey, is it you who has summoned me once again, boy? However, this time the price seems rather low. What is it you desire?" The booming voice of the Guardian of the Apocalypse resonated through the air as it slowly turned its colossal, menacing head towards Geralt, its blood-red eyes revealing a hint of discontent. "Do you see that iron golem ahead? Eliminate it. Once you succeed, I shall grant you a generous reward," Geralt replied, unflinching. As he met the Guardian's gaze, the Guardian glanced towards the imposing figure of the armor of destruction at Geralt's direction, momentarily taken aback, before a disdainful smirk crept across its face, filled with scorn and arrogance. "That will be a simple task. Allow me to handle it. If your reward does not meet my expectations, I shall consume your soul," the Guardian declared, unfurling its wings with a mighty flap, unleashing a tempestuous wind. Its massive form shot forth like a cannonball, charging towards the armor of destruction with ferocity. "Simple? Let us see how you fare against the iron fist of destruction from Asgard. Once you are incapacitated, I shall terminate the summoning. Generous reward? Spare me the pleasantries," Geralt thought to himself, watching the Guardian's retreating figure with a silent smirk. At that moment, the effects of bloodlust had dissipated, and the four valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace appeared utterly drained, gasping for breath as their chests heaved violently. Weariness and defeat etched upon their faces. They stared blankly at the still unscathed and unwavering armor of destruction, their eyes reflecting profound helplessness and despair. "Brother, if you harbor any grievances against me, come at me. I am ready," Thor declared, inhaling deeply as he summoned all his courage. A glimmer of determination and tragedy shone in his eyes as he stepped forward with resolute strides. He had mentally prepared himself for the worst, willing to sacrifice his life to end the calamity that had arisen due to him, in exchange for peace for Earth and Asgard. The gargantuan metal head of the armor of destruction rotated slightly, its eyes glowing red as it locked onto Thor with unwavering focus. Without hesitation, it raised its arm, its massive fist descending towards Thor with tremendous force. At that critical moment, a colossal figure surged forward, crashing into the armor of destruction with tremendous impact. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air as the armor was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Everyone stood in stunned silence at this unexpected turn of events, their gazes fixed upon the mysterious, colossal figure that had suddenly appeared, the Guardian of the Apocalypse. The Guardian wasted no time, foregoing any superfluous words. Its gaping maw parted slightly, and in an instant, a torrent of intense green flames erupted forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the fallen armor of destruction. The green flames blazed fiercely, emanating a suffocating heat and aura of annihilation. Wherever the flames touched, the ground melted instantly, forming bubbling pools of magma. Thor, the courage you displayed in sacrificing yourself for your friends is commendable. After these days of trials, you should comprehend your father's intentions. Now you may attempt to summon Mjolnir. You are worthy, Geralt whispered as he silently approached Thor, gently patting his shoulder with an encouraging tone. Thor nodded slightly, etching Geralt's words deeply into his heart. His gaze grew resolute and focused, fixed upon the direction of the base as he silently summoned his conviction and strength, beginning his attempt to call forth the hammer of the Thunder God. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the armor of destruction, enveloped in green flames, erupted with astonishing resistance. Its headpiece flickered with light as it unleashed a searing beam of fire, akin to a dazzling laser, instantly piercing through the Guardian's massive and resilient wings. The Guardian of the Apocalypse let out a pained roar, its blood-red eyes ablaze with fury, transforming its anguish into a more ferocious rage. It charged relentlessly towards the rising armor of destruction, and thus began a breathtaking melee of titanic proportions. Chapter 60. The brave sacrifice of the Doomsday Guardian. With each assault, the Doomsday Guardian was engulfed in a dense, emerald demonic energy, which coiled around its claws like a tangible essence. Each strike left profound gashes on the formidable shell of the destroyer, sending metallic shards scattering in all directions. Yet, the destroyer was no ordinary foe. Its heavy fists rained down upon the Doomsday Guardian like a torrential downpour, each blow containing the power to shake mountains. When its fist collided with the Guardian's form, a torrent of green blood erupted, exuding a noxious odor that pooled on the ground, instantly corroding it into small craters. Amidst the fierce skirmish, the Guardian gradually regained its senses, realizing it had likely been deceived by Geralt. The Destroyer's armor was not the so-called steel golem it had anticipated. Its strength and combat prowess far exceeded expectations, rivaling that of advanced magical mechs. A wave of regret and fury surged within the Guardian, but now entrenched in the quagmire of battle, it could only strive with all its might for a glimmer of survival. In the midst of this frenzied, close-quarters combat, the Destroyer unexpectedly unleashed a series of astonishingly underhanded tactics. As it executed these unpredictable yet lethal maneuvers, the Guardian found itself increasingly overwhelmed. Its once resilient skin had been carved with deep wounds, green blood gushing forth, staining its massive form and rendering it a tapestry of injury, its breath growing increasingly erratic. In a fleeting moment of respite, a fierce glint ignited in the Guardian's crimson eyes. Seizing the opportunity, it swiftly maneuvered behind the Destroyer, its agile form darting through the chaos. Before the Destroyer could react, the Guardian's powerful arms encircled its colossal body like unyielding iron chains. With a sudden flourish, its immense wings unfurled, generating a tempestuous wind. Propelled by overwhelming force, the Guardian ascended, lifting the Destroyer higher into the sky until they soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters. From the ground, their figures appeared as mere specks. Gazing down upon the earth, now resembling ants below, the Guardian wore a cold, menacing smile. It tightened its grip on the Destroyer, folding its wings as they plummeted earthward like a massive meteor ablaze with fury. Fall to the demon-infested earth. The Guardian roared as they hurtled towards the ground. A beam of green magical energy, emanating destruction and chaos, struck with blinding speed, piercing through both the Guardian and the Destroyer before they could react. In the distance, Geralt stood silently, his hands still resonating with the arcane energy of the recently unleashed chaotic arrow. My apologies, but I cannot wait any longer. However, your sacrifice shall not be forgotten, he mused, his face adorned with a faint smile devoid of guilt or pity. In an instant, with a thunderous crash, the colossal forms of the Destroyer and the Doomsday Guardian slammed into the earth. The shockwave erupted like a surging tsunami, radiating outward from the impact point. The tremendous force sent the four valiant warriors nearby hurtling away, their bodies akin to fragile leaves in the tempest, uncontrollably tossed by the tumultuous wave. Some collided heavily against distant boulders, shattering them into countless fragments. Others crumpled amidst the ruins, buried under a cloud of dust and debris, the scene chaotic and harrowing. As the swirling dust began to settle, the battlefield came into focus. The destroyer's armor lay still, extinguished and lifeless, marked by the scars of battle that told the tale of the recent conflict. Nearby, the state of the Doomsday Guardian was even more tragic. Its immense form was riddled with wounds, particularly a ghastly gash in its chest, from which green blood flowed like a spring, pooling on the ground in a noxious puddle. Weakly, it lay there, breath shallow, its blood-red eyes fixated on the approaching Geralt, brimming with boundless hatred and fury. "You scoundrel! How dare you betray me? I shall feast upon you." The Guardian's voice, hoarse and low from weakness, still brimmed with palpable malice, chilling the air. Geralt, however, appeared unfazed, his expression inscrutable as he approached the fallen Guardian. He produced a vial from his possession and knelt beside the Guardian, positioning it near the wound to collect the flowing green blood. "Do not waste it. Your blood will prove invaluable in time," he murmured, as if the Guardian were merely a tool to be exploited rather than a formidable adversary. Upon hearing Geralt's cold, callous words, the Guardian's emotions surged, fueling its desperation. Summoning every ounce of strength, it attempted to rise, its massive form trembling with exertion, muscles taut, blood streaming from its wounds. Yet, its injuries were too grave. The struggle proved futile. Before long, its strength ebbed away like a receding tide, and its body ceased to shake. The once fiery hatred in its gaze faded to emptiness as its soul gradually slipped into the void, leaving behind its colossal, shattered shell. Geralt gazed upon the Guardian's immense, broken corpse, a subtle smile curving his lips. With a gentle snap of his fingers, radiant white flames of holy light erupted around the body. The flames enveloped the Guardian, consuming its form, crackling with the sounds of the demon's anguished cries. In mere moments, it was reduced to ashes, which danced away on the breeze, vanishing into nothingness. After attending to the Guardian's remains, Geralt turned his attention to the incapacitated and extinguished destroyer's armor. His heart raced with excitement akin to that of a fawn. Pondering, surely, Thor would not reclaim it. Does this signify it belongs to me? What a magnificent prize it is. As he approached the destroyer's armor, his gaze remained fixed upon it, as if appraising a rare treasure, his mind already envisioning how to study and harness this formidable weapon from Asgard. At that moment, on another part of the battlefield, as Thor's divine powers steadily replenished, a tremendous surge of energy emanated from the location where the mighty Mjolnir lay. The hammer seemed to sense the return of its master, soaring skyward in an instant. It traced a magnificent golden arc through the air, accompanied by a rushing sound akin to the wind, resembling a golden meteor rapidly hurtling towards Thor. Chapter 61. The spoils of war. Thor's powerful hand tightly gripped the mighty Mjolnir, and in an instant, an overwhelming and pure force of lightning surged forth from the hammer, rapidly coursing through his arm like a serpent, enveloping his entire being. His form was shrouded in a dazzling radiance of electric light, with golden currents dancing along the contours of his muscles. Each arc of electricity seemed to harbor cataclysmic power, and at that moment he had undeniably transformed back into the formidable god of thunder, instilling terror in the hearts of his foes. Not far away, Jane and Eric stood frozen in awe at the breathtaking spectacle before them. Jane's eyes widened in astonishment and reverence, her lips parted as if to speak, yet rendered voiceless by the sheer might of the energy surrounding Thor. Eric, equally astonished, bore an expression of incredulity, his gaze fixed intently upon Thor. Once restored to his divine power, Thor soon noticed the deactivated destroyer armor lying in the distance. Upon realizing that Geralt had successfully neutralized it, he nodded slightly, gaining a new appreciation for Geralt's capabilities. A glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. He had already decided to return to Asgard to confront Loki and seek justice for the myriad of his transgressions. "Wait, Thor!" Just as he was preparing to depart, Geralt hurried over, clutching a crystal in his hand. With Thor's puzzled expression, Geralt swiftly pressed the crystal into his palm. This is a magical locator. Take it with you when you return and help me verify something. Thor looked down at the crystal, his mind swirling with questions. Yet recalling Geralt's previous assistance and demonstrated abilities, trust triumphed in his heart. He merely raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement, stowing the crystal carefully. Jane, would you like to see the Bifrost? Thor turned to Jane, a gentle smile gracing his face. At his words, her eyes sparkled with excitement, her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. Observing her reaction, Thor's smile broadened, and he stepped forward, enveloping her in a tender embrace. Jane trembled slightly, both from exhilaration and the intimacy of the moment. Then, with a sudden swing of MJ Lnur, accompanied by a deafening roar, the hammer propelled them skyward like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, witnessing the successful resolution of the situation, Coulson and Barton led the SHIELD agents to converge around the still form of the destroyer armor. Its massive and imposing outline exuded an air of mystery and power under the sun, compelling a closer examination. Hey, just to clarify, this is my spoils of war SHIELD has no claim to it. Geralt raised his voice, attempting to divert their attention from the armor, keenly aware of their potential envy. You'll need to discuss that with Director Fury, Coulson replied, shaking his head slightly, a bittersweet smile appearing on his face. The extraterrestrial technology contained within the armor held immense value and secrets, making it highly alluring to SHIELD. I'm taking it with me for now. If there are any objections, let Fury contact me directly. Geralt's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. With that, he cast a spell, and a deep azure light began to glow before him, gradually expanding and distorting into a vast portal. This portal was larger than any he had conjured before. Hans emerged from the portal, and Geralt quickly briefed him with a few concise words. Hans promptly activated a custom trailer, gently towing the destroyer armor toward the portal. Coulson stood by silently, observing the scene unfold. Although a sense of resignation lingered within him, he recognized the futility of halting Geralt's actions. After successfully transporting the destroyer armor, Geralt and Sylvit made their way toward Thor's Bifrost. In the sky above, Jane remained rooted in place, still reeling from the dazzling and mysterious light that had just witnessed Thor's departure. Her heart brimmed with longing and hope as she silently prayed for his safe return, wishing for a reunion. Shortly thereafter, Geralt and Eric arrived at their destination, where a flurry of activity unfolded. SHIELD. Personnel were scouring the area, gathering any potential data and clues. Beside Eric was a sprightly, charming assistant, Daisy, who caught everyone's attention. Her bright eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement as she approached Geralt. Professor, do you really practice magic? That's so cool. Can I learn it? She asked, unable to contain her eagerness. Geralt nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Unhurried, he produced an exquisite business card from his pocket and handed it to Daisy. If you're interested, come here. I can assess your potential. Magic isn't something just anyone can learn. Daisy's eyes lit up instantly. She cautiously accepted the card, tucking it away with care. Today has challenged my worldview tremendously. I've not only witnessed Norse deities, but also the existence of magic. Eric gazed up at the sky, his expression filled with wonder. Perhaps you could consider it differently. Magic is merely another facet of science, making it more palatable. Magic as science? How intriguing, Eric mused, a glimmer of intrigue and curiosity flickering in his eyes. As they patiently awaited the unfolding events in the vast expanse, time slipped by quietly. Yet, Thor showed no signs of returning. Jane's face gradually reflected disappointment, her eyes clouded with worry and unease, the brightness and anticipation in her gaze dimming. Her lips pressed together. She wrestled with various scenarios, uncertain whether Thor had encountered unforeseen troubles in Asgard or had resolved to sever ties with her and never return to Earth. You truly have no idea what you're hoping for. Even if he does come back, there won't be a resolution between the two of you. Just as Jane drowned in her thoughts, Gerald's calm, yet slightly cold voice interrupted her reverie. Why? Jane and Daisy echoed in unison, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief as they turned to Gerald. Jane's voice quivered slightly, fearfully anticipating a harsh truth, yet yearning to understand. They are called gods for a reason. Beyond their formidable strength and power, their lifespans are extraordinarily long. The average Asgardian lives for about 5,000 years, and Thor, being of royal blood, will live even longer. Gerald explained slowly, as if merely stating a cold and objective fact. Chapter 62, The Magical Squad. Do you comprehend? For one who possesses an endless and prolonged existence, you are merely a fleeting visitor in the expanse of time. Even if your love for one another is profound, can you bear to allow him to witness the gradual fading of your youth while he remains eternally youthful? Gerald's expression was stern as he laid bare this most brutal truth before Jane, his cold words slicing through her heart like a chilling wind, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Hey, there's no need to be so blunt, Daisy remarked, noticing her dear friend's despondent demeanor, a wave of discontent swelling within her. If, after confronting such a harsh reality, your love remains steadfast and unwavering, then it can indeed be deemed true love. With that, Gerald departed. As this harrowing episode came to a close, some individuals stayed behind to attend to the aftermath, clearing the remnants of battle and assessing any lingering dangers. While Gerald joyfully returned to his quaint shop, he was brimming with anticipation. Upon entering, he made his way directly to a concealed passage hidden in the corner, descending the winding staircase to the underground laboratory. Within the laboratory, beyond an eye-catching red door, lay an expansive space akin to a mysterious treasure vault, displaying a myriad of collectibles that Gerald had meticulously gathered from around the world over the years. Some were magical artifacts crafted by his own hands. At that moment, the fabled destroyer armor, which had garnered the attention of many, was quietly positioned at the center of this vast chamber, its massive metallic form bearing the scars of battle. Wasn't this broken by you? Can it truly be repaired? Mina inquired, tilting her head slightly, her brows furrowed in confusion as her gaze lingered on the silent armor. What do you know? This is forged from the legendary URU metal, a material with a remarkable affinity for magic. The current challenge lies in how to dissolve it, which is no simple task, Gerald replied, shaking his head in resignation. Although he marveled at the unique properties of URU metal, he was more troubled by the dilemma of dissolution. Before he could contemplate further, the communicator beside him abruptly chimed, displaying a call from Nick Fury. He must have taken an interest in my possessions, Gerald surmised as he glanced at the caller ID, already anticipating the purpose of the director of S.H.I.L.D.S. call. In Nick Fury's office, Gerald's form materialized through a teleportation spell. Fury, accustomed to Gerald's sudden appearances, merely raised an eyebrow, betraying no surprise. You handled this incident admirably. The presence of those gods on Earth was a significant issue, but thankfully, they have all returned. Fury broke the silence. Indeed, Thor has gone back. His 4 companions, having sustained some injuries, will remain until he resolves his family matters and sends for them, Gerald responded calmly. Where are they now? These unstable elements must be closely monitored. Fury's tone shifted to one of seriousness. I've instructed Coulson to arrange accommodations for them. You need not worry on that front, Gerald replied nonchalantly. However, Fury's grave expression did not wane, suggesting that he remained deeply skeptical and concerned about the Asgardian visitors. But you took that item they left behind, correct? Surely S.H.I.L.D. deserve a share. Fury's eyes narrowed slightly, scrutinizing Gerald intently. I knew you had designs on that item, but honestly, possessing it is far more valuable than handing it over to you, Gerald remarked, a confident smile gracing his lips. Oh, how so? Fury raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Gerald's assertion. This item pertains to the realm of magic. If given to you, your utmost achievement would be a basic understanding of its operating system, culminating in mere infantry-grade weaponry, which would be of little significance, Gerald explained, unfazed. S.H.I.L.D. excels in technology and intelligence, yet remains novice in the exploration of magic. Even with this armor, you would only skim the surface, converting it into conventional weaponry, a tremendous waste. And what would you do with it? Fury crossed his arms, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Gerald. I could provide each member of the mysterious squad with a magical weapon. No special talent required. They could wield it immediately, Gerald proclaimed, brimming with confidence. He understood that this promise held immense allure for Fury, as the prospect of a squad capable of wielding magical weapons without the need for innate ability was a dream he had long harbored. Upon hearing this, Fury was captivated by the notion, his desire to assemble a magical task force intensifying. My squad, my weapons, all mine, Gerald mused with a sense of triumph. Having successfully persuaded Fury, Gerald intended to take his leave. By the way, what are your thoughts on Agent Ward, who just joined your squad? I have gathered everything on the list. Will your potion be successful? Fury queried, just as Gerald was about to depart, his gaze reflecting a glimmer of hope. Ward's exceptional qualities were crucial to his plans, and the items Gerald had collected were intimately linked to the potion he was developing. He was eager to ascertain the progress and outcome to better strategize his next steps. His capabilities are indeed commendable, but further observation is required. You may send over the items I've requested. I will prepare in advance, Gerald replied succinctly, offering his evaluation of Agent Ward and subsequent arrangements before teleporting away. Alone at his desk, Fury's eyes sparkled with anticipation as his thoughts drifted toward the formidable magical squad he envisioned. In his imagination, the team members donned specially crafted battle attire, wielding the wondrous magical weapons forged by Gerald, navigating through various perilous and enigmatic missions with unparalleled prowess. This would be an elite force capable of transforming S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strategic landscape, ready to confront all supernatural threats that arose. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the mysterious squad had already undergone significant transformations. Gerald had established an esteemed reputation among them, and the members were wholly obedient to him. Some harbored an almost fervent admiration for Gerald, captivated by the magical prowess he exhibited, viewing him as a spiritual leader guiding them toward new realms. This subtle shift was quietly weaving itself into the fabric of their dynamic. Chapter 63. Farewell to Ancient One. Upon returning to his quaint shop, Gerald's mind remained consumed by the precious URU metal, his thoughts racing with ideas on how to utilize it to its fullest potential. In a laboratory, Gerald stood before the pile of URU, his brow furrowed deeply as he was immersed in profound contemplation. He attempted several conventional magical dissolution methods, yet the URU remained impervious to his efforts. Perhaps he should consult the Ancient One. She would surely possess the knowledge he sought. An idea sparked in his mind. As a legendary figure in the realm of magic, the Ancient One was renowned for her vast wisdom and extensive experience, particularly regarding the enigmatic URU metal. Without hesitation, Gerald cast a teleportation spell. With a surge of magical energy, a portal gradually opened before him, and in an instant, he found himself in Kamartaj. The air here seemed imbued with a rich magical essence. Ancient buildings scattered harmoniously around him, their walls adorned with various mysterious runes and patterns that glowed softly. A dark-skinned sorcerer awaited his arrival, clad in traditional Kamartaj attire, his gaze profound and tranquil. Gerald briefly explained his purpose, and the sorcerer nodded slightly before turning to lead the way. Before long, they arrived at the Ancient One's sitting room. The room was simply yet elegantly arranged. The Ancient One sat poised at a tea table, draped in a flowing yellow robe, her expression serene. On the table, a finely crafted tea set was neatly arranged, and steam wafted from the freshly brewed tea, as if welcoming Gerald's presence. You have come to inquire about how to forge weapons from URU metal, the Ancient One remarked, lifting her gaze with a gentle smile. Indeed, nothing escapes your notice. You must already be aware of the destroyer's arrival. Do you have any solutions? Although Gerald had anticipated her insight, hearing her articulate his intentions so directly gave him pause. He approached the tea table, seated himself, and took a sip from a steaming cup, allowing its warmth to envelop him. Have I provided you with any benefits? The Ancient One inquired, her demeanor calm and unruffled, her deep eyes observing Gerald intently. Benefits? You are the supreme sorcerer. Asking for benefits from me seems rather unbecoming, Gerald replied, setting down his cup, his face betraying surprise. At my stage, such concerns are trivial, The Ancient One replied, shaking her head slightly, her smile remaining composed. Very well, then what do you desire? Geralt sighed in resignation, his hands slightly raised, fully aware that he had little room for negotiation. Quite simply, such a substantial piece of URU cannot be consumed by one alone. I require a portion as compensation for my assistance, she stated, her tone unhurried. Geralt hesitated briefly, contemplating her words before he slowly nodded in agreement to her terms. The Ancient One then straightened slightly and began to elucidate the nature of URU metal. URU is an extraordinarily mysterious and powerful material, originating from a unique fusion of energy and matter deep within the cosmos. Just as Thor's hammer is forged from this metal, Asgard employs the energy of a neutron star to melt it, a method beyond our capabilities. However, I can utilize a spell of magical analysis to gradually dissect it and restructure its composition. Geralt listened intently, absorbing the knowledge imparted to him. Thus, Geralt spent 3 full days in Kamartaj, diligently learning the techniques. Upon his return to his shop, he hurried directly to the underground laboratory, his mind echoing with the principles of the magical analysis he had just acquired. Entering the laboratory, Geralt took a deep breath, swiftly adjusting his focus to initiate the newly learned analysis technique. Standing before the mound of URU, he raised his hands slowly, channels of azure magical light emanating from his palms, entwining around the URU. As the analysis commenced, a faint glow enveloped the surface of the URU, as if resisting the influx of foreign magic. Geralt concentrated intensely, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. However, as time progressed, his brow furrowed tighter. While the analysis technique did yield some effect on URU, the pace was dishearteningly slow. After a mere moment, it seemed that only an infinitesimal fraction of the URU had been analyzed. At this rate, the completion of the entire process felt like a distant dream. When will this end? Geralt muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with frustration and anxiety. At that moment, he realized that relying solely on his own efforts would render this daunting task unbearably slow. Reluctantly, his thoughts began to drift toward enlisting help. It appeared he must consider recruiting several apprentices. He mused to himself, recalling the visage of his first apprentice from long ago. As a child, she resembled a delicate porcelain doll, her innocent smile blooming like flowers in spring, her large, bright eyes filled with curiosity and longing for the magical world, utterly enchanting. Who could have foreseen that she would later spiral into madness? This time, he resolved to seek out psychologically sound candidates. As dust swirled along the path, Elite S.H.I.L.D. Agent Natasha Romanoff escorted a disheveled prisoner. The captive was clad in tattered clothing, his hair wild like weeds, his face etched with exhaustion. Yet a glimmer of menace flickered in his gaze. He was the leader of a notorious terrorist organization, and Natasha had meticulously navigated numerous dangers, employing her exceptional infiltration skills to capture him within the enemy's lair. Throughout the journey, Natasha maintained a heightened state of vigilance, prepared for any unforeseen occurrences. However, in a fleeting moment of distraction, the prisoner sensed her momentary lapse and unleashed a surge of astonishing strength, breaking free from his restraints and bolting into the distance. Damn it! Natasha cursed softly, a flash of regret and anger crossing her features. Without hesitation, she pursued him, gradually closing in on a mysterious, silent village. At the entrance of the village, a weathered sign read, "Welcome to Silent Hill." The words swayed gently in the breeze, as if issuing a silent, eerie invitation. Upon reaching this place, Natasha involuntarily slowed her pace, her vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. The village lay shrouded in a thin veil of mist, which emanated an unsettling aura. The streets were deserted, the buildings dilapidated and ancient, their walls overrun with mottled moss, shattered windows resembling hollow eyes staring silently at the unwelcome intruder. A surge of unease welled up within Natasha, yet she gritted her teeth, her sense of duty overpowering her fear. I cannot allow him to escape, she resolved inwardly, then resolutely plunged into Silent Hill. Chapter 64. Silent Hill. 2 days later, the agents of S. discovered this location. According to the locator on Natasha, she had vanished here. The signal from the device had also disappeared. One agent, his face grave and his eyes reflecting profound concern, fixated on the eerie entrance of Silent Hill, as if attempting to pierce through the layers of mist to unveil the secrets hidden within. It appeared Natasha had ventured into this forsaken town. A report to the higher-ups was in order. Another agent felt a subtle unease creeping in. Soon, Coulson hurriedly arrived at Nick Fury's office. "Director, you summoned me?" he asked. "Natasha is in trouble," Nick Fury stated directly. "What happened?" Coulson inquired urgently. "A few days ago, Natasha was tasked with infiltrating an enemy organization to apprehend a significant target. On her return, she went missing. Our agents tracked her only to a place called Silent Hill." Nick Fury replied, his expression somber. "Silent Hill? Isn't that the infamous ghost town online? Did our agents find Natasha?" A sense of foreboding surged within Coulson, as unsettling rumors about Silent Hill flooded his mind. "No, our agents have scoured the entire town, but there is no sign of Natasha. That's why I called you here. I need you to find Gerald. Use the same method he employed to locate Tony, and see if he can uncover Natasha's whereabouts." Nick Fury's tone carried a hint of resignation. Gerald's enigmatic abilities might be the only hope for locating Natasha at this moment. "Understood," Coulson replied, promptly setting off to find Gerald. In Gerald's underground laboratory, he was engrossed in an intricate dissection, attempting to unravel the stubbornly resilient URU steel. His hands moved gracefully in the air, the ethereal blue glow of his magic slithering over the surface of the URU. Yet progress remained agonizingly slow. "Boss, someone is looking for you." Mina's clear voice shattered the silence of the lab. Her figure appeared at the door, curiosity and confusion dancing in her eyes. Gerald sighed softly, reluctantly pausing his work, and gradually emerged from the laboratory. Upon ascending the stairs, he encountered Coulson's anxious expression. As Gerald appeared, Coulson quickly approached him, eagerly detailing the situation. "Missing? With her abilities, a few days without contact surely indicates something has gone awry," Gerald mused, his brow furrowing, his gaze sharpening. "That's why I came. I wanted to see if you could locate her," Coulson said, his eyes filled with hope. "First, take me to the last place Natasha was seen," Gerald responded, his voice calm yet resolute. Before long, Coulson drove SHIELD's specialized vehicle at breakneck speed to the entrance of Silent Hill. Gerald stepped out of the car, instantly captivated by the eerie aura of the town before him. A thin veil of mist enveloped the settlement, drifting like a ghostly shroud through the streets, imparting an air of hazy mystery. The dilapidated buildings loomed in the fog, their walls festooned with mottled moss and vines, reminiscent of scars left by time, or perhaps the tendrils of some unknown creature stretching quietly toward the outside world. Gerald furrowed his brow, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Is this truly the infamous ghost town? Indeed, beneath this town lies a vast deposit of coal, which was accidentally ignited many years ago, causing a relentless fire to spread underground. The embers still burn to this day, rendering the town abandoned. Many adventurous bloggers have come here to document their experiences, and it eventually gained fame as a ghost town, Coulson explained, his vigilance attuned to their surroundings. As he spoke, Gerald envisioned the chaos of that underground inferno, flames consuming everything in their path, eradicating all life from the town, leaving behind a desolate ruin steeped in death and despair. "Let us venture inside. I find this ghost town rather intriguing," Gerald said with a slight smile, curiosity and a sense of exploration igniting within him as he stepped forward into the depths of Silent Hill. His figure quickly melded into the enveloping mist. "Aren't we taking a vehicle?" Coulson called out, puzzled, his voice echoing in the empty entrance. "No need for a vehicle. We shall walk in," Gerald replied without looking back, casually waving his hand. Coulson shook his head in resignation, hastening to keep pace with Gerald. As they progressed further into the town, the mist thickened, forming an impenetrable white curtain. Despite the significant obstruction to their vision, they could still barely discern the vague, sinister outlines of the buildings around them. "Sir, let us conduct a search of the area first," suggested other team members, eyeing the pervasive fog. Gerald suddenly turned, his expression revealing a hint of astonishment as he glanced at them, yet he chose not to elaborate. Very well, remain alert. I have an unsettling premonition. Coulson nodded gravely. As Geralt and Coulson's team delved into Silent Hill, fervently seeking Natasha, she found herself ensnared in an endless nightmare within this terrifying town, fleeing for her life. Her figure darted through the narrow, crumbling streets, her hurried footsteps echoing through the still air like the tolling of a funeral bell. Behind her, a group of faceless women clad in tattered nurse uniforms pursued relentlessly, their garments stained and mottled with unidentifiable filth, glinting surgical knives in their hands appearing particularly ominous in the dim light. These faceless figures moved with a grotesque, contorted grace, as if unbound by the limitations of human joints, each step resonating with a chilling rhythm, their hissing sounds akin to the whispers of demons, incessantly jarring Natasha's nerves. In her world, the sky bore a grim yellowish hue, shrouded by some malevolent force that suffocated her. Not a whisper of wind stirred. The air felt as if it had solidified, rife with the stench of decay and despair. Her eyes brimmed with terror and exhaustion, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead, dampening her disheveled hair. Damn it, what are these things? In this town, there's no way out, Natasha thought, hiding in a crumbling house, her back pressed against the frigid wall, gasping for breath. Her gaze reflected deep desperation as she scanned the surroundings, searching for any glimmer of hope. The room was permeated by a musty, decayed odor, dust swirling in the feeble light. I hope the director sends someone to find me soon, preferably Geralt. This is undoubtedly his area of expertise, Natasha silently prayed, aware that she had encountered a supernatural mystery which invoked thoughts of Geralt and his enigmatic team of investigators. Chapter 65. The Edge of Hell. After wandering through the mist-laden streets of Silent Hill for an extended period, Coulson remained utterly perplexed, failing to uncover any useful clues regarding Natasha's whereabouts. The entire town resembled a forsaken city, forgotten by time, its eerie silence inducing a sense of dread. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed in the desolate streets, reverberating against the crumbling walls, amplifying the ominous atmosphere. The path they had taken was now entirely engulfed by thick fog, leaving behind a chaotic expanse of white, as though their escape had been mercilessly severed, trapping them within this surreal realm of Silent Hill. Just as those who had come before them had spoken, this place was devoid of life. A hint of helplessness and frustration tinged Coulson's voice. Yet, Geralt seemed unfazed by this fade. He slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes penetrating the overcast sky. The previously dreary and murky heavens now pulsated with peculiar energy fluctuations. A spark of interest flickered in Geralt's eyes, and a subtle smile graced his lips, suggesting that this place concealed intriguing secrets. There is more to this place than meets the eye, Geralt spoke in a low, calm tone. What do you see? Coulson inquired eagerly, a glimmer of hope rekindling in his eyes. If Geralt could perceive something amiss, perhaps they were closer to finding Natasha. This town is perilously close to the abyss of hell. When we entered, we were already encroaching upon the precipice of damnation, Geralt stated matter-of-factly. Is that a metaphor? Coulson asked, confusion etched on his face, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Take it literally. If my instincts are correct, we cannot leave this town through conventional means, Geralt replied, shaking his head slightly, devoid of jest. At that moment, the team members who had gone to scout the surroundings returned one after another, their faces etched with fatigue and unease, their eyes betraying a wariness of the strange environment. Check the town's entrance to see if you can find a way out, Coulson commanded decisively, hoping this simple test would validate Geralt's claims. However, Geralt stood aside, his expression indifferent, seemingly disinterested in communicating with the team, not even sparing them a glance. Before long, the team members who had investigated the entrance hurried back, their steps disordered, their faces still pallid with lingering fear, their eyes reflecting the shock of what they had witnessed. Sir, for some reason, the entrance is blocked. It has transformed into a bottomless chasm. One of the team members stammered, his voice trembling, as though the oppressive darkness beneath the cliff weighed heavily upon him. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions grim and anxious, clearly shaken by this unforeseen turn of events. Upon hearing this, Coulson's expression shifted dramatically. What he had assumed to be a mere missing persons case had spiraled into a bizarre and perilous predicament. What should we do now? Coulson anxiously turned to Gerald. Do not panic, Coulson. Rest assured, I have a way out. But first, we must locate Natasha and bring her with us. Gerald's subtle smile radiated confidence, as if an invisible force allowed Coulson's previously taut nerves to ease slightly. Follow me. I know how to find her, Gerald said, striding purposefully toward a nearby building. The outline of the hospital loomed in the thick fog, emanating a chilling aura, reminiscent of a monstrous creature lurking in the shadows, awaiting their approach. Coulson dared not lose his focus, hastily trailing behind Gerald. As they neared the hospital, an unprecedented sense of oppression enveloped them. The atmosphere was eerily sinister. The dilapidated structure appeared as a cursed relic, its walls marred by the ravages of time and indiscernible stains, as if the remnants of countless tragic tales lingered in the air. The heavy, oppressive ambience felt tangible, shrouding every inch of space, evoking the sensation of standing at the threshold of hell, with each breath seemingly infused with the essence of death. Upon approaching, a bone-chilling cold swept over Coulson, causing his body to involuntarily shiver, as though his very blood had frozen in his veins, each vessel gripped by icy fingers. Fortunately, his inner power stirred to life, a gentle warmth coursing through his veins, providing some relief. What is happening? This place is wrong. Coulson's voice trembled, his gaze filled with wariness. Indeed, it is perilous here. We are separated from hell by but a thin veil. If I am correct, Natasha has inadvertently ventured to the edge of hell. Gerald maintained his calm demeanor, a faint smile still present. He appeared unfazed by the dangers surrounding them, as if well acquainted with such encounters with dark forces. The edge of hell? What does that mean? Coulson queried, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity regarding this unfamiliar concept. The edge of hell is the threshold that directly contacts the abyss, a realm that is half hell and half the mortal world. Gerald paused, casting his gaze deeper into the ominous hospital, as if discerning the hidden layers obscured by the pervasive fog. The spatial structure of this town is intriguing, akin to a Russian nesting doll with layers upon layers. The outermost layer is the realm of reality, he explained while inscribing a mysterious magical circle upon the ground with his power. The second layer is the surface world we inhabit, close to hell, but minimally affected by its influence, posing a low risk. Nonetheless, we can still sense the eerie atmosphere and witness the inexplicable phenomena, such as the abruptly severed paths and the pervasive fog. These are faint infiltrations of hell's power at this level. The third layer is where Natasha resides, the inner world, perilously close to hell, fraught with danger. The rules there are already distorted by hell's influence, giving rise to terrifying creatures and bizarre occurrences. At this point, Gerald's expression grew somewhat serious. And then there is the fourth layer, pure hell itself. Even I must approach it with caution. It is exceedingly dangerous. It is the abyss of darkness and evil, filled with endless suffering, despair, and unimaginably potent demonic forces, a realm forbidden to all life and light. Once one steps inside, it is akin to descending into an eternal nightmare, where a moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable doom. Chapter 66. Rescuing Natasha. As Gerald eloquently elaborated on the intricacies of spatial hierarchies, his hands moved with unwavering precision, swiftly delineating a series of enigmatic and intricate symbols upon the ground beneath him. In a short span, a magic circle, pulsating with a subtle aura of arcane energy, materialized. Calmly, Gerald positioned himself at the center of the circle and turned to Cole, enjoining him. I shall enter alone. You must wait outside. Remember, trust no one here, except for me. Just as Cole opened his mouth to respond, the circle erupted in a dazzling display of violet light, engulfing Gerald's form like a surging tide. Amidst the flickering brilliance, accompanied by a faint tremor of energy, Gerald vanished, leaving only the dimming remnants of the magic circle and Cole standing alone before the eerie hospital. The oppressive silence thickening around him, as if each breath of air whispered secrets of unfathomable dread. Simultaneously, deep within the abyss of Hell's Edge, Natasha found herself ensnared in a harrowing flight for survival. She darted through a desolate expanse reeking of decay, pursued relentlessly by a monstrous figure with a metallic triangular head, towering at 3 meters and wielding a bloodied, colossal cleaver. Her agent's attire, once pristine, was now tattered and torn, revealing her pale skin marred by bruises and abrasions. Am I destined to perish in this wretched place? If only I had attended a few of Geralt's lessons. At least I would have some semblance of preparation, Natasha lamented, her heart heavy with regret and despair. Though her legs felt as though they were encased in lead, she relied on her indomitable spirit and the agility honed through years of training, utilizing every available terrain and obstacle to distance herself from the triangular-headed fiend, striving to carve out a sliver of hope. Just as despair threatened to consume her, her path was obstructed by a cadre of faceless nurses, eerily standing in their stark white uniforms, which appeared conspicuously bright against the ominous backdrop. Clutching gleaming scalpels, they seemed to await a signal, poised to unleash a fatal assault on Natasha. Behind her, the triangular-headed monster drew ever closer, its heavy footsteps accompanied by a chilling, labored breathing, echoing the countdown to her demise. With specters of death before and a relentless pursuer behind, was this to be the end for Natasha Romanoff? Though a hint of despair laced her voice, it was overshadowed by a fierce resolve. Gripping the last dagger she possessed, she braced herself for a fight to the death. As an elite agent of SHIELD, she would not succumb easily. At that critical juncture, a voice resonated through the air, proclaiming Divine Nova. Instantly, a radiant sphere of light, reminiscent of the blazing sun, pierced the darkened sky, descending with a sacred glow. As it plummeted, the surrounding air warped under its immense power. Upon touching the ground before Natasha, it erupted in a blinding golden radiance that surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping everything in its path. The once fearsome, faceless nurses and the triangular-headed monstrosity were obliterated under the onslaught of golden light, their forms disintegrating into mere dust, as if they had never existed. Enveloped by this potent energy, Natasha felt a warm, life-affirming force wrap around her, revitalizing her weary body and healing her wounds. She gazed in astonishment at the miraculous scene unfolding before her. As the brilliant golden light gradually receded, Geralt's silhouette descended from the heavens, landing gracefully on the ground. Attempting to strike a classic superhero pose, only to internally lament, "Ouch, my knees hurt." The sudden impact had nearly thwarted his heroic stance, yet he quickly regained his composure. "Natasha, I have come to rescue you," Geralt declared, rising to his feet with a confident and charming smile. Natasha's once despondent gaze ignited with exhilaration and gratitude as she rushed toward him, embracing him fiercely, overwhelmed with relief at having escaped death. She tilted her head slightly and bestowed upon him a passionate kiss. "Thank you. I thought I was doomed here," she said, her voice trembling with emotion, a mixture of fear and the joy of newfound life. Geralt savored the moment, exclaiming inwardly that this mission had been worth every effort. "I will take you away," he assured her, and with those words, Natasha's frantic heart found immediate solace. He gently encircled her slender waist, pulling her close. In an instant, the surroundings spiraled into chaotic distortion. The once foreboding buildings warped and twisted as if kneaded by unseen colossal hands, emitting spine-chilling creaks as they contorted. Concrete and steel surged like a tumultuous tide from all directions, intertwining and ascending at a breathtaking pace, swiftly obscuring the dim sky with an impenetrable barrier. It was as if the dark forces lurking at the brink of hell sensed Geralt's intentions, desperate to thwart their escape. Yet, undeterred by the apocalyptic scene, Geralt maintained his composure, allowing a slight smile to grace his lips before snapping his fingers with effortless flair. In an instant, violet light enveloped them, tightly encasing their forms. Then, in that sepulchral world, they vanished completely. Meanwhile, outside, Cole paced anxiously, worry etched upon his face as each passing second felt like an eternity. Suddenly, the once dormant magic circle blazed with renewed brilliance, capturing his attention. As the light gradually subsided, Gerald and Natasha's figures emerged, and a smile broke across Cole's previously tense visage. A weight lifting from his heart. They had succeeded. They had returned safely from the terrifying edge of hell. Chapter 67. The team members do not exist, Natasha. It is truly wonderful to see you safe, Coulson said, his face radiating genuine warmth. He approached Natasha briskly, his eyes brimming with relief and joy. If it weren't for Gerald, I would have been doomed. That place was utterly terrifying. Yet Natasha's gaze still bore remnants of fear as she recalled her harrowing experience on the brink of hell. The faceless nurses and the triangular-headed monster, relentlessly pursuing her like a nightmare, sent a shiver down her spine. Let us discuss this later, she murmured. Gerald furrowed his brow slightly, tilting his head to gaze deeply at the overcast sky. It seemed to pulsate with an even more ominous aura, an unsettling premonition of danger prickling at his back, filling his heart with trepidation. His demeanor sharpened, as if he could sense a hidden threat lurking within the seemingly tranquil atmosphere. At that moment, the team members hurried over, their faces a blend of excitement and tension. Sir, we've discovered something of great value. Just over there, one of the team members exclaimed eagerly, pointing in the direction of their find, his eyes revealing the significance of this discovery. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions grave. Coulson felt a surge of curiosity and was about to follow the team members when Gerald swiftly extended his arm to obstruct his path. Gerald's gaze was fixed intently on the team members, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light, imbued with a sense of probing curiosity. Honestly, this is the first time I've encountered something like this. Today has certainly broadened my horizons. If I weren't in such a rush to leave, I would truly wish to study you all, he remarked, his voice calm yet tinged with intrigue at this unprecedented mystery. He slowly raised his right hand, from which purple flames began to emerge. Gerald, what are you doing? They are our subordinates, Coulson exclaimed, his face registering shock as he hurried to intervene. His eyes filled with confusion over Gerald's intentions. Is there something wrong with them? Have they been possessed by some malevolent force? A flicker of doubt and unease crossed Coulson's features as he sensed something amiss with Gerald. The problem lies with you, Coulson. Calm down and think carefully about every detail of how we arrived in this place, Gerald said, a knowing smirk gracing his lips. Coulson lifted his gaze slightly, his expression revealing a hint of bewilderment as he began to mentally retrace their steps. Scenes from their entry into Silent Hill flashed through his mind, the suffocating fog, the eerie buildings, and his conversations with Gerald. Gradually, an unsettling dissonance began to take root in his heart. Yet he found it difficult to articulate where precisely the inconsistency lay. From the outset, it was only the two of us who entered this town. Where did these so-called team members come from? Gerald's voice was calm, yet resolute, exploding like a bombshell within Coulson's mind. Coulson's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, as if he had just heard the most absurd tale imaginable. Indeed, it was just Gerald and me who came here. Where did these team members emerge from? I now realize that I do not recognize them at all. They just appeared in my memory. A chill rushed from Coulson's feet to the crown of his head, enveloping him entirely. Gerald's words had awakened a terrifying realization within him. These individuals must have materialized at the moment we entered the town, and their presence synchronously emerged in our memories. Even more alarmingly, this force cleverly obscured the stark dissonance we should have perceived. Gerald narrowed his eyes slightly. My mental fortitude is relatively robust. At the moment that influence first manifested, I keenly sensed the anomaly and promptly dispelled the external interference. Initially, I was merely curious, as they exhibited no immediate malevolent intent, so I kept my observations discreet. However, it now appears their goal is to prevent us from leaving this town. As he spoke, Gerald began to pace slowly toward them, realizing the truth. Coulson's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, his muscles tensing as he vigilantly scrutinized the so-called team members. Natasha mirrored his alertness. Upon hearing this shocking revelation, her previously relaxed demeanor vanished, replaced by the same heightened vigilance as Coulson. Instinctively, she clenched her fists, slightly shifting her stance into a position conducive to both defense and offense, her eyes locked on the movements of those before her. This was her instinctive reaction as a SHIELD agent, allowing her to swiftly enter a combat-ready state despite recently enduring a life-and-death ordeal. The faces of those across from them, initially appearing normal, began to contort grotesquely, their expressions growing cold and rigid, as if they had lost all semblance of emotion and humanity. Their hollow eyes resembled bottomless voids, emanating a chilling aura. Then, amidst a surge of eerie mist, their figures gradually became enveloped, eventually vanishing entirely within the fog, leaving no trace behind as though they had never existed. That was a swift escape. We'll have to catch a few next time. For now, let us just leave, Geralt said, shaking his head slightly, a hint of exasperation curling at the corners of his mouth. With that, he turned and headed toward the exit, beckoning Coulson and Natasha to follow. Without hesitation, Coulson and Natasha trailed closely behind. Since entering this world, all means of communication with their original coordinates had inexplicably severed, complicating their escape. Yet, Geralt felt confident that if they could reach the entrance, his abilities would ensure a successful departure for the three of them. As they hurried toward the exit, the sky above the distant town darkened at an eerie pace. This darkness was not a natural transition of nightfall, but akin to ink swirling in water, spreading with a terrifying force, swiftly engulfing the entire town like an oncoming tide. Everywhere it touched, the malevolent power ruthlessly corroded. The already dilapidated walls of buildings became damp and slick, moss and some unknown slime proliferating across the surfaces, while foul black liquid seeped from the crevices, filling the air with a nauseating stench. The cobbled streets fared no better, rapidly weathering under the shroud of darkness. Are they attempting to drag us and the entire town into hell? Geralt pondered, his earlier composure giving way to a growing seriousness as he witnessed the unfolding horror. Chapter 68. Stepping into Hell, What is Happening? What is that? Coulson's voice was laced with palpable panic and confusion as his gaze followed Geralt's to the distant, nightmarish scene unfolding in the outskirts of the town. An eerie darkness, akin to a surging black ocean, swept towards them with relentless force, as if the world had been pressed by a button that accelerated its decay, rapidly crumbling into ruin. He keenly observed the grave expression etched on Geralt's face, a wave of intense unease washing over him. The fourth layer of hell does not wish to let us leave easily. It seeks to drag us down. Given the rate of this encroachment, even if we reach the entrance, our escape will be perilous. Geralt's voice was deep, the ominous speed of the darkness pressing heavily upon him. Upon hearing his words, both Coulson and Natasha instinctively tensed, their bodies rigid. What shall we do? Coulson could only place his hopes in Geralt. I'm fine. I can leave whenever I choose. It's just that I cannot take you with me. Geralt's lips curled into a seemingly relaxed smile. Upon hearing him, both Coulson and Natasha tightened their grips on his arm in unison. Hey, according to the usual plot, aren't you supposed to say, you hurry and go, don't worry about us? Geralt shook his head in exasperation, teasingly remarking at their actions. Natasha pressed closely against Geralt, her cheek resting against his shoulder, her rapid and warm breaths palpable. I won't allow it. You can't leave us behind. Do I seem like the kind of person who would do that? Rest assured, Geralt replied, swiftly retrieving a fragment of a soul stone radiating a ghostly purple light from his pocket. He handed it to Coulson while outlining the subsequent steps. You two run towards the exit. Once you reach the cliff's edge, there's a reinforced teleportation array I left behind. Toss this magical stone into it, and when the array glows, step inside, and you will escape. Coulson carefully accepted the soul stone fragment, its coldness spreading through his palm as he gripped it tightly. He looked up at Geralt, his eyes reflecting not only concern but also trust and gratitude, nodding heavily to indicate he had committed the instructions to memory. And you? Aren't you coming with us? Natasha's voice was tinged with evident worry and reluctance, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Geralt. I will venture into hell for a while to hold them off for you. Fear not. I shall be fine. This is not my first visit, and I've encountered far worse places. as Geralt beheld the anxious expressions on their faces. A confident and composed smile graced his lips, despite the lingering worry in Natasha's heart. Her rational mind urged her that insisting on staying would not only fail to provide Geralt with any substantial aid, but could potentially become a burden. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to act, turning alongside Coulson and sprinting towards the town's entrance. Geralt watched their figures recede until they vanished around the corner of the street. He then slowly turned, his gaze firmly fixed on the ever-expanding darkness that resembled the maw of a demon. "Now, let me see who is so reluctant to see us depart." With that, he slightly raised his right foot, gently pressing it against the ground. In an instant, a radiant holy light surged forth beneath him, a brilliant and dazzling flame that emanated a sacred and fervent glow, illuminating a corner of this dark world. As the holy flame made contact with the darkness, the previously rapid encroachment of the shadows noticeably slowed. Geralt advanced step by step into the depths of the darkness, each stride accompanied by the expansion of the holy flame. The moment Geralt fully set foot into the realm of hell, the twisted creatures that had been lurking in the shadows, driven by a mysterious and malevolent instinct, began to converge upon him like sharks sensing blood. Their forms were a grotesque mockery of all that was beautiful and normal in the world. Some were massive, with countless distorted limbs writhing in the darkness, appearing to possess a will of their own. Others were vaguely human, yet grotesquely shaped, their skin riddled with sores and scales, each step accompanied by the sound of dripping slime and creaking bones. However, before this nightmarish horde, Geralt displayed no hint of fear. These little things are not even complete demons. They are merely twisted souls that have fallen into hell. Upon seeing Geralt, the warped creature's eyes gleamed with madness and excitement, emitting a cacophony of eerie shrieks and roars as they lunged towards him recklessly. Yet, just as they drew near, the holy light emanating from Geralt flared brightly. Like the sun at its zenith, its searing and pure radiance slicing through the bodies of these distorted beings. In an instant, the hellish creatures that had leapt towards him were enveloped in the holy light, their bodies igniting like fragile paper in flames, issuing piercing cries before swiftly turning to ash. In this apocalyptic wasteland of hell, dilapidated vehicles lay scattered about, remnants of a once thriving world now decayed and abandoned. The air was thick with a pungent aura of death and destruction, as if it had been ravaged by a nuclear blast, leaving behind nothing but desolation and silence. Geralt stood amidst the ruins, his brow furrowed, and his gaze revealing a hint of annoyance as he surveyed the grotesque hellish beings that continued to close in on him, their ghastly howls echoing ominously, as though they sought to drown him in this ocean of darkness. Like mosquitoes, how bothersome, he muttered under his breath, his tone dripping with disdain for these relentless creatures. At that moment, something strange occurred. The once madly charging hellish creatures seemed suddenly controlled by an unseen, powerful force, halting their assault and swiftly retreating like receding tides, vanishing without a trace. Hey, 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 a raspy, ancient laugh reverberated through the quiet hellish expanse, imbued with an indescribable eeriness as if it emanated from the very depths of the abyss. Geralt focused his gaze towards the source of the laughter, spotting a figure slowly approaching through the darkness. It was an elderly man, leaning on a cane. As he drew nearer, a tempest of emotions surged within Geralt, and he silently screamed, "No way! I can't be this unlucky to encounter this formidable presence here." Chapter 69. Mephisto as the enigmatic elder approached step by step. Geralt's fingers stealthily glided towards the stone concealed within his bosom, gripping it tightly. His gaze conveyed a heightened sense of vigilance and anxiety, while his mind raced with plans to activate his invincibility skill and force a return home. Although the instances of invincibility were limited, each use felt akin to expending a precious life-saving talisman. Nevertheless, he had no time to dwell on such matters. Preserving his own safety was paramount. "You appear quite tense." "Fear not. I harbor no malice. I merely wish to converse with you." The elder's voice echoed through the silent abyss of hell, its tone unremarkable, yet failing to instill any semblance of reassurance. Anyone encountering the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, would undoubtedly feel trepidation, especially considering the recent minor conflict with your son. Geralt managed a wry smile. What I wish to discuss is indeed my son. Mephisto slightly raised his head, the emerald light flickering within his sunken eye sockets, his demeanor remaining calm. He dared to step into the mortal realm, and after being taught a lesson by the Ancient One, he deserved it. However, your affairs are rather untidy. His spirit has escaped. You should inquire with the Supreme Mage. What brings you to seek me? Geralt countered defiantly, lifting his chin. I merely wish to request a small favor. To help me retrieve my wayward son, Mephisto replied placidly. To summon such a commotion merely for a trivial favor? Geralt expressed his astonishment. Do not misconstrue. The incident in Silent Hill was not my doing. I simply seized this opportunity to seek you out. Mephisto clarified with a slight shake of his head. After absorbing Mephisto's words, Geralt lowered his head, deep in thought. Even without Mephisto's plea, he would eventually confront the threats posed by the Witch-Heart demon. The presence of the Witch-Heart demon was akin to a malignant tumor lurking in the shadows, poised to erupt at any moment. Yet, now faced with Mephisto's request, he had to weigh the potential benefits and drawbacks carefully. What do I stand to gain by assisting you? Geralt finally raised his gaze, locking eyes with Mephisto as he inquired slowly. Benefits? Do you wish to broker a deal with me? Mephisto chuckled upon hearing Geralt's words. How could I dare to engage in trade with you? I only wish to ascertain who was responsible for the events in Silent Hill. That hardly qualifies as a transaction, Geralt replied, maintaining his composure. Engaging with an entity like Mephisto necessitated utmost caution. His inquiry was not a genuine desire to negotiate, but rather an opportunity to unravel the enigma surrounding Silent Hill. He was keen to uncover the identity of the orchestrator behind it all. Not negotiating with me is your loss, Mephisto retorted, his smile waning into a cold expression. He paused briefly before continuing. The happenings here and the summoning of my son's true form in Tree Town were orchestrated by a singular individual, a peculiar woman. A peculiar woman? Could you elaborate? Geralt's unease intensified. He sensed a connection between this mysterious woman and himself. I cannot identify her. Only that she arrived in Helm many years ago, utilizing her magical prowess to open a gateway between Hell and the mortal realm. I found it intriguing and wished to discover her intentions, so I refrained from interference. Furthermore, the magical essence she exudes bears a striking resemblance to yours, Mephisto remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly. A woman whose powers mirror mine, who enjoys stirring chaos. Surely it cannot be that mad girl, Shiri? Geralt pondered, a troubling figure flashing through his mind. Should it indeed be that unpredictable girl, the situation would become exceedingly precarious, given her propensity for chaos and danger. It seems you are beginning to piece things together, Mephisto noted with a subtle smile, one laced with amusement and insight. Thus, the matter of the Witch-Heart demon is entrusted to you. Trust me, you will not want him lingering in the mortal realm for long. It would spell great trouble. As Mephisto's voice resonated within the dark confines of hell, he vanished before Geralt could respond. With the departure of Mephisto, the tension within Geralt began to ease, and he exhaled deeply. At least I need not squander an instance of invincibility, he murmured to himself. However, before he could fully relax, new troubles loomed. Yet, my erratic apprentice should also be sought after. I wonder what scheme she is concocting now. Geralt's brow furrowed, a mix of exasperation and concern etched upon his face. He understood that once his unpredictable apprentice succumbed to her whims, the consequences could be dire. Now, it appeared she was entangled in a web of bizarre occurrences, which left Geralt feeling immensely troubled. At that moment, the hellish creatures, stripped of their master's command, plunged into chaos. Their previously suppressed instincts and savagery erupted, akin to a horde of frenzied marauders, as they converged upon Geralt. Since matters here have concluded, it is time for me to depart. As for you, replenish my energy. Though the quality may be lacking, the quantity can compensate. Geralt slightly raised his hands, a deep and mysterious purple energy gradually manifesting within his palms. With a swift clench of his fists, a radiant purple energy surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the surrounding hellish creatures. Wherever the energy spread, it exuded an invisible, potent pull ensnaring all hellish beings within its grasp. Under the influence of this purple energy, the creatures stood frozen, as if under a binding spell. Their bodies began to tremble, dark wisps of essence slowly rising from them, absorbed by the flow of energy. As time passed, the forms of these hellish beings grew increasingly translucent, ultimately vanishing entirely, leaving behind a multitude of shimmering soulstone fragments scattered across the desolate hellish landscape, akin to remnants of stars strewn across the night sky. Geralt observed this spectacle with a stoic expression. Once the energy dissipated, he waved his hand gently, a soft force streaming forth like a gentle breeze, collecting the scattered soulstone fragments and drawing them to his side. He then crouched down, meticulously sketching an enhanced teleportation circle on the ground. In a short time, an augmented teleportation circle materialized before him. Geralt rose to his feet, retrieving several soulstone fragments from his bosom, and without hesitation tossed them into the center of the circle. In an instant, the teleportation circle blazed with brilliance, vibrant beams of light coursing through the runic pathways, weaving a dazzling and mysterious web of light. Geralt squinted slightly, confirming the activation of the teleportation circle before stepping into its embrace. Chapter 70. Recruiting allies from Camartage in the tranquil yet sunlit realm of Silent Hill. The figures of Coulson and Natasha emerged. They chose not to depart immediately, but rather paused in silent understanding. Coulson swiftly retrieved his communication device from his waist, relaying the news of Natasha's safe return in detail to SHIELD. After concluding his report, the two stood quietly on the dilapidated streets of the small town, awaiting further developments. Coulson slightly raised his gaze, directing his attention towards the direction Geralt had ventured into hell. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Natasha joyfully spotted a familiar silhouette approaching. We should head back. This Silent Hill Russian nesting doll poses quite a challenge. I need to gather some assistance, Geralt informed them. Coulson and Natasha returned to SHIELD headquarters, where Coulson meticulously recounted their experiences in Silent Hill, from the initial eerie encounters to the myriad of mysterious phenomena, culminating in Geralt's decision to delve into hell, to Nick Fury. Meanwhile, at Camartage, Geralt opened a portal and materialized within the courtyard. The same dark-skinned sorcerer from before guided him towards the living room of the Ancient One. Upon reaching the entrance, the sorcerer gently pushed the door open, releasing a delicate aroma of tea into the air. There, the Ancient One sat gracefully beside a tea table, having already prepared the tea. Is there a matter that requires my attention this time? The Ancient One's voice was soft and serene as she lifted her gaze to meet Geralt's. Geralt approached the tea table and, as soon as he sat down, inquired, "You are aware of the happenings in Silent Hill, I presume?" "I have heard whispers of it," the Ancient One replied, her tone measured and unhurried. "I ventured deeper into a hellish realm beyond the Bifrost, where Mephisto located me," Geralt explained. Upon hearing the name Mephisto, the Ancient One's previously tranquil expression shifted slightly, a flicker of seriousness crossing her eyes. "What does he seek?" she asked softly, her voice retaining its calm demeanor. "He wishes for us to return his son, who has escaped," Geralt succinctly conveyed. At this, the corners of the Ancient One's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a knowing smile. "Not us, but rather you," she observed, effortlessly perceiving the underlying implications in Geralt's words. Unperturbed by her astute observation, Geralt forged ahead. "Ultimately, it was you, Ancient One, who deliberately released the demon. I require your assistance. And how would you like me to assist you?" She tilted her head slightly, her expression still adorned with that seemingly carefree smile. Her gaze rested on Geralt, as if awaiting a reasonable and feasible request. "Let us defer the matters of the demon for another time. For now, I need a few sorcerers. Silent Hill has opened a gateway between hell and the real world, and their aid is crucial for its closure," Geralt stated earnestly. "How many do you require?" The Ancient One inquired leisurely. "At least a few hundred," Geralt boldly declared, his tone suggesting that such a number was merely a trivial request. "A few hundred? You truly dare to ask such a thing? There are scarcely 500 sorcerers across the entire earth. I can gather at most 20 for you. That should suffice for patching up. The Ancient One responded with a hint of resignation at Gerald's audacious request. Nevertheless, recognizing the gravity of the situation, the Ancient One resolved to extend a measure of support to Gerald. 20 will have to do. With these sorcerers, I can finally melt the URU metal from the destroyer. Gerald thought to himself, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Upon returning from Komartaj, Gerald wasted no time leading the sorcerers to his underground laboratory. What are we doing here? Aren't we supposed to help close the Hellgate in Silent Hill? One of the sorcerers asked, his expression one of confusion as he looked around. The others mirrored his bewilderment, their eyes fixed on Gerald, awaiting his explanation. Well, to close the gate, we need materials, right? You all possess the art of deconstruction, yes? Let's work together to analyze some materials before heading to the gate, Gerald replied, his eyes flickering as he offered a somewhat forced explanation, all while maintaining a calm facade. With that, he hastened to the remnants of the destroyer. The sorcerers exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued, yet they remembered the Supreme Sorcerer's instructions to heed Gerald's guidance. Thus, despite their lingering doubts, they gathered at the designated spot. At Gerald's command, the sorcerers joined hands, forming intricate seals. In an instant, streams of azure light surged from their palms, intertwining and coalescing into a magnificent display of magical brilliance. The power of deconstruction filled the air, gradually permeating every fiber of the destroyer's remains. Through their concerted efforts, the progress of deconstruction advanced steadily. On the first day, the URU metal exhibited slight alterations, akin to ice beginning to melt under a warm sun. By the second day, however, the rate of change accelerated dramatically. Finally, on the third day, the URU metal appeared entirely subdued, the remnants no longer exhibiting the same resistance. The group exhaled in relief. Though fatigued, they felt a surge of accomplishment. Gerald, observing the scene with quiet elation, recognized that he was one significant step closer to his goal. After initial success with the URU metal, the group, feeling utterly spent, was granted a half-day respite to recuperate their magical energy and vigor. As time passed swiftly, Gerald led the sorcerers in a grand procession to Silent Hill. Internally, he calculated his strategy while outwardly projecting an image of seriousness, embodying the weight of responsibility. Upon their arrival at the ominous, abandoned hospital, Gerald stood at the forefront, gesturing for the sorcerers to take their positions in preparation for the sealing spell. Golden rays of light intertwined like a web, gradually enveloping the entire dilapidated structure. As the sealing spell was invoked, the sinister aura emanating from hell was temporarily subdued. Excellent work, everyone, Gerald praised, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he beheld the hospital shrouded in the light of the sealing spell. He began to deliver an impassioned address. Through our tireless efforts, we have successfully sealed the gates of hell, thwarting the emergence of demons that would harm humanity and foiling the schemes of the Demon Lord. This is a monumental achievement, one that will be etched in history. You are all heroes. His voice resonated powerfully, igniting fervor within the hearts of the sorcerers, who had long resided in Komartaj, engrossed in their studies of magic and oblivious to the world beyond. Gerald's impassioned words stirred excitement and pride in their eyes, instilling a profound sense of accomplishment, as if they had genuinely completed a heroic endeavor to save the world. They gazed at each other, their faces aglow with exhilaration, firmly believing that their actions held profound significance, having undoubtedly transformed into the great heroes safeguarding humanity. Chapter 71. The arrival of Natasha as Gerald observed the group of mages. Filled with delight and a sense of accomplishment, he secretly rejoiced within. The mages of Komartaj were truly endearingly naive. Subsequently, he departed from Silent Hill and returned to his modest shop. Entering the underground laboratory, he found that the piece of URU metal, after being collaboratively analyzed by everyone and meticulously refined by Gerald, had revealed a markedly different visage. Once an indestructible and enigmatic material, the URU now resembled a pliable metallic clay, resting quietly on the ground and emanating a cool, captivating glow, as if awaiting Gerald's final sculpting and shaping. In the following days, Geralt devoted himself wholeheartedly to the crafting of URU equipment. He busied himself, traversing between the forge and the workbench. With each strike of the hammer and every inscribed rune, he poured forth countless hours of effort and exquisite craftsmanship. At last, several pieces of URU gear, pulsating with powerful magical energy, were flawlessly birthed under his skilled hands. Geralt gently picked up the equipment, imbued with his blood, sweat, and intellect, examining each piece with meticulous care, his eyes brimming with satisfaction and pride. He caressed every detail of the gear, appreciating the URU's unique texture and formidable magic. His spirits lifted. Next, it was time to seek out Ciri. After all these years, he wondered how she had fared. A subtle concern flickered in Geralt's gaze as he slightly lifted his head to gaze out at the bustling street, his thoughts drifting far away, back to the cherished moments spent with Ciri. In his heart, she held a special place as his first apprentice, and their bond of mentorship remained unbroken, undiminished by the passage of time. Meanwhile, at SHIEL, Natasha sat in a room, her brow furrowed, revealing an unmistakable unease. The harrowing supernatural events of Silent Hill haunted her mind like a nightmare, each detail etched into her memory with lingering dread. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to seek out Geralt and learn how to confront such phenomena. After all, no one could guarantee that similar occurrences wouldn't arise again. Determined, Natasha made her way to Geralt's shop. As she approached, she noticed Hans lounging in a chair at the entrance. Dressed in a loose linen shirt, his hair tousled. He basked in the afternoon sun, his eyes half closed in apparent slumber. "I am looking for your boss," Natasha said politely in a soft voice. Hans lifted his head lazily, casting a scrutinizing glance at the unexpected visitor, as if assessing her intentions. After a brief pause, he replied, "Yes, inside. You can go in." Natasha nodded gently and pushed open the somewhat weathered wooden door, stepping into the shop. "Natasha, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Gerald's voice emerged from the depths of the store, accompanied by soft footsteps. He stepped out from the shadows, a smile gracing his face, curiosity evident in his eyes. "Since experiencing the Silent Hill incident, I've developed an interest in this area. I wanted to seek your guidance, fearing I might encounter something similar in the future," Natasha stated, meeting Gerald's gaze directly. "I see. However, if you merely wish to acquire knowledge, that is not something that can be achieved overnight. You won't learn much in just a few years," Geralt remarked, crossing his arms and tilting his head slightly, adopting a tone that seemed somewhat burdensome. For someone as pragmatic and eager to enhance her abilities in confronting supernatural events as Natasha, the lengthy path of knowledge acquisition might not be the most desirable. Sensing this, Geralt had other plans. Upon hearing his words, Natasha furrowed her brow slightly, a glimmer of contemplation crossing her face. "Do you have any suggestions?" she inquired, her voice clear and resolute, filled with anticipation for effective solutions. Listening intently, Geralt felt a surge of delight, recognizing that events were unfolding as he had envisioned. A knowing smile crept upon his lips as he suggested, "Learning a bit of skill is far more beneficial than merely accumulating knowledge. How about mastering some supernatural abilities?" His gaze bore into Natasha's, as if unveiling a realm brimming with infinite possibilities. "Supernatural abilities? Like those of Coulson? But I was told I lack any magical aptitude." Natasha's eyes brightened, revealing her burgeoning interest in the prospect of supernatural powers. Yet, a flicker of doubt and concern arose at the thought of her alleged lack of magical talent. Absence of talent does not preclude one from wielding magical powers through other means. "Has Nick Fury mentioned the potion project to you?" Geralt replied slowly. "The potion project?" Natasha's brow knitted in confusion, her expression revealing her bewilderment. "It seems Nick Fury has concealed many matters from you. I had thought he trusted you, but it appears otherwise," Geralt said, shaking his head slightly, a trace of wistfulness on his face. Natasha's discontent with Nick Fury grew in her heart upon hearing Geralt's words. Yet, being a trained agent, she swiftly quelled her dissatisfaction, understanding that in such complex situations and the mysterious realm of the supernatural, Confidentiality and selective information dissemination might be necessary tactics. By the way, I have a gift for you. Just a moment, Gerald said, turning and swiftly moving deeper into the shop. Moments later, he emerged, cradling a box in his hands. He gently placed it on the table and slowly opened it to reveal 2 daggers inside. The blades shimmered with a cold light, akin to stars in the night sky, extraordinarily sharp and seemingly imbued with some enigmatic power. The metal of the blades displayed a profound sheen, with strange runes subtly flickering upon them. Giving a girl daggers as a gift? How utterly unromantic. I expected something like jewelry, Natasha remarked, tilting her head slightly, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Her gaze fell upon the exquisite daggers, and though amusement danced in her eyes, curiosity and fascination for this unique gift were unmistakable. These daggers are magical weapons. If you have no desire for them, then so be it, Gerald feigned, raising his arm as if to reclaim the box, preparing to depart. Seeing this, Natasha quickly extended her hands to firmly grasp the box, her movements swift and decisive. Once given, they should not be taken back. She then gently picked up a dagger, examining it closely. The blade flickered with a cool glow in her hand, the light seemingly resonating with her skin, exuding a mysterious allure. Turning the dagger over, Natasha's gaze traced along the edge, scrutinizing the runes that danced upon the blade. These daggers are not only beautiful, but also possess special powers. Once you activate the runes, you will gain the ability to become invisible, Gerald reminded her with a smile. Natasha's eyes widened slightly, a look of surprise illuminating her face. The ability to become invisible, she exclaimed softly, her fingers gliding over the runes. This ability was truly perfect for her. Chapter 72. The Thief Natasha. As Natasha gazed at the dagger with uncontainable delight, Gerald gently cleared his throat to capture her attention, saying, "You cannot yet utilize the magic embedded in this dagger. You are still one step away." As he spoke, he slowly retrieved a vial emanating a ghostly purple glow from his pocket. This potion resided within a delicate, transparent glass bottle, its liquid reminiscent of a profound night sky, shimmering like stars as it flowed languidly, exuding an enchanting yet formidable aura. This is a potion from the Thief sequence. A single vial invigorates the mind, while 2 grant immortality. You're worthy of possessing it. Gerald's lips curled into a subtle smirk, tinged with teasing as he introduced the potion. Natasha's gaze was instantly captivated by the vial, her eyes flickering with a mix of curiosity and doubt as she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is this the substance that granted Barton his power? Can I attain the same strength as him?" Her voice carried a note of anticipation, conjuring images of Barton showcasing his formidable abilities in battle. Potions are merely potions, differing only in type. Yours is for thieves, and his is for hunters. I cannot ascertain the exact powers you will gain upon your first consumption, but it should not be lacking. Coupled with this magical dagger, forged from URU steel and my magical runes, it should adequately prepare you for certain mysterious events. Gerald explained with a serious and focused demeanor. Natasha listened intently, her gaze oscillating between the potion and the dagger. Without the slightest hesitation, she seized the potion and consumed it in one swift motion. The ghostly purple liquid cascaded down her throat, igniting a fervent flame within her, instantly awakening her blood and nerves. As the potion coursed through her, Natasha felt an enigmatic power stirring deep within her, causing her body to tremble slightly. A sinister purple glow flickered in her eyes. In the next moment, her form appeared to distort, pulled by an unseen force, giving rise to multiple overlapping phantoms. These illusions seemed to emanate from a different realm, intertwining with her essence, blurring the boundaries between the ethereal and the tangible. Startled by this sudden transformation, Natasha was engulfed by an instinctive panic. Just as her thoughts spiraled into chaos, Gerald's steady voice resonated through the fog like a clarion call. "Calm yourself, gather your thoughts, and feel the flow of power within you. Guide it with your will." Upon hearing this, Natasha took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. She slowly closed her eyes, attempting to dismiss all external distractions and focus her attention inward. Initially, The newfound power surged within her like a wild stallion, erratic and elusive. But as her will delved deeper, she sensed a faint warmth coursing through her veins and meridians. Cautiously, she reached out with her mind to touch and guide this force. Gradually, that wild energy seemed to respond to her, becoming more docile, no longer as tempestuous as before. The chilling phantoms surrounding her began to fade away, until they vanished entirely. What is this ability? Natasha slowly opened her eyes, the purple glow in her gaze dimming, yet still holding a trace of excitement and perplexity. Your fortune is exceptional. This ability is called evasion. When activated, it renders you nearly impossible to hit for a brief period. As for its extent, you may test it upon returning home. Now, you can experiment with the capabilities of these two daggers, Geralt remarked, his eyes betraying an unmistakable admiration. For the evasion ability was indeed remarkably practical and powerful, making Natasha fortunate to acquire it. Upon hearing this, Natasha was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable thrill and anticipation. She inhaled deeply to steady her racing heart, then extended her hands to grasp the two daggers. The cold touch of the hilt sent a shiver through her as she began to channel the newly awakened power within her. As her strength gradually infused the blades, the runes etched upon them emitted a soft glow. Natasha's form began to undergo a curious transformation. She appeared to be enveloped by a transparent veil, her outline becoming increasingly indistinct. Her once clearly defined shape melded into the surrounding air, first becoming ephemeral like a silhouette in the morning mist, and then vanishing entirely. The entire sequence resembled a wondrous magical performance, and within this state of invisibility, Natasha experienced an unprecedented sense of novelty and exhilaration. How does it feel? Exciting, isn't it? Geralt inquired with a smile as he observed Natasha. Can you see me? Natasha asked, astonished. Although her form was cloaked in invisibility, her surprise echoed clearly in the air. She had assumed this marvelous ability would allow her to traverse the world like a phantom, undetected, yet Geralt had effortlessly discerned her presence. This is what I wish to convey next. My magical prowess far exceeds yours, thus I can see you. Others may likewise perceive you if their strength surpasses yours. Your invisibility will be ineffective against them, Geralt warned Natasha earnestly. Natasha silently committed Geralt's counsel to memory. At this moment, she could hardly contain her eagerness to return and test her newfound abilities. How about it? Are you interested in joining my team? Our missions are quite thrilling, Geralt asked with anticipation before her departure. Never mind. I shall confront those delightful terrorists instead. The challenges you face are far too daunting, Natasha replied, flipping her fiery red hair with a flick of her wrist, her lips curving into an alluring smile. With that, Natasha turned to leave, eager to test her new capabilities. Having acquired my weapons and abilities, once you revel in the allure of wielding great power, you will inevitably seek me out again to ascend further, Geralt mused, arms crossed, his gaze profound and resolute as he watched Natasha depart, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He understood that humanity's yearning for power is akin to an unfathomable abyss. Once one has tasted its depths, they are irresistibly drawn in, unable to extricate themselves. Meanwhile, in the Arctic, a world blanketed in endless ice and snow, a research team was diligently engaged in their exploratory endeavors. After a grueling excavation, they made a momentous discovery, a massive alien spacecraft slowly emerging from the icy depths. Its cold metallic exterior shimmering with an otherworldly luminescence under the sun's rays. Not far from the vessel, the team members also unearthed a bizarre extraterrestrial creature, deeply entombed in the ice. Chapter 73. Alien Corpse. A week later, the biting cold winds continued to howl mercilessly across the icy plains of the Arctic. Investigators, aboard specially designed snow vehicles, struggled through the vast expanse of white desolation, racing towards a research station that had been out of contact for several days. Upon their arrival, the sight that greeted them was disheartening. The entire research station lay in eerie silence, utterly deserted. Cautiously, the investigators entered the station, meticulously searching for any potential clues. As they approached a storage room, a pungent, metallic stench of blood assaulted their senses, an odor that seemed to penetrate their nostrils and churn their stomachs. With trepidation, they slowly pushed open the door to the storage room. In an instant, a horrifying and grotesque scene unfolded before them, leaving everyone pale with shock, some even retching at the sight. Inside the storage room, dismembered limbs lay strewn about like a chaotic heap of refuse. Some of the severed body parts were grotesquely twisted and deformed. Even more chillingly, several of the bodies bore strange, writhing appendages protruding from their midsections. These appendages, a nauseating shade of grayish-blue, glistened with slime, dangling helplessly. At the tips of these tentacles were razor-sharp teeth, glinting coldly, as if poised to strike. The entire scene resembled a nightmarish aftermath of a failed mutation experiment, with death and terror pervading the air, sending shivers down the spines of every investigator present. "We must report this immediately. It is beyond our capacity to handle," one investigator, ashen-faced, stammered. The others nodded in agreement, acutely aware that the horrors before them surpassed their endurance and skill. The following day, a large SHIELD transport plane descended near the research station. A contingent of well-equipped SHIELD agents swiftly emerged from the aircraft, their movements synchronized and expressions grim as they established a perimeter around the research station. Advanced detection devices and containment instruments were meticulously deployed to seal off the entire facility, including the alien spacecraft. Armed with powerful flashlights, the agents cautiously ventured into the research station for a thorough investigation. Upon entering the underground laboratory, they were confronted by a massive ice block encasing an alien corpse. The creature was colossal, its surface adorned with peculiar scales that shimmered ominously under the beam of their flashlights. Its robust limbs were covered with strange tentacles, emanating a chilling aura of intimidation. Even in its frozen state, it appears they were conducting unauthorized research, leading to this unfortunate incident. One SHIELD agent remarked gravely, his brow furrowed as he scanned the laboratory for further clues. Scattered about were various disordered experimental instruments and documents, some irreparably damaged, while others flickered weakly, hinting at the violent events that had transpired here. At SHIELD, Agent Coulson was summoned to Nick Fury's office. "I need you to make a trip to the Arctic. We have discovered an alien spacecraft and a corpse of an extraterrestrial being. The research team that first encountered them has met a gruesome fate for unknown reasons. Your mission is to investigate this matter and uncover the truth," Nick Fury instructed. Coulson, filled with curiosity, replied softly, "An alien spacecraft? That is indeed a rarity, though not unprecedented. I hope this does not turn out to be as troublesome as past incidents." His mind drifted to memories of previous encounters with extraterrestrial events. After acknowledging Fury with a nod, Coulson departed the office. Upon arriving at the quarantined research area, Coulson observed the tense expressions of the SHIELD personnel, anxiety etched across their faces. They hurriedly moved between buildings, weapons in hand, ever vigilant for unseen dangers. "Director, you're finally here. We have a situation. Several of our members have suddenly gone mad, and bizarre tentacles have sprouted from their bodies as if they had been infected by something," a panicked agent rushed to inform Coulson. Coulson's brow furrowed deeply, concern flickering in his intense gaze. "When did this occur? Take me to see," he commanded, internally hoping it was not a troublesome extraterrestrial contagion. Led by the agent, Coulson swiftly made his way to the temporary quarantine zone. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily around him. Every SHIELD member's face reflecting unease. Outside the quarantine area, several heavily armed agents stood ready, their weapons trained on the tightly shut isolation door, as if a lurking demon awaited within. As Coulson approached the door and peered through the glass window, a ghastly scene unfolded before him. The infected SHIELD members were bound to their beds, thrashing violently, their faces contorted in agony, bloodshot eyes filled with madness as they emitted incoherent roars. Indeed, as reported, writhing, grotesque tentacles had emerged from their bodies. These appendages, a repulsive shade of dark green, glistened with slime, writhing rhythmically, as if they possessed a life of their own. What caused their infection? Is there a common factor? Coulson inquired of a nearby medical staff member. They all entered the laboratory housing the alien corpse. The medical staff replied without hesitation, a hint of helplessness and confusion in their eyes. They had conducted thorough examinations and analyses of the infected individuals. Yet the information gathered remained frustratingly limited, complicating their efforts to comprehend the bizarre situation. They all had contact with the corpse? Coulson pressed, his frown deepening as his curiosity intensified. No, they merely entered the room. They never touched the alien body. It doesn't seem to be airborne either. We currently have no idea how they became infected. The medical staff responded, confusion evident in their voice. Advanced detection instruments had been deployed within the laboratory to analyze air, dust, and any potential vectors of transmission. Yet results indicated everything was normal, suggesting an unknown, insidious route of infection. Chapter 74. Mental contamination. Take me to the chamber containing the extraterrestrial remains. I wish to investigate, Coulson resolutely declared, his determination unwavering. Sir, this is exceedingly perilous. His subordinate cautioned, concern etched upon his face. In his view, this mission was undeniably fraught with danger. Fear not. If this infection is physical in nature, I possess means to remain unaffected, Coulson reassured him, patting the agent's shoulder with an air of confidence. Despite their lingering anxiety, the agents recognized that, in such circumstances, their only recourse was to trust their leader. Thus, they escorted Coulson to the entrance of the chamber where the bodies were stored. Wait here at the threshold. I shall enter alone, Coulson instructed. The agents nodded in acquiescence, understanding that their superior's decision was not to be contested. As the metallic door creaked open, a chilling, acrid atmosphere surged forth. Coulson inhaled deeply at the entrance. He then summoned his unique abilities, and ethereal sparks began to flicker around him, the light dancing like serpents across his form, accompanied by a faint crackling sound. Suddenly, with a sharp pop, Coulson's figure underwent an extraordinary transformation. His human physique shimmered and morphed into that of a ghostly hound. Its body appeared semi-transparent, emanating a spectral blue glow that intertwined with an essence of pure energy and enigmatic spirit material. Turning to regard his astonished subordinates, the spectral hound Coulson seemed to convey an unspoken reassurance. Upon stepping into the room, Coulson sensed the alterations within his body. He felt no discomfort, allowing his taut nerves to ease slightly. He silently hoped that Gerald had not misled him, that his transformation would indeed grant immunity to all physical harm. With a steady leap, the ghostly hound Coulson alighted upon the immense ice block housing the alien remains. He scrutinized the entity for some time, yet found no remarkable discoveries. Rather, he was struck by the abominable visage of the extraterrestrial being, which surpassed his previous encounters in grotesqueness. Its contorted limbs, bizarre textures, and scales radiating a ghastly luminescence coalesced into a nauseating visual assault, as if manifesting the darkness and chaos of the cosmos. Just as Coulson's thoughts began to wander, an abrupt and sinister mental force stealthily infiltrated his being. This malevolent energy carried an icy, corrosive intent that threatened to erode his very soul, instantly heightening his alertness. Although his internal magic instinctively erected a defensive barrier, temporarily warding off the invasive presence, the shock it induced was palpable. Realizing the peril of this enigmatic mental force, Coulson wasted no time. He spun around and, assuming the form of the ghostly hound, swiftly retreated like a fleeting shadow. His silhouette flickered within the chamber, and in an instant, he had passed through the heavy metal door, re-emerging into the corridor beyond. Another supernatural anomaly? It appears we shall require our experts once more. Coulson mused, assuming human form with a furrowed brow, contemplating the gravity of the situation. He then solemnly instructed his subordinates. No one is to approach this area until my return. I shall summon an expert. The agents nodded in understanding, acutely aware of the seriousness of the matter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gerald was preparing to venture out in search of an old friend to inquire about Shiri's whereabouts. Just then, a series of urgent knocks shattered the tranquility within. Geralt furrowed his brow, a hint of curiosity rising within him. He slowly approached the door, opening it to reveal Coulson, his expression fraught with urgency. Inside the aircraft hurtling toward the Arctic, Coulson's demeanor was grave as he relayed the preliminary details of the incident. Aliens and spacecraft? This is not my usual domain, Geralt remarked, tilting his head in mild confusion. I initially thought so as well, until I transformed into the ghostly hound and sensed an eerie mental force attempting to infect me. It bore a striking resemblance to the influence I experienced in Silent Hill. Coulson confessed, a shadow of trepidation flickering across his features. The intervention of such supernatural forces rendered the situation increasingly complex and fraught with complications, which was precisely why he sought out Geralt without delay. Mental infection? That is quite rare. Nevertheless, we should investigate further. I find myself intrigued, Geralt replied, an arch of curiosity illuminating his eyes. Upon reaching the Arctic base, Geralt and Coulson, accompanied by their team, made their way directly to the quarantine area housing the afflicted personnel. They halted outside the isolation chamber, Geralt's gaze fixating on the infected individuals within. The agents bore contorted expressions, their eyes bloodshot, as grotesque tendrils writhed across their bodies, as if some nefarious power ravaged their very beings. You were correct. They have been contaminated. I can sense an exceedingly repugnant force at play, Geralt remarked, his brow furrowed and demeanor somber. He could distinctly perceive a dark, malevolent aura permeating the air, wrapping around his senses and igniting a profound sense of revulsion within him. Following this, Coulson guided Geralt and the team hastily toward the storage room of the alien remains. Their heavy footsteps echoed through the base's corridor. Despite Hawkeye's absence due to prior commitments, Ward and the other team members stood ready. Upon arriving at the door, Geralt exhibited no hesitation, stepping inside without a moment's delay. The others followed closely, entering in a single file. Upon crossing the threshold, Geralt's gaze immediately locked onto the alien remains at the center of the room. A mere glance transformed his previously calm demeanor into one of grave concern. Everyone, avert your eyes, turn away or close them, he commanded urgently. Without a moment's pause, the agents complied, hastily following Geralt's instructions, some shutting their eyes tightly, others swiftly turning their heads. You may exit now. I comprehend the situation, Geralt announced, his tone slightly softened yet still imbued with seriousness. With that, he led the team in an orderly fashion out of the room, intending to find a quiet place to elucidate the circumstances to them. Chapter 75. The Cultists of the Outer Gods in the conference room of the base. Geralt wore a serious and solemn expression. I am uncertain of the origins of this extraterrestrial being. However, it is evident that he is a devotee of the Outer Gods. Outer Gods? What is that? Coulson's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment as he broke the brief silence. The so-called Outer God cultists are individuals who worship these alien deities. These abhorrent entities visited Earth many years ago. Geralt's brow slightly knitted, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. All humans who revere them tend to descend into madness and mutation. At that time, Master Sorcerer Ancient One and I expended considerable effort to banish them from Earth. I never anticipated their return. His tone betrayed a tinge of helplessness. The resurgence of the Outer Gods posed significant trouble for him. The attendees in the conference room began to realize that the crisis they faced was no longer merely the threat of extraterrestrial beings, but involved supernatural entities from the depths of the cosmos, capable of overturning humanity's understanding. Each face reflected gravity and concern. What should we do next? Coulson's gaze conveyed profound trust in Geralt. First, we must ascertain whether this extraterrestrial devotee arrived by accident or if it was deliberately sent by the Outer Gods. If it is the latter, we are in serious trouble. Geralt's expression was grave. He then elaborated on crucial considerations for confronting such supernatural threats. Once he had imparted all his instructions, Geralt turned his gaze toward the alien spacecraft outside the base. He intended to investigate the interior of the spacecraft. As the group stepped into the alien vessel, an ancient and mysterious aura enveloped them, as though it had been stagnant for a century. Various blinking indicators and intricate instruments emitted faint glows in the dim light. According to our scans, this spacecraft has been here for at least 100 years, Coulson reported, keenly observing the surroundings. A century? Gerald raised an eyebrow, feeling a slight relaxation upon hearing this news. As long as it is not a recent arrival, if it truly dates back a century, it is likely a remnant that escaped after Ancient One and I banished the outer gods. As he spoke, he gently traced his fingers over the peculiar patterns on the cabin walls, his gaze revealing contemplation. The team carefully conducted a thorough examination of the spacecraft, leaving no corner unchecked. However, after meticulous searching, they found no valuable intelligence. Gerald shook his head in resignation. He then led the group back along their path, slowly exiting the alien ship. Upon their return to the base, a panicked S.H.I.L.D. member rushed over, exclaiming, "Sir, the alien corpse has revived and escaped from its containment." "That is impossible. I am certain it was dead." Coulson's eyes widened in disbelief. Images of the previous examination of the alien corpse flashed through his mind. All life sign indicators had shown no vitality, yet now he was informed it had resurrected and fled, utterly upending his understanding. Such occurrences are not surprising. The powers of those outer gods are exceedingly strange, and no one knows what abilities their followers may possess. The important thing now is to capture it swiftly. Everything will become clear thereafter, Gerald calmly replied. Upon hearing his words, the group steadied themselves and began to follow his lead, preparing for a pursuit operation. The team members traced the path left by the fleeing cultist, arriving at a site littered with severed limbs and remains. However, the sight before them caused their hearts to sink. The area was entirely empty, save for a pool of blood. "It appears to have absorbed everything," Gerald noted, furrowing his brow and making a swift judgment. "We must hurry to the infected agents. It is gathering energy." Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and rushed toward the medical isolation room. Upon their arrival, they were met with a chilling scene. The alien devotee stood before the infected agent's bed, its body contorted and distorted, emitting eerie growls as if preparing to devour them. In that critical moment, Gerald instantly flashed into the isolation room. He cast a protective spell, wrapping the agents in a shimmering golden shield. Immediately following, Gerald unleashed a fiery shockwave. The flames roared forth like an enraged dragon, hurtling toward the alien cultist with tremendous force, sending it crashing against the wall with a thunderous impact. The creature glared at Gerald with malice, gritting its teeth. It unleashed a powerful surge of energy and charged at the wall once more. With a cacophony of crumbling bricks, it broke through, escaping onto the icy expanse outside. Trying to flee? It won't be that easy, Gerald pursued without hesitation. The outer god devotee dashed across the icy terrain, its grotesque and twisted forms starkly contrasting with the pristine white snow. Realizing escape was futile, it halted as Gerald closed in, with the surrounding team encircling it. Upon reaching a massive glacier, it finally stopped, its eyes glowing with a sinister green light as it surveyed its surroundings with madness. Suddenly, it extended its sharp claws and plunged them into its abdomen. Green blood gushed forth, spreading across the snow in a bizarre spectacle. It muttered incantations, its voice echoing like a haunting whisper from an endless abyss, sending shivers down the spine. Gerald's expression shifted dramatically. "It is summoning the outer gods. We cannot allow it to succeed." At that moment, he held nothing back, his magical energy igniting like a raging flame. Raising a hand high, a massive fireball, radiating intense heat, gradually formed in his palm. The fireball grew larger, illuminating the surrounding glacier in a crimson glow. "Flame explosion," Gerald shouted, propelling the immense fireball forward. It streaked across the sky like a shooting star, embodying the force of annihilation, accurately striking the outer god devotee. As the fireball soared, the air was instantaneously heated, producing crackling sounds, and the surrounding snow began to melt rapidly, forming streams of water flowing across the glacier. Chapter 76. The Descent of the Outer God. Upon being struck by the formidable fireball, the adherents of the Outer God were instantaneously engulfed by the surging flames. their bodies swiftly reduced to ashes under the intense heat. The massive glacier upon which they had stood was ruthlessly obliterated by the powerful shockwave unleashed by the explosion of the fireball. In an instant, ice fragments and debris scattered like petals from a celestial flower, while the rising snow mist mingled with steam generated by the searing temperatures, forming a thick white curtain that rapidly enveloped all present. Had they succeeded in halting the summoning? Geralt narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing through the layers of steam, striving to discern the situation ahead. Yet, all that met his vision was a chaotic expanse of white, rendering everything indistinguishable. A flicker of wariness ignited within him. No one could ascertain whether the recent strike had truly thwarted the summoning of the adherent. Coulson and the other members remained on edge, gripping their weapons tightly, forming a cohesive defensive formation. The tension and resolve were palpable in each of their expressions. The once seemingly tranquil ice field began to tremble slightly, the vibrations akin to a gentle heartbeat, as if a colossal force stirred beneath the ice. The white steam enveloped the area, and through the hazy obscurity, shadowy figures danced ominously, their outlines indistinct yet exuding a chilling aura of malevolence. As the biting wind swept through, the dense vapor began to dissipate, revealing beneath the ice several enormous, sinister tentacles emerging from the ground. They writhed like massive serpents, their grotesque forms covered in repulsive slime, glistening coldly in the sunlight. More disconcerting still was the sight of countless eyes, large and small, sprouting from the tentacles, each one glimmering with a strange luminescence, as if harboring boundless malice. Coldly observing those before them. Witnessing this scene, Geralt pondered grimly. Had they not acted in time? Without hesitation, he commanded loudly, "Everyone, do not look." However, many were unable to react in time, their gazes inadvertently locking with those terrifying eyes, rendering their expressions vacant in an instant. Subsequently, a horrifying curse spread rapidly among them, akin to a demon's affliction. Blood began to seep from their eyes, noses, and ears, the dark crimson liquid dampening their hair at the temples. From their mouths, torrents of blood surged forth as they struggled to scream, only to produce garbled sounds, choking on their own blood. The heart-wrenching cries echoed across the ice field as the group instinctively shielded their eyes, their bodies writhing in agony, rolling helplessly upon the ground. Only Coulson appeared slightly better off, though his face was etched with pain, brows furrowed and veins bulging on his forehead. He did not bleed from every orifice like the others. He bore the searing anguish within, striving to maintain a semblance of clarity. Calm them. Geralt swiftly cast a spell, and a soft halo radiated from him, expanding outward in ripples at an astonishing speed, enveloping all those who were suffering. Under the influence of the aura, their torment gradually subsided, the horrific wails diminishing, and their trembling lessening in intensity. Coulson, leading them away from the scene, was met with Geralt's stern directive. This is not a battle for you all to partake in. The presence of these ordinary members would only exacerbate the casualties. Only by ensuring their retreat to safety could Geralt confront the outer god without concern. Now, it is time to deal with you, little creature. Geralt fixed his gaze upon the outer god, which was beginning to reveal its true form amidst the writhing tentacles. A colossal and malevolent head slowly emerged, featuring an enormous eye that radiated a chilling light, as if containing endless darkness and malice. Ordinary individuals who merely locked eyes with it would find their souls tainted and shattered. The outer god, incensed by Geralt's audacity to confront it directly, quivered violently, and more tentacles erupted from beneath the ice like a deluge of sprouts. The tentacles thrashed wildly, intertwining and gradually obscuring the sky, casting a dark shadow over the once bright Arctic expanse. Within the gaps of the tentacles, a suffocating aura of oppression emerged, as if the end of the world was nigh. At that moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded in the sky. Countless small meteors, ablaze with scorching flames, streaked across the heavens, resembling fiery shooting stars, descending with the intent to annihilate, striking the outer god with precision. Accompanied by the meteoric descent, Thunderous booms reverberated across the ice field, deafening in their intensity. Each impact erupted in a blaze of fire and ice shards, causing the outer god's massive form to quiver slightly. Yet it did not retreat. Instead, it swung its tentacles in rage, attempting to fend off the fiery onslaught from above. Rain of fire! Geralt's voice rang clearly amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Standing upon the ice field, he raised one hand high, wielding this formidable magic. The flaming meteors rained down incessantly upon the outer god with overwhelming force. They pierced the cold Arctic sky, trailing long fiery tails, each collision accompanied by a resounding roar and brilliant bursts of light. The outer god's grotesque form began to falter under this relentless assault. Its tentacles snapped under the meteor impacts, igniting in fierce flames. Twisting and writhing in agony like blackened vines set aflame. The enormous eye glowed with fury and pain, its roar echoing like thunder across the ice field, sending shivers through the surrounding glaciers. Just as it seemed the outer god would collapse, a gray light flickered within its gigantic eye. An invisible, powerful shockwave suddenly surged outward like a tumultuous tide, instantly halting the falling meteors mid-air. They collided with an unseen barrier, pausing abruptly before gradually dissipating into a myriad of sparks and smoke. Those meteors that had been deflected began to coalesce under Geralt's command, as if drawn by an invisible hand, merging together. A colossal meteor, exuding an aura of apocalyptic destruction, gradually took form in the sky. This meteor was colossal, its surface ablaze with scorching flames, resembling a sun that had plummeted from the depths of the cosmos. Celestial cataclysm, Geralt bellowed, followed by a decisive downward sweep of his hand. The massive meteor, imbued with unparalleled momentum, sliced through the sky, plummeting directly toward the outer god. As it fell, the air compressed violently, producing a deafening sonic boom that reverberated across the entire ice field. Chapter 77: Discovery of Captain America in the Distance. Coulson and his companions gazed skyward at the colossal meteorite, which appeared almost miraculous, their hearts profoundly shaken. Ward stood frozen, his eyes filled with awe and disbelief, murmuring to himself, "Is this truly within the realm of human capability?" To him, Geralt had transcended the ordinary, resembling a deity whose every gesture could unleash cataclysmic forces, instilling in him a new and profound understanding of the supernatural's might. In an instant, the shockwave generated by the meteorite's impact surged forth like a roaring tsunami. The invisible energy wave, powerful enough to move mountains, tore through the thick ice as if it were fragile glass, producing a chilling cacophony, akin to the anguished cries of the ice fields. Massive ice blocks were hurled into the air, crashing down and scattering a blizzard of ice shards. The group felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon them. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently, rendering them unable to maintain their footing. Instinctively, they shielded their heads and fell to the ground in disarray. Some were swept away by the shockwave, rolling helplessly across the icy surface, too preoccupied to care for their plight, silently praying for the calamity to pass swiftly. Geralt stood resolute at the eye of the storm, his gaze coldly fixed upon the outer god, now shattered and charred, resembling a massive ember scorched by fierce flames, exuding a noxious burnt aroma and wisps of black smoke. The once dreaded multitude of its tentacles had turned to ashes. To dare respond to the summons and breach dimensions alone, it seems you have not endured the wars of century past. Geralt's eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. Life drain. Geralt slowly extended a hand, palm directed toward the charred remains of the outer god. In that moment, a mysterious and subtle force surged forth from within him, like invisible threads quietly extending towards the desolation. The remnants of the outer god's life force, drawn by an irresistible pull, gradually detached from its remains, transforming into faint glimmers of light, which coalesced upon Geralt's palm. Geralt remained utterly focused. This act of siphoning life was a crucial step in their battle, leaving no opportunity for this malevolent entity to resurrect. He continued to cast the life-draining spell, ensuring that not a single flicker of potential vitality was overlooked. Only when no trace of life remained did he finally withdraw his hand. He lifted his gaze slightly, exhaled deeply, and then signaled to Coulson and the others to come forth and wrap things up. The ice field lay in ruins after the fierce battle. A chaotic tableau of shattered ice, scattered meteor fragments, and the charred carcass of the outer god. Coulson, looking somewhat pale, led the group forward cautiously. As their eyes fell upon the gruesome remains, a flicker of fear and dread passed through each of them. Coulson uneasily inquired, "It must be dead beyond recovery, right?" "Completely. Shatter it to pieces, bury it here, and tidy up. When we return, I can heal those who were infected," Geralt replied with a calm assurance. Despite lingering trepidation, the group steeled themselves and began to carry out Geralt's directives. After burying the remains, the team commenced clearing the battlefield. During the cleanup, one team member's gaze was inadvertently drawn to a faint outline beneath the glacier. The silhouette, obscured by the ice, appeared enigmatic, like a colossal metallic object quietly resting beneath the frigid expanse. His heart raced. He paused his work, bent down to observe more closely, increasingly convinced it resembled an aircraft. Without delay, he stood upright and reported loudly, "Sir, I've discovered an unfamiliar spacecraft beneath the glacier." Upon hearing this, Geralt couldn't help but smile wryly. "Please, not another alien ship. Is this place a haven for extraterrestrials?" Coulson, intrigued, hurried over. He crouched down, scrutinizing the object beneath the ice as indicated by the team member. After a moment, a smile of relief spread across his face as he stood, exclaiming, "What kind of alien vessel would bear English markings? This is clearly a terrestrial artifact." The group gathered around, peering curiously at the object beneath the ice. Although partially covered, traces of what appeared to be English inscriptions were distinctly visible. Coulson promptly turned, decisively instructing the team to contact the base and arrange for the necessary equipment and personnel to carefully excavate the buried aircraft. The team sprang into action, retrieving communication devices to liaise with the base. Through their collective efforts, the long-buried aircraft gradually emerged from the glacier. Coulson's gaze was fixed intently upon it, and as the aircraft revealed more of its form, a profound sense of familiarity washed over him. When the door of the aircraft creaked open, his heart raced, and he could distinctly hear the rapid beat of his own pulse. A realization dawned upon him. It was only when the iconic shield came into view, along with a figure encased in ice, that Coulson's suspicions were confirmed. A flicker of surprise and excitement danced in his eyes as he promptly retrieved his communication device, eagerly contacting Nick Fury. His voice trembled with exhilaration. "Director, I believe I've found Captain America." Geralt, witnessing this moment, tilted his head skyward, marveling at the whimsical and capricious nature of fate. "Captain America, Steve Rogers?" he mused softly, leaning closer to the frozen Steve Rogers. He meticulously examined the life signs of this sleeping hero. After a moment, he raised his head to Coulson, stating, "He still has a pulse. He should be alive." "Really?" Coulson's eyes lit up, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement and joy. He swiftly turned, urgently gesturing to the surrounding team members to quickly summon specialists for a detailed examination. After a thorough investigation, the results confirmed Geralt's assertions. Captain America was merely frozen in slumber, his bodily functions having slowed due to prolonged ice entrapment. But he had not sustained any significant harm. Coulson's face radiated with exhilaration, his heart racing. Geralt extended his hand, palm directed toward Steve Rogers, as a gentle, holy light began to flow into him. The sacred radiance, akin to a warm golden thread, coursed through his veins. However, Geralt soon discerned that this holy light had little effect on awakening him. His body bore no injuries. It appeared that to truly awaken Captain America, he would need to be transported back to the base, thawed in a suitable environment, and subjected to a prolonged period of recuperation to restore his physical and mental state to optimal condition. Chapter 78. The Midnight Bar after healing the infected agent. Geralt promptly cast a teleportation spell, returning to his home. Captain America, on the other hand, was entrusted to Coulson's diligent care, who escorted him back to the base for treatment. Geralt held a firm belief that, under the protection of HIELD's professional team and advanced equipment. This legendary hero would gradually awaken and recover. In a secret corner of the city, there exists a mysterious establishment known as the Midnight Bar. Within its confines, an eerie red light pervaded the atmosphere, casting a blood-like haze that rendered the space akin to the vestibule of hell. This was the exclusive domain of Papa Midnight, the voodoo sorcerer who entertained various demons and creatures of the night. A myriad of bizarre beings congregated here, while humans possessed by demonic wills lurked in the shadows, their eyes glimmering with an unsettling light. Additionally, figures exuding malevolence wove through the throng. Yet, Geralt remained oblivious to the chaos surrounding him, striding directly towards Papa Midnight's chamber. The dark entities, previously immersed in the pervasive atmosphere of evil and disorder, twisted their grotesque visages into malicious grins upon witnessing the audacity of this pure human's intrusion. Like a pack of famished wolves scenting their prey, they slowly encroached upon him, their eyes gleaming with greed and cruelty. "Do you wish to become my spell ingredient?" Geralt smirked coldly, a look of disdain and contempt etched upon his features. At that moment, a faint purplish aura of magic began to emanate from him, swirling around his body like a sinuous violet serpent, gradually intensifying and exuding a formidable aura of intimidation. Just then, Papa Midnight's voice resonated, "Disperse, if you value your lives." The dark creatures, who had been eager to pounce, froze, their sinister grins abruptly replaced by reluctance. Despite their unwillingness, fear of Papa Midnight compelled them to retreat slowly. They failed to realize that it was Papa Midnight's mere utterance that had salvaged them from the brink of death. Papa Midnight's towering figure gradually appeared at the door of his chamber, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded Geralt. "What a rare visitor. How may I assist you?" Inside Papa Midnight's room, the dim, yellowish light intertwined with curling cigar smoke, adding an air of obscurity to the space. Geralt sat across from him on the sofa. Papa Midnight leaned back languidly, a cigar held delicately between his fingers. After inhaling deeply and expelling a plume of smoke, he spoke. "So you seek my help in locating your apprentice, Shiri? This should be a trivial task for you, no?" Geralt lifted his glass, taking a small sip, a hint of helplessness flickering in his gaze. "She is avoiding me, which complicates the search. In the mystical realm, your connections are vast. Finding a sorceress should pose no challenge." Papa Midnight nodded slightly, a knowing smile gracing his face. He took another deep drag from his cigar, releasing a ring of smoke. "Understood. Leave it to me. I'll notify you once I find her. Now, we must discuss the matter of payment." "Payment? After all these years of friendship, do you still seek gain for such a minor task?" Geralt smiled. "Ah, friendship is one thing. Business is another." Papa Midnight chuckled, grinning widely as he flicked a cigar. Geralt sighed in resignation, fixing his gaze upon Papa Midnight. "What do you want?" At that moment, he was prepared to confront any demands. Yet he was taken aback by Papa Midnight's next words. Papa Midnight's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. He straightened in his seat, placing his cigar in the ashtray beside him, his hands crossing over his chest. "Help me kill someone." "Oh, not just anyone, a vampire." Geralt felt a flicker of curiosity, furrowing his brow in confusion. "A mere vampire? Can't you handle that yourself? Why some of my assistance?" As a voodoo sorcerer, dealing with an ordinary vampire should pose little difficulty for Papa Midnight. Why then did he specifically seek Geralt's aid? Seemingly anticipating Geralt's question, Papa Midnight began to elucidate. "This is no ordinary vampire. It is Elder Victor." Upon hearing that name, a flurry of rumors about Elder Victor flashed through Geralt's mind. Curiosity sparked in his eyes as he inquired, "What has he done to you that demands his life?" A flicker of hatred crossed Papa Midnight's gaze, his voice tinged with anger and sorrow. "He killed my sister." These few words cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere of the room. Geralt understood all too well what such hatred entailed. For Papa Midnight, this was not merely the grief of losing a loved one. It was a blood feud that demanded vengeance, one that could only be quenched by the enemy's blood. Thus, he nodded slightly. "I comprehend. I shall take his life for you. Do you have specific preferences for how he should die? Swiftly or painfully?" Papa Midnight's anger abated slightly, replaced by a cruel smile. He picked up his cigar again, inhaling deeply and releasing the smoke that swirled before him. Feel free to exercise your creativity. I trust that with your abilities, he shall meet a delightful fate before his demise. After concluding his conversation with Papa Midnight, Gerald rose to depart. Within the bar, the creatures tainted by dark powers cast either greedy or wary glances at him, yet none dared to act under Papa Midnight's looming threat. However, as Gerald stepped through the bar's entrance and onto the chilly street, he keenly sensed the malevolent presence trailing him like a shadow. A subtle smirk crept onto his lips as he realized that the lowly demons from the bar were following him in secret. He deliberately slowed his pace, making his way towards an uninhabited alley. As expected, upon venturing deeper into the alley, the lowly demons revealed themselves, swiftly surrounding him with sinister chuckles. "Hey, kid, we refrained from attacking in the bar out of respect for Midnight. But now, no one can save you." The leader's eyes glowed a blood-red hue, bearing a set of sharp, uneven fangs, as if Gerald were already ensnared, a delectable meal awaiting consumption. "You seem to have misunderstood. It was Midnight who saved you back there," Gerald retorted with a cold laugh. Before his words had fully dissipated, a vibrant purple aura of magic erupted from him, spreading like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire alley in an instant. The demons felt a force so overwhelming it was impossible to resist. They realized with horror that their bodies were ensnared by countless invisible ropes, rendering them utterly immobile. Their eyes widened in terror as greed and arrogance were swiftly replaced by fear, and they began to struggle desperately. Chapter 79. The blade chains radiating an ethereal violet glow materialized out of thin air, ensnaring the bodies of the demons. Gerald slowly extended his right hand, tightening his grip in the air. With a sudden, forceful tug, the chains instantly constricted, emitting a chilling metallic screech. Almost immediately, violet flames surged forth like a relentless tide along the chains. Wherever the flames spread, the demon's flesh began to sizzle, releasing acrid black smoke as they writhed in agony, emitting pitiful cries. Yet, regardless of their desperate struggles, they were unable to escape the dual torment of the violet chains and the flames, merely watching in despair as their bodies were gradually consumed by fire until they were reduced to ashes. As the dust settled, only a few dimly glowing fragments of soul stones remained on the alley's ground. "If it's presented to me, I shall not refuse," Gerald murmured, inspecting the fragments for a moment before pocketing them and turning to leave the alley. Upon returning to his shop, Gerald walked directly towards Mina, who was organizing the shelves. "Are you familiar with the vampire elder, Victor?" Gerald inquired. "Victor?" Mina tilted her head slightly, a hint of contemplation in her eyes. "I have heard the name, though I am not well acquainted. We belong to different vampire factions. Theirs follows a genetic mutation path, whereas we delve into the arcane. Why do you suddenly ask about him?" "Boss." She looked at Gerald with curiosity. "I've taken a job that demands his life," Gerald stated plainly, his tone devoid of any embellishment, as if discussing an utterly mundane matter. However, his words ignited excitement within Mina, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Boss, take me along when you make your move. I'm utterly bored just sitting here every day." Her voice brimmed with anticipation. "As you wish," Gerald replied, glancing at her with a resigned shrug. He understood Mina's lively nature and her fervor for such thrilling escapades. The following night, Gerald prepared himself, clad in a black trench coat, standing at the shop's entrance, awaiting Mina and Hans's arrival. Before long, Mina bounced into view, having chosen a lightweight combat outfit for the occasion. Her form accentuated by fitted black leather pants paired with a red crop top. Hans sauntered leisurely behind her. "Are we all set?" Gerald asked, his voice deep and steady. "I've been ready for ages, boss. I can hardly wait." Mina responded with exuberance. "Then let us depart," Gerald said, leading the way. Their destination was a region frequented by vampires, an abandoned district on the city's outskirts. The buildings here were mostly in ruins, their walls adorned with graffiti and the scars of time. The air was thick with a foul stench, while flickering streetlights swayed in the wind, crackling ominously as if they might extinguish at any moment. As night enveloped the area like a dark shroud, Geralt and his companions navigated through the desolate streets. After a while, they finally spotted the figure of a low-tier vampire. This vampire was gaunt, its complexion as pale as parchment, and its eyes gleamed with greed and malice. It lurked furtively in a corner, seemingly searching for something. Just as Geralt prepared to apprehend it for questioning, a silver flash streaked across the night sky. A silver throwing knife struck true, piercing the vampire's vital spot. The creature had no time to utter a cry before it was instantaneously reduced to a pile of ash. In that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, a man clad in black sunglasses, wielding a silver sword. The instant his gaze fell upon Mina, a fierce murderous intent ignited within him. Without hesitation, he charged at her, roaring, "There's another one, die!" "Hey, wait!" Geralt shouted urgently, attempting to intervene. However, the man in black paid no heed to Geralt's voice, raising his silver sword high, its blade slicing through the air as it aimed for Mina's vital point. Old Yang's fiery red lips. In an instant, the area was illuminated by a blinding flash of electricity. Moments later, as the man in black regained his composure, smoke billowing from his form, he listened to Geralt's explanation. "So this is a domesticated vampire. Can vampires even be domesticated?" His tone was laced with disbelief, as if hearing a tale that shattered his understanding of reality. "This is inconsequential. What matters is whether you possess information regarding Victor," Geralt said, his brow furrowed. His gaze fixed intently on the man who introduced himself as Blade. For him, discovering Victor's whereabouts was paramount. "I certainly do," Blade replied, excitement replacing the earlier confusion in his eyes. He sprang to his feet, dusting himself off. "But if you intend to kill Victor, count me in. Slaying an elder of this caliber is a significant achievement." "Agreed, just don't hinder me," Geralt replied, assessing Blade. Based on his recent display in battle, he appeared somewhat reckless, yet undeniably formidable. Geralt nodded slightly, tacitly accepting Blade's proposition. In a serene yet opulent villa district lay the lair of the vampire elder, Victor. Geralt, Mina, Hans, and the newly joined Blade stealthily approached the outskirts of the villa area. Their gazes were fixated on the vicinity, revealing varying degrees of tension and excitement. "Is this the place?" Geralt squinted slightly, posing the question in a hushed tone. "My intel is infallible, but Victor is sure to be surrounded by numerous vampire guards. Sneaking in will prove quite challenging," Blade remarked, his expression grave, tinged with concern. The villa district appeared tranquil, yet was heavily fortified. "Sneak in? Are you jesting?" Geralt replied, and without hesitation, he strode boldly toward the villa's entrance. The others were taken aback by his audacity, and before they could react, a thunderous crash echoed as Geralt unleashed a fiery blast. In an instant, the sturdy door was obliterated by the force of the flames, shattering into countless splinters and metal shards that scattered in all directions. The flames surged forward, consuming the two vampires stationed at the entrance. They had no time to cry out before they were reduced to ash. Chapter 80. Infiltrating the lair. Keep up. Geralt commanded the still-dazed Blade as he strode boldly into the villa. At that moment, the vampires inside reacted to the sudden crash of the door, swiftly organizing their defensive forces. Moments later, a multitude of vampires surged from the villa's various corners, armed with an assortment of firearms. Upon their emergence, they immediately locked onto Geralt and his companions, launching an unhesitating assault. Bullets rained down upon them with relentless intensity. Unfazed, Geralt raised his hand, enveloping Mina and Hans in a radiant golden light, instantly forming a shield of truth around them. The shield emitted a gentle glow, providing them with steadfast protection. Having accomplished this, Geralt paid them no further heed. In his eyes, these bullets were but minor inconveniences. Mina and Hans remained rooted in place, their initial anxiety gradually subsiding under Geralt's formidable magical shield. However, Blade was not as composed. As the bullets flew, he deftly leaped aside to evade the barrage. The dense hail of bullets struck the trio's shield with great force, creating dazzling ripples. The golden barrier trembled slightly amidst the storm of gunfire, yet remained as unyielding as a mountain, repelling all attacks. With a disdainful smirk, Gerald slowly raised one hand, palm facing upward. In an instant, a multitude of shimmering arcane missiles materialized from thin air. With a gentle sweep of his arm, the arcane barrage surged towards the vampires. They traced azure trajectories through the air, and the vampires, caught unawares, were swiftly overwhelmed. Piercing cries of anguish echoed through the night. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were reduced to cinders, the air thick with the acrid stench of charred flesh and billowing black smoke. Then, Gerald raised both hands high, his expression turning grave, as the aura of magic surrounding him shifted to a chilling stillness, reminiscent of an icy power surging from the depths of an endless abyss. "Ghouls, heed my command, arise." As his words fell, the ground around Gerald began to tremble violently, soil churning upwards. Desiccated arms emerged from the earth, followed by contorted bodies and ghastly heads. Countless ghouls erupted from the ground, their grotesque forms, rotting skin, and nauseating stench converging around Gerald like a malevolent legion awaiting orders. "Eliminate all living beings within the house," Gerald coldly commanded. Upon receiving the order, the ghouls surged towards the villa like a relentless tide. In mere moments, the interior of the villa descended into chaotic turmoil. The sound of gunfire reverberated incessantly, interspersed with chilling screams of terror and despair. Gerald stood silently, expressionless as he absorbed the cacophony until the clamor gradually subsided into an eerie silence. Only then did he gently wave his arm, dispersing the terrifying horde of ghouls. He then led Mina and Hans into the depths of the villa. Meanwhile, not far away, Blade stared in horror at Gerald, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "This man's power is of an unprecedented malevolence, surpassing any vampire I have encountered," he murmured, a shiver coursing through him. However, upon witnessing Gerald and his companions enter the villa without hesitation, he speculated that the stronghold must have been stripped of its defenses. Taking a deep breath, he raised his voice, "Evil vampires, allow me, Blade, to eradicate you." With that, he tightened his grip on his silver sword and dashed into the villa. Upon entering, he was assaulted by a pungent wave of blood and decay. The scene before him resembled a harrowing tableau of hell. Most vampires lay sprawled across the floor, their bodies mutilated, having been savagely torn apart by the ghouls. Their once refined features were now twisted in agony and terror, their deaths pitifully tragic. Amidst the carnage, Gerald searched meticulously until he discovered a vampire still clinging to life, slumped in a corner, tattered and bloodied, his body twitching weakly. "Where's your elder?" Gerald inquired. Towering over him, the vampire slowly raised his head, letting out a derisive grunt, yet remained silent, lips tightly sealed. "Ah, tough nut indeed. Your loyalty seems unyielding, but I suppose you shall be fodder for the ghouls," Gerald remarked with a slight shake of his head. The vampire trembled at these words, fear flashing in his eyes. Still, he feigned composure, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Do you think I would divulge the elder's resting place in the depths below?" "Thank you, Blade. Grant him a swift end," Gerald called back to Blade without a glance, who immediately stepped forward. With a soft, whistling sound, the silver sword struck true, and the vampire did not have time to utter a scream before turning to ash. Without pausing, Gerald turned and continued downwards into the villa's depths. Navigating the narrow, dimly lit staircase, he descended deeper underground. At last, at the end of the basement, he discovered an elevator. Without hesitation, he pressed the button, and they entered one by one. As the elevator began its descent, they swiftly moved toward the lowest level. The doors opened once more, revealing a wave of damp, decaying air. Gerald stepped out first, surveying his surroundings. Before him lay a vast underground chamber, dark and humid. Not far away, several vampires were busily moving an ornate coffin. Beside them, a small boat rested quietly along the bank of an underground river, poised for their escape. "Don't strain yourselves. Put down the coffin, and I'll grant you a swift end," Gerald's voice echoed. The vampires, caught in their task, halted abruptly, turning in terror to face Gerald, panic flickering in their eyes. At that moment, the previously still coffin began to tremble violently. Suddenly, a withered hand burst through the side of the coffin with alarming speed. The hand skin was a nauseating shade of ashen gray, veins protruding like worms, with long, sharp nails glinting ominously. It swiftly grasped one of the vampires by the throat, their eyes widening in terror as they gasped for breath, legs flailing uselessly in the air, unable to escape the grip of the skeletal hand. Then, with a resounding crash, the coffin exploded. Wood splintered and dust flew, enveloping the dim light in a hazy fog. A skeletal vampire emerged from the shattered coffin, tall and emaciated, its tattered clothing hanging limply on its bony frame. Chapter 81. The vampire elder Victor. He stood there, slightly raising his head, his hollow gaze sweeping around as if scrutinizing the uninvited intruders in his domain. The temperature in the underground space seemed to drop several degrees in an instant, an oppressive aura permeating the air. Is this the vampire elder, Victor? Geralt mused, his eyes fixated on the enigmatic vampire emerging from the shattered coffin. Then, a startling scene unfolded. After a brief moment of awareness, Victor's greedy gaze was suddenly cast upon one of his subordinates. Like a ravenous wolf, he pounced. Gripping the shoulder of the unfortunate vampire, he opened his gaping maw and viciously sank his fangs into the neck. Sharp canines easily pierced the skin, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Victor drank ravenously, the sound of his swallowing echoing ominously in the silent underground. The victim's eyes widened in terror and despair as he struggled in vain against Victor's overwhelming strength. In mere moments, his vitality was entirely drained, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground, a mere husk devoid of life. The other two subordinates, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, were already paralyzed with fear. They attempted to flee, but Victor would not let them escape so easily. In a flash, he appeared behind them, repeating the same bloody act. Their screams reverberated through the underground, mingling with the sounds of Victor's feeding. Geralt stood quietly by, observing it all without the slightest intention of intervening. As Victor drained the blood from his three subordinates, his once emaciated form transformed as if infused with newfound vitality. His sunken cheeks filled out, the sagging skin tightened and glistened, and the contours of his muscles reemerged, restoring him to the visage of a stern middle-aged man. He slowly turned to Geralt, a hint of confusion flickering in his gaze. I have gleaned the situation from my subordinates' memories. Now, might you explain why you have acted thus? Have I wronged you in some way? Geralt replied with a smile. Do not misunderstand. I harbor no personal vendetta against you. I am merely fulfilling a request. Upon hearing this, Victor sighed softly, disappointment barely discernible in his eyes. How much did they pay you? I possess some wealth in this house, though it is modest. If you would accept it, we need not resort to mutual slaughter. He attempted to defuse the crisis with promises of wealth, his words tinged with a desire for a peaceful resolution. Geralt couldn't help but chuckle, his gaze laced with mockery. You are mistaken. Should I kill you, that wealth becomes mine. His words were succinct and direct, devoid of any pretense. At this moment, the eyes of the blade were fixed intently on Victor, a fervent excitement burning within him, eager to engage. Suddenly, he charged towards Victor like an arrow released from a bow, shouting, So you're the vampire elder? Today I shall slay one. With silver sword gripped tightly, veins bulging on his arms, he surged forward, the silver blade cutting a brilliant arc through the air, aimed straight at Victor's chest. Victor merely tilted his head slightly, casting a disdainful glance at the oncoming blade. A smirk of arrogance graced his features as he raised a hand and swatted blade away, producing a resounding crash. Blade was sent flying by the force, crashing into the adjacent wall. The wall trembled violently upon impact, dust swirling around and obscuring Blade's figure, silencing him completely. When adults speak, children should refrain from interrupting, Victor remarked. His gaze then returned to Geralt, an imperceptible air of resignation in his eyes. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Geralt's cold smile widened. Have you never heard the saying? Those who engage in the world will inevitably pay their dues. Victor, upon hearing Geralt's words, understood that today's events would not conclude amicably. In an instant, his expression morphed into one of ferocity, his calm demeanor twisting into a snarl. Then, in a blur, he vanished from sight. Geralt barely registered the movement before an overwhelming force struck him. Before he could react, he was hurled through the air, crashing into the elevator behind him. The metallic doors twisted and deformed under the impact, glass shattered, and debris flew everywhere, the entire elevator compartment splintering, emitting a series of disconcerting creaks. "Boss!" Mina and Hans exclaimed in unison, their voices thick with concern. Yet, Geralt emerged unscathed from the wreckage, brushing off the dust and marveling, what remarkable speed, truly befitting of a vampire elder. Victor's form materialized before Geralt, his gaze fixed intently upon him, greed glimmering in his eyes. Our kind of vampire enhances ourselves by consuming the blood of others. The stronger the individual, the more potent their blood. I can sense that by draining you, I shall become the strongest vampire. His voice quivered with excitement. With that, he vanished like a gust of wind once more. Geralt felt the air around him slicing through with invisible blades, his body besieged by relentless, swift assaults. Victor's speed was unparalleled, eluding the naked eye. Each strike bore immense force, causing Geralt's form to sway under the onslaught. Mina and Hans watched anxiously from the sidelines. Victor's sinister, triumphant voice echoed through the air. "Your magical shield is indeed formidable. My attacks cannot penetrate it. However, you cannot match my speed. Eventually, your magical energy will be depleted, and that will be my moment to savor you." Hith, hith, hith. The chilling laughter resonated sharply, intertwining from all directions, seemingly aimed to dismantle Geralt's spirit. Mina and Hans felt a creeping chill ascend their spines. Chapter 82. Mirror Doppelganger and the Curse of Pain. Geralt stood quietly, calmly enduring Victor's relentless onslaught, which raged like a tempest. After a while, the once radiant shield enveloping him began to wane, its brilliance dimming until it ultimately vanished. Upon witnessing the shield's disappearance, Victor's eyes erupted with ecstatic fervor, revealing his greedy and ghastly visage. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a crimson specter, lunging towards Geralt's back with blinding speed. His velocity was so astonishing that one could scarcely perceive his form. It was merely a fleeting shadow, and in an instant, he was pressed against Geralt's back. Then, he opened his gaping maw, revealing fangs as sharp as daggers, and bit down viciously on Geralt's neck. Mina and Hans, witnessing this horror, felt a surge of panic. Without hesitation, they rushed towards Geralt, desperate to save their employer. Yet, just as they were about to reach him, two hands emerged silently from behind, firmly gripping their shoulders. Turning around, they were met with the familiar visage of Geralt, a faint smile gracing his face. "Boss, how did you end up here? Who is that over there?" Mina's eyes widened in astonishment, her voice tinged with confusion and disbelief. Her brow furrowed deeply as she struggled to comprehend the extraordinary scene before her. "That is my mirror doppelganger. When he first struck me away, I sent the doppelganger and while I concealed myself nearby to observe his performance," Geralt replied, his expression imbued with confidence and composure. At that moment, Victor, who had been poised atop Geralt's doppelganger, sensed something amiss. His voracious thirst for blood abruptly ceased, replaced by an ominous premonition. He realized that beneath his fangs lay not the anticipated warmth of robust blood, but rather an abyss of emptiness. Before he could fully grasp the situation, the doppelganger began to shimmer with resplendent arcane light, the radiance surging like a tidal wave, swelling and coalescing into a formidable surge of arcane energy. Then, with a deafening roar, the arcane erupted. The violent force was akin to an uncontrollable bomb, exploding alongside the doppelganger. Victor was instantly engulfed by this overwhelming shockwave, his body uncontrollably hurled backward, crashing against the hard wall of the basement. With a muffled thud, the wall trembled violently upon impact, dust cascading like a waterfall, and cracks began to form in the stones. The entire basement shook violently from this powerful arcane detonation, the ground undulating as if it were enduring a fierce earthquake. Victor crumpled in the corner, feeling as though every bone in his body had shattered from the ferocious impact. Every muscle throbbed with excruciating pain, a metallic sweetness welled in his throat, and he uncontrollably spewed forth blood. Gritting his teeth against the agony, his eyes reddened. He summoned all his strength to attempt to rise, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, and his arms trembled, unable to support his faltering frame. At that moment, four hellhounds suddenly materialized around him. With gaping maws and sharp fangs, they lunged at Victor with blinding speed, sinking their teeth into his limbs. Victor let out a pained scream, writhing desperately, yet he could not escape the hellhound's grasp, forced to witness their relentless assault pinning him to the ground. Geralt approached with deliberate steps, his gaze imbued with the calmness and mockery of a victor. He lifted his foot and forcefully planted it upon Victor's face, the sole of his shoe making intimate contact with Victor's cheek, pressing down enough to leave a shallow mark upon the ground. "You possess some skill indeed. No wonder you are a vampire elder," Geralt remarked, a sardonic smile curling his lips, his voice laced with derision. "Master, please spare my life. The wealth I possess far exceeds your imagination. Name your price, and I shall give you everything," Victor pleaded, fully aware of his impending doom. His eyes, once brimming with arrogance and ferocity, now reflected desperation and subservience, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor, rendering him utterly pitiable. "A gentleman loves wealth, but it must be obtained justly. Blood debts can only be repaid in blood. But fret not, I shall not slay you just yet. There are certain necessary matters to attend to," Geralt stated, his gaze fixed on Victor. "Necessary matters?" Upon hearing that he would not be immediately killed, a wave of relief washed over Victor, his taut nerves loosening slightly. However, upon hearing the phrase "necessary matters," an unsettling dread crept into his heart, an instinctive reaction to the unknown. Moments later, a harrowing scream reverberated throughout the underground chamber. Victor felt as if countless sharp needles had simultaneously pierced his entire being, the agonizing pain surging through him like a tidal wave, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably. The torment he endured multiplied, each sensation magnified infinitely, and his consciousness gradually blurred amidst the endless agony. Yet he was repeatedly yanked back to reality by the sheer intensity of the pain. Victor's eyes bulged, bloodshot and filled with despair and madness as he writhed on the ground. Curse of pain, corrosion, pain unpaid. Geralt unleashed all the torturous spells upon Victor. After an interminable and excruciating cacophony of screams, the basement gradually fell silent once more. At this point, Victor's body lay ravaged by the corrosive spell, vast swathes of flesh having vanished, leaving only half of his bones exposed, the stark whiteness of his skeleton appearing grotesque under the dim light. His gaze was hollow, devoid of spirit, consumed by an amalgamation of endless pain and despair. Reason had long since extinguished under the relentless onslaught of suffering, and his soul seemed to have been extracted from his body, leaving behind a lifeless shell. "Is it all over so soon?" Geralt shook his head slightly, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. He slowly raised his hands, invoking life drain. Victor's body shuddered momentarily as the last remnants of his vitality were swiftly siphoned away, flowing like a trickle into Geralt. His skin rapidly became parched and wrinkled, as if all moisture had been drained from him, and his body shrank until he was reduced to a lifeless husk, lying silently on the ground. At that moment, Blade, who had been knocked unconscious by Victor, slowly regained consciousness. Blinking in confusion, he was startled awake by the echoes of Victor's screams still reverberating in his ears. He shot up, his eyes darting about in a panic. Upon seeing Geralt standing nearby and the lifeless corpse of Victor on the ground, his face contorted in bewilderment. After a long pause, he stammered, "Did I miss something?" Chapter 83. A bounty of rewards in the eerie depths below, Blade excitedly posed with Victor's lifeless body, eager to capture the momentous achievement through selfies, completely oblivious to the pervasive stench of death and decay surrounding him. Meanwhile, Geralt had quietly returned to the upper levels of the villa with Mina and Hans. "One of the two of you search for Victor's possessions," Geralt suggested in a calm tone. Mina and Hans exchanged knowing glances, nodded in understanding, and promptly set off to meticulously scour every corner of the villa. Geralt, unfazed, approached the grand wine cabinet in the center of the hall, filled with an array of exquisite wines. Selecting a bottle of champagne, He gently popped the cork, releasing a soft pop as the fragrant aroma wafted through the air. He elegantly poured a glass before leisurely settling onto a nearby sofa, savoring the delightful drink. During his wait, he retrieved his phone and called Midnight Dad. The task is complete. Victor experienced the full suite of torment spells before his demise. Midnight Dad appeared momentarily taken aback on the other end of the line, clearly astonished by the swift outcome. So soon? Your efficiency is remarkable. His voice brimmed with surprise and admiration, evidently unprepared for Gerald's rapid elimination of the formidable vampire elder, Victor. Since the evening is still young, consider it a post-dinner exercise. Gerald chuckled lightly. At that moment, Hans hurried back from a distant corner of the villa, his face alight with excitement, his steps brisk. "Boss, I found it." Gerald nodded slightly, ending the call, and rose to follow Hans at a leisurely pace toward their destination. Upon arriving at the vault's entrance, the heavy door creaked open, revealing a sight that left Gerald, Hans, and the arriving Mina momentarily speechless, their eyes widening in astonishment. Before them lay an impressive assortment of priceless paintings and antiques neatly stacked on one side of the room. Opposite, a towering pile of gold bricks glimmered enticingly under the light, radiating a dazzling golden hue. Surrounding the gold, exquisite jewelry lay scattered in boxes. Mina's eyes sparkled with delight, and she eagerly dashed into the vault, eagerly rummaging through the treasures with an expression of sheer ecstasy. "All right, let us take them home. You can admire them later. First, let us get them transported back," Gerald said with a smile, as an unusual ripple in the air heralded the emergence of a portal glowing with an ethereal blue light. Mina and Hans exchanged glances before working together to transport the precious treasures one by one through the portal. Mina carefully cradled a collection of jewelry, while Hans showcased his strength, effortlessly lifting gold bricks and striding through the portal. As they busily toiled, Blade hurried over, his gaze widening in astonishment at the trove before him. The towering gold bricks, the dazzling jewelry, and the invaluable paintings left him utterly awestruck. "What are you staring at? You think you can share in the spoils after sitting idly by?" Gerald teased, unable to resist. "Don't misunderstand. I wouldn't dare ask for a share. That said, if I ever have to take on a major monster, might I enlist your assistance?" Blade scratched his head awkwardly, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. With Gerald's formidable prowess, having his support against powerful foes would undoubtedly make the battles ahead far easier. "As long as you can afford my services, feel free to reach out," Gerald replied with a straightforward demeanor, handing Blade his contact information. Blade accepted the note with a grin, as if envisioning a future where he fought alongside Gerald, vanquishing all evil in their path. Meanwhile, as Gerald effortlessly dispatched a vampire lair within the confines of a specialized medical facility, Captain America, Steve Rogers, lay silently upon a hospital bed. His chest rose and fell rhythmically, a testament to his enduring life. Yet he remained in an unresponsive state. The elite medical team of S.H.I.E.L.D. bustled around his bedside like ants on a hot skillet, their brows furrowed with worry and frustration. Various advanced medical devices emitted cold glimmers, their rhythmic ticking adding gravity to the tense atmosphere. They had attempted numerous methods, yet none proved effective. All indicators on the equipment displayed normal readings, yet he remained in a deep coma, unresponsive to all stimuli. They could only surmise that the issue lay within his psyche. After all, having endured years of frozen slumber, who could fathom the turmoil his mind had faced? Nick Fury stood outside the transparent glass wall of the medical room, his gaze fixed intently on Captain America's still form, his expression grave and concerned. Beside him, Coulson's face mirrored anxiety, his eyes revealing deep concern for the captain. "Contact Gerald and inquire if he has any solutions. Given that the problem seems to stem from the mental realm, perhaps it falls within the domain of the arcane." Nick Fury finally broke the silence, addressing Coulson. Coulson nodded in acknowledgement of the directive. Meanwhile, Gerald was amidst counting his spoils, situated in a spacious and well-lit room, surrounded by the bounty gleaned from the vampire stronghold. The jewels sparkled brilliantly under the lights, while Mina flitted about, her eyes filled with joy and excitement as she tried on various pieces. Hans stood in a corner, absorbed in the masterpieces adorning the walls. Geralt sat comfortably in a chair, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he surveyed the towering piles of gold bricks. Just then, Coulson's call came through. On the other end, Coulson detailed Captain America's condition of unconsciousness. The captain is in a coma. When I first discovered him, I did observe no physical issues. It seems they were right. The problem indeed lies within his mind, Geralt mused, setting down the gold brick he had been toying with, a thoughtful frown crossing his features. Let's go take a look. Without hesitation, Geralt stood up swiftly, and in an instant, a portal opened in the air. Coulson awaited anxiously within S.H.I.E.L.D., glancing toward the door. When he saw Geralt emerge from the portal, a look of relief washed over his face. This way, Coulson urged, turning to lead the way briskly. Geralt followed closely behind as they navigated through a series of long corridors. Soon, they arrived at the medical room where Captain America lay. Inside, an array of advanced medical equipment stood orderly, screens displaying complex data and waveforms. Captain America lay quietly on the hospital bed. Chapter 84. The Endless Dream, Lord Morpheus, I shall take a look, Geralt said to Coulson. The captain's breathing was steady and his vital signs stable. Coulson nodded slightly and opened the door to the medical room. Geralt approached the bedside, gently extending his hand to rest upon the captain's forehead. In an instant, Geralt felt as though he were being pulled by an invisible force, transcending the barriers between reality and the realm of the mind, delving deep into Captain America's psyche. Within this inner realm, Geralt beheld Captain America, clad in a sharply tailored suit, exuding elegance and poise. His face illuminated by a radiant smile of bliss and contentment as he danced gracefully with a stunningly beautiful woman. She wore a magnificent gown, its hems swaying delicately with each step, resembling a blossoming flower. Peggy, I wish we could remain in this moment forever, Captain America murmured, embracing Peggy tightly, his voice imbued with deep affection and longing. Just as Geralt intended to rouse the captain, an unexpected figure materialized before him. It was a young man in a black trench coat, his features stern and enigmatic with deep-set eyes. A slight smirk graced his lips, hinting at a profound significance. In that moment, Geralt felt himself expelled from Captain America's mindscape. By the gods, this sensation and this power, could it be Morpheus? What were his intentions? Geralt marveled inwardly, furrowing his brow, his expression rife with confusion and vigilance. The master of endless dreams had ensnared Captain America. What could he possibly desire? His demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. Coulson, perceptive to Geralt's unease, felt a wave of foreboding wash over him and hurriedly inquired, "What is it? Is there a problem?" Geralt stepped out of the medical room, gently shaking his head as he replied in a hushed tone, "This situation is dire. The captain appears to be trapped." Together, Geralt and Coulson made their way to Nick Fury's office. Seated behind his desk, Fury wore a serious expression. His single eye focused intently on the two men, seemingly awaiting Geralt's explanation. I entered the captain's mind and found him enraptured in a beautiful dream. Just as I was about to awaken him, I was forcefully expelled by a powerful force. It is evident that someone has deliberately ensnared him. Deliberately ensnared? Who would do such a thing? Fury's expression grew increasingly grave. Only one being possesses such capability and familiarity with these methods. To be precise, not a mere mortal, but a deity, the master of the dream realm, the god Morpheus. A rather troublesome figure, Geralt stated, his tone laden with gravity. Another god? Can't these deities refrain from meddling in our affairs? What does he want? Fury's brow furrowed, his face a canvas of irritation and discontent. His hands clenched into fists, reflecting a deep-seated anger towards the god's unwarranted interference in human matters. I am uncertain of his intentions, but I must seek him out personally. A deity of his stature would not ensnare a soul without a significant purpose, Geralt replied to Fury. Then this matter falls to you. The captain must not come to harm. He holds special significance for our world. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Fury's gaze remained fixed on Geralt, filled with trust and expectation. He knew that this was a task meant solely for Geralt, as S.H.I.E.L.D. lacked the experience and means to confront such a predicament. With the decision to confront Morpheus made, Geralt wasted no time, immersing himself in preparation. His knowledge of the Dream Lord was scant. This would be his first encounter. The realm of dreams exists apart from the tangible world. Traversing it corporeally is no simple task, requiring entry through designated portals. You shall remain on standby at S.H.I.E.L.D. I will venture into the realm of dreams alone. Geralt commanded the awaiting members of his enigmatic team. Alone, Geralt arrived at an exceedingly old alleyway, its walls adorned with a myriad of eclectic and diverse graffiti. Among them, one particular mural captured his attention, a vividly painted red door, standing out amidst the chaotic artistry. Taking a deep breath, he approached the door. Standing before the mural of the red door, Geralt squinted slightly, focusing his mind as he extended his psychic energy like a delicate thread. Upon contact with the mural, an aura both mysterious and uncanny enveloped him. The once flat image of the door seemed to come alive, slowly contorting and transforming, the paint flowing like liquid, coalescing as the lines thickened and bulged. The ethereal two-dimensional representation rapidly morphed into a tangible three-dimensional portal. Without hesitation, Geralt grasped the now cold and corporeal doorknob and pushed it open. A refreshing breeze, imbued with an unusual fragrance, rushed forth, tousling his hair and the edges of his clothing. The vista beyond the door took Geralt's breath away. He had entered the domain of Morpheus. Before him sprawled a picturesque landscape with undulating mountains in the distance, lush greenery adorning their slopes. At the foot of the mountains flowed a crystal-clear stream. Nestled amidst this serene tableau stood a grand and majestic castle. Geralt lifted his gaze, his determination fixed upon that castle, knowing that the Lord of Dreams he sought was likely within. He proceeded along the main path towards the castle. As Geralt approached the immense and imposing doors, they gradually swung open of their own accord. Inside stood a dignified butler, impeccably dressed in a black suit. "Esteemed guest, please follow me. My master has been awaiting your arrival," the butler intoned in a deep, resonant voice, bowing slightly before gracefully leading Geralt inside. Under the butler's guidance, Geralt entered the castle's banquet hall. The space was vast and opulent. Beneath a grand domed ceiling, a long dining table was set, adorned with a variety of exquisite delicacies and crystal-clear goblets. Yet there were no other guests in attendance. At the far end of the table, Geralt finally laid eyes on his objective, the Lord of Dreams, Morpheus. Draped in his signature black coat, Morpheus greeted Geralt with a knowing smile. "Welcome to my kingdom. I have awaited your arrival. I fail to comprehend why, as the Lord of Dreams, you have summoned me in such a convoluted manner," Geralt replied, furrowing his brow. His eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. He could not fathom why this exalted deity would go to such lengths to ensnare Captain America within a dream, nor why he would go through such elaborate means to summon him. Chapter 85. The Commission of Morpheus. Morpheus chuckled softly. "I learned of your capabilities through a mutual friend who spoke highly of your efficiency. Hence, I sought your assistance. Why not approach me directly? Why resort to such convoluted means to arrange this meeting?" Geralt furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend Morpheus's indirect approach. "Had I approached you directly, it would have drawn the attention of those with ulterior motives. Such conduct will be improper. However, your arrival here under the pretense of visiting me is entirely acceptable," Morpheus explained patiently. "And what of Steve Rogers?" Geralt inquired. "Rest assured, by the time you arrived, I had already released him. In a few days, you may attempt to awaken him." Morpheus nodded slightly. "Do you have a specific request for my assistance?" Geralt's voice remained steady and calm, though his heart raced with curiosity and trepidation regarding the impending request from Morpheus, the sovereign of the realm of dreams. If he possessed a dilemma beyond even Geralt's capabilities, it must be exceedingly formidable. "Let us sit and converse at our leisure," Morpheus gestured subtly, and they proceeded to the dining table, settling into the plush chairs. The butler gently lifted a crystal decanter from the table, pouring a glass for both Geralt and Morpheus. Morpheus raised his glass, swirling the liquid, watching its traces cling to the glass before he began to share his troubles. "Many years ago, I was caught off guard and ensnared by a human through despicable means, enduring a period of confinement. It was a dark and humiliating experience. A flicker of barely contained anger crossed his eyes. Pausing to sip his drink, he continued, "It took me considerable time and effort to escape. However, during my captivity, that individual seized several of my artifacts. After years of searching, I have recovered 2 of the 3. The last one, while I know its location, is exceedingly difficult for me to reclaim." Morpheus let out a soft sigh. "Oh, if even you cannot retrieve it, I doubt I can succeed." Geralt arched an eyebrow, his doubts intensifying. "In hell, within Lucifer Morningstar's domain, where I have old grievances," Morpheus grimaced, his distress palpable. His grip on the glass tightened unconsciously. "I have heard that you share some acquaintance with him. Hence, I sought your help in retrieving my helmet." "Acquaintance? You overestimate our relationship. I barely know him," Geralt replied with a wry smile, recognizing that his ties to Lucifer Morningstar were far from substantial. "If you can assist me in reclaiming the helmet, I shall offer you a generous reward. Long ago, I obtained a fragment of a world, the essence of which bears a striking resemblance to your magic. It should suit you well. We can exchange my helmet for this world fragment." Morpheus proposed an enticing condition that piqued Geralt's interest. "Resembling my magical essence?" Geralt paused, a surge of curiosity and premonition flooding his mind. He sensed the fragment Morpheus mentioned would hold significant importance for him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Geralt resolved to accept the offer, for Morpheus's terms were exceedingly alluring. "I will take on this task, though I cannot guarantee success," Geralt stated, looking directly at Morpheus. Upon hearing this, Morpheus smiled. "Then I entrust this to you." After concluding their discussions, Geralt traversed the door formed by shifting graffiti, returning to the slightly dilapidated alleyway. Next, he would awaken Captain America, contemplating whether to present him with a special gift beforehand. Upon returning to SHIELD, Geralt summoned Nick Fury and Coulson immediately. "The matter has been resolved. We are merely a step away from awakening the captain," Geralt announced. Nick Fury's perpetually furrowed brow finally began to relax as he exhaled deeply, releasing the anxiety and worries that had accumulated over the past few days. Coulson's excitement was palpable, and he eagerly inquired, "What are the next steps?" Geralt paused momentarily, inhaling deeply, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He then proceeded to reveal his plan. "The captain has been frozen for over 70 years. His body has been enhanced and can recover swiftly. However, his mind has been trapped in dreams for far too long. We require something potent to awaken him." "Something potent? What is it?" Coulson asked, his curiosity piqued. Nick Fury, equally intrigued, leaned in closer, eager to hear Geralt's next words. "I possess an item perfectly suited for the captain, one that will not only awaken him, but also grant him greater power." Geralt spoke mysteriously, extending his hand. In an instant, a softly glowing golden orb began to materialize in his palm. The orb resembled a condensed golden sun, its light rippling like gentle waves, each ripple seemingly infused with boundless mysteries. As the golden orb appeared, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. Nick Fury and Coulson felt a warm current enveloping them like smooth silk, as if every pore in their bodies opened to absorb this warm, comforting energy. It felt akin to plunging into a steaming hot spring on a frigid winter day, where every inch of skin was tenderly caressed by the perfect temperature, gradually washing away their fatigue and tension, leaving only a sense of contentment and ease to spread through their hearts. "What is this?" Nick Fury broke the silence first, his singular eye fixated on the orb, revealing an expression of intrigue. Coulson, returning to his senses, gazed at Geralt with equal bewilderment. "This is the heart of the holy light. Should the captain integrate it, the power within will not only nourish his spirit and awaken his consciousness, but also grant him mastery over the power of the holy light, which is immensely potent." Geralt explained, gently cradling the golden orb, its soft glow illuminating his face, adding an air of mystery. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's gaze ignited with fervor, his eyes locked onto the alluringly radiant heart of the holy light. "Do you have more of these? Are there any limitations to the integration?" His voice betrayed a barely concealed yearning. "I know your thoughts. Do not entertain them. Integrating the heart of the holy light demands not only exceptional physical prowess, but also high moral and psychological standards. The captain is precisely the right candidate. How many like him could possibly exist in this world? Geralt remarked with a teasing smile. Chapter 86. The awakening of Captain America. Nick Fury felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Geralt's words, yet he remained undeterred. He contemplated that with his extensive and profound connections in this world, he would undoubtedly find a suitable candidate to merge with the heart of holy light. Ignoring Fury, Geralt approached the still unconscious Captain America. He held the softly glowing heart of holy light firmly in his hand and carefully placed it upon the captain's forehead. The once rounded heart began to be drawn in by an invisible force, slowly merging with the captain's head. A dazzling stream of golden energy cascaded down from the captain's crown like an overwhelming tide, swiftly enveloping his entire being. The brilliance of this energy was so radiant that it was nearly blinding, casting the entire room in a golden hue as if they had been transported to a realm filled with divine luminescence. At that moment, a gasp pierced the air. Captain America's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, and golden light erupted from his gaze as if it were a tangible substance. As the blinding radiance gradually calmed, the captain's expression returned to clarity. He slowly raised his head, confusion etched on his features, and softly inquired, "What has happened?" Nick Fury approached the bedside with concern, asking, "Captain, you're awake. Do you remember anything?" Steve, still dazed, lingered on the precipice between slumber and awakening, struggling to regain his senses. He furrowed his brow, a look of concentration washing over him, before he replied slowly, "I remember defeating the Red Skull and crashing with the plane." Fury, wary that this sudden revelation might disturb the newly awakened captain, deliberately refrained from mentioning the 70 years of slumber. "You have been rescued, Captain. This is a hospital. Now, please rest well. Once you have fully recovered, I will explain everything in detail." He gestured to the medical staff surrounding the captain, signaling them to closely monitor his condition. However, Steve was not oblivious. A brief scan of his surroundings revealed numerous incongruities. The medical equipment encircling his bed was bizarre and intricate, displaying data with a level of technology far beyond his time. The imposing figure of the one-eyed man before him was likely a high-ranking official in this establishment. Yet, Steve recalled a time when it was almost unfathomable for a black man to occupy such a significant position of authority. "Who are you? Where's this place?" Steve's gaze sharpened, piercing through to Nick Fury. Nearby, Coulson attempted to offer clarification, but Steve had already lost his patience. He threw off the covers and charged toward the door, leaving Fury and Coulson in stunned silence. At the entrance, a team of SHIELD agents stood at the ready. Yet, as Steve barreled through like a raging bull, they grasped the magnitude of the force they were confronting. They were easily knocked aside, unable to impede his path. Steve stormed through the SHIELD corridors as if they were a mere playground. Fury watched the chaos unfold, turning to Geralt, who showed no inclination to intervene, and expressed his dissatisfaction. "Can't you do something to stop him? You're the only one capable of it here." Geralt merely smiled, shrugged casually, and replied, "There's no need. Let him vent. Discovering the truth for himself is far better than being told." He maintained an air of indifference, seemingly confident that everything would ultimately unfold as he anticipated. As Steve burst outside, he was met with an entirely unfamiliar world. Countless LED screens flickered along the streets, displaying ever-changing images and vibrant colors that dazzled his senses. Vehicles of sleek, aerodynamic designs zipped by, starkly contrasting with the square, smoke-emitting cars of his memories. Pedestrians donned bizarre, innovative clothing and hurried past, clutching various electronic devices that Steve had never encountered, either whispering into their ear or fixated on the screens in their hands. Standing frozen, Steve's eyes brimmed with confusion as his mind tangled in a web of disarray. Just then, Nick Fury caught up at his vehicle. "Calm down, Captain. What has happened?" Steve slowly turned his head, surveying his surroundings. "You have been asleep, Captain, for about 70 years. Fury explained softly, watching Steve's expression with keen interest. Noticing his continued bewilderment, he couldn't help but inquire, "Are you all right?" Steve paused, then offered a wry smile and shook his head, a flicker of melancholy crossing his eyes. I'm fine. Just missed a date." His gaze drifted past the present splendor, envisioning the past, a promise made to Peggy, a wave of unutterable nostalgia and regret washing over him. Having concluded his part in the matter, Gerald turned to Coulson and said, "Contact me when the captain is ready. He needs to learn how to control and utilize the holy light within him." With that, he departed the scene, returning to his modest shop. He approached a hidden corner within the store, activating a concealed passageway leading to an underground armory. Stepping into the armory, his eyes were met with a dazzling array of equipment. On the neatly arranged weapon racks lay the Ashbringer, the Brotherhood's sword, the egg knife, and even the Frostmourne, albeit mere replicas. Gerald strolled through, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Once the captain is prepared, I shall equip him with a weapon forged from URU steel, enhanced with enchantments. He mused to himself. An SHIELDS private training facility for Steve. The walls were reinforced with specialized materials, and an array of training apparatuses was meticulously organized. Alone in the center of the arena, Steve unleashed a flurry of punches upon the sandbag, each strike infused with his formidable strength. In the final blow, his fist erupted with dazzling golden light. Accompanied by a resounding thud, the sandbag exploded, scattering sand in all directions. Steve stared at his fist, his brow furrowed. "It's difficult to control. I suppose I need to seek out the consultant Fury mentioned. This power was bestowed upon me by him, and he should be responsible for teaching me," he murmured. Chapter 87. The Light of the American Captain, as anticipated. 2 days later, Coulson contacted Gerald. "The captain is ready." Upon receiving the news, Gerald made his way to SHIELD in the training facility. He quickly spotted the upright figure of Steve Rogers. Captain America, Steve Rogers. His reputation precedes him. Gerald smiled warmly and extended his hand. Steve grasped Gerald's hand firmly. "Professor Gerald, I have heard about your endeavors from Coulson. I never imagined that magic truly exists in this world. Could you elaborate on the powers that reside within me?" Gerald replied with a smile. "I have come here precisely for that purpose." Subsequently, the two settled cross-legged in a corner of the training area, where Gerald began to elucidate the light's power. The light is a faith-based force that transcends race, world, and even life and death. It serves as an invisible yet immensely powerful spiritual bond that connects all who uphold justice and conviction. Its uniqueness lies in its own will, capable of repelling corruption and resisting dark forces. After a brief pause, Gerald continued, "The source of the light can be traced back to an ancient deity named Naru, revered as the embodiment of the light. It is also considered the incarnation of justice and will. The light bestows upon us courage and strength to combat evil. Thus, it can only be wielded by those with a strong will and a sense of justice. For only such individuals can resonate with the essence of the light and truly harness this sacred power." Steve listened intently to Gerald's explanation. After absorbing the various characteristics of the light, he nodded slightly, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. However, a question arose in his mind. How can I control this power? I have experienced its might, yet I struggle to wield it freely. At times, it manifests when I do not wish it to, and at other times, it eludes me when I desire to use it. The control of the light's power requires time and practice. I will teach you some foundational skills. Until you can master it, I will provide you with a control switch to use in the meantime," Gerald responded calmly. He then slowly retrieved an ancient leather-bound tome emanating an aura of age. "This book of the light contains some basic skills for you to study," Gerald stated earnestly. Next, Gerald produced a peculiar transformation device. This is the controller. When worn, it will prevent the light's power from surfacing. When you wish to access it, simply take it out and press the button, and the light within you will be fully unleashed, he explained, handing the device to Steve. A hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Steve accepted the odd object, scrutinizing it closely. A slight frown creased his brow, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. He pondered whether his recent awakening had left him ill-equipped to adapt to the peculiarities of this era. Unbeknownst to him, Geralt was struggling to contain his laughter at the sight. Geralt then began instructing Steve on how to learn the skills from the tome. He patiently outlined each key point. You must first visualize the runic patterns in your mind. This is the crucial initial step in employing the light skills. The clearer and more precise the runes, the smoother the subsequent manifestation of power will be. Steve listened attentively, gradually closing his eyes and concentrating, attempting to delineate the mysterious runes in his mind. Time passed imperceptibly, and after several attempts and adjustments, Steve successfully learned his first skill, judgment. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with excitement and a sense of accomplishment. Seeing this, Geralt nodded approvingly and urged Steve to practice at his own pace before taking his leave. Upon exiting the training room, Geralt encountered Coulson in the corridor. How did it go? Is the captain adapting well? Coulson inquired with concern. Geralt replied with a hint of satisfaction. The captain is quite suited to this power. He is learning rapidly. I have provided him with all the necessary precautions. Now, it is up to him to learn at his own pace. As Geralt spoke, a sudden recollection struck him. He reached into his attire and produced a book, the shaman's tome that Coulson had long coveted. Coulson's gaze was immediately drawn to the book, his eyes widening in surprise. This shaman's tome is yours. After multiple missions, I believe you are ready for it. Remember, take it step by step. Do not bite off more than you can chew. Geralt imparted gravely, gently handing the invaluable tome to Coulson. Coulson accepted the book with utmost care, his eyes filled with reverence and sincerity. He solemnly nodded in acknowledgement of Geralt's counsel. I will adhere to your teachings and not betray your trust. Tomorrow, I will gather all team members. We are set to meet a significant individual. This is also a task entrusted to me by the Lord of Dreams, as a price for sparing Steve. Geralt raised his head slightly, a trace of gravity reflected in his gaze. The following day at SHIELD, the members of the mysterious team assembled promptly at the designated location upon receiving the order. Even the notoriously elusive Barton arrived on time, clad in specially designed combat attire. Equipped with formidable weaponry, they exuded an aura of seasoned warriors. As Geralt entered the assembly area and surveyed the fully armed group, he could not help but shake his head in exasperation. Gentlemen, this time, such armament will not be necessary. Dress formally. We are to meet an important figure. Coulson, intrigued, asked, what significant figure warrants such reverence from you? You have never been this deferential, even in the presence of Thor. In Coulson's mind, Geralt had always remained composed, never treating any powerful supernatural beings with such seriousness, enhancing the air of mystery and anticipation surrounding the person they were about to meet. After a brief pause, Geralt took a deep breath. This individual is different. You all must have heard of him. There are accounts of him in the Bible. People refer to him as Satan. As he spoke, the atmosphere in the room fell into a profound silence. The once confident expressions of the team members froze instantaneously. They had never anticipated that this mission would involve dealing with the legendary devil, Satan. Each member stood there, dazed, their minds momentarily blank. Chapter 88. Lucifer Morningstar, are we truly descending into hell? Ward's lips trembled slightly as he uttered this question, his voice laced with an unmistakable quaver. Terrifying images of hell surged in his mind. Blazing fires, anguished wails of souls, endless darkness and torment. The mere thought of these horrors made cold sweat bead on his back. After all, he had committed many disreputable deeds in his past. Should he truly step into hell, whether he could emerge unscathed remained an enigma. At that moment, even the typically composed Barton and Coulson bore expressions of profound unease. Geralt observed the group's reactions with a knowing smile. Fear not, you will not be going to hell. Besides, Lucifer is not even there. Our destination is Los Angeles. Los Angeles? Why? Don't tell me Satan resides there, Coulson responded, his face a mask of skepticism. You guessed correctly. Lucifer is indeed in Los Angeles, Geralt replied calmly. What does the devil want in Los Angeles? Coulson's curiosity deepened. Do not overthink it. He is merely on vacation. We are not here to stir trouble. We only seek to acquire something from him, Geralt said, his tone lightening the tension that had enveloped the group. The night in Los Angeles was vibrant. Outside, a bar awash in neon lights. The street was a kaleidoscope of colors, bustling with a myriad of people, some laughing joyfully, others hurrying along. Geralt and his entourage found themselves at the entrance. Is Lucifer truly here? It's quite the tempting locale, fitting for his persona, Coulson remarked, surveying the scene. The raucous music, suggestive lighting, and the air thick with the mingling scents of alcohol and perfume made him frown slightly. I met him years ago and did him a small favor. I hope he remembers me, Coulson added. You, Barton, and I will go inside. The rest of you wait outside, Geralt instructed, inhaling deeply, his gaze revealing a hint of complexity. With that, he stepped through the threshold. Inside the bar, the dance floor was alive with countless men and women swaying to the music, their eyes glazed, lost in the intoxicating atmosphere. At the main stage, a strikingly handsome man played the piano, his voice resonating through the air. Is this him? He seems rather ordinary. Barton squinted slightly, a tone of disdain creeping into his voice as he fixated on the man whom Geralt had been observing since their arrival. This is the art of subtlety amidst the ordinary. Do not heed his words. Lucifer is as cunning as the legend suggests, Geralt cautioned Barton and Coulson. At that moment, Lucifer Morningstar seemed to sense Geralt's gaze, lifting his eyes to reveal a knowing smile. Moments later, a sultry woman clad in a short skirt, her dark skin radiant, navigated through the crowd towards Geralt's group. Follow me. My master awaits you, she purred, her voice laced with seduction, yet her gaze remained icy. Geralt nodded, showing no hesitation as he trailed behind her. Coulson and Barton exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting tension and uncertainty, yet they resolutely followed. They traversed a dimly lit corridor, imbued with an air of mystery, adorned with peculiar, cult-like artwork. In a secluded room deep within the bar, the atmosphere was dim and intimate, suffused with a faint aroma of fine wine. Here, they encountered Lucifer. Leaning languidly against a sofa, Lucifer swirled a glass of wine in his hand. Geralt, what a surprise to see you here. Have you come to seek me out? His laughter rang out, eyes sparkling with mischief and curiosity. I am pleasantly surprised you still remember me, Geralt replied, offering a seemingly humble smile. The last favor you did for me was commendable. I still recall it vividly. This visit, however, is not merely for conviviality. I require something. Lucifer sipped his wine, placing the glass down and straightening, his gaze fixed intently on Geralt. I have heard that Morpheus' helm is in your possession. Might you be willing to part with it? Geralt remained unfazed by the fleeting glimmer of red in Lucifer's eyes, maintaining his composure as he addressed the matter directly, awaiting a response. It is not your need, but Morpheus's, is it? Why did he not approach me himself? Lucifer raised an eyebrow, withholding immediate agreement to Geralt's request, instead posing an inquiry. It appears you cannot be deceived. He mentioned past grievances with you, hence his choice of me as a mediator to reclaim his helm, Geralt stated candidly, revealing no intent to obscure the truth, thereby demonstrating his sincerity and neutrality. Is that how he presented it? It seems he has not been entirely forthright with you. While he did not exaggerate their past, we indeed shared a sweet chapter long ago. Yet, one day, he abruptly left me for a human woman. Was that not rather cruel? Lucifer gradually rose, recounting a tale that left Geralt momentarily speechless. These divine beings certainly engage in intricate games, transcending the boundaries of gender. Geralt mused inwardly, though outwardly he remained stoic, narrowing his eyes in contemplation of this unexpectedly convoluted emotional tapestry. Indeed, he was excessively unkind. However, I have seen your likeness in his possession. Clearly, he has not forgotten you over the years, likely gazing at your portrait in the quiet of night, consumed by nostalgia. After all, human lives are fleeting. He must have acted out of a moment of folly, Geralt smiled, intentionally playing along with Lucifer's narrative. Lucifer paused, initially taken aback by Geralt's words, then erupted into laughter. Though I know you're speaking in jest, it does amuse me. Very well. I have no use for that item anyway. But what do you propose in exchange? I have little interest in mundane offerings. He reclined back onto the sofa, Crossing his legs, his eyes rekindled with interest and anticipation for the transaction, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest as he awaited Geralt's reply. I possess a powerful artifact from my early days, one you cannot refuse. Returning it to you would be a matter of restoring it to its rightful owner, Geralt replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as he nonchalantly retrieved his phone from his pocket, displaying a photograph. Lucifer's previously indifferent gaze abruptly sharpened upon seeing the image on the screen, his pupils constricting as he fixated on the pair of pristine, angelic wings depicted therein. The wings radiated a sacred and resplendent light, and Lucifer's breath grew shallow, his eyes flickering with a tumult of emotions, shock, nostalgia, longing, and an indescribable ache. Those wings, once his, bore witness to his past glory in heaven and marked the moment of his subsequent fall from grace. I never anticipated you would possess such a treasure. Indeed, I cannot refuse this, Lucifer declared, shattering the momentary silence that enveloped the room. Chapter 89. Fragments of the World. Upon hearing Lucifer's words, Geralt felt a quiet sigh of relief within, for he understood that the matter was settled. Reflecting on the time since he had acquired the wings, he had carefully concealed them, fully aware of their immense value and the potential influence they wielded. He recognized that only by presenting substantial leverage could he hope to achieve his goals in the presence of an entity like Lucifer. Now, these wings were finally to be returned to their rightful owner, and he was on the verge of fulfilling Morpheus's commission to obtain the fragment of that world. After successfully completing the transaction with Lucifer, Coulson furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion and curiosity in his gaze as he turned to Geralt, inquiring, "It seems this matter does not require our involvement. Why must we accompany you?" His question captured the attention of the other team members, all of whom directed their inquisitive looks toward Geralt. Geralt slightly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the group, his expression turning solemn. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "This journey is primarily for you to broaden your horizons. Understand that you will inevitably intersect with such figures in due time. This is the mission of our small team." His pace was measured. "We stand as the barrier between the normal and the abnormal, preventing malevolent forces from infiltrating our world. We are destined to be misunderstood, compelled to tread this dark path alone. Yet, I shall remember each of you. You are all heroes." As Geralt's voice rose gradually, his words resonated with a powerful force, deeply stirring the hearts of each team member. Coulson and the others felt an overwhelming sense of duty welling up within them. They bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the order of the world against supernatural threats, and in that moment, each one straightened their posture, as if they had truly grasped the profound significance of their calling. With their minds invigorated, aside from Coulson and Barton, the rest had fully committed themselves to the cause. It seemed time to further empower the members. A subtle smile graced the corners of Geralt's lips, his eyes glinting with satisfaction as he observed the determined expressions of his team. Once this matter was satisfactorily concluded, Geralt hastily returned to Morpheus's dream kingdom, where familiar sights greeted him. The elegantly poised, indifferent butler approached him first. "Ah, your efficiency surpasses my expectations. How'd it go? Did he trouble you?" Before Geralt could respond, Morpheus's magnetic voice drifted from the banquet hall. A faint smile graced his lips, clearly pleased with the outcome of Geralt's negotiations with Lucifer. Geralt extended his arm, and as he did, the space above his palm shimmered, revealing a strangely shaped helmet that gradually materialized. "This transaction has come at a significant cost," he remarked, a hint of concern creasing his brow, suggesting the difficulties faced during this endeavor. "Rest assured, the fragment of the world is sufficient to compensate for your losses." Morpheus nodded gently. He then raised his hand, and a soft glow began to coalesce within his palm, forming a luminous sphere. This orb represented a unique coordinate, marking the hidden fragment of the world amidst the cosmic void. Possessing this singular coordinate was akin to holding the key to a grand door. Geralt would not only gain access, but could also manipulate the energies within that world to a degree. Geralt carefully accepted the glowing sphere, scrutinizing it closely, and once satisfied, tucked it safely away. "Then, I shall take my leave," he said, looking up at Morpheus and nodding slightly before turning to depart. Shortly thereafter, Gerald returned to his small shop, his heart brimming with anticipation for the mysteries contained within the fragment of the world. Just as he was about to immerse himself in the study of this enigmatic fragment, Midnight Father contacted him. Gerald quickly answered, hearing the deep, gravelly voice of Midnight Father slowly say, "I've located your apprentice's approximate position." "Where is she?" Gerald inquired. "You may find it hard to believe, but she has been lurking within S.H. Midnight Father replied, nonchalantly. Gerald's expression shifted to one of surprise as he exclaimed, "Goodness! Shadows beneath the lamp." Midnight Father added, "That's all I could ascertain. I cannot specify who she is." Upon hearing this, Gerald's brow furrowed deeply, enveloped in a profound sense of distress. "How do I find her? I suppose I must set this aside for now. If she has any intentions, she will reveal herself in due time," he murmured, his voice tinged with resignation. In the depths of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret research base, Nick Fury wore a troubled expression. Standing outside the enormous transparent protective wall, he watched as numerous researchers busily navigated between various intricate instruments. Yet the progress on the Tesseract's research seemed to be mired in stagnation. Years ago, Hydra was able to harness its energy. It is illogical that we cannot do so now. We are not NASA, Nick Fury muttered, his voice laced with unmistakable frustration. The Tesseract contained an energy potent enough to alter the balance of power in the world. Yet now, faced with this mysterious artifact, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research team appeared utterly powerless, intensifying the weight upon his shoulders. At that moment, an elderly researcher with graying hair approached him. This veteran had long been immersed in various projects within S.H.I.E.L.D. I once came across some peculiar accounts and documents regarding Hydra. When Red Skull was studying the Tesseract, he not only employed Dr. Zola's designs, but also received assistance from certain sorcerers. Could these sorcerers be codenames for scientists? Upon hearing the senior researcher's words, Nick Fury's thoughts immediately turned to Gerald. The Tesseract was reputedly a treasure of Odin, the All-Father. Perhaps it was time to consult Gerald regarding any insights he might possess. If possible, I should invite him to join this research and see if any progress can be made, he whispered, already contemplating how to persuade Gerald to engage in the Tesseract study. Amidst this perplexing predicament, Nick Fury began to consider exploring different avenues. Meanwhile, Gerald had successfully entered the fragment of the world using the unique coordinate. As he stepped inside, a familiar force surged toward him like a tidal wave, a sensation that resonated deep within his soul. He gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to every nuance and vibration of this power. Moments later, he opened his eyes, filled with determination. This is undoubtedly a realm akin to Azeroth. Chapter 90. The Orc Tribe with a heart brimming with curiosity and a desire for exploration. Gerald embarked on a journey of perception in this enigmatic little world. Soon, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that this seemingly small realm harbored a semblance of civilization. Gerald stumbled upon several man-made structures, characterized by a rugged and audacious architectural style. He immediately recognized that these tribal-style edifices bore a striking resemblance to the architecture of the orcs from his memories of Azeroth. Following the path of the buildings, Gerald found himself in a secluded valley. As anticipated, he encountered a group of orcs who had made this place their home. These orcs were robust and muscular, radiating a primal strength. Their skin exhibited various hues, ranging from deep green to brownish tones. As Gerald approached the orc tribe, the guard stationed at the entrance quickly sensed his presence. They perked up their ears, gripping their weapons tightly, and promptly signaled an alarm. In an instant, a flurry of armed orcs surged forth from within the tribe, breaking the serene atmosphere. Among them, a formidable-looking chieftain approached with deliberate steps, his towering physique accentuated by a distinctive helmet adorned with imposing horns that enhanced his aura of authority. Upon reaching Gerald, he opened his mouth and began to speak in a torrent of unintelligible words. Gerald focused all his mental energy, sending a wave of psychic influence towards the chieftain's mind. Within moments, The previously foreign and confusing Orcish language began to flow into his consciousness like a gentle stream, swiftly grasped and understood. Who are you? And what brings you to our White Wolf tribe? The chieftain's deep, resonant voice echoed again, this time comprehensible to Geralt. I am a traveler from another world, who fortuitously obtained the coordinates of this little realm and arrived here, Geralt explained with a smile. Upon hearing Geralt's words, the chieftain's initially wary demeanor transformed into one of palpable excitement. His imposing form trembled slightly, his eyes gleaming with fervent hope, as if he had glimpsed a long-awaited beacon of salvation. Striding forward, he stood before Geralt and spoke with reverence. At last, our White Wolf tribe has awaited our savior. Savior? What do you mean? Geralt inquired, a hint of curiosity and bewilderment in his voice. This little world was once part of a greater realm until one day it was swept away by a formidable force, finding itself adrift here. We have been trapped in this world, unable to escape, although the resources here barely sustain our existence. They are insufficient for our development. Many years ago, a seer prophesied that one day, someone from the outside world would come, and that person would be our savior. The chieftain's expression turned solemn, and the surrounding orcs fell silent, listening intently to his narrative. As the chieftain spoke, Geralt envisioned the harrowing scene of this small world being torn apart and exiled, feeling the orc tribe's struggle for survival in this desolate place. After absorbing the chieftain's words, Geralt contemplated the situation, recognizing it as a golden opportunity for himself. Gaining their loyalty so effortlessly was undoubtedly advantageous. Subsequently, Geralt and the White Wolf chieftain entered the central assembly hall of the tribe. The hall exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, with walls adorned with various animal hides and tribal totems. At the center stood a massive stone table, surrounded by rough yet sturdy stone benches. The two sat across from each other, delving into discussions regarding this little world and the means of escape. Chieftain of the White Wolf tribe, I hail from a world abundant in resources. Thus, you need not worry about resources. You may live here in peace. When the time is right, I shall create a dark portal in this world, allowing you to venture forth at will. Geralt elaborated on his plans and visions. The chieftain's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. Moments later, he rose abruptly, his imposing stature towering in the hall. Then, in a profoundly solemn and devout manner, he knelt on one knee, striking his right fist against his left chest, bowing his head, and bellowing in a thunderous voice from this day forth. Our White Wolf tribe is at your service. You have saved us, O great savior. His voice reverberated throughout the hall, drawing other orcs to gather around. Witnessing the chieftain's actions, they too knelt, echoing in unison, Hail, our savior. In that moment, the entire tribe was enveloped in jubilant cheers, a spectacle of grandeur. With his exploration of this little world drawing to a close, Geralt felt a profound sense of accomplishment and anticipation for the future as he secured the unwavering loyalty of the entire White Wolf tribe. Perhaps this place would become my personal stronghold, a domain of my own. Yet, I feel as though my funds are insufficient, Geralt mused quietly. The immense potential inherent in this little world and the orc tribe, whether as a resource reserve or a strategic stronghold, would undoubtedly have far-reaching implications for his future endeavors. With a devoted send-off from the White Wolf chieftain and the orcs, Geralt departed the little world. Upon returning to his shop, before he could even catch his breath, the communication device buzzed urgently with Nick Fury's voice. Geralt, we have something special over here that requires your insight. Geralt made his way to S.H.A.E.L.D. Nick Fury led him to a secret base, where they arrive at a vast facility bustling with researchers engaged in various critical studies. The perimeter was fortified with a web of protective devices and energy shield generators, clearly designed to prevent internal energy leaks or external intrusions. From the stringent security measures outside, Geralt could sense that something of great significance was occurring within. Under Nick Fury's guidance, Geralt ventured deeper into the base. At last, before a massive transparent container, he beheld the cube radiating a mysterious glow. Its brilliance was dazzling, as if it contained the profound secrets of the universe. At last, I see you, the Space Stone. Gerald thought, his anticipation mounting as his gaze fixated on the cosmic cube. This is the cosmic cube. After Captain America defeated Red Skull years ago, we came into possession of it. After extensive testing, we've confirmed it harbors infinite energy, but alas, we have yet to decipher its mysteries, Nick Fury remarked, standing beside Gerald. Both their eyes locked on the enigmatic cube. Chapter 91. The cosmic cube. I recall that over 70 years ago, Hydra managed to harness its power. You have possessed it for so many years, yet even today you remain incapable of achieving what they accomplished back then, remarked Gerald, raising an eyebrow in feigned astonishment. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's face momentarily betrayed a hint of embarrassment. He cleared his throat gently, attempting to ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere, his gaze reflecting a trace of helplessness. According to records, they received assistance from Sorcerer. Thus, I sought you out, as this artifact has always been shrouded in myth. He explained slowly. Gerald nodded slightly at this revelation. In truth, this was my first encounter with such an object. My understanding of it differs from yours. Oh, do elaborate. Nick Fury inquired, intrigued by Gerald's seemingly unique perspective. You refer to it as the cosmic cube, but a more precise designation would be the space gem. Its purpose is not to serve as an energy battery. Rather, it is intended for the manipulation of space. Therefore, your initial approach is fundamentally flawed. Gerald articulated with deliberate calm. Manipulating space? That seems premature for us. Yet it indeed possesses boundless energy, does it not? That is what we seek, Nick Fury remarked, a frown creasing his brow. Gerald, smiling at Fury, replied, This object is a source of calamity. Should you persist in your research, catastrophe will surely follow. Fury's brow furrowed, a flicker of disdain crossing his features, as if he regarded Gerald's warning of impending doom with skepticism. That is not your concern. Do you possess any means to assist us? Gerald's gaze slowly shifted from Nick Fury to the cosmic cube below, emanating an enigmatic glow. Allow me to examine it up close. I have begun to formulate some thoughts. Approaching the artifact, Gerald bowed slightly before extending his hand to touch the cosmic cube. With his eyes tightly shut, Gerald concentrated intently, endeavoring to perceive the nature of the energies contained within the cube. He could distinctly sense an unceasing fountain of energy within, continuously generating limitless spatial energy. Truly, it deserves its title as the infinite gem. In this universe, it is indeed boundless, yet regrettably, it does not fulfill my aspirations. Gerald mused, feeling a profound sense of longing for an unattainable goal. After a moment's contemplation, Gerald resolved to attempt the absorption of some spatial energy. He focused his mind, guiding his magical essence to cautiously engage with the tumultuous energy. The instant they made contact, a brilliant blue energy surged forth, akin to a beast breaking free from its confines, flooding Gerald's entire being. Under Nick Fury's tense gaze, Gerald slowly opened his eyes, and in that fleeting moment, a blue light flickered within his pupils. Fury's heart raced, his eyes fixated on Gerald. It is done. I have activated the energy within. You may proceed with your research as you see fit. Your progress will differ significantly. Should any questions arise, feel free to consult me. Gerald's voice shattered the suffocating silence. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he exhaled deeply, a rare sense of ease washing over his countenance. I appreciate your efforts. Please keep this matter confidential. He regarded Gerald with gratitude tinged with caution. I understand. This is no concern of mine. I shall take my leave, Gerald replied succinctly, nodding slightly. Turning, he strode calmly toward the base exit, garnering respectful and curious glances from the surrounding researchers. Upon exiting the facility, Gerald found himself in an open expanse, and with a flash of light, his figure vanished from sight. Moments later, he reappeared in his familiar little shop. Gerald then leisurely extended his hand, witnessing a brilliant, crystalline blue energy gradually coalesce in his palm. Gazing at this energy, a satisfied smile crept upon his lips. This time, my harvest is indeed substantial. I have absorbed a significant amount of spatial energy from the infinite gem, which has not only enhanced my teleportation abilities, but also provided ample energy to construct a dark portal. Geralt murmured to himself. Meanwhile, in the vast, desolate depths of the cosmos, amidst a shroud of darkness, eerie nebulae flickered in and out of view. Loki stood before a towering figure with purple skin. The giant loomed like a mountain, exuding a chilling aura of power as he coldly regarded Loki. As we previously agreed, surrender your Chitauri army to me, and I shall retrieve the cosmic cube for you, Loki replied, tilting his head slightly, his eyes glinting with cunning and confidence. The purple giant, clad in golden armor, silently observed Loki. Asgardian, I offer you a word of caution, he intoned, his voice deep and resonant, echoing as though it emanated from the cosmos itself. Carrying an undeniable authority, do not underestimate any adversary. However, Loki dismissed this warning, his expression marred by disdain. Merely a throng of insignificant mortals, he scoffed, his tone rife with arrogance and contempt. In his eyes, the humans of Earth were nothing but feeble beings, hardly worthy of comparison to the Asgardians. Yet, as his thoughts unwittingly drifted back to the moment he was bested by Geralt, his countenance darkened. That humiliation lingered in his heart, a stain that ignited a smoldering hatred within him. This time, I shall ensure your demise, he vowed silently, his eyes flashing with malice. The purple giant seemed to sense Loki's inner turmoil, but chose to remain silent. He raised a hand, and a servant promptly presented a gem-encrusted staff. This is for you to use, the giant said, his gaze fixed on Loki. Upon completion, return it to me along with the cosmic cube. His voice remained calm, yet it carried an undercurrent that brooked no refusal. Loki paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, then eagerly accepted the staff. As he grasped it, a peculiar power coursed through his arm, sending a shiver down his spine. Clenching the staff tightly, he felt as though he had seized the reins of all power, his ambitions swelling within him. In that moment, he envisioned himself standing atop the earth, trampling those who had once humiliated him beneath his feet. Chapter 92. Magical runes within the Stark Mansion. A gentle and stable blue light emanated from the new arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. After utilizing this new reactor for some time, he had keenly sensed the emergence of a peculiar energy within him. This energy flowed like a hidden undercurrent, surging slowly through his body, imparting a sensation that was both strange and marvelous. Jarvis, does this energy have any negative effects on my body? Tony inquired, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on the arc reactor as he spoke into the air. A hint of uncertainty and vigilance colored his tone. After all, the presence of an unknown energy within one's body was not something to be taken lightly. Sir, this special energy is having a positive effect. It has significantly enhanced your cellular vitality, Jarvis replied with his calm and steady voice. It bears some resemblance to the special ingredients in Mr. Gerald's potion. But data analysis cannot be conducted at this time. As Jarvis's words resonated, a series of complex data and charts swiftly materialized in the air of the laboratory. It seems to be the potent ingredients from Gerald that have triggered this, Tony mused, stroking his chin as he fell into contemplation. He recalled Gerald's enigmatic demeanor and the wondrous effects of that potion, stirring a tumult of thoughts within him. Should he seek his counsel? As Jarvis had suggested, this energy clearly did not belong to the realm of technology. If it pertained to magic, expert guidance was indeed required. Tony murmured to himself, his thoughts racing. Resolutely, he turned to Jarvis and commanded, Jarvis, contact Gerald. At that moment, Gerald was engrossed in developing magical equipment for his team members. He had already resolved that it was time to enhance their strength, as the challenges they faced would only grow more formidable. Just then, a distinctive notification sound broke the tranquility of his workshop. Gerald paused momentarily, setting down his tools, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Tony is looking for me? It seems he is ready. While Tony pondered in the laboratory, a teleportation portal materialized without warning. The portal burst forth with a dazzling light, accompanied by a subtle distortion of space. This sudden occurrence startled Tony, prompting him to instinctively step back. However, when he beheld Gerald stepping through the portal with composure, his taut nerves relaxed slightly, though a look of displeasure still lingered on his face. Could he not knock before entering? Tony frowned, his voice tinged with exasperation. The abruptness of this entrance had indeed caught him off guard. "Apologies, I'm just accustomed to it. I promise to do so next time," Geralt replied, a sheepish smile on his face as he shrugged. Tony chose not to dwell on this minor incident, as his mind was more preoccupied with the mysterious energy within him. He cut straight to the chase. "Since you added that potent ingredient last time, I've noticed some energy in my arc reactor that I can't quite comprehend. Do you know what it is?" Geralt narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the situation, and discovered that Tony had perfectly adapted to the magical energy. A reassuring smile spread across Geralt's face. Though still quite faint, it is indeed magical energy. "Congratulations, Tony. You have become one of us in the realm of magic." Upon hearing this, Tony was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of delight spread across his face. "Does this mean I can learn your techniques?" he asked eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Geralt gently shook his head, patiently explaining, "While the magical energy within you has adapted to your body, it is still too weak for you to learn much at this stage." His gaze shifted to the blue light emanating from Tony's arc reactor as he continued. "Currently, this magical energy resembles a seed planted within you, requiring time and proper guidance to flourish. With the current energy intensity, you are far from casting true magic." "What can it do for now?" Tony asked, his brow furrowing slightly, disappointment creeping in. Initially filled with excitement at the prospect of mastering dazzling magic, his enthusiasm was momentarily dimmed by the news of its inadequacy. "Although its intensity is insufficient for magic, I can teach you something else, an extraordinary knowledge that should suit you well. I believe you will enjoy it," Geralt said, his gaze holding a hint of mystery. Tony's curiosity was instantly piqued. "What is it?" he inquired eagerly. With a confident smile, Geralt replied, "Rune technology." Upon hearing the word technology, Tony's interest intensified. After all, technology had always been his forte and passion. "Do tell," he urged, brimming with anticipation. Geralt cleared his throat and began to elucidate. "Rune technology is a unique art that fuses magical runes with technological principles. It is akin to magical circuit boards. And what we aim to achieve is to integrate the power of these runes into the various equipment and inventions you're familiar with through technological means. Imagine this, Tony," Geralt continued, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Your armor would no longer solely rely on technological energy. The power of runes could bestow it with additional magical capabilities. Furthermore, these runes can resonate with your arc reactor, further awakening the faint magical energy within you, allowing it to gradually grow as you master rune technology." Tony was captivated, his mind already conjuring vivid images of a futuristic scenario, clad in an enhanced suit of armor, soaring above the city, possessing unprecedented speed and attack power, and wielding the ability to unleash various wondrous magical effects at will. The thought ignited a fire within him. "This sounds fantastic," Tony exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. "When do we begin?" Upon hearing Tony's words, Geralt smiled faintly. He slowly extended his hand, palm upward, as a magical tome radiating a ghostly blue glow materialized before him. The cover of the book was crafted from a peculiar material, adorned with intricate golden patterns. "This is the Compendium of Magical Runes, detailing most of the fundamental runes and their engraving methods," Geralt explained, gently offering the magical book to Tony. "I believe that, as a genius, you'll find this learning process quite manageable. Consider it akin to studying a circuit board." Tony's eyes gleamed as he fixated on the magical tome, eagerly accepting it. "I have always harbored a passion for acquiring new knowledge. After all, it is merely magical runes. Allow me to show you what genius truly means," Tony declared with unabashed confidence. Chapter 93. The Return of Loki. You may take your time to learn and explore. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to inquire with me. I am genuinely curious about the extent of your capabilities." Geralt gazed at Tony, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Tony, without lifting his gaze, merely waved his hand dismissively in response to Geralt. His entire focus was firmly captivated by the compendium of runes in his hands. As he turned the pages, his expression grew increasingly intense, sometimes leaning in to scrutinize the intricate details of the runes, at other times squinting slightly as he pondered the complex explanations of the engraving methods. However, after merely browsing for a while, Tony's initially confident demeanor gradually shifted to one of gravity, his brow furrowing involuntarily. This truly is an entirely different realm of knowledge. Much of what is contained within leaves me utterly perplexed, Tony murmured to himself. The magical runes were starkly dissimilar to the technological knowledge he was accustomed to. Those enigmatic symbols utterly upended his understanding. After a moment of contemplation, Tony lifted his head and earnestly addressed Gerald. I wish to employ you as my magical consultant. He understood that in this unfamiliar domain, the assistance of Gerald, a seasoned practitioner of magic, was indispensable for making swift progress. Moreover, with Gerald's guidance, he could avoid numerous detours and more rapidly integrate rune technology into his armor and inventions. I am rather busy and cannot be at your beck and call at all times, Gerald replied, spreading his hands with a look of resignation. 5 million a year, and you need not be by my side constantly. Just come when I require your counsel, Tony proposed directly. Boss, when shall we sign the contract? Gerald's expression transformed from one of resignation to earnestness in an instant. Hearing Gerald's words, Tony couldn't help but chuckle. We could do so right now. Thus, Gerald officially became Tony's private magical learning consultant within the heavily fortified S.H.I.E.L.D. secret base ever since Gerald activated the energy of the Tesseract. The entire research process had surged forward at an astonishing pace. The researchers were immersed in excitement and busyness, various advanced instruments operating at high speed, continuously recording and analyzing the diverse data obtained from the cosmic cube. To ensure the smooth progress of the research, Nick Fury had specially invited Dr. Eric, a leading expert in the field of physics. With his exceptional expertise and extensive experience, Dr. Eric quickly became the core of the research team. However, this seemingly smooth research process took a sudden turn for the worse one day. The previously stable cosmic cube's internal energy unexpectedly became extremely unstable. Alarms blared throughout the base. Red warning lights began to flash, bathing the entire facility in a crimson hue, creating an atmosphere of tension and oppression. Nick Fury's expression grew grave as he hurried to Dr. Eric's side. Dr. Eric, what is happening? Wasn't everything fine yesterday? Nick Fury asked anxiously, his gaze revealing a hint of worry and unease. He had invested too much effort and hope into this secret project to allow for any missteps. I am uncertain. It seems the cosmic cube is being interfered with by something beyond our control. Dr. Eric responded quickly, his brow furrowed as he focused intently on the abnormal data fluctuating on the monitoring instruments. His eyes were filled with confusion and concern. As a top physicist, he had never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. The cosmic cube appeared to have suddenly slipped from their grasp, entering an unknown state. As the two conversed, the cosmic cube suddenly erupted with a surge of energy. The surrounding instruments emitted a cacophony of electrical noise under the force of this energy, and soon sparks began to fly from the surfaces of many devices. Dr. Eric hurriedly retreated several steps. Nick Fury remained fixated on the violently oscillating cosmic cube, asking, "Is there any way to calm it down? Perhaps we could contact Gerald. He has the ability to activate the cube and should also possess the means to pacify it." Dr. Eric suggested to Nick Fury. "Gerald?" Nick Fury murmured, just as he was about to reach for the communication device to contact Gerald. At that moment, the cosmic cube seemed to gather its power and unleashed an immensely powerful beam of light. This beam rapidly coalesced before them, forming a dense sphere of energy. This sphere resembled a miniature universe, with twinkling stars and swirling nebulae, displaying a myriad of extraordinary phenomena. As the energy fluctuations gradually subsided, the sphere slowly dissipated, revealing Loki, holding his scepter, standing before them with a trademark sinister smile. "It seems you have indeed invested considerable effort into researching the cosmic cube. However, it now belongs to me," he declared, slightly raising his chin and casting a sweeping gaze over the panicked researchers and the solemn Nick Fury, already regarding the cosmic cube as his own possession. "Who are you?" Nick Fury immediately grew alert, swiftly drawing his firearm. Meanwhile, agents within the base reacted promptly, surrounding Loki and aiming their weapons at him. I am Loki, the god of Asgard, and I shall be your master, Loki proclaimed, standing tall amidst the crowd, his demeanor arrogant, regarding the weapons aimed at him as mere toys. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes glinting with disdain as he surveyed the surrounding individuals, as if looking down upon a horde of insignificant ants. Loki? You are Thor's brother, Dr. Eric exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing the implications. We have no grievances with Asgard, Nick Fury stated calmly. Ants and shoes harbor no grievances either, Loki replied, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he turned to Nick Fury. Do you intend to crush us? Nick Fury's expression darkened further, his hand subtly signaling to the surrounding agents to be on standby for a potential attack. Loki, growing impatient, had little desire to waste more words on these mortals. He raised the tip of his scepter, a brilliant light emanating from it, and, in an instant, a beam of energy shot forth like a blade, striking down an agent before anyone could react. This scene ignited a fuse. In an instant, a barrage of gunfire erupted. Bullets rained down upon Loki, yet he merely smiled with contempt. Those bullets posed no threat to him. In the face of Loki's formidable power, the agents' resistance appeared utterly futile. Soon, the majority of the agents lay defeated on the ground, the base in disarray, stained with blood and smoke. Just as Loki believed victory was assured, an arrow glowing with blue light shot through the air like a meteor, aimed directly at his chest. Upon seeing the arrow, Loki's mouth curled into a dismissive arc. In his eyes, this was merely the last struggle of these mortals, hardly worth his effort to evade. However, in the next moment, he would pay dearly for his arrogance. As the arrow struck Loki, the blue light exploded with a thunderous force. Loki was propelled backward, crashing heavily into the wall. Loki's eyes were filled with incredulity and fury. He could hardly fathom that these humans, whom he regarded as mere ants, possessed the ability to render him so utterly discomposed. Chapter 94, Hunter Barton vs. Loki rose from the ground, barely steadying himself when a second arrow shot towards him with the swiftness of lightning. The arrowhead, shimmering with a blue luminescence, emanated a chilling aura beneath the dim lights of the base. Startled, Loki swiftly raised his staff, the gem atop it glowing brilliantly as a beam of light erupted forth. With a resounding boom, the beam collided violently with the arrow mid-air, resulting in a dazzling explosion that obliterated the arrow instantaneously. Where is he? Loki turned his gaze in the direction from which the arrow had come. There, on a high platform, stood Barton, poised and resolute, his form athletic, eyes fixed with determination as he drew his bowstring taut once more. Upon seeing Loki aiming his staff at him, a sense of foreboding washed over Barton. He sprang into action, darting away like a shadow. Just as he moved, Loki's beam detonated where he had just stood, unleashing a violent blast that sent debris and fragments soaring into the air, shattering the platform's edge. With agility, Barton continuously shifted his position within the base, firing arrows at Loki as he maneuvered. However, when he prepared to draw his bow again, he suddenly realized Loki had vanished. Anxiety gripped Barton as he scanned his surroundings, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the base. He treaded cautiously, his bowstring always taut, an arrow poised and ready to be loosed. Loki seemed to have evaporated into thin air. You are unlike ordinary mortals. Loki's voice emerged quietly from behind Barton, causing his heart to constrict. Years of combat instinct ignited within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively whipped his bow behind him with force. Yet, Loki merely sidestepped slightly, evading Barton's strike with ease. He then extended his hand, gripping Barton's throat like an iron vice, lifting him effortlessly and slamming him against the wall. I believe you can be of assistance. A peculiar smile graced Loki's lips as he slowly aimed the tip of his staff at Barton, his eyes glimmering with an otherworldly light. Below, Nick Fury witnessed this scene and immediately reacted. Without hesitation, he raised his firearm, firing at Loki repeatedly. The bullet struck Loki but ricocheted off harmlessly, leaving him unfazed as his focus remained solely on Barton. Loki gently pushed his staff forward, and the gem at its tip burst forth with a ghostly blue radiance. Barton felt a chill in his chest, followed by a surge of psychic energy invading his mind. The innate power of the hunter within him sensed the encroaching foreign force and instinctively fought back. However, Loki intensified his output. In an instant, the ghostly blue energy surged, crashing into the depths of Barton's consciousness like a tidal wave. The resistance within him gradually waned, ultimately dissipating entirely. Barton's eyes flashed with blue light, losing their spark of life. Seeing this, Loki understood he had successfully exerted control over Barton, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He released his grip on Barton's throat, causing him to slump like a lifeless marionette. Below, Nick Fury observed the unfolding chaos, sensing the urgency of the situation. Seizing the moment while Loki was distracted, he stealthily grasped the Tesseract, preparing to retreat. Yet at that very instant, a sharp arrow shot forth. It was Barton, under Loki's control, who had drawn his bow and aimed directly at the Tesseract in Fury's grasp. This arrow, infused with potent arcane energy, glimmered with a faint blue aura. With a swift whoosh, the arrow struck the Tesseract squarely. In an instant, the arcane energy erupted like a bomb, the shockwave hurling Fury away. Simultaneously, the sudden surge of arcane energy greatly stimulated the Tesseract, causing it to unleash a torrent of energy. This energy rapidly coalesced at the top of the underground base, forming a colossal, swirling vortex. The vortex flickered with light, arcs of electricity dancing within, enveloping the entire base in a powerful wave of energy. Barton looked up at the impending explosion of energy and urgently turned to Loki. "We must evacuate quickly. This place is about to collapse." Upon hearing this, Loki flickered and dashed down the stairs, seizing the Tesseract lying on the ground. He then took control of several researchers, including Eric. With Loki's successful acquisition, Barton dashed towards the garage, skillfully opening the door of an SUV and leaping into the driver's seat. Loki, along with the controlled individuals, followed closely and boarded the vehicle. Barton slammed the accelerator, the SUV racing forward like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the base, Agent Hill quietly observed the unfolding events with no intention of intervening, a strange smile gracing her lips. On the other side, Nick Fury struggled to rise, his body covered in dust, his clothing torn, blood seeping from his wounds. Yet, he disregarded his pain, quickly seizing his communication device to alert everyone in the base. "Everyone listen. The base is about to collapse. Evacuate immediately. Repeat, evacuate immediately." His voice echoed through the communication channels, reaching every corner of the base. After relaying the message, Fury sprinted towards the helipad. He boarded a helicopter and shouted to the pilot, "Quickly, pursue that vehicle. We cannot allow Loki to escape with the Tesseract." The helicopter's rotor blades whirred vigorously as it ascended, pursuing the direction in which Barton sped away. As Loki sat in the speeding vehicle, he caught sight of the relentless helicopter, irritation flashing in his eyes. He raised his staff, sending a beam of light toward the helicopter. The beam struck the tail rotor, and with a thunderous boom, it shattered, sending metal fragments scattering like rain. The helicopter began to tremble violently, tilting uncontrollably, its engine emitting a piercing wail. Fury gripped the armrest tightly, helplessly watching as Loki, with the Tesseract, vanished from his sight. Ultimately, the helicopter made a heavy emergency landing on an open field, the fuselage grinding against the ground, igniting sparks as the powerful impact propelled Fury forward, though the seatbelt kept him secured. Disregarding his injuries, Fury swiftly unbuckled his seatbelt and leapt from the smoking helicopter. His expression grave, he promptly contacted Coulson. "Coulson, get in touch with Jellet. We are in serious trouble. Loki has made off with the Tesseract." Chapter 95. Summoning personnel. At this moment, the long-accumulated energy of the cosmic cube finally erupted with a deafening roar. The entire underground base was instantly engulfed by this formidable force, as sturdy walls, intricate instruments, and the solid ground crumbled like fragile paper before its might. The metallic structures within the base twisted and contorted under the intense heat and immense shockwave, emitting anguished creaks before being mercilessly torn apart. Massive steel beams from the ceiling fractured and fell like meteors, crashing onto the equipment and corridors below. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the ground began to tremble violently. Enormous fissures rapidly spread like a spider's web, radiating outward from the center of the underground facility. In mere seconds, the once mighty base completely collapsed, succumbing to the energy's onslaught, leaving behind a gaping, unfathomably deep pit. Fortunately, Nick Fury had alerted everyone to evacuate at the last moment, allowing the personnel within the base to escape this cataclysmic disaster unscathed. They stood at a distance, gazing at the vast pit, their faces marked with terror and the relief of survival. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory on the city's outskirts, a group of armed terrorists was frantically shooting at a vacant corner, bullets raining down like a torrential storm, striking walls and floors, sending dust and sparks flying. "Where is she? Why can't we see her?" One of the terrorists nervously scanned the surroundings, his voice tinged with fear and panic. His eyes were filled with caution, as the other terrorists, equally on edge, backed against one another, cautiously moving their feet, their gazes fixed on every shadowy corner. Terrified that an enemy might emerge from an unexpected place, Natasha lay concealed in the darkness, silently prowling through the desolate factory. She was mere inches away from the frenzied terrorists, yet they remained blissfully unaware of her presence. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Natasha's lips as she tossed a concussive grenade into their midst. With a resounding bang, the grenade detonated, unleashing a powerful shockwave that rapidly expanded from the blast point. This wave enveloped the surrounding terrorists, who had no time to react before being thrown to the ground, unconscious. Only then did Natasha reveal herself, brushing off non-existent dust from her attire, her expression betraying a hint of boredom as she sighed. Too easy. Ever since acquiring this ability, tasks have lost their challenge. Indeed, with her stealth capabilities, she moved like a specter, often resolving confrontations before her enemies even realized her presence. Just as Natasha prepared to depart, her communication device crackled to life with Coulson's voice. "Natasha, come back immediately. There's an important mission." Natasha raised an eyebrow, pondering. "An important mission? I hope it presents some challenge." In a laboratory on the top floor of Stark Tower, Geralt and Tony were deeply engrossed in a discussion about the complexities of rune technology. You see, the alignment of this rune with the energy conversion device is consistently off, causing unstable energy output, Tony remarked, frowning as he gestured at the model. Geralt nodded slightly, his gaze focused intently on the model. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Perhaps we could try adjusting the engraving angle of the rune to find a more precise entry point based on the flow characteristics of the magical energy." As they delved deeper into their discussion, Jarvis interjected, "Sir, Agent Coulson has arrived and wishes to see you and Mr. Geralt." "Tell him we're unavailable," Tony replied, his attention still on the matter at hand, clearly irritated by the interruption. However, before he could finish his sentence, the laboratory door swung open abruptly, and Coulson strode in. As a seasoned SHIELD agent, he was well acquainted with Stark Tower's security systems, easily bypassing standard measures. Geralt SHIELD is in serious trouble, and it would be prudent for Mr. Stark to hear this as well. "I need both of your assistance," Coulson said, his face etched with urgency as he approached them. Tony exchanged a glance with Geralt, both sensing the gravity of the situation in Coulson's demeanor. "All right, what is going on?" Tony replied reluctantly. Geralt remained composed, having already deduced the impending crisis, Loki's arrival. Perhaps the onset of the Avengers' first assembly. Coulson activated a tablet, bringing up relevant data. However, Tony did not reach for it, but instructed Jarvis, "Connect it." Instantly, a beam of blue light descended from the ceiling, forming an interactive interface in midair. Tony swiped his hand through the air, projecting the tablet's contents as a three-dimensional image before them. The first images displayed were a series of footage featuring Geralt in combat against various fantastical creatures. Tony's eyes widened in intrigue, exclaiming, "I had no idea you've dealt with so many bizarre entities. Next time, you should involve me. I'm quite interested in such matters." His curiosity was piqued by the fantastical elements. Geralt chuckled and nodded. "As long as you're not afraid, it's all good." However, when the topic of the cosmic cube appeared in the 3D presentation, Tony's attention sharpened, his expression turning serious. The cosmic cube. This is no trifling matter, he murmured, absent-mindedly stroking his chin. After sending the coordinates of the airborne carrier to Geralt and Tony, Coulson hastily departed Stark Tower, mentally assuring himself that Natasha would manage with Bruce Banner, given her capabilities. He could only hope this sudden crisis would be resolved without dire consequences. Meanwhile, in India, in a dilapidated slum, Bruce Banner had taken refuge in this inconspicuous corner, living undercover as a doctor, leading a humble and unassuming life to escape his tumultuous past. After attending to a patient in his modest clinic, Banner wearily stood, rubbing his sore shoulders. Suddenly, his body stiffened, an inexplicable sensation washing over him. The whole persona within him emitted a rare warning, as if foretelling impending danger lurking nearby. Banner's demeanor shifted to one of alertness as he gradually surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over every corner. Yet, all he could see were a few worn-out pieces of furniture and haphazardly stacked personal belongings. Everything appeared ordinary, unchanged, devoid of any anomalies. Chapter 96. Bruce Banner. Suddenly, the muscles in Banner's face began to twitch uncontrollably, with veins rising beneath his skin like serpents. His once profound gaze was swiftly overtaken by an emerald hue. In this peculiar state, his vision seemed to pierce through the mists of reality, revealing a vague, indistinct figure before him. "Who are you?" Banner's voice, tinged with anger and vigilance, emerged as a low, hoarse growl, as though forced from the depths of his throat. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a glass of water from the table and hurled it at the shadowy figure. The figure deftly dodged the splash, evading the liquid with ease. Moments later, a slight ripple disturbed the air, and Natasha's form gradually came into view. "Do not be alarmed, Dr. Banner. I am Agent Natasha Romanoff of S.H.I.E.L.D." As she spoke, she slowly raised her hands to signal her benign intentions. Banner regarded Natasha warily, the green in his eyes slowly fading to reveal their original deep brown. He squinted slightly, tinged with suspicion, and inquired, "S.H.I.E.L.D. How did you find me? Are you here to confine me again?" "Please do not misunderstand, Dr. Banner," Natasha replied, her tone calm and soothing, aimed at easing his taut nerves. "We have been monitoring your whereabouts ever since you chose to seclude yourself here. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been covertly protecting you from those who might seek to exploit your powers or bring you harm. We have come to you now for a matter of great importance that requires your assistance." As she spoke, Natasha retrieved a tablet from her utility belt, displaying detailed information about the Tesseract. Banner furrowed his brow, skepticism still present in his gaze, yet he extended his hand to accept the tablet. After rummaging through his tattered jacket pocket for a pair of slightly worn glasses, he donned them and leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing the data. "The Tesseract?" he murmured, curiosity lacing his voice. Natasha nodded slightly, beginning to elaborate. "The Tesseract possesses almost limitless energy, a force so powerful it can unlock endless possibilities for the world. However, it also harbors destructive potential. If it falls into the wrong hands, the consequences would be catastrophic. Unfortunately, it has just been stolen. We hope you can assist us in retrieving it, as it is of utmost importance. Are you certain S.H.I.E.L.D. does not wish to imprison me?" Banner inquired, lifting his gaze from the tablet to fixate on Natasha. "Dr. Banner, I assure you, I come with the utmost sincerity," Natasha replied, a gentle smile gracing her features, her eyes filled with genuine intent. She spread her hands slightly, indicating her lack of malice. "I am here alone, with no team to apprehend you and no hidden traps. We truly need your help. I recognize your stealth abilities. They remind me of someone I've seen before," Banner remarked, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. "Ah, you must have encountered our special consultant, Geralt," Natasha smiled lightly. "Ah, I see," Banner nodded in realization. "Is he involved in this incident as well? I've been wanting to consult him about a few matters." Mentioning Geralt visibly relaxed Banner, as he had encountered him previously, albeit briefly, leaving a strong impression. Natasha keenly noticed the shift in Banner's demeanor and seize the opportunity. Indeed, Gerald is already involved in this matter. With his presence and your intellect, our chances of success will significantly increase. Moreover, I believe you two will have ample opportunity to discuss your inquiries upon meeting. As Natasha spoke, she observed Banner's expressions intently. After a moment of contemplation, weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Banner finally lifted his head and said, "Very well, I shall accompany you." Upon hearing Banner's agreement, Natasha knew the matter was settled. They emerged from the cramped room, and as soon as Banner stepped outside, he was met with a wall of armed agents, all clad in black tactical gear, weapons drawn, their expressions grave and ready for confrontation. Banner paused for a moment. Then a peculiar smile crossed his face, a blend of amusement and disbelief. "So this is what you meant by coming alone?" Natasha, slightly embarrassed, cleared her throat and explained. "Dr. Banner, they are merely here to ensure your safety." Meanwhile, on the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, a colossal aircraft carrier loomed, resembling a leviathan adrift upon the waves. On the flight deck, numerous soldiers were assembled in precise formation. Captain Steve Rogers had just arrived aboard the carrier under Agent Coulson's guidance. It was then that Banner, accompanied by Natasha, also made his entrance. Upon spotting Banner, Steve's face lit up with a warm smile. He strode forward, extending his hand. "Dr. Banner, it is an honor to meet you. I have heard much about your endeavors. I look forward to our collaboration." Banner, gazing at the towering figure of Captain America, couldn't help but smile back, clasping Steve's hand. "Captain Steve Rogers, renowned indeed. You seem as though you've stepped out from the pages of comic." As Steve and Banner engaged in amiable conversation, a seagull swooped down from the sky, landing gracefully before them. In the gaze of the onlookers, the bird suddenly transformed into Gerald. This unexpected turn of events caused the soldiers on deck to instinctively raise their weapons, aiming at Gerald in unison. Whoa, easy there. No need to act like startled recruits," Gerald said with a relaxed demeanor, a teasing smile adorning his face. "Lower your weapons," Coulson commanded urgently. He then turned to Gerald, exasperation evident in his tone. Anyone would be on edge upon witnessing such an entrance. "Can you not arrive in a more conventional manner?" Steve and Banner shared in the astonishment, though Steve quickly regained his composure, only slightly furrowing his brow in surprise. Banner, however, found it difficult to accept this breach of scientific logic. Disbelief etched across his face. He muttered, "This defies science." Gerald, amused by Banner's reaction, chuckled and replied, "Doctor, in this universe, there are many phenomena that cannot be explained by conventional science. The more you witness, the more accustomed you will become." Chapter 97. The aerospace aircraft carrier. As the crowd remained captivated by the awe-inspiring entrance of Gellet, Natasha approached and said, "Everyone, we must proceed inside. Soon this place will become unbearable." Banner, hearing this, furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "Is this a submarine?" With that, he and Steve walked to the edge of the aircraft carrier. When they looked down and beheld the enormous propeller slowly turning, churning the waves, Banner could not help but exclaim, "No, it's evidently much worse." Before long, under Natasha's urging, everyone entered the carrier. Simultaneously, the aerospace carrier began to rise slowly, its massive engines emitting a low rumble as they propelled it upwards. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the carrier activated its cloaking reflective panels, making it appear to dissolve into the blue sky and white clouds, rendering it nearly imperceptible from the outside. Within the spacious and bright command center of the carrier, Nick Fury frowned slightly, scanning the crowd before turning to Gellet and inquiring, "Has Tony not arrived?" Gellet shrugged lightly, spreading his hands, and replied, "How would I know? You can contact him yourself. However, he does have a poor sense of time." A wry smile crossed Gellet's face, as he seemed accustomed to Tony's habits. He knew that once Tony immersed himself in a particular study, he often lost track of time, lost in his own world. Gellet slightly turned to Steve and said, "Steve, how are you faring with the content of that book? Is there anything unclear? Feel free to ask me at any time." A confident smile appeared on Steve's face as he responded, "Everything is progressing smoothly. I feel that power suits me perfectly, as if it were tailored just for me. I'm quite satisfied, thank you." He recalled the wonderful insights gained while studying the book, the power flowing through his veins, perfectly merging with his own attributes, enhancing his training and adaptation. At that moment, Jellet keenly sensed the gaze fixed upon him. Instinctively, he turned to find a poised woman standing not far away. Dressed in a sharp uniform, she stood tall, exuding an air of competence and steadiness. Jellet felt a stir within, contemplating, that must be Agent Hill, Nick Fury's assistant. Upon noticing Jellet's gaze, Hill gave a slight nod, her face adorned with a polite smile, before turning back to her duties. However, Jellet could not shake the feeling that Hill's gaze held something peculiar. This stirred a hint of curiosity within him, yet he did not reveal much, merely furrowing his brow slightly before redirecting his attention back to his conversation with Steve. Inside the aerospace carrier, Dr. Banner had already made his way to the laboratory, engrossed in his work. Meanwhile, Jellet and Steve engaged in a discussion about the knowledge of the holy light in a relatively quiet corner. Just then, an alarm sounded. A bespectacled, bald man was intently staring at a flickering computer screen. He quickly typed on the keyboard, meticulously verifying the data before loudly reporting target clues discovered. Match rate at 67. Wait, it's still rising, now at 79? Upon hearing this, Coulson promptly approached and inquired, "What location?" "Stuttgart, Germany, 28 Cunning Street," the bald man, named Silvert, swiftly responded, his finger accurately pinpointing the target location on the screen. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury turned his gaze to Steve, his eyes filled with trust and anticipation, saying, "Captain, it's up to you now." Steve nodded firmly. Fury then shifted his gaze to Jellet and asked, "Do you wish to accompany us?" He understood Jellet's capabilities. If he could join, it would be a seamless endeavor. Jellet gently shook his head, saying, "I am not a warrior. Having Steve alone is sufficient. He is far stronger now than before." Once given the order, Steve quickly donned his iconic uniform, preparing to depart. However, as Jellet observed Steve's attire, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. In his view, the style of the uniform was rather indescribable, oddly reminiscent of the minions from the Kamen Rider series. He thought to himself, "I must find an opportunity to give him a paladin's garb." Meanwhile, at 28 Cunning Street in Stuttgart, Germany, chaos had already ensued due to Loki's antics. Standing atop a platform in the square, Loki surveyed the throngs of terrified citizens kneeling around him. Holding his scepter, he emanated arrogance and pride, reveling in the worship of the masses, as if he were the sovereign of this land. Just then, a defiant elder stood amidst the crowd, straightening his back, disdainfully gazing at Loki, refusing to kneel. Loki's gaze fell upon the elder, and his smile instantly froze. Angered yet mocking, he slowly raised his scepter, clearly intending to make an example of this elder. Just as Loki was about to strike, Steve landed firmly in the center of the square. Seeing this, Loki unleashed a searing beam of light from the tip of his scepter. Undeterred, Steve quickly raised his shield in defense. A thunderous crash echoed as the beam collided with the shield. However, upon contact, the beam was firmly deflected, dissipating in the process. Steve charged forward. Loki, witnessing Steve's advance, curled his lip in a contemptuous sneer. With a flick of his scepter, another beam shot towards Steve. Unfazed, Steve held his shield steadfastly in front of him, firmly planted. The beam struck the shield, erupting in a blinding flash of light, the immense force causing Steve to stagger slightly. Seizing the moment of Loki's distraction, Steve quickened his pace, rapidly closing the distance between them. He suddenly swung his shield upward, sending it hurtling towards Loki's head. Loki, noticing this, sidestepped just in time. Steve did not grant Loki a moment's respite. He lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Loki's face. Loki hurriedly raised his scepter to block, but Steve's fist crashed heavily against the scepter with a resounding thud. Steve felt a surge of powerful energy travel through the scepter, numbing his arm. Loki, seeing his scepter grasped by Steve, flashed a look of anger. He violently swung his scepter, flinging Steve away. Rising from the ground, Steve gazed at Loki with a serious expression, silently marveling. Are all his guardians this strong? In this confrontation with Loki, he realized that his current ordinary strength was somewhat inadequate against him. Nevertheless, Steve Rogers was never one to concede easily. After a brief contemplation, he made a decision. His hand gradually moved to the Digimon transformation device at his waist. Chapter 98. Loki captured. Thor arrives as Steve prepared to transform into light. The previously tense atmosphere was abruptly shattered by an unexpected and rhythmically intense music. Everyone instinctively looked up at the sky, where a dazzling light streaked toward them like a meteor, accompanied by a deafening roar. Tony Stark made a spectacular entrance in his iconic Iron Man suit. He dove down in an impressively cool manner before landing solidly on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony raised his right arm, energy coalescing in his palm, and fired a repulsor blast directed at Loki. With a thunderous boom, the blast struck Loki accurately, sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, a myriad of weapons deployed from Tony's suit, ominous gun barrels, and glistening missiles, all aimed at Loki. From his elevated position, Tony looked down at Loki and coldly remarked, "Try moving again, Bambi." With no other choice, Loki slowly raised his hands in surrender. Just then, Natasha, who had been concealed in the shadows, revealed herself. Initially poised to ambush Loki, she realized this scene rendered her efforts unnecessary and reluctantly sheathed her weapon. On the return flight, Loki was securely handcuffed to his seat. His previous bravado vanished. The atmosphere inside the aircraft became relatively relaxed as Tony cast a curious glance at Steve. "I've heard your name since childhood." Tony chuckled, a teasing tone in his voice. "My unreliable father mentioned you at least 1,000 times." Steve felt a stirring of nostalgia at this remark, recalling Howard fondly. "Howard, indeed a memorable man," he mused. Tony, eyeing Steve's uniform, couldn't help but jest. "Do you really have to wear that? Didn't anyone tell you it's completely outdated?" As he spoke, he appraised Steve's attire with a look of disdain. Steve smiled slightly, unfazed, and replied, "Your father Howard actually contributed to the design." He tugged at the hem of his uniform, a hint of reminiscence in his gaze. Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief, leaving him momentarily speechless regarding his father's taste. He couldn't help but facepalm, thinking his sense of aesthetics is truly unique. The aircraft flew steadily at high altitude, the conversation between Steve and Tony echoing in the cabin, while Loki, shackled nearby, wore a derisive smirk as he listened. Suddenly, a deep rumble of thunder resonated from the heavens, the sound growing closer, causing the plane to shudder slightly. Loki's previously despondent expression shifted instantly. Steve, keenly observant, noticed this subtle change and curiously inquired, "What is wrong? Are you afraid of thunder?" Loki steadied himself and replied with a smile, "I simply dislike the company that comes with it." Just as he finished speaking, a heavy thud reverberated from the top of the plane, as if an incredibly weighty object had struck it, causing the entire fuselage to shake violently. "What is happening?" Tony said, alert to the situation, quickly turning to Natasha. "Natasha, open the hatch." Natasha expertly pressed several buttons, and with a mechanical whir, the hatch slowly opened, a fierce wind rushing into the cabin, rustling everyone's clothing. In that instant, a brilliant flash of lightning, accompanied by immense force, surged down. Thor, the god of thunder, burst into the cabin, clad in splendid armor, his red cape billowing wildly in the wind. Upon entering, he immediately swung his hammer at Tony. Caught off guard, Tony was struck squarely, crashing heavily against the wall of the cabin with a muffled thud. The impact left a noticeable dent in the wall where his armor collided. Thor strode toward Loki, grasping his arm firmly, and with a mighty swing of Mjolnir, he took Loki and soared away. Tony groaned as he slowly rose to his feet, glancing down at his suit, where mysterious runes flickered across its surface like flowing shadows. That blow had made him acutely aware of Thor's formidable strength. Had it not been for the runic technology integrated into his armor, it might have sustained damage. He silently thanked his luck. That was quite a hit. Thankfully, the runic technology had some effect. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tony decisively activated his helmet, the embedded AI system springing to life. He then pursued the direction in which Thor and Loki had vanished. Steve, taken aback by Tony's impulsive chase, turned to Natasha, perplexed. Isn't he supposed to be an ally? What is he planning? Natasha shrugged helplessly, raising her hands. "I don't know him either. Only Geralt is familiar with him. And I have no idea what he intends to do with Loki. Concern creased Steve's brow. He knew he could not allow Thor to take Loki away. After a moment's thought, he dashed to the side of the cabin, securing a parachute. Taking a deep breath, he filled his eyes with determination and leapt toward the open hatch. As he neared the hatch, he leapt into the boundless sea of clouds below. Amidst the towering mountains, Tony confronted Thor. The latter's expression was grim as he raised Mjolnir high. With a bellow, Thor unleashed a bolt of lightning, thick as a barrel, hurtling toward Tony. Without hesitation, Tony activated his armor's defensive systems, bracing himself for the impending strike. When the lightning struck, a powerful current coursed through him, causing the runes on his armor to glow fiercely, flickering like an ignited flame. Unexpectedly, Tony felt his arc reactor in his chest behave like a ravenous beast, voraciously absorbing the electrical energy. Simultaneously, a hidden magical power within him began to resonate, sending ripples through his being as if a boulder had been cast into a tranquil lake. Ecstatic, Tony realized, this lightning possesses magical properties. This revelation bolstered his confidence in the battle. Just as he was about to harness this absorbed power to retaliate against Thor, a brilliant light erupted in the sky, reminiscent of a sun rising in the darkness. Steve had finally arrived. Without hesitation, he drew the Diga transformation device. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped him. The luminescence flowed like a brilliant galaxy along his form, initiating an extraordinary transformation. Wrapped in the light, Steve descended like a shooting star, his figure blending with the radiance. Both Tony and Thor were momentarily captivated by this sudden brilliance, pausing their actions. Loki, who had been leisurely watching, shifted his expression to one of wariness, his eyes glinting with caution. Chapter 99. The Radiant Steve versus Thor the God of Thunder. Steve descended like a shooting star, crashing into the ground with such force that it created a shallow crater. Amidst the swirling dust, he stood tall, radiating the power of holy light, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. He gazed at Tony and Thor, proclaiming in a commanding voice, "Cease your combat," turning his attention to Thor. His expression grew grave as he declared, "Thor, if you are here to assist, then surrender Loki to us." Upon hearing this, Thor felt a profound sense of humiliation. As the god of thunder from Asgard, he held a revered status among the deities, and now he was being commanded by a mere mortal. His eyes ignited with fury, and the thunderous power within him surged like a ferocious beast awakened. Bolts of lightning ravaged the air around him, producing a deafening roar. In a furious bellow, Thor exclaimed, "You want me to hand over Loki? With you lot?" Witnessing this, Tony's heart sank, and he anxiously warned Steve, "This is not good." Steve's expression mirrored the tension. He focused his thoughts, and the holy light enveloping him intensified, spreading across his entire being. The sacred radiance exuded a gentle yet formidable power, starkly contrasting with Thor's raging thunder. Amidst the cacophony of thunder, Thor charged at Steve like an enraged lion, his mighty hammer glowing with blinding lightning. With a powerful leap, he raised the hammer above his head and struck down upon Steve with immense force. In that instant, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a sharp whistle. Realizing the imminent danger, Steve swiftly raised his shield, positioning it in front of him. In an instant, the hammer collided with the shield, erupting in a brilliant flash of light. The clash of thunderous power against the holy light generated a formidable shockwave, spreading like a surging tidal wave. This wave, imbued with the roar of thunder and the sanctity of light, sent dust and debris flying. Thor was propelled backward by the tremendous force, rolling several times before managing to regain his stance. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, clearly unprepared for a mere mortal to withstand such a mighty blow. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Steve was upon him like a swift gale. Infusing his fists with judgment, he radiated dazzling holy light. Thor, refusing to back down, raised his own fist crackling with lightning to meet Steve's assault. The collision was thunderous, releasing another powerful shockwave. Lightning and holy light intertwined, creating a stunning yet perilous tableau. Trees around them succumbed to the overwhelming force, snapping and toppling, raising clouds of dust. Thus, they exchanged blows, each strike accompanied by deafening roars and blinding brilliance. The shockwaves generated by their clash continued to ripple outward, obliterating everything in their vicinity. The once tranquil forest now lay in ruins, littered with shattered trees. Not far away, Tony stood in astonishment, pondering, is Captain America truly that strong? This is not what my father described. Divine Storm. Steve finally unleashed a newly acquired skill. In an instant, a torrent of radiant holy light surged forth from him, swirling around like a tempest of brilliance, enveloping him entirely. Sensing the immense power within Steve's strike, Thor held nothing back, unleashing his full might. He swung his hammer with incredible speed, stirring the air into chaos, and the ominous clouds above grew even darker, coalescing into a formidable thunderstorm. The rumble of thunder shook the very ground beneath them, as bolts of lightning danced around, illuminating the area as if it were day. Then, propelled by the holy light storm, Steve charged at Thor like a blazing meteor. Thor, undeterred, harnessed the storm's fury to meet Steve head-on. The two forces collided, intertwining thunder and holy light, erupting in a deafening explosion. Their clashing energies countered one another, yet simultaneously generated a more terrifying force, forming a colossal sphere of energy. This energy storm swirled violently, drawing in debris, rocks, and trees, reducing them to splinters. Beneath the onslaught of the energy storm, a vast chasm rapidly formed in the ground. The edges of the pit were scorched, melting into a peculiar glass-like substance. Exhausted, both Steve and Thor collapsed at the edge of the abyss. Steve lay on the ground, gasping for breath, as the radiance that once enveloped him began to fade. That last, all-consuming strike had nearly drained him of all his strength and holy light. Likewise, Thor lay nearby, his chest heaving, his hammer falling limply to the side. After a moment, the howling winds subsided, and Thor gradually stood, the fury and impulsiveness from their fierce battle dissipating, replaced by a serene gaze. He turned to see Steve, rising as well, filled with newfound respect for this indomitable warrior. Brushing the dust from his clothes, Steve approached Thor. Their eyes met, and without words, their previous conflict was resolved. Thor then moved to assist Loki, who still bore a hint of reluctance, guiding him towards the aircraft. Steve and Tony followed closely behind. Upon boarding the plane, everyone found their seats, and the aircraft ascended slowly, heading towards the celestial mothership. The atmosphere inside the cabin transformed from the previous tension to one of calm. Thor, wearing a broad smile, broke the silence first. You are indeed a formidable warrior, Steve. Few in Asgard can reach your level. That battle was exhilarating, igniting my blood. He then turned to Tony, adding, and you, Iron Man, are impressive as well. Your equipment is quite intriguing, showcasing remarkable strength. Clearly, through this unexpected encounter, he had fully embraced both of them. Steve responded with a smile, your hammer is equally formidable. Had my shield not been so resilient, I might have struggled to withstand it. As he spoke, he patted his shield. Laughter erupted within the cabin, dispelling the remnants of the earlier tension. Chapter 100. Alchemical notes. The aircraft gradually descended onto the expansive deck of the aerial aircraft carrier. As the hatch slowly opened, Steve, Tony, Thor, and the escorted Loki emerged sequentially from the cabin. Gerald spotted Thor from a distance and hurriedly approached him, greeting enthusiastically, Thor, it's been a while. Thor, upon seeing Gerald, responded loudly, you're here too. This should make things much easier. Thor held Gerald's strength in high regard. With him involved, the task at hand seemed considerably simpler. A subtle smirk appeared at the corner of Gerald's mouth as he teasingly remarked, you've been away for so long. Your little girlfriend must still be waiting for you. Thor paused momentarily, his eyes softening with warmth and longing. Jane Foster, that brave and intelligent woman from Earth, held a special place in his heart. Whenever she was mentioned, a wave of warmth surged within him. At that moment, a gaze filled with resentment and hostility fell upon Gerald. He sensed this hostile scrutiny and turned to see Loki, being escorted by agents, staring daggers at him. Though disheveled, Loki's eyes still radiated malice. Gerald returned a smirk, deliberately stating, oh, Isn't this the foremost sorcerer of the Nine Realms? Loki bit his lip, his expression dark as if it could rain, yet he ultimately refrained from speaking. He understood that saying more would only add to his humiliation. Under the agent's escort, he was taken to a specially designed cell for unique offenders. Watching Loki's retreating figure, Gerald furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of contemplation crossing his gaze. Thor approached Gerald, patting his shoulder as he said, "Don't take him too seriously. Loki has always been this way, full of schemes and tricks. With us around, he won't stir up much trouble." Gerald nodded slightly, withdrawing his gaze from the direction Loki had vanished, replying, "Let us hope so, but we must remain vigilant." At that moment, the staff aboard the aerial carrier busied themselves. Yet the atmosphere felt particularly tense due to Loki's arrival. Within the command room of the carrier, Nick Fury's brow furrowed, revealing a hint of worry. He looked at Natasha and said seriously, "Find a way to extract information from Loki. I have a feeling this has been too smooth." Loki is not one to surrender easily. Natasha nodded slightly, understanding, "Leave it to me." She headed toward the cell where Loki was held. Meanwhile, Tony and Banner, the two brilliant scientists, entered the laboratory to engage in their expertise. In the hall, Gerald, having nothing to do, leisurely sat on the sofa, perusing an ancient tome on alchemy. At that moment, Thor, feeling bored, wandered through the hall and inadvertently caught sight of the book in Gerald's hands. His eyes brightened as if he had discovered a rare treasure, and he quickly approached Gerald, excitedly exclaiming, "Is that the legendary alchemist Edward Elric's notes?" Gerald was slightly taken aback, a look of surprise crossing his face as he lifted his gaze to Thor, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Oh, you actually know of him? That is quite rare. Most people haven't even heard of Edward Elric, let alone recognized his notes." Gerald gently closed the book and set it on the adjacent table, observing Thor with keen interest. Thor beamed with pride, revealing a set of white teeth, as he said, "In the archives of Asgard, there are many records of the wondrous tales and mysterious skills of the Nine Realms. I've heard my mother mention Edward Elric. It is said that he left behind many legendary stories due to his extraordinary alchemical prowess. My mother has always been searching for his notes." A spark of curiosity and desire flickered in Thor's eyes. Hearing Thor's story, Gerald smiled and suggested, "In that case, perhaps you could take it back with you, as a gift for the Queen." Thor was momentarily stunned, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he soon appeared somewhat bashful. "Is that really all right? This gift is too precious." Thor yearned to bring it back to Asgard for his mother to behold, but felt a sense of unworthiness. Gerald waved his hand dismissively, saying casually, "No problem. I've already seen the contents." At that moment, Steve, having overheard their conversation, felt a surge of curiosity. He leaned slightly and peered at the notes. However, all he could see were dense, chaotic symbols and lines, resembling a jumble of graffiti. Steve furrowed his brow in confusion, stating, "Is this really a notebook? All I see is a mess of scribbles." Nick Fury, intrigued by the discussion, leaned in closer, his gaze landing on the notebook. But all he perceived was a blank page. He frowned in puzzlement, questioning, "I don't see anything. Isn't this a blank book?" Fury's expression revealed his bewilderment. Thor, noticing their reactions, chuckled and explained, "Such magical notes are recorded using special methods. Ordinary mortals cannot see anything. Only those with unique abilities or specific magical training can perceive the contents. Steve, your ability to see means you are no longer an ordinary person." As he spoke, Thor patted Steve's shoulder, his eyes filled with approval. Upon hearing this explanation, Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback, a complex emotion surging within him. As the director of SHIELD, he commanded vast resources and information in the realm of mortals. Yet, in the presence of these extraordinary beings, he felt like an ordinary man, stirring a sense of inequity within him. He sighed softly. In the laboratory of the aircraft carrier, Tony and Banner were intently focused on researching the Tesseract. They attempted to employ scientific methods to detect the gamma radiation emitted by the Tesseract, aiming to determine its location. On a nearby workbench lay Loki's scepter, uniquely designed with a gem radiating an eerie glow at its tip, casting strange shadows in the lab's light. It appeared to lie quietly, intermittently emitting faint and peculiar psychic waves. Banner leaned over, fixated on a detection instrument, fully absorbed in analyzing the Tesseract's data, completely unaware of the scepter's anomalies. However, Tony sensed something amiss. He felt a subtle disturbance within him, as if an invisible hand were gently tugging at the faint magic within, causing a slight disarray. Tony's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of alertness crossing his gaze. He halted his actions and turned his attention to the scepter, a wave of unease washing over him. "There is something wrong with that scepter," Tony stated gravely, addressing Banner. Upon hearing Tony's words, Banner was momentarily taken aback, straightening up with a puzzled look, his eyes filled with confusion. "What's the problem? The data I'm getting here is perfectly normal. I haven't detected anything unusual about the scepter." As he spoke, Banner glanced around the instruments once more, trying to find clues regarding the issue Tony mentioned, but everything appeared flawless.